Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube scuffed. Wait, I'll fix it. All right, chat. We'll do a little tutorial on how to fix OBS bullshit. All right, go to window in the scenes. All right, what you're gonna do is scroll down. In the sources. Scroll down. Click on the display. Right click? Yeah. Double click. There we go. That's it. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry guys, we're having a little technical issues, so sorry for the delay. All right guys, go to streamlabs.com/whatever. The podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize the messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, it's been 5 hours since we last got a Prime. I think it's bugged, boys. Also, can you guys get us to 97,500 followers over there on Twitch before the end of the stream? Would really appreciate it. Yo, Whack Attack. Thank you for the Prime, man. Really appreciate it. We got merch. Shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow us on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the USA. Total tragedy, really the pressing issue of our time, greater than really anything else going on in the world, including war and poverty and starving children and economic collapse and childbirth collapse. So we got clips. If you want to check out clips, we post those every single day. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. That might not be ready to go, or okay. Discord.gg/whatever. We post BTS. Also, you can play bingo on there. Check out the Wall of Whatever tab for the bingo card. If you want to play whatever bingo. And then also we got a World of Warcraft guild. Since Anniversary Realms released November 21st, we're going to be raiding Molten Core December 12th. That's Thursday, 6 p.m. Almost a full roster, but we need a couple more. We're still recruiting, so head on over discord.gg/whatever. You can hit the recruitment tab if you want to join, and an officer will throw you. Maybe I'll get like Damien to log in, and maybe we'll like have you guys can like give me gold during the stream or something and join the guild. So, all right. Without further, hold on. Last thing, disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Allie Corvin. I am 27 and I just moved to Santa Barbara, and I am a professional dancer from my wheelchair.
All right. And where were you from prior to SB, or like where you grow up, I guess?
In the Central Valley of California. So I'm like from the Fresno area.
Okay. Got it. And you do wheelchair dancing. Mm-hmm. Have you ever done any stunts in your wheelchair?
I mean, you would have to define a stunt, but yeah, I actually am ambulatory, so I have the use of my legs. I'm very blessed to have that, but it means I push the boundaries of dance in a wheelchair and what that means. So we actually have a show this weekend. I don't know if I can say what it is, but we have a show this weekend happening in Santa Barbara. And
wheelchair strip show?
Absolutely not.
Oh, well, I thought you could. Maybe that's why you couldn't say it, because it was of an adult nature.
More like children are involved in the show. Totally opposite of where you were headed.
Okay.
But have at it.
Probably. Yeah.
You can create all kinds of scenarios up here, I'm sure. But yeah, I've done.
And you said you do have function of your legs, but what was the term you used? Ambulatory, or what's that?
Ambulatory just means like you have walking capacity in some fashion. So like 75% of wheelchair users have some capacity to walk.
Gotcha. Okay. And have you been in a wheelchair your entire life, or?
No. I've had my wheelchair for about 4 years. So 2020 is when I finally was officially able to get a wheelchair. They are expensive, and to get insurance to cover one is crazy. So.
Okay. And I think I saw on your Instagram, it's due to is it a genetic disorder, or what is it?
Yeah, I have a genetic condition, and I also have a TBI. So.
Sorry to hear that.
That's okay.
Yeah, what now?
Traumatic brain injury?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Did you get into a fight with somebody else in a wheelchair and they knocked you out?
Unfortunately, it was not that cool. I've been like in all kinds of accidents. Never got a TBI. I've been in a train accident when I was younger.
A train accident?
I was literally in a train accident. We hit a strawberry truck. It was very minor.
Strawberry truck?
A strawberry truck of all things. And it smelled so good, and we were tortured.
You think it would have been like less intense if it was like a blueberry truck? Like, I wonder, because blueberries are smaller, so I feel like,
Smaller truck.
Maybe the truck would
Smaller package, smaller.
Or the blueberries would dampen the impact.
Maybe.
A bit.
For sure.
So how much mobility do you have without the wheelchair?
So, like, mobility is like a relative term. So when I'm capable of standing, walking, running's not going to happen, or I look like a baby deer. But if I were to dance out of my wheelchair, I would not last more than 10 minutes before dislocating every joint in my body.
Yikes.
Yeah, which recently happened. It's so fun.
Damn. Okay, well, this train accident.
I love that that's what you're saying.
That's like the 1800s. Like, that would
It was the Amtrak.
Fucking Amtrak.
And that's caused mostly and primarily by a genetic problem?
The disability, yes.
Not the train accident.
Not the train accident. Thank goodness we're getting off the train accident.
Yeah.
I was like in the 3rd grade. But anyways, yeah, the
train
genetic
accident.
condition, I have several genetic conditions, but like the main one I have causes joint dislocations daily, and then I have all kinds of other crap that comes with it. So, yeah.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
All good. I'm not.
Yeah. What about you?
Hi, my name is Nikki. I'm 25. I'm originally from Cambodia, and I was adopted and brought to Northern California, and I moved to LA 2 years ago, and I'm an exotic dancer, if you know what that means.
Yeah. Any school, college, anything? Going back to you, any college?
At the moment, no. I wasn't.
Previous.
Yeah.
Did you get associates or?
I didn't get an associate's.
Okay.
I think I'll qualify for like the certificate thing for dance.
All right. What about you?
My name is Riri. I'm 19. I'm currently a pre-law student. I also do wheelchair dancing on the side, so it's really fun.
Wait. Your name is what?
Riri.
Riri.
R-I-R-E.
Is that your actual birth name?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, wait. Okay. I was just curious.
Age? Sorry, I missed that.
I'm 19.
19. All right. And you are also in a wheelchair. I guess,
Yes.
What's the backstory there? How long you been in one?
I've been in a wheelchair for 10 years now. I was paralyzed when I was 8 from failed surgery.
Ooh. Well, what was the surgery or?
A spinal fusion.
Okay. Was it a genetic thing for the?
No, I had scoliosis, so like a normal people thing. And
Yeah.
the doctor just like cut wrong.
Yikes. And it was
That sucks. Did he pay out? The bastards pay out or what?
No, not really.
No, that sucks.
He's not practicing anymore, so that's good.
Damn. Sorry to hear that. And just curious, you said you were 10?
I was 8.
8. Okay. And were you like experiencing a lot of pain due to the scoliosis or?
Not really. It was just bad enough to the degree where they would want to. I don't actually have like the curvy scoliosis like that. I curved forward, so it's not really like life-threatening or anything, but it can cause heart problems. So
I see. And then the doctors made a determination that this would be like the best course of action, and then the doctor made an error in the surgery, and then.
So that was at 8? Did you say 8
I was
years old?
8. I was re-paralyzed at 16 from transverse myelitis, which is a really, really long way of saying I got mono, and then it killed my spinal cord.
Damn.
Well, I don't. Okay, maybe you could back up just briefly for me.
Yeah.
So 8 years old, you have this catastrophic corrective surgery. A mistake happens. At that point,
Yes.
you are paralyzed from the waist down.
I was only completely paralyzed in my feet. I had some function left in my lower legs. It was at an L4 level that I was paralyzed from that surgery. So I could walk with like heavy bracing. or like a walker,
okay,
but I
and then-
used a wheelchair primarily.
Okay, and so then at 16, this you get mono, right? And
Yeah.
then, that's it. Isn't that called the kissing disease? Mono? Isn't that
Yes.
called? Anyway, so you get mono, and then that further deteriorates your spinal cord. Is that?
Yeah,
is that-
I'm not paralyzed at a T10 level, which is a lot higher. It's about like belly button down-ish.
Where was the fusion?
The
Done?
L4
L4.
was where I was paralyzed from. They didn't actually complete the fusion because medical malpractice, but
Damn,
yeah.
that's wild.
Yeah.
Is this? I mean, so that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Is this? Do they still recommend spinal fusions for people who have like your that
Oh
degree
yeah,
of?
it's both things that happen to me are like
scoliosis?
very uncommon, do not happen. Like it's still a lot. People get them like every day.
And there's nothing corrective that they're working on currently that can fix this, or
No.
No.
Spinal cord injuries have like some weird, like holistic treatments that people look at, but they don't always work. Maybe some people, but
no.
nothing yet.
Well, AI.
Like
Oh,
video of me walking.
You know what's crazy? I had a back injury, and I went to see an orthopedist, and he wanted to do spinal fusion L5S1.
I know.
And I like did some research. He's like, I went in, he just did X-rays. He's like, yeah, we could do spinal fusion. And like, luckily, I went to see some other doctors, and they're like, well, like you do have like a structural issue, but I mean, something like 50% of people who get spinal fusions, there's no improvement after a 2-year period, and oftentimes there can be complications with the surgery, make the pain worse. Some people go in for like minor back pain, they come out paralyzed. So sorry to hear about that though. That's fucked up. And anyways, school at all or?
Yeah, I'm in school. I'm a pre-law student.
Pre-law, okay. Yeah. And you're at local city college or?
No, I'm online currently.
Online, okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name's Cassie. I'm 31. I'm a mental health advocate, and I live in New York currently.
All right. And any schooling or anything like that?
I went to school for psychology.
All right. You got your bachelor's or master's or anything like that?
I dropped out.
Okay. Associates or not? Okay. What about you?
My name is DiCaprio. I'm 23 years old, and I really don't do anything, but I babysit. That's pretty much
You
all.
don't do anything?
No.
Are you a NEET?
What's that?
It's a term for not in employment, education, or training.
Yeah, no.
No, you're a NEET?
No, I'm not a NEET.
So okay, because you
I just
you do
literally-
babysitting.
Yeah, that's it.
How often you do babysitting?
Probably if I'm lucky, 3 times a week.
3 times a week. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you go to college at all, or?
No.
Okay.
I didn't.
You an elementary school dropout or
High school.
high school? You dropped out of high school?
No.
Oh, you finished high school. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, and you're in LA. You said you live in LA.
Yeah, I live in LA.
From LA.
No, I'm not. I'm originally from Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Respectfully.
The Chirac. Sorry.
Yeah, Chicago sucks.
Chirac.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
currently.
you're close, kind of, right, Andrew?
Very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I'm Milena. I'm 22. I'm from LA.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a personal trainer and a Reiki practitioner.
Oh, Reiki.
Yeah.
What's that? What is Reiki?
It's a type of energy work. There's really
Oh,
no
shit.
scientific evidence behind it. It's kind of more of a spiritual belief about energy work.
Okay.
Yeah,
kind
this
of-
revolves around the various chakra points on a person,
Yes.
and you can use it for the purposes of healing, for centering, for consciousness,
Yeah.
all of these types of things, correct?
Yep, you explained it
Okay.
perfectly.
Andrew's a Reiki?
Reiki.
He's a Reiki master.
No way.
Yeah, so if you want like a tutorial, like he's like really high up there on the totem pole though, so like he charges like $300 an hour, like, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
Like, if
I
you
went
want
to
advanced-
school for it for a year and then got certified with the Reiki Master Certificate.
Are you a Reiki
Have
master?
you opened your third eye yet?
I mean, when I meditate, I think it's pretty open, you know. I don't think that I'm always in that state, but that's the goal, for sure.
Okay. All right. And just the Reiki, like any college or just the Reiki stuff?
Over the summer, I just finished at National Academy of Sports Medicine to get my personal training certificate.
All right, cool. What about you?
My name is Jay Hanna. I'm 33 years old, and I live in Hollywood, California, Los Angeles.
All right. What do you do for work?
I work for Instacart full-time. I buy groceries for people.
All right. And any college?
I went to college back home. I went to the University of North Dakota, which that's where I grew up. I grew up in a very small town in middle of nowhere.
Okay. All right. Did you get your bachelor's degree or?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in journalism.
In journalism. All right. Very cool. What about you?
My name's Luna, and I'm 26 years old. Currently, I am an exotic dancer, and I make personal clothing. I have my own little company.
You said 23, right?
26.
Oh, 26. Excuse me. Sorry. And what's the nature of you said you do OnlyFans too, or?
No, just exotic dancing.
Just the dancing. Okay.
Yeah.
Any college or anything like that?
I did go to college for a little bit for psychology, but I am actually planning on starting a pharmacy so I can become not a pharmacist, but eventually I want to become a psychiatrist.
All right, cool. All right, Andrew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I engage in conversations and various debates and things like this all over the world. And I appreciate you girls coming onto the panel tonight and engaging in this conversation with us.
All right, welcome everybody. So we're going to go around the table once more. What's your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And longest relationship, starting with you. Go ahead.
I am currently in a 2-year long relationship. We're polyamorous, but not practicing polyamory right now. And my longest relationship was 9 years.
Longest relationship, 9 years. From what age to what age was the 9-year relationship?
Oh, goodness. I was 17 when we started dating. We were high school sweethearts. And then, oh gosh, that would have put me at 25. 25? Mm-hmm. So you pretty much got right into this current relationship immediately then? Yeah. It was...
After the breakup?
Yeah, there was crossover.
Oh. Can I have a couple questions. Can I just have you scoot your mic this way a little bit?
Yeah.
So...
A crossover, not cheating.
No, not cheating.
Okay. So
actual polyamory.
I'm assuming the nine-year relationship was polyamorous?
No, actually it was not.
It was monogamous?
It was monogamous.
Okay. But when you say there was crossover, can you explain?
Yeah, the 9-year relationship was on and off. I don't feel like that's always necessary for the story, but for this, I guess it is. But I met my current partner during a break, which I thought it was going to be the last of it. And her and I reconnected, and we tried a last hurrah, if you will. And then, yeah, it just didn't end up working out. She was kind of on the fence, if you will, about polyamory and decided that it just wasn't for her. It was very respectful, and I wish her the best. And your orientation, you're bisexual, correct? Yes. Pan? Sure. What do you prefer? Care. What do you prefer? Anything. Okay. I don't date cishet men. Huh. Your 9-year relationship was with who? Yeah, I don't need name, but was it with a woman? It was with a woman. A woman. And the current relationship is with a woman, correct? We're just not going to talk about that one. It's been asked that I don't mention about my current relationship. Oh, I mean, so out of respect, I don't need details, but is it a woman? I'm assuming it's a woman. I think you said it was a woman. Sure. Is it trans woman? You're not picking up what I'm putting down. So anyways, I'm just not going to talk about my current relationship. I'm not sorry. I'm a man. And that's okay. I'm a cis-het man, and I use words. That's okay. I don't read subtext. There's just out of the respect of my partner, I'm not going to discuss. Their correct. Gender? Their gender, yeah. Sex? Correct. Oh, okay. Indeed. Well, I appreciate you respecting the wishes of your partner. Why don't you date cis-het men? Because I'm not attracted to people who are born with male privilege.
That is an interesting one. You're not attracted to people who are born, I thought you were going to say penis, but you're not attracted to men who are born with male privilege.
Correct, yeah.
When you say, I have a couple questions here. When you say they were born with male privilege, wouldn't this include transgender women?
Typically, yes. I've never met a transgender woman that I was personally attracted to. Could it happen? I'm
Fair
sure.
enough.
But like,
Okay.
it just has not happened for me.
But you said you would date somebody who's trans.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be the miracle unicorn of all trans women.
But you would have to
because-
preclude them because they were born with male privilege.
Yeah, typically I'm not attracted to trans women due to the being born with male privilege thing.
Despite
It's a mindset.
despite their current lack of male privilege being a transgender woman.
I respect them and I'm friends with transgender women. I just don't think that is for me in a relationship.
Curious, what is it about male privilege that wants, in terms of physical or sexual or romantic attraction, that would preclude you from dating somebody who was born with male privilege?
People who are born without male privilege actually understand what it's like to live life as a woman, whether they are a woman or not. So
See, that makes sense, Brian. For instance, I'm not attracted to people who have parking lot privileges.
I mean, I have a handicap placard, so I guess we wouldn't get along.
I guess not. I don't like people who have parking lot privileges. I think that that's gross, and I'm just not attractive to it.
That's all for you, man.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So, can you elaborate a bit more, I guess?
On not being attracted to male privilege?
Yeah. You were in the middle of explaining it, so I was more curious.
It just comes down to like how I explain my sexuality. That's like the easiest, wittiest nod that I give to like why or what my label is, I guess.
Is there any intersection when it comes to like, do you give, I suppose, like, let's say there's an intersection of like they're black male. So they were born with male privilege, but there's an intersection whereby they do.
You're saying because they have another minority basis, so therefore am I attracted to that?
Like, there's a vertical of like societal disadvantage.
So like in my personal history, I have primarily been around Hispanic, Asian of sorts, and white people. I can't answer on
You've
would
never
I
met
be
a black
attracted.
person?
I didn't say I've never met them. I just said that's
okay.
primarily what I was like surrounded by when I was like actively dating or looking.
Okay.
I don't think that it's going to change anything for me personally, but I also don't think that like the world needs me in the fish sea. You know what I'm saying? Like there's plenty of fish in the sea. People say that all the time.
Sure.
I don't need to be an option.
Now,
for
is the ultimate thing here the privilege component, though? Like somebody who's born with like
It just comes down to like how people behave whenever they were born into male privilege. When you're raised a certain way,
would you
it
date a white
creates,
woman?
Like, sure. What does that have to do with male privilege?
Have you dated white women before?
No.
You've never dated a white woman?
No.
Asian woman?
No. Why is that relevant?
Well, my follow-up question will make it abundantly clear why it's relevant.
For sure.
But so you have dated women.
Yes.
Okay. Asian woman?
Because I said that's what I was surrounded by.
I'm just asking you a question. It's not a big deal. A black woman or Latina woman, or what are we talking here?
Primarily Latina, just because that's like what was in my area. And I just moved, so I've been like
just to
in the
be
same
clear,
area the whole
I'd like to just make an establishment on the hierarchy of like where you like see privilege. So your position is that Latina women have less privilege than black men?
No, I never said that.
I mean, you said you disqualify people on the basis of their privilege, but if you would not date a black man, I'm assuming your position would be that black men have more privilege than Latina women?
No, I think that's just you twisting it because you want
I'm
to
not
fancy
twisting
an answer.
anything. You said I don't date people
with male privilege when they are born.
Right, but then
What does that have to do with the color of their skin, though?
Right, but we were like kind of looking. It wasn't just male privilege. So male privilege is like an across the board exclusionary thing.
That's like the easiest way to categorize who I am not attracted to is people who are born with male privilege. So yeah.
But like,
if they transition, do they adopt male privilege?
No. When you're born into a female body, you have to live without male privilege. When you adopt, like, that's not what I'm referring to of what I'm not attracted to. Like, yes, you gain male privilege, especially if you decide to transition and you're passing and all of those things. But I do think that you have a innate understanding for what it's like to not have it.
Okay. And is it specifically male privilege, or is it the privilege?
No, male privilege.
Only male privilege.
Yeah.
So even if we were to do some comparison between like a given male and a given female, let's say that female has more privilege in like some verticals compared to the male, like would you date a woman who's more privileged than a given man?
Sure. I think it's like if you're born into a certain kind of privilege, regardless of what it is, depending on how much that shapes you and like the basis of your understanding of the world, if you behave like an overly privileged individual, I'm probably not going to be attracted to you.
I would like to explore that. So like you're saying essentially it's specific to the maleness of the privilege. For example, like you would not consider like a Latina woman who's like her parents were billionaires and she's totally able-bodied and she has no like physical limitations. You would consider her to be less privileged than like a black minority male born in like Compton to like impoverished parents?
I don't think that is, you can't equate those two. Like I would have to be in that personal experience. That's
Which one's
rough.
more privileged in totality?
I don't think you gave me enough information to decide who's more privileged.
Really?
Specifically because you're giving me like these little notes of what they are and who they are, and right?
So just to be clear, I'll
like
restate
this able-bodied woman versus the black person. Okay,
no,
then,
let me. I'll give you. Hold on. I'll give you the two criteria. I'll give you the two criteria again. Who's more privileged? Latina woman born to billionaire parents who's able-bodied.
Yes, that is the answer. It is the obvious answer.
Versus black man born in impoverished Compton.
I completely get what you are coming at. I understand.
So who has more privilege?
She does.
Okay.
Overall.
So then would you be willing to date the black male who has less privilege than
male? No.
Okay. I think I understand
male?
your position. I understand your position. It's just interesting. I haven't heard it before, so.
Because that's still male privilege, right? Even if he were he was less privileged than the other guy, he would still have been born into privileged position just based on societal standings.
Yeah.
So if you were in a culture then which was matriarchal, would you only date men exclusively?
What the fuck? Don't read that. Go ahead. You can answer the question. Go ahead.
Would I only date?
Yeah, if you were born into a matriarchal society where women were the privileged ones, they were the ones who basically, they had a monopoly on force and all these different things. If that were the case, then would you only exclusively date men?
I don't think that I'm the right person to answer that, only because like my reason for not being attracted to male privilege comes down to like abuse.
What do you mean?
From my past.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I understand that.
So like in a hypothetical scenario, let's say your situation is we end up the same exact way we are right now. It's just that male and female are switched. Sure. Like that feels like a strange hypothetical, but I guess. It has nothing to do with appendages, if that's what you're asking me.
So the idea of what you're attracted to comes down, you think, to trauma, not by any sort of other external factor.
I mean, I have no idea what would have happened if I didn't go through the trauma that I went through because I was so young. So it's hard to say how it is for me personally. I don't think that trauma is the only reason why people are not attracted to males. However, for me, I don't think that I would ever be able to date someone who was born that way because of my trauma, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that that's true for a lot of people, but for me personally, it's like a big stop up mentally.
Well, that seems different than the privilege thing, but
yeah. And so then I guess my final wrap up on this, because we got stuck on it right away, right? Even just in the intros. But just to kind of finish the exploration here. So you wouldn't advocate this as being prescriptive for other women, that, hey, you shouldn't date men based along the lines that they're privileged, right?
No, not at all.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to let just two chats come through, and then we'll get back to the relationship status.
Ogle donated $200. Does Chair 1 have EDS? If so, this is the second person with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome that's been on the show in as many weeks.
Yeah, we had someone with EDS like a week ago. You have EDS?
I do.
Right? Yeah. Metro Matt, thank you so much for that. Was Metro, or no, that was Ogle. I apologize. That's Metro Matt's about to come in. Ogle, thank you so much for the TTS, man. Appreciate it. There's some roast coming through. I'll let this one come through, then we'll continue on.
Metro Matt donated $200. Brian, it is nice to see you supporting Make-A-Wish with tonight's panel. Chair 5, hit my line. Andrew, can't wait to see the roast of the partner lady.
Yeah,
Shout out Discord fam.
Hey, Make-A-Wish did actually reach out, and I'm glad that we were able to coordinate to get you two on. So, yeah, thank you guys.
Really close to my ending.
It wasn't my wish. What's going? What the hell?
Well, Andrew, you're not.
Where's all this privilege? Where's all this privilege?
Actually, funny story. I don't think I've ever shared this. I had an illness when I was a child, and I got to. It wasn't Make-A-Wish, but I did go. I'm gonna get. This is gonna be like get memed in the chat and for the Crucible. I did go to Neverland Ranch.
Did it have anything to do? Whoa! What? Wait, what?
I got to go to Neverland Ranch back in the day. Yeah. I've never shared. I don't think I've shared that. I went to Neverland Ranch.
Brian, did you have burritos for lunch, Brian?
No, but there's like a bunch of free candy and stuff, and yeah, no, I don't think I was really into Mexican food when I was like 10 or whatever.
Was it bedtime when the big hand touched the little hand, Brian, at Neverland Ranch?
No, you know what? I did get to meet Michael, and he was super cool. He was, honestly, bro, I don't believe that shit, Andrew. I don't believe it. I think it's all bullshit, bruv. I'm 70% sure, though. I'm leaving a little room for, like, he did that shit. But yeah. I did get to meet Michael Jackson. Oh, we can't hear you, Andrew.
I was just saying, nice.
Yeah, man. So I kind of got like half a Make-A-Wish. Yeah. So that was cool.
You might have just kept that one to yourself, maybe. I don't.
Bro, it's not. Bro, I don't care. He did something nice for me, man. Like there was like the animals, the petting zoo. We got to see. There was a theater. There was like a roller coaster, a shitty roller coaster. It was very nice. It was very above the board.
Wait, are you being for real? Like
100%.
What?
Why? What?
Is it an island?
No,
yes, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's
Michael Jackson.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Epstein.
His house was on Jackson Island. This is off the coast of Mississippi, Jackson Island.
It's actually it's not far. It's
Epstein
like just
Island?
It's like an hour. It's an hour north. Okay. Anyways, relationship or really quick finalizing on your relationship. The 9-year relationship. Who finally broke up with who?
It was mutual-ish, but she decided that she didn't want to be in a polyamorous relationship, so she
mutual-ish. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. And all right, what about you?
I'm single, and my longest relationship is 2 years because my exes are crazy. So if it was up to me and they weren't crazy, I would have way longer relationships.
How long have you been single for?
Like, I don't know, maybe like a year or more. Like nothing really serious since those last 2 crazy relationships. Okay. Like I'm really traumatized.
Last 2 relationships?
Yeah, it was 2-year relationships. Both of them, I had to leave them, like escape.
Escape?
Yeah, like I had to come up with an escape plan, and my work helped me, and my ex's sister helped me come up with the escape plan.
Did you meet them at the club?
No, this is before I was working as a dancer. I met this guy at Petco.
Petco.
I used to work at Petco.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And you've had 2 toxic relationships or more than?
I mean, 2 like really bad ones.
And then like you've had toxic situationships also?
Yeah. But now I kind of learned I know how to stay away from those after being in the abusive ones.
What's the like common theme though with?
Maybe mental illness. Obviously, like the guys that I was with were very mentally unstable, and I think I am too. So maybe that's why they're attracted to me, or maybe I'm attracted to them. But yeah.
What's your diagnosis?
I have I was diagnosed with depression and anxiety. I probably have ADHD really bad.
Any like?
And I could be like
BPD.
bipolar. Yeah, I could be like I.
What do you mean could be?
because I haven't gotten diagnosed for that, but I definitely get very like moody. I get very angry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good times. But you've been single for 1 year, you said. Anything in that past year situationship?
Yeah, there was a situationship with this guy, and he reminded me of my other exes because he would hit his dog. He was abusive, and I just couldn't be around that, so I left him. And
yikes!
Yeah,
hit his dog. That's okay. And are there any guys in the picture right now?
I'm talking to multiple guys because I can't.
You got the roster?
Yeah. Well, I mean, not like because I don't know. I kind of just got to keep my options open because anytime I tried getting with this guy, and he literally like blocked me like for no reason out of nowhere, and I don't understand why. And then he came back, and then and then he blocked me again. So I'm just like, I just feel like I shouldn't even try.
Yeah. Have you ever slashed a guy's tire? Tires, plural, I guess.
This girl, this guy that I was talking to, I fucked up her car. I didn't do it. I had the homies do it, but they did it. So.
Well, then, I mean, that's you doing it, right?
Yeah. It was me enabling it. Yeah, the homies did it.
What is the homies?
It's a few of my guy friends. I'm not gonna say who, but few of my guy friends.
Are you in a street gang?
No, I'm not. But I know people who are.
Were they in a street gang?
I have some connects, but. I'm not gonna
Who do you affiliate with?
I don't affiliate with anyone. Like I'm just in my own.
Is it the
more crypt, more blood?
No, I'm not trying to get on either.
More Serenio. Like which way are we going here?
I'm not with any. Like I just kind of people just help me when I need it.
Teeny Rascal?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, I don't know. Anyways,
they just get the job done. You know what I mean? So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you said you have a roster currently. How many guys are on the roster?
Pretty much one because everyone else is in.
How is that a roster?
Exactly. And that's why, because the one guy who I was trying to talk to, like he ended up blocking me. So it's like he wasn't. So it's like not really. Like I'm just talking to multiple guys, but I'm only having sex with one guy. But I'm talking to multiple guys.
Are you going on dates with the other guys?
I went on one date with a guy, but I haven't been on since, and I'm just don't even really want to do all that, unless somebody's really serious. I don't really.
How long have the guy who you are having sex with? How long have you been seeing him?
A year.
Oh, but you've been single for a year?
So it's basically like a situationship because we're not labeled or anything. We're not together. Like we literally just fuck each other.
Do you want a label?
I mean, I did in the beginning, but after seeing how he's been throughout the whole year, like he's very secretive, which I don't like. So he's also a dad, so I get it. It's hard to be with somebody like that.
Do you have a type of guy?
Yeah, I like older guys. It doesn't matter what their ethnicity is. I just like older guys.
Older guys,
yeah.
Like Jared, like Social Security, like collecting.
No, not that old. Like my
Security.
No, my exes were 40.
Oh, okay, 40.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the oldest.
I don't know. You should I feel like even like if you're toxic, once you probably get into your 60s or 70s, like you can't. Like, can you even be toxic at that? You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess.
Like, I feel like you don't have energy to be.
I hope they wouldn't have energy.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you can still be toxic, but I feel like the volume knob's just been turned down. Not that I've dated like 70-year-old like gilfs or whatever, but.
But I could be more toxic.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you? Relationship status?
I'm single. I've been single for like 8 months. There was like a situationship.
Mm-hmm.
My longest relationship was 6 or 7 months.
Wait. Okay. 7 months. Was that the one that ended 8 months ago?
No, that ended about a year and a half ago.
Okay. Who broke up with who in that relationship?
She broke up with me.
Okay. And then most recently, 8 months ago, who broke up with who?
There wasn't really like a breakup.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just ghosted them because it was getting too serious.
Okay. Wait, you ghosted them because it was getting too serious?
Yes.
How long were you seeing them?
Like 3 months.
Okay. And you don't want serious right now?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. And orientation, you're bisexual or?
I'm a lesbian. I'm sure there's like a guy out there that I would be with, but I just don't want to open myself up to that. Not in like a male privilege, just I don't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like Brad Pitt, would you smash or?
No.
Johnny Depp? No, wait, hold on. Who's like a younger, I don't know. What's that guy from Dune? What's his name?
Not Timothy Chalamet, no.
No, not Timothy Chalamet.
No.
Nobody likes him.
Ryan Gosling. She's thinking
Getting
about
close,
it.
like a little warmer.
Okay. Troy Verner. Wait, what's his fucking name?
That is.
Roy? Mini-Me from Austin Powers. Rest in peace. Like back in the day, like if he was still kicking.
We might be too young.
Troy,
for that.
is that his name? Troy Verner?
Like Leonardo
Troy?
DiCaprio without like all the weird things about him.
Like young
Younger
Leo
or
or
now?
currently Leo?
Young.
Like Titanic
Yes.
Leo.
Yes.
Okay. What about like Gilbert Grape Leo?
I feel like,
Have you seen that movie?
yeah.
Like, so he's like, not Leo's character in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Like he was
he
R word. He was
yeah.
R worded.
I feel like that would just be wrong. I don't know.
You wouldn't date somebody who's, should I just say it? Retarded. I know I get the pass because I'm.
I feel like at the cognitive level he was at, it probably wouldn't have been like
That's fair. That's fair.
respectful for me to do that.
That might actually be.
I feel like that would be wrong.
But you want, okay, like Leo, Titanic.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have unrealistic expectations for men, I think.
But without he only dates women below 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think that's like kind of weird for him to be doing that?
Extremely
Here,
weird. He's
really-
like old now, right?
He's in.
Well, like
he's almost
older.
50. Yo, chat. How old's Leo?
Too old.
Leonardo age. 50. He just turned 50 November 11th.
That's
Watch
like
out.
objectively much too old for me.
Okay. And then the panelists, really quick on the Leo thing. What do you guys think? So he hasn't dated a woman over 25 essentially. He tends to date women like in their early 20s, and he like conveniently, maybe it's just circumstance, the relationships, and typically before or maximum at 25.
I think it's okay.
I think he should call me.
All right.
I'll let
Cassie, Leo slides into the DMs. You gonna smash or what?
No, he's not my type.
Leo's not your type. Okay, we'll get into that in a bit. But in anyways, you date women. But if a young Leo without the age gap stuff,
Right.
you're
In the hypothetical situation that he like called me up now, I wouldn't say no, but it would still be weird.
You would like go on a date with him.
100%. He's like
You'd want to talk just like for the okay. Cool.
for the bed.
And then Cassie, what about you?
I'm single and I've never been in a relationship. I tried in my mid-20s after my diagnosis. Now I know it's a misdiagnosis, but that kind of like scared guys away. My mental health scared guys away.
What was the diagnosis?
When I was 5150, during that time I had an MRI done and they found that I had an underdeveloped amygdala, and they diagnosed me with ASPD, which is technically psychopathy, even though I don't fit the diagnostic criteria for psychopathy. So in my 20s, I was diagnosed when I was 25, I think 2018, and when I was trying to date, I like disclosed to them my mental health, and they wouldn't even want to anything to do with me, and I tried Tinder and all that stuff.
How does so this diagnosis, the ASPD?
I have alexithymia.
What's that?
So I recently got I'm seeing a therapist and a psychiatrist now, and they said that I have a condition called alexithymia, not ASPD, because I don't fit the diagnostic criteria.
And how does this, I guess, manifest itself in terms of?
So I have an underdeveloped amygdala. Like, I don't know if I could say this word, but like I'm 31. I've never had an orgasm, and I can't really like feel positive emotions because of my brain.
But you said like the psychopathy component. Like, how would that manifest itself? Like, you don't have. Like empathy, or what is that? What I'm not saying that's the case, but what does it mean?
I have cognitive empathy. I'm actually overtly empathetic, especially with the work that I do, because I do homeless outreach in New York. But like for example, my coworkers, like at the end of the day, they drink a lot to deal with what they do, and like they're like, why doesn't she want to go into a shelter? And like I'm able to like, you know, do more as far as like my job, because it doesn't really affect me as much as it affects my coworkers.
Okay. So you said there's ASPD, you said also autism, is that correct?
Yes. So this year I saw a very good psychiatrist, and she diagnosed me with alexithymia. 10% of the population has alexithymia, but it's mostly men. And a lot of women that are diagnosed with ASPD actually have alexithymia, but it presents differently in women than it does in men.
Okay.
And would this be a good classification for alexithymia? It's also referred to as emotional blindness. It's a neuropsychological phenomenon characterized by significant challenges in recognizing, expressing, sourcing, and describing one's emotions.
Yes. I don't know my internal emotional state. Like sometimes my sister, she'll be like, you're mad, you're angry, just admit it. And I'm like, no, I'm not. But then like my hand is in a fist and I'm just like, you know, I don't feel the anger, but like my body, like my palms are sweaty, my heart is racing out of my chest. So like feelings present physically for me, not emotionally. And I got close to dating someone, but he fell in love with me, and he wanted to know if I loved him because he's Christian, and I'm somewhat Christian, and he wanted to engage in coitus like with someone that loved him. And I told him that I will, you know, treat him lovingly, and I will respect him, and I will do whatever he wants, but like I don't even love myself. Like I don't know what love is. And so he decided not to have sex with me.
Are you also aware, as I'm kind of digging into this, there's no scientific consensus on the classifications of personality trait because alexithymia is so common in the populace that they don't even know how to classify it, or if it can even be actually classified as a mental illness, because there's just many people who have trouble associating emotions when it comes to other people. Are you aware of that at all?
Yeah, it's 10. So there's normative male alexithymia, and then there's just alexithymia. Most men are alexithymic to some degree, but like.
And so are most women to some degree. Right?
Yeah. So it just like it makes doing the job that I do easier. Like because like I get.
So is this the equivalent of diagnosing somebody with being able to breathe? Right? It's like most people can breathe, right?
Yeah.
So is that really a classification for a mental disorder? It doesn't seem like it is necessarily.
I don't like to think of myself as disordered. I don't like to think of myself as disabled by this. So I try to do the best with what I got.
Gotcha. Okay.
I guess a couple questions here when it comes to the diagnoses that you do have. Does this ever manifest itself in like outward violence, physical violence?
When I was a child, but
yeah, I was going to ask if it was like childhood. Were there didn't mean to cut you off if you want to continue. Right?
What were you going to say?
Well, so there was when you were in elementary school, were there physically violent incidences or?
Yeah. So when I went to like a specialized school that you had to take a test to get into. So there was I got bullied, and then like I would basically like get my revenge, but like I wouldn't bully them back. But I don't do things like that anymore though, because yeah.
And I mean, when it comes, because you say like you disclose to potential like men that you would date that you have these disorders or whatever, or sorry, not disorders, that you have ASPD or psychopathy.
No, it's alexithymia.
Oh, sorry, my mistake then.
I was misdiagnosed with ASPD.
Like if you were in a relationship, like how would it negatively impact the relationship, if you can be brief?
Well, for him, it didn't negatively impact him at all, but he could tell like after a while that I was masking, like I was kind of like pretending, And then it started to affect him when he realized that I was just being a people pleaser. I wasn't really being genuine. But that wasn't because I didn't want to be genuine. It's because I was trying to be normal.
Yeah, so when it comes to your relationship history, you've never had a boyfriend. So you consider yourself what?
I used to consider myself a femcel, but I'm no longer a femcel because I'm around like a lot of guys, and some of them are interested in me. It's just I don't want to be with someone that's more attractive than me.
Oh, wait, so hold on. So you're no longer a femcel?
I can't identify as a femcel because
but just like a week ago, you identified as a femcel.
Yeah, this guy tried to
have sex with you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
What is a femcel?
Well, I mean, I guess there's different definitions. Do you know
what a
incel?
Wait, there's a very easy way to describe this phenomenon. Have you ever heard of a unicorn?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a unicorn?
Yeah, I don't really know what that means either, though, honestly.
Most women are voluntarily celibate.
Is that just gay?
No, a unicorn. No, an actual unicorn. You know,
I thought this was like another weird fucking...
Yeah, no, I mean an actual unicorn.
People are using all these words. Yes.
Well, and you know how they're like mythological and don't exist?
Yeah.
That's a femcel.
Yeah. The majority of women that identify as femcels are women that can't get access to a relationship, and they tie a relationship to sex.
Well, let me just jump in really quick. So, okay, just to break it down here. Okay, so incel, it's there's a specific term for when you combine words like this. What's the term? Anybody?
An amalgamation.
A compound word?
No, neither.
I'm like, I don't know what any of these
There's a specific term for it.
I'm jet lagged.
Anybody?
Everyone's failing the pop quiz tonight.
I don't know.
What is it? By the way, really quick announcement, guys. There is a goal for super chats. If we get $10 plus super chats, one of the girls has to read a full page of a Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets. So whoever's like, yep. So yeah, and then next week I'll have green eggs and ham, and then cat in the hat too. So guys, hit the goal so we can have a girl read a full page of the Harry Potter book. Okay, so okay, let's see here. Okay, so incel is short for involuntarily celibate.
Got it.
Yeah. So basically, a guy, like, despite his desire to have sex, like, and despite reasonable efforts to get sex, he just, like, he can't do it. Either he's really, he's either really physically unattractive, or maybe it's his personality or his circumstances. Like, he tries, like, cannot get for the life of him a woman to sleep with him. Probably some of these guys describe themselves as incels, but they don't actually, like, try. In any case, just they try to get sex, they can't. A femcel, my understanding of it, although the femcels have different definition, is a female involuntarily celibate.
Okay.
Which, and originally when you reached out, you did describe yourself not just as a femcel, but as a female involuntarily celibate.
Yes. So
go ahead.
So after I came out, like, about my, like, stuff, came out of the closet about being a neurodivergent person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, I've had, like, a lot of men say that they want to be my boyfriend. So I can no longer identify as a femcel.
Well, that is kind of precisely my understanding of the issue when it comes to women who claim to be or consider themselves to be.
May I say something?
Sorry.
Sure. So the women that I talk to, like, they are, like, really, really crying over this. They feel like they can't get access to sex with men that they are attracted to. They can get access to sex with men that they're not attracted to, but they can't get access to sex with men that they are attracted to. And that's their, like, if they can't excuse my language, if they can't fuck Chad, they don't want to fuck anyone at all. So these are women that like for like years have gone without sex, and they feel like it's not a choice because they cannot sleep with a man that they are attracted to. They only
that would be a volcel.
Yeah.
That would be voluntarily celibate.
Yeah.
So that would be
They're
the opposite.
voluntarily
of celibate,
celibate.
right? If you have options,
Yeah.
like you just decide, well, I don't like any of those options. It's like saying that
Private
a person
chat.
doesn't like food because he doesn't like the type of food you give him.
Yeah, I've told them that they have options in like Discord, and they will like tell me, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, you're like, your belly doesn't hang over your coochie. And it's like, well, like these are women that are yeah, these are women that sometimes they are they're big beautiful women, or they are not conventionally attractive, and I don't identify as conventionally attractive either, but I think the majority of them, they internalize the rejection from men that they want, and they get the ick from getting like attention from men that they don't want. Like it makes them like angry.
Damien, I'm going to have you pull something up. You're going to open the Dropbox. I think it's in the drop. Yeah, it is. Okay, get the Dropbox going. Or sorry, not Dropbox, Discord. You're going to go down to the media folder, and then it's the third one down from the top. And then you're going to load that up, like full screen it, okay? Do you have it? Third one down, it's the cartoon drawing. You have it? Yeah, and then just like open in browser and then show us that. So I mean, this is essentially what a femcel is. Is that fair? Is that fair characterization of what a femcel is?
The majority of them don't look like that.
But like the dynamics with like, here's all these potential suitors that are like, hi, I'm here, I'll have sex with you.
Yeah.
And they're like, no.
Yeah, in Discord, some of the girls said that they don't date interracially, or they don't date guys that are, shorter than them, or like they don't date guys that are whatever. And so for them, they don't feel like it's a choice because they can't get with the men that they want to get with.
You're no longer a femcel.
I turned down a guy because he's just, I can't be a femcel. I'm sorry if I cut you off early, but I can't be a femcel anymore.
So it's kind of just being picky.
But I mean, even before,
or like having standards.
You weren't
having standards would probably be a better.
Yeah.
Or just a type.
Basically, the definition that you use essentially would apply to like almost all women, because I feel like all women like complain about like, oh, here's the guy who will like fuck me but won't give me a relationship.
Well, these women are what most people would consider below average in attractiveness, so they don't
even like attractive women
Yeah.
can't always get like the relationship with the guy they want.
Okay, then yeah.
But in any case, like the whole femcel thing, I think it's I mean, using the definition like it's I don't know if it's modern daily or just like a totally shifting the goalpost kind of, but basically the term cell has to do with celibacy. So it strictly has to do with sex. So like this idea that you're a femcel and you can't get the relationship you want, well, you're using just the incorrect wording. Cell has to do with celibacy. If like pretty much any woman, even if she's like well below her, like if her looks are really below average, she can still get sex incredibly easy.
It's called a category mistake or a category error fallacy.
I tried to tell them that like on the various sites, and they will curse me out and they will tell me, well, it's easy for you to say, and I'm like, what are you talking about? But I understand what they're saying, because these women, they want men that they think are what they deserve. And I'm like, okay, well, because I used to be 230 pounds, and I lost a lot of weight from my health, and I did see a difference in what people like me and what people liked me when I was bigger. And sometimes I say, well, you have to lose weight for you. Don't lose weight to try to find a man. And they're like, well, a guy has to love me how I am, which is true. But if you don't love you how you are, then like, how can a guy love you how you are? And I try to, tell them like, it starts with loving yourself, and they'll tell me to go myself.
Right. Okay. And you went on like Soft White Underbelly, correct?
Yeah.
And then you went on like some other YouTube channel, and they like interviewed you, and it got hundreds of thousands of views.
Yeah. My cousin. So I don't even have an Instagram. My cousin, she's been trying to get me clout from a MRI and a psych eval, and I'm surprised that could even get anybody clout, honestly. Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
I feel like you can get clout from anything nowadays.
Yeah, you can get clout from anything nowadays.
But so, okay, just to wrap this up here. So
Sorry about that.
You used to identify as FEMCEL, but then you went on these shows. And like, after being on these shows and talking about your difficulties and struggles when it comes to dating,
I got a lot of emails from dudes.
You were inundated with contact from men.
Yeah.
And they were basically making themselves available for like a sexual encounter.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, I think this would just immediately disprove that like a female involuntary celibate can exist, because I don't think like if a male incel like went on a show like this, that there would be like it's possible he might get some contact, but like it would be like how many emails did you get from men? Hundreds, thousands? Thousands, yeah. I could see like a guy incel maybe going on like one of these shows and maybe getting like 1 or 2 messages from a woman like willing to fuck him. Even then, I think it's very unlikely. So I just think that's kind of like interesting. And also this can be tested really easily. Like all you would pretty much have to do is like if a femcel came on the show, I would essentially just be like, would you like to have sex after the show? And then like, okay, cool. Oh, you wouldn't? Okay, you're no longer a femcel then, so GG, checkmate.
Well played.
Boom, roasted. Not you, just like, it'd be very easy to test this out, so anyways, all right, well, thank you for sharing.
Well, Brian, but what if she was heinous and then said yes, right?
Well, I don't have to go through with it.
Well, but then how could you actually know?
Okay, then I'll go through with it just cause. YOLO. Fucking YOLO, whatever.
How could you really know, right? Because then at that point, you're just saying that you think she would, right? But that doesn't mean you could.
I could?
That doesn't mean you actually could. So then therefore,
That's fair.
Perhaps she wouldn't actually still be a femcel. I think you'd have to go through with it, bro.
Meet the Kaiser donated $200. All these women telling these sad stories, and not a single one of them seems to care about Brian's traumatic trip to Neverland.
It wasn't traumatic.
The poor guy is hurting. I got your back, dude.
Nothing happened, man. It was very nice. I shook his hand. That was it. There was people around. Nothing happened.
I'm sure you were his favorite.
Whoa.
What if they wiped your memory?
That was Macaulay Culkin, I think. Who, by the way, Macaulay Culkin, who was hanging out with MJ, said nothing happened.
You mean massive junkie, drug addict, checked into every psych ward on planet Earth, Macaulay Culkin? Who has clearly significant childhood trauma, Macaulay? Like that Macaulay Culkin, you mean?
Probably. We'll get the rest of the relationship status. So, okay. What about you?
My longest relationship was 5 years, and
Are you currently single?
yeah, yes, I would say so.
All right, longest relationship 5 years. How long you been single for?
About a year.
Was that the 5-year one? Was that the one?
that was That was my 3-year one. I've been in 2 long relationships, and I've only dated 2 people.
So the one that ended a year ago, how long was that one?
3 years.
3 years. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
And then the 5-year one, who broke up with who?
I actually moved to California, and so it's kind of but I broke up with him. Actually, yeah.
Why did you break up with the most recent guy?
I broke up with him because he is a cheating B.
He cheated on you?
Yes.
Okay, question. Did he cheat up or down?
17 times. Yeah.
like with 17 different women.
Basically, but you have to also consider like what you consider cheating. You know what I mean? Like, but also going into someone's DMs and calling them beautiful, that's cheating for me. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's cheating. So
well, was he sleeping with other women?
No, he was going out and making out with girls when he's like he was basically at work. Yeah. Like on his lunch break, he would have people make out with him on his Where
did he work?
He actually works at a weed company. He used to work for a weed company.
So he's just making out with the
he would literally, but he's also a photographer. So he'd be like, "Oh, let's do a photo shoot," and then he would literally cheat on me with the girls he shot. Like literally, yikes. And I'm like,
wait, you said he was just making out, or that's what he told you?
That's what. No, okay. I literally know that he's literally had a photo shoot with girls and he's asked them to give him head in their own car because he doesn't drive. So
this is not the right.
Let's make that clear. So yeah.
Wow.
Sounds like a winner.
Dude, and it's like, no, that's why I broke up with him. You know, I went back a few times, you know, like, because he was like, when I moved to California, he was like the very, very, very first person I knew. Yeah, like he was the very first, and like we met through Instagram before I moved here because he's a photographer, right? And I wanted to shoot with him, type of thing. And yeah, so that's why I ended up dating him.
Did he ask for a BJ from you on the shoot?
No, like it was so weird because we were supposed to do a photo shoot. He showed up without his camera. Weird, right?
That's typical LA shit.
Yeah. So then, like, but when I was my 5-year-long relationship, I moved out here and I met him.
Wait,
so it was kind of right. It was kind of
scheduled a photo shoot.
Yes.
He reached out to you?
No, I reached out when I finished high school in Nebraska. So I moved to California from Nebraska, and I hit him up. I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to move to LA. I'm about to like build my portfolio, whatever. Like, yo, are you down to shoot when I get there?
Yeah.
Basically, that's how I hit him up for a photo shoot. Like,
is
no,
he like a
and he doesn't have any pictures on his Instagram of his face, so I did not know who this man looked like. It's not more like I was attracted to him right away. It was nothing like that. It was like literally just simply.
Is he you don't need to say his name, but pretty well-known photographer, or? I mean, but
no.
You knew of him. You were in Minnesota, you said?
Nebraska.
Nebraska. You knew about him?
No, because I only knew about him because we had a mutual friend. That our mutual friend shot with him before, and it's on her Instagram. So I just reached out to him.
Like, hey, I want headshots, or
no, it was more like just like Instagram pictures.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
All right, and we're
yeah.
So you scheduled a shoot.
Yes.
Does he charge? Or was
but
this
no,
like
see that's
exchange?
the thing. That's how you know that he just wants to fuck, bro. Because he doesn't even he literally doesn't charge doesn't charge nobody. Like he doesn't make money from it at all.
Well, I mean, there's a charge. Right, there's a charge.
But so he shows up and he doesn't have
his camera at all. Just a joint.
Takes you on a date, I guess.
No, like we went to a view where I wanted to take pictures. You know what I mean? But that was it. Like there was no pictures taken. More just like chilling. Like it was like he just like pushed me into a date. Like it became a date.
You guys just hung out, basically.
Yes. And I'm over there like thinking like, where's the fuck is your camera? Like I'm in my fit. Like
But you continued to date him?
No, because that was when I first met him, and so that's we kind of became friends because I didn't know anyone here. Like I was like 18 years old, and
so the strategy
I didn't know anyone. I was by myself in LA.
So wait, the strategy of showing up with no camera and a joint works?
I guess, but I just I had no intention of like dating him.
You dated him for what, 2 years, you said?
3 years.
3 years.
But like when he would come on to me every time we would hang out, like, but I would always turn it down. But then I was just like, then my ex in Nebraska, I was like I made out with my ex of 3 years simply to make my ex in Nebraska jealous.
Oh.
So
before you dated him.
Yes, before I dated him. And so that's where the feelings started involving because we became more intimate. I was So we were friends for like 3 months before I even considered but it was like basically.
So the showing up with no camera and
it was weird. It was weird for me, but I also.
What you're saying is that this strategy works. Is what you're saying.
It could, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I had no intention. Like it was like he was definitely not my type, but it worked. It worked.
Okay. Damn, that's.
And it's annoying.
That's almost like Is that like casting couch-ish? I don't know. Whatever.
What?
Not really.
Well, no, but like, no, it's like kind of like slimy. Like, oh, I'm inviting you for a photo shoot, but then like I have these
Yeah.
ulterior motives of
It is
like
slimy.
it is kind of slimy, I think.
Yeah, they know him.
But it worked. But it worked, Brian. Like,
Well, that's
How long,
I mean,
though? How long did you know him before you used him for a kiss?
3 months.
See, did it really
Yeah,
work,
see, I didn't
or-
had no intention. I literally just I kissed him to make my ex Nebraska jealous. But that's where it became more of a mindset where I was like, oh, maybe
Sure.
because okay, he's not my type. I would say
right, but it got
like
the foot
mindset
in
no.
the door, right? It got the foot in the door. That's the goal, right? Get the foot.
But
in the
no,
door.
it's not
You
like
got the foot in the door, he was biding his time when you needed to use him.
But like it was
make
not
your
like that
ex
whole
jealous.
intention. It was that day thing. My ex did something and I was like, fuck it.
He was convenient.
He was
Yeah.
close.
He was convenient.
Yes, it was just that day. It was just a
Sure.
day thing. Like
I feel like
Anyways.
if
that
you got
happened
really
that
hot
day.
pics, that would have
Anyways.
been better.
She's
Yeah.
so insanely out of his league. If you saw,
is he? What do you mean? He's
like, physically, she's so insanely out of his league.
Obviously.
I feel like that's typical with these guys who are losers. It's like the girl is always way out of their
Always.
league.
Anyways, okay. So you said you maybe have a roster currently, though.
A roster?
Yeah. How many guys are on the roster?
See, y'all are gonna hate me.
About that.
What happened was.
I'm seeing that ex right now.
Oh, dude.
But
What?
But
Wait,
it's-
which ex? Which ex?
this one from LA.
The camera?
Yeah.
The camera guy?
But that's only
guy who
it's
you had
purely
no
only
interest in and it
it's
totally
purely
didn't
only
work?
for sex.
Wait,
I've
hold
been
on,
trying to
wait.
tell her.
Hold on, just to be clear, let's do a little rewind here.
Expose myself now.
So, the guy who cheated on you 17
Yes.
times,
Yes.
the guy who cheated on you 17 times, you were dating him for 3 years, you broke up a year ago. Now you've just given him essentially what he wants, which is sexual access
Big
to you
B
without
bombs.
commitment. Is the sex really good or something?
Yes.
Oh boy, dickmatized.
I plead the third.
Man. Women make great choices.
No, but it's not like we're not dating or anything. I have my roster. I do.
Stop it. Get some help.
Bro.
I do have my roster, right?
How many other guys are you hooking up with?
None.
Just him.
But I make out with people. I make out with guys at clubs and stuff.
Wait, so question, but you like go out on dates with other dudes?
Yes. Yeah.
Is there, how many guys currently are you kind of talking to?
I would say like 5.
Like 5, okay.
Multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
But yeah, no, like 5, definitely.
Okay, like 5.
But it's like I spend time with them.
And do they, but you
But I do not sleep with
you
them.
don't have sex with them.
No.
But you do let them take you on dates and pay for everything. And
Oh no, they
any
don't pay for
shopping?
everything.
Any shopping dudes? Like, do you have one dude over here?
no.
He takes me to shop. This
They're
dude
like
over
broke
here.
college students, bro.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Okay.
But they have something
Okay.
going for them.
So can I just make sure so that I'm clear on where we're at right now on the recap? Camera guy shows up without a camera and a joint. 3 months later,
Still on
he's 3 months later, you're hooking up with him. You stay with him for 3 years. Cheats on you multiple times with other women who he employs the same strategy on. And on top of that, he's still currently sleeping with you, even though you know all of this.
See, when
Is
you
that
put it
about
that
right?
way, it does sound pretty crazy.
When I say it like that,
But yep, that's accurate. Accurate.
okay.
Accurate.
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 That's quite the story there.
But yeah.
Did you ever end up getting a photo shoot out of him at least, I guess?
A few actually,
Yeah.
and those photos
Does
came
he-
out bomb.
Does he shoot stuff for like any adult stuff?
No,
Okay. Huh. That's quite. How tall is he?
5'5".
Oh, okay.
Wait.
I told you.
He's 5'5".
Yeah, I like my short kings.
How tall are you?
5'4".
Damn, this guy's. Is he Is he like got a fucking tree trunk or what's going on?
Let's just say he's Mexican.
What does that even mean?
If y'all know, you know. If you know, you know.
I don't know.
That is not the stereotype generally associated with that, just so you know. That's not the normal stereotype.
So you would know.
I said, do you know what a stereotype is?
Yeah, but like if you experienced it, you would know. If you experienced Mexicans, you would know.
What? Well, I mean, I wonder where's the stereotype come from.
I think I got to send the asteroid for the whole like getting back with the guy, and then there's the. In fact, hold on, let me just bomb this entire studio. Holy shit, dude! That's wild. That's crazy. Hey, good for you though. I guess good for you. Good for you. Damn. How did what's that song from the 90s? It's like Wasn't Me. What's that song?
By Shaggy or whatever.
Like Shaggy. Thank you. Was that like when you caught him cheating? Like, what, did he deny it?
No, he always just comes up and he's like, yeah, I did it. Yeah.
We love the honesty.
Like, okay.
Yes.
Cool. Were you guys were in a monogamous relationship? Like,
no.
Were you seeing?
Monogamous is just
well,
one.
were you seeing? Hold on. For the 3-year relationship, were you seeing other guys?
No.
Oh, so it was closed on your end.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, wait. So hold on. Was he up front, like saying, "Hey, by the way,
no,
you can't see other dudes, but I'm going to see other girls"? It was.
Your intention was for it to be.
I was not seeing any other man.
No,
yeah, monogamous means only dating one person.
You're thinking of polyamorous.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It was monogamous.
Yeah, like it was closed on my end, but but when I confronted him, he would be like, yeah, I did that.
So.
It was
damn, this guy. Can we get this guy on the fucking show? 5'5" Mexican.
Don't give him the clout.
Cheated on her 17 times, and he still
admitted to it. Hang on, admitted to it every single time, and he's still to this day.
This is the Riz of the century.
But you're.
He's got the Riz of the century.
Yeah, but you're like making it sound like he's like. I did that. Like, I let him back into my life simply because I don't want to up my body count. That's literally the only reason why. I literally sleep with the same 4 people.
Wait, but hold on. Like, this, I know it doesn't really add to your body count, but the fact that he's fucking other people, like.
Oh, no, he's not now. Like.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Where's he at
I
right
hope
now?
not.
Where's he at?
At my house.
Where's he at?
In my house.
He's probably fucking the chick at your house.
No, my mom still lives with me, so I know he's not.
This guy seems like he's got.
My mom's there.
He's got some fucking cojones.
My mom's watching him.
Hang on, this brings up another point. When you say you babysit,
yeah.
Does this guy live with you?
No.
He doesn't live with you?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Does he have kids?
No.
Okay.
Not that he knows.
Stop.
Could be out there, you know.
Well, he's had 17 chances.
No, he's like.
It's crazy.
But he's more like the type of guy that's scared of having sexual intercourse. It's like, but he'll definitely accept head from a girl. Like, yeah, his body count's only like 5. No, it's actually 8 now. But like, he's like scared of like that. But he'll definitely get head from a female. That's for sure.
That's not part of the body count?
You count that?
It's like.
Yeah, I would count that. I think if a chick.
Okay, then it's probably high.
Dude,
it's probably high.
If a chick blows a dude, that needs to be added. Okay, that needs to be added to the count.
What's the audio at, Damien? Can you see if the?
We added that.
Okay, it's maybe just 92, I think, for now. All right, well, we'll get everybody else's relationship status. What about you?
I'm single. I'm seeing one person right now.
Wait, you're single but seeing one person, right? How long have you been seeing this person?
A few months.
All right. Is he also just seeing you?
For the first little bit, we weren't seeing other people, or we were seeing other people. Lately, it's just been us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And longest relationship?
A little over a year.
All right. How long you been single?
Since July.
6 months. All right. Was that the one that ended 6 months ago, the 1-year relationship?
No.
How long was the one that ended 6 months ago?
That one, I want to say like 9 months.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
1-year relationship. Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Okay. Damn, what are you doing, man?
I keep dating drug addicts and then they relapse.
Wow, that's
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm
what
also
drugs?
sober.
What drugs typically? Meth? Are you like into meth heads or?
We actually talked about that on our podcast, and she was like, at least they have something going for them. And I was like, what, that they used to shoot meth? So you're spot on. Meth, heroin, just junkies. It's not on purpose. It just kind of happens. I'm also sober, so I usually meet them in AA.
That's a cool place to meet somebody. That's always good.
Yeah, very smart.
Cool. And then, let's see. Okay, and but you are seeing a guy. Do you have a roster besides him?
There's people in the DMs, but I'm not hanging out with anyone.
Okay.
Lately.
All right. Well, how about this? For the couple months that you've been seeing this current guy who you're seeing, have you been involved with other men during that time period? Yeah,
there was one other that
crossover.
Yeah, he was aware of it though. We were both seeing other people, and we went on a few dates. I was talking to him for about a month, and then Darkavia found out for me that he was still screwing his ex and lying to me about it.
Good times. All right, what about you? Moving on.
I'm single right now.
Okay, single. How long you been single for?
About 2.5 years.
All right. Longest relationship?
2 years.
Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me. It was my college ex.
Okay, and then the relationship that ended 2.5 years ago, who broke up with who?
He also broke up with me.
All right. And then you've been single for 2.5 years. Anything in the picture in that period?
I mean, right now, no one. I work a lot. Like, I'm not really trying to date right now. I don't use any dating apps. I just don't really try to meet guys right now. I'm really focused on work right now. I think I love money more than men right now. I like money a lot, so I'm working a lot, and I'm also very picky. Like, because my last ex, the one I broke up with 2.5 years ago, he was very abusive. It was a very toxic relationship, and he basically ruined my life in every way possible, and it was just so bad. And now I realized why I was attracted to him was basically I wanted the validation of being chosen by a guy. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like, basically, I had low self-esteem and just wanted the validation of being in a relationship. And then but that one was so bad that then after it ended, I was like, I would much rather be single than be with a guy who's bad. So now I'm very, very picky.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I am currently single. I just went through a breakup in September, and I moved back to California. I ended up leaving my whole apartment behind, and like I lost everything, and then I just had to come back. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I moved to Texas for like for the past year and a half, and then I moved back here like in September.
All right. Longest relationship?
3 years.
3 years. Who broke up with who?
It was kind of mutual. He moved home, and so it just it wasn't really mutual. I didn't show up for Christmas, and it kind of ended there.
And then was that was your last relationship, or that was a different one?
No, that wasn't the last one, but that was my longest one.
Okay, and the last one, who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Good times.
I have bipolar, and it causes problems in my relationships, but it's fine. I just am like an annoying overthinker. You know, always thinking something's going on.
Jealous.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's everybody's relationship status. We're going to get into some show notes, and then we'll do some of the questionnaire stuff. We did have a chat. Let me let the chats come through. All right. Can you read? Are you able to read that?
No, I can't see that.
No?
No. No, I can't see that.
Okay, I'll read it. Gamerheart69. Only in a world built by men could a thing like Chair 1 have a position like this with men. Also, definitely a misandrist. Hope its recovery from election night is going well. I think he's trying to determine your pronouns. This would be a good time for you to share them.
Octopus. I'm just kidding. She, her.
She, her? Anybody have
Gotta
like?
keep them guessing.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that? He accuses you of being a misandrist,
You gotta
and
pull up like a real accurate definition for me.
well, it'd just be kind of the counterpart to misogynist. So I'm sure you know what it is.
Thank you. Yes, it was a joke. Hard
Okay.
joke. As most things were, but that's okay. Clearly,
Yeah, do
that's
you wa-
going over lots of people's heads.
Sure, but would you like to respond or directed at you? So
No, I don't. You want to put it back up there for me?
sure, I can pull it back up.
Make sure I don't like misunderstand again and get myself canceled.
He says, only in a world built by men could a thing like Chair 1 have a position like this with men. Also definitely misandrist.
Yeah, I mean, I there's lots of opinions. Yeah, I think that goes to like, you know how you were saying like if we had it, or he was asking if it switched men to women, would I only pick men? A lot of it comes down to just like men have been very shitty, so therefore I am not attracted to them. Like it wasn't
Sure.
I'm not gonna pull I was born this way, I hate all men and I've always hate, like I don't hate men, they're just not for me in my bedroom.
I like your earrings, by the way.
Thank
It's
you.
like for some
That
reason.
this seems like a decidedly different position than I'm not attracted to people with male privilege. The idea
to be
of
quite
I've had
honest with you-
traumatic- I understand the idea of I've had traumatic experiences with men, and so therefore I no longer want the company of men. This is something which is commonplace for both sexes. But that's a whole different position than I'm not attracted to men because they're in a position of privilege. That's an entirely different thing altogether.
So when the question was asked, like, are you pan, are you bi, are you whatever, like the tagline I usually go with is I'm just not attracted to people who are born with male privilege, like literally as a joke. It's not meant to be as literal as it was taken, hence the, like most of it's just a joke. It's supposed to just be lighthearted. But anyways, it is turned out to be that I have never been attracted to someone with male privilege who was born with male privilege, sorry, or I say something else wrong. But like how I got there was learning that and then discovering like through loads and loads of therapy, like why I was not attracted to men, because I had amnesia for a very long time about it. So like having both opinions, they do like have crossover for me in my own brain, but I respect what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. They are completely different, but one led to the discovery of another. So
Just for a quick show of hands on the panel, now that you sat back down, I was just curious if you could raise your hand if you've had therapy or gone to a psychologist for any issues. Okay.
Is that
the entire panel?
Everybody?
literally
Everybody.
everyone.
Oh,
As you should.
curious about that. Male therapist? Anybody here seen a male therapist?
Yeah.
Both, but
Female, also female?
Yeah.
Anybody
Female
here?
only.
Anybody here seen more than 3 therapists? Anybody here seen more than 5 therapists?
I guess
Anybody here
technically.
seen more than 10 therapists? 20 therapists? 15? What? How many have you seen? How many have you seen?
12.
You're keeping track. Wow.
Well, because I move around a lot, so I never really stayed in place. And I was with my diagnosis, I have to go in every year, and sometimes like it changes or like they stop working there, and I
Yeah.
get a
Who you
new
get.
one.
Can you tilt your
Yeah.
mic down just a teeny bit?
Yeah.
What is your what's your diagnosis?
I'm diagnosed as a schizophrenic.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Did you take medication for it?
I choose not to. I am anti-med.
Is it? I know there's varying
Yeah, there's,
severities.
like,
Is
there's-
it mild schizophrenia?
No, not really.
Well, very quickly, by show of hands, who on the panel who has seen these psychologists has ever been prescribed any drugs by them for various mental issues?
Wait, what does that mean?
Has or has never.
Have you been prescribed?
Prescribed any drugs? Not asking if you've taken them, just that you've been prescribed them.
Yes.
Okay, and then currently, how many of you are actually on a drug prescribed to you by a psychologist?
I have one I
SSRI.
take as needed for panic attacks,
Okay.
but I don't have any daily anymore.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for telling us about that. So,
How many of you would lie, by a show of hands, if you were on a drug that was prescribed to you by a psychologist and you just didn't want to admit it? How many of you would lie about that?
I wouldn't lie because I'm trying to get back on mine.
Oh.
I just need to find a new
that's fair.
psychiatrist.
That's a fair answer.
All right. Okay, that's everything there. I'm going to get into the pre-show notes, starting with Rachel here really quick. You said, as someone who's in a wheelchair, I have a lot of crazy dating stories, from unhinged responses on dating apps to people trying to lift me up on the first date. You only date women though, right?
Yeah.
And so even the women are trying to lift you up.
I have had people try and like lift me up fully. I'm still uncertain of whether it was a joke or not, but either way, just kind of weird.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And do you find, was that bothersome for you that they tried to do that, or?
Yeah, it was just really, really awkward. They thought that I needed help getting back into my car, which had a chair that would literally go down so I could get into it. I'm very self-sufficient. I drive. I do everything that I need to do on my own, and I think they just assumed that I needed help with it.
Okay.
Which is something that I get frequently. People just think I need help with a lot of things that I don't need help with.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did they try to like lift you up by like under your arms?
Yeah,
or,
like under my armpits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was very invasive. I literally just met them, but.
Huh. Damn.
Yeah, just kind of like
audio.
But it's not, but not. This isn't malicious, right? They're just like perhaps being overzealous when it comes to what they're considering to be kindness.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's just like they didn't ask. We hadn't like, it was a date where we had not like held hands, nothing. We had not had any physical contact. I think we both knew we were not going to be going out again after that. And so just for them to go in for it was really, really awkward.
What is like, if you were to give advice to a man or woman who's able-bodied, who's like trying to date you or somebody else in a wheelchair, like what advice would you give them? Like, are there any hidden, like any things to be aware of when it comes to dating somebody in a wheelchair that they should be really considerate of?
I think it's just like ask. Once you kind of establish like a rapport relationship with someone, just ask. Because if you don't ask, it gets really weird. And if you're assuming that like they can or can't do something and then the opposite is true, it gets really, really weird. I mean, obviously, like, don't ask invasive questions when you've just met someone, but like once you get to a certain point in a relationship, you're gonna have to ask like, oh, can you feel that or not? And like it comes up, it happens, and I think on both sides people just get uncomfortable answering or asking questions that you kind of just have to get over that.
Got it.
Well, it's kind of a strange etiquette though, right? Almost that you can't really expect people to know in a way. So
yeah,
it actually kind of reminds me, a few days ago I was at a restaurant with my wife and kids. It's just a local cafe here, and there was an older guy, and he was having trouble getting out of the booth. You know those types who like, they actually struggle to get out of the booth. And he finally looked over at me. I was sitting in the booth next to him. He's like, hey, can you give me a hand? I said, yeah, sure. So I got up, grabbed him, pulled him up, away he goes. You know what I mean? But I don't know what the etiquette is. Like, what's the etiquette here? I have no idea. So I'm just like, I just grabbed his arm, pulled him up. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, what do you do?
I think it's generally like, if you see someone struggling, ask before you just like go up and help them. Like, I love struggling going up hills when I have like a 50-pound backpack on and like I'm pushing my 30-pound suitcase because I like to get the workout in. But if you ask and I tell you no, like respect that I said no and don't just come up behind me and push. There's also nothing to push on. So I don't know, people like will touch you, and that's also really, really weird. Like a lot of people do have push handles, and I feel like that's more of like an etiquette thing there.
But you know how, like sometimes you'll see a person struggling, like especially this has happened to me multiple times, where I'll see somebody struggling to reach something or something like that. I just walk over and grab it and pull it down. Right.
I appreciate things like that.
Yeah, sometimes that pisses people off, right? For like no particular reason I can ascertain, except they're just like upset that they couldn't reach it and you could.
Yeah.
But I'm still not exactly sure what the etiquette for that is.
For things like that, where like there's no way I'm gonna be reaching a bag of whatever on the top shelf at a grocery store. Like I appreciate help like that. It's more so things that like it really has to come down to pushing a lot or helping someone like lift, where it's just appreciated if people ask. The worst part is that whenever I say no, frequently people get offended that I don't want help. And it's like, I've been doing this for years and years and years. Like, I can do it by myself.
Well, is it offended that you don't, or are they offended that you don't want the help, or do you think that they're offended because they were trying to come at it from a place of like kindness or wanting to assist, but they just didn't know the etiquette and they felt like they're being penalized for that?
I feel like that could be a part of it for some people. I think overall it's just like, you wouldn't go up to someone in a like normal chair and pick them up out of it, or like just start to carry someone. And so whenever people like just come up and push me, it's like it's basically an extension of my body at this point. Like, it's weird.
Well, and also you've said something about like someone coming up and helping, and whenever you say no, they're like, oh my God, why would you not just let me help you? And they're persistent. At that point, just like, let it go.
Yeah.
Then you're just being weird. And that translates over into so many other things for able-bodied people too.
When it comes to dating, have you, either of you, well, you both date women. Have you guys ever...
No, absolutely not.
Just friends? Okay. Have
Love you, but absolutely not.
Have you guys ever dated somebody else in a wheelchair?
No, and that's like a preference thing for me. And I know people are like, oh, like you can't, like that's ableist, but I would not date another disabled person.
What about you?
The opportunity's never presented itself, but like, I have no idea. Maybe if there was like that perfect person, but like...
Wait, they would have to be perfect?
No, I just mean like someone that matches me. Like, I'm not going to just date someone because they're in a wheelchair.
Well, like, assuming they did meet like the typical criteria that you would require for, I guess, someone not in a wheelchair?
No, it doesn't matter to me.
You would, and then for you, or
I just think that there are too many things that like I know and like can preemptively see coming up in my life where like I'd appreciate having someone who can help me like reach a dish or do things that I necessarily can't do, because like I'm very aware of my limitations, and so I feel like it would be more difficult having two people that need the same amount of help, because then you need another person to come in those situations, and that's just a lot.
We have way different support needs too. Like,
yeah, exactly.
To stand, and Rachel can't, especially like when we're home, if we're cooking or something, like I can stand and cook most of the time and she cannot. So like reaching the back burner is like, it gets down to simple things like that. She can't reach the back burner.
I can't reach the dryer to turn it on because it's too far. It's just things like that are stupid, that like if two people with my specific support needs were together, like it would be stupid to call someone and press a button.
Okay. Rock and roll. Okay, so, and then you said something about, well, you told us about the whole lifting thing. Getting into the other show notes here. Let me just get those going here, guys. One sec. Actually, let me check. No, we're all good there. We have notes here from, oh, she's up right now. Lauren? Do we have a Lauren? Oh, okay. She's the fucking no show. Okay, or the, yeah. We have Lexi. Oh, that's also the no show. Okay. We have Milena. Did I say it right this time?
Yeah.
You're a certified Reiki master. We already went over that.
Reiki.
Reiki.
You're
okay.
close.
Reiki, like a rake. Okay. You had a guy from Hinge come over to get you dinner, but he catfished you. Tell us the story. Go ahead.
It was like 2 years ago. There was a guy from Hinge that was supposed to come over to go on a date, and he didn't even plan anything, so that was already like a red flag. But when he got there, he's like, "Where are we going?" And he completely catfished and looked like way uglier than the picture. And so I was like, I need to go grocery shopping if you want to come. And then I had him carry my groceries up like 3 flights of stairs and just be the muscle, and then came up with an excuse for him to leave. But I've also done the same thing with like needing a couch being brought upstairs or furniture built.
Yeah, you wrote here that you used to often match with guys on dating apps just so that they could come over to put together furniture.
Yeah.
And then you once had how many times would you say you've done that?
It was all around that same time period when I had that condo 2 years ago, but it was probably like 3 or 4 times.
Okay, and then you said you once had a friend with benefits carry 2 massive couches up 3 flights of stairs.
Yeah, love him.
Okay, he did it on his own?
Yeah, he did it on his own.
Couch?
Yeah.
Must have been pretty strong then.
Yeah, it fell on him at the top of the stairs.
Did he stay at the top of the stairs?
Yeah, my roommate took a video and thought it was
damn, bro.
funny.
That's crazy.
But I had also been seeing him on and off for like 3 years, so we were good friends, and he thought it was funny.
Okay, but the one I'm curious about though, you would match with men on dating apps, get them to come, and would you hook up with them after or no? Not that it would.
Not
be
the
right,
not the grocery.
Yeah, but
guy.
you said you used to often match with guys on dating apps just to put together furniture for you.
I think some of them. Yeah, I was.
Okay.
I was in a little hoe phase back then.
What is a little? What do you mean by hoe phase?
Not that sex work makes you a hoe, but I was doing sex work at the time and I was relapsed.
When you say doing sex work, what do you mean?
I was working at a strip club and doing OnlyFans.
And escorting?
That definitely.
Not escorting.
100% would make you, if hoe means prostitute, then that's what it would make you, for sure.
I wasn't having sex with like the people at the strip club, but I
But
see
you
what you're saying.
you don't need to, right? That's not the exchange of product. Like if a guy paid to have a prostitute go up to his room, and then he just like jerked it while he watched her, that would still be prostitution, right?
I didn't know that, but
yeah. So
no one jerked off in front of me.
So okay, but I do want to
agree with what you're saying.
But there's a differentiation here because like you could be a sex worker doing all that shit, but like not sleeping with people, but like hoe phase typically when I think about that, it's more so like you just having a string of casual sexual encounters with men, not necessarily being involved in sex work, but that's a component of it. Were you having a string of casual sexual encounters?
Probably like the same 5.
At the same time?
Yeah.
So like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Different guy?
No, I think it was like different weeks. That was probably like a 2-month period. I only did stripping and OnlyFans for like 2 or 3 months.
Have you ever during the hoe phase? Really quick, anybody else here at the table had the hoe phase? Show of hands. Anybody else? You hoe phase.
No.
Darkovia.
No.
Hoe phase.
No.
Okay. Cassie over there.
I've befriended people that had hoe phases.
Okay, you became friends with
yes.
hoe.
I've been friends with
for you.
fuckboys and
fuckboys.
girls that go through hoe phases, and the fuckboys are the worst.
The worst.
They show me pictures of all the girls and what their genitals look like and stuff, and they compare like this girl to this other girl.
They compare genitals.
Well, they tell me, like, I think they just want somebody to talk to that's not going to judge.
You judged.
I did.
You judged.
Yeah, but like I'm not going to say that I judged, but like this one dude in high school, we were like kind of friends because like I think the best way a man and a woman could be friends is if like one of them thinks the other one is ugly or like not attracted to them.
That's probably true.
In an intellectual way or whatever. So like.
Wait, wouldn't the best way to be friends is that they both think each other is ugly? I feel like that's the best, right?
Well, I think he's physically attractive.
Oh.
But I think he's dumb. And he doesn't think I'm physically attractive, but he thinks I'm smart. I don't really think I'm that smart.
It's like the yin and yang of...
Yeah, so we're friends, and he looks like a fuckboy, and his male friends, like he said that he doesn't talk to them about that shit anymore because they're in relationships. So now he just has me, and he wants me to like text these girls on his behalf because he has so many girls that he's texting, and I want to say like I wouldn't do stuff like that, but sometimes I have nothing to do and we hang out and I will text the girls for him, and I feel horrible for that, but he has a really nice apartment in Manhattan.
Thank you for sharing that pertinent information there. Please, was it a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, or a 3-bedroom?
He has a 2-bedroom apartment.
What, in Manhattan you said?
Yeah, and he's a
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate the detail.
He's a finance bro.
absolutely necessary part of the conversation. Now, so anyways, going back to the hoe phase stuff. So, just teasing you, Cassie. Just teasing you. Okay, so.
Can I throw one thing in about the hoe phase
besides
thing?
a penis,
Because
go ahead. Sorry. Terrible bit.
I don't think we should stereotype sex workers as hoes. Just so make that very clear. Just because if someone is doing, I'm a dancer, and it doesn't mean that I'm sleeping with everybody or we're all doing it doesn't mean you're in a hoe phase. Sometimes it's just money.
I don't want to have the porn bad combo.
I've never done that.
But I mean, Andrew would probably say you're a hoe.
No. It depends on how we're defining the things. I consider all sex work prostitution. That's true.
Yeah.
Why do you?
But if you just mean hoe as in a slut, that's a different category.
I thought prostitution is getting paid to do sexual acts.
No, it's an exchange of money for sexual favors of some kind.
Okay, so would you consider a lap dance a sexual favor?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're
I was just
grinding.
curious.
You're grinding a part of your body on part of his body for the purpose of sexual gratification in exchange for money. I don't see how that could be categorized as anything less than prostitution.
What if you're above them and you don't let them touch you? That's
you're
what
touching
I would do.
them?
No, you're not touching. You're just dancing in front.
Well, even then, it's for the purpose of sexual gratification. It's a sexual favor. So yeah, I would definitely categorize that as a form of prostitution.
Okay. That's valid.
We were talking about the hoe phase. That was for you.
Mm-hmm.
During the hoe phase, did you ever hook up with two guys in the same day?
I had
friends are not doing you any favors here.
I had a threesome with two guys during that.
A threesome with two guys? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't like it, but.
But did you ever have individual hookup?
Not during that phase. I think I had a worse hoe phase when I was 17, 18. That was probably the height.
Senior year of high school?
Yeah, I was really deep in addiction, so it would kind of happen.
Sorry, addicted to what again? I don't know if you shared that.
Before I was 18, I was addicted. Well, when I was 18, I was addicted to Xanax and blackout drinker.
Okay.
And I stayed sober for 18 months, relapse.
Yeah.
During the time I was relapsed, I was stripping, and now I've been sober for 20 months.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on the sobriety.
Thank you.
I guess the worst hoe phase, two guys in one day?
Yeah.
3 guys in one day?
No.
Okay. How many in a week?
Oh, man. When I was 17, honestly, it was 5. Hear me out. When I was 17, I agree, it's horrible. I would sneak out to escape.
I didn't even say anything. I didn't say
I agree with your face. I think it's horrible. I wish I didn't.
You would sneak out?
I would sneak out and meet up with older guys online to escape abuse at home.
Excuse me?
When you say older guys?
The oldest was 30 when I was 17, and they knew I was 17.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
I agree, yeah.
That's a yikes. Did they know? Because,
yeah, they knew.
They knew you were 17. Because you have to be 18 to go on the dating apps.
Yeah, I've been banned from Tinder ever since because I wouldn't lie about it.
Damn. Did any of them catch a case or anything? Because that's technically...
No, sir.
Yikes. Damn.
It all depends on the state anyway.
But that was also you wanting it.
Not that
you wanted to be there.
I didn't want to.
No, I think
sex,
even
but
with that much,
I chose to be there.
But this was in California, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was definitely a crime.
Sorry, was I not supposed to say that on here?
No. It was you disclosed them. You probably, there is I suppose some degree of blame here for you because you shouldn't be going on the dating apps until you're 18. But these men, you disclosing that you're 17,
yeah,
that's a major yikes.
It was to escape home, but also to get alcohol at the time.
Different kind of escape.
Careful, guys. Those of you who are on the dating apps, guys, you gotta be careful. Make sure you get that photo ID. Get that photo ID.
Absolutely, girls will lie.
Yep.
I was honest. But
Yeah.
Did you ever? I'm just curious about this. Did you ever think that you were putting the men who you're going to see in a compromising position by the fact that you were underage? That could have a drastic and detrimental impact on the rest of their life?
I think the way that I justified it at the time was that I was being honest with them about my age. So I was like, if you're okay with it, I am. But
yeah,
I
I agree with you. I think that changes the category if it's disclosed first, for sure. You know what I mean?
But I get what you're saying. It still does
I was just
affect.
curious about it.
Okay. And then you certified Reiki.
Yeah.
Can you like demonstrate some Reiki on Darkavia over there? Darkavia. Can I call you like
you could. There are a couple of people in the room possibly who
Yeah,
could
you can call
use some
me
of these
anything.
healing
You call me
powers.
DJ. My last name is Jacobs.
DJ?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
I usually
There are two people in the room who could use the healing powers.
I heard the joke.
I would take it if it would work.
Hold on. Wait. Yo. Stand up right now. Reiki
my
Reiki the shit out of them.
Do you just tell them to stand up?
No, you did.
You stand up?
You stand up.
You can do it.
You stand up.
I was like, what?
You want to use?
No.
Here, let's go through
thought he was
this.
talking about this.
We want to start with the level 1 chakras and getting the warm up.
How about
we can
this?
get that
I
third eye
charge.
opened up.
Wait, can you do it to me?
Hang on. Can you
Sure,
tell
later.
real quick? Can you tell us
fuck?
what color's Brian's aura right now?
What's my
color's
aura?
Brian's
What color is it?
I don't know. I'm not gonna claim to know when I don't.
Do I have them?
you see
Usually
any
I
auras in the
meditate
room?
beforehand, and then I'll see like colors while I'm doing it, and so
Whoa.
I associate those colors. I see colors when I meditate, so I'll like associate that with what chakra needs some.
Nice.
Do you know that
somewhere.
anybody can see an aura if they want to? It's actually really simple to do. It's a trick of the eye. It's a trick of the mind.
I mean,
So
she's trying to be
if
sober.
you take
Andrew.
any object,
Yeah.
including the one in the room with you right now, I can demonstrate it for every woman who's here.
Do it.
So if you
Do it.
look at the
What color's
microphone
mine?
if you look at the microphone that's directly in front of you and you unfocus your eyes on that microphone, unfocus like you're looking through it. Wait for just a few seconds, picture a color, and you'll start to see an outline of a type of color. Perhaps not the one you're picturing. It takes a couple of seconds, but you'll see it the more you stare at it. You'll
I know
see
what you're
it.
talking about. I saw like a green fuzzy around Brian.
Nobody me
What
doing
the
it.
fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Libertarian
It's a trick.
donated $200. I want Chair 6 to be my Speechify/Siri/audible voice, completely devoid of emotion and the most deadpan, even when laughing.
Do you
Me?
want- yeah, that's you. Cheer 6. Yeah.
That's so funny. My mom says the same thing.
Do you want to respond or? Thank you. Okay, thank you,
I could do
Libertarian.
that. I
Appreciate it.
could make you an
All right,
audible
her DMs
voice
are open,
for
I guess.
sure.
Yeah, Libertarian. Thank you for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. W's in the chat, guys, for Libertarian. Okay, so
And let's get those super chats rolling over on whatever Crucible crew. He's put together some great panels lately. It's been a lot of fun to
Appreciate it.
tangle up
Thank you,
with the
thank you.
various people who are on them. Make sure you get those TTSs in.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So let's see. Okay, we were going through your notes. I would like a demo, though, of the
Of Reiki?
Will you do it tonight on the show?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I don't touch their body. The only place I'll touch is like their forehead and temples, and then
Okay.
swiping below the knee, because I think that's helpful.
And it can help treat like certain maladies or ailments and stuff.
Well, there's a really good book about it. You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay.
Right, but so it can though. That's,
But
I'm just asking.
yeah,
you,
so
yes or
in the
no.
book it kind of explains how like different chakras are associated to different illnesses.
Yeah.
So I kind of base it off of that book.
Have you ever
honestly.
treated anybody with like erectile dysfunction or?
No, someone asked me actually, and
Yeah.
I said no.
You wouldn't do that. That's kind of like, don't you feel like Hippocratic oath? Like, shouldn't you help a guy like he can't? Like he
I
can't.
think like maybe a different Reiki healer that
Not
feels
you?
more comfortable with that.
Okay. What about like premature ejaculation? Like, can you help there, or like if the guy just it's too quick, or like asking for a friend?
I mean,
Just asking for a friend, you know?
just a friend.
Yeah.
Here's some good Reiki. Look,
Just curious.
look at that. Look at that.
That's funny.
It didn't even burn me. Reiki, baby. I got it.
Reiki.
I got the chakras going. I got it.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, back into the notes here. We do have, let's see.
See what they said.
No, I can't see it.
Dang. Okay. Nice. Nice. So, okay, going back to your notes, you're currently considering open relationships and curious on other people's thoughts on it. You wanted to also discuss the struggles of dating while doing OnlyFans. So you do OF?
Not anymore. During that period.
While you were doing it?
2 years ago.
What kind of content were you doing? Just like BG? Any BG content?
What does that mean?
Boy, girl?
No.
Okay. Solo content then?
Solo.
Okay. You said you were signed to an agency and you were working in a strip club. You had an horrible experience with it. Are you talking about the OF or the strip club or both?
The strip club,
Okay.
and then because of the horrible experience there, I decided to quit all of it.
Right. You said
get
it was
sober.
traumatic, but the money was amazing. You would never do it again. You would never do it again because you're a hopeless romantic, and it made dating impossible. And you value your self-respect and respect from others more than easy, quick money.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, you also dance. Do you dance too currently?
Yeah.
Have you guys struggled with dating because of the dancing?
Yeah.
But do you do OF too?
Yeah.
OF too?
No, I've only
Just
I only did it
stripping.
for like a month.
Okay. So for you, did you started stripping before the OF, correct?
No, I did. I started OF in 2020.
Then you started.
I started
stripping.
dancing 2 years ago.
What do you think it like? I was going to ask, what do you think would make dating harder, stripping or doing OF?
Stripping for sure.
Stripping for sure?
Way easier because I only do boy girl content.
Okay.
So I'm never having to leave the house, never having to talk to anyone really. Like I just talk to them in
Right.
chat, but I'm not having to meet up with them or anything, see them in person.
Okay, got it. Yeah, we've definitely heard from a lot of women on OF that they struggle with the dating stuff. Let's see. Would you guys be, I guess, would you object to a guy who didn't want to date you because you guys do OF? Like, would you think that's like, would you think he's insecure or anything like that?
I understand
Just his
it.
preference?
No,
or-
my last relationship, he wanted me to stop dancing, and I stopped dancing out of respect. But the one before that, I actually met him in the club. The one that was the longest relationship, surprisingly.
All right. And I guess just finishing up on your previous note, you said you're currently considering open relationships. So are you, but if I recall, you've been single for 6 months, you said?
Yeah.
Are you, did you say there was a guy in the picture? I forgot.
Yeah, so I'm seeing one guy right now.
Yeah.
We both don't really want to settle to one person right now. I feel like I'm in a space where I'm still like figuring out myself. Although like I do want to get married one day.
Would you say you're finding yourself?
On a journey?
I mean,
journey.
I think I'll always be discovering more about myself, but I think because I was recently in like a very unhealthy, abusive relationship, I'm not ready to get into a new relationship.
Okay. All right. And then, Andrew, do you have a question for the panel? I need to get up for just a moment. Do you have a line of inquiry?
I'd like to just dive into a couple of quick things, if you don't mind. Heading back over to the Reiki, how did you get involved in that? Just some buddy of yours or something?
I was actually, it was while I was a patient in rehab. They would do this like sound bath breathwork class, and then someone would go around and do Reiki, and I had a really powerful experience with that.
Was that like guided meditation, you mean?
Yeah, like a guided meditation, and they'll guide you through the breath work, like Wim Hof breath work. So then I started working for that nonprofit and getting certified, and I'll go around and do the Reiki while they have the breath work class now.
So it's a job for you?
Yeah. I don't get paid for...
They pay you to do the Reiki?
I get paid with my private clients, but with the nonprofit, all of the proceeds go towards bringing meditation to children in schools. So I do it for free.
That's really cool.
Let me ask you a question. If you were to discover that there could be like some placebo benefits, meaning it doesn't actually work, but because some people think it works, it has some positive influence on them, but you were able to discover 100% that it was fake, would you still do it because you thought that it gave people positive results, even if it was fake?
Yeah, I think I would, just because I think the whole reason I do it is to help other people. So if it's still providing that, I would probably still do it, yeah.
Really? You wouldn't see any ethical issues with that?
Well, if there was like a study that it wasn't 100%, like it 100% wasn't true, and like everyone knew about it, that's what I was assuming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If they were like also aware.
All right. Quick question for the rest of the panelists while Brian's up. Just a quick show of hands. Can you raise your hand if you've ever done witchcraft or have any type of association with witchcraft? This would include Ouija boards, stuff like that. Just the fun, goofy stuff, right?
I do full moon rituals.
You do what? What are full moon rituals?
Like you put like a
What are full moon rituals? What are these?
I'll
Is it
write down
werewolves where
like
you live?
I'll write down my like fears and like certain things I want to be removed, and then burn it under the full moon. So if that's witchcraft, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
Wait.
going to ask. What's your
witchcraft.
definition of witchcraft? Because I've done a few things, but I don't know if it was like, I did a Ouija board when I was 18. I didn't like it. I think it messed up my life.
I think this is kind of, I don't know if I'd quite call it witchcraft, but it's kind of in the same category. But I was talking to this guy during COVID who I had a really big crush on him at the time. And because, we were all in quarantine, I was staying inside, I was bored. So I would do this manifest a specific person meditation on YouTube every day to try to manifest a relationship with this guy. And I did it every day for probably like 8 months. And he ended up rejecting me. But then after he rejected me, I got really angry because he started dating this other girl. Like he told me, he was like, "Oh, I like you, but I'm just not ready." And then a month later, he's dating this other girl. And then that was when I met my ex, the last one, the one who was really abusive. And then after I broke up with this ex, this guy ended up reaching out about like saying that he likes me and wants to try again. So I guess it did kind of work, but by then I was no longer interested in him because I kind of realized like he's a nice guy, but we're just not compatible anymore.
Well, let's say for a second that you just obsessed over this guy rather than trying to manifest anything. So I understand what you're saying. It's like the law of attraction type thing you're talking about.
Yeah.
Where, yeah, got it. Like you watched The Secret, and after you watched The Secret, it changed your life type of thing?
Yeah, it's not The Secret, but it was the Kevin Trudeau's Your Wish is Your Command was the first one that was my first, I guess, deep dive into manifestation when my friend sent me those audios. And after I started listening to those and then just wanting to learn more and more about it, and it went from there.
About how to manifest the things you want. So let's just say that you were super obsessive about this person. What would be the distinction between that and manifesting something?
I just believed that. I believed it would work, and also, we were all in quarantine. I think that kind of fucked with a lot of people's heads on some level. I don't think I would do that now. It's like right now I'm way too busy. I work a lot. I'm way too busy to spend 20 minutes a day on a meditation
on
like
manifestation.
that.
So
I was bored during COVID.
It was like COVID-related witchcraft. You're just bored, so trying to manifest up the guy you wanted.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What other witchcraft stories we got?
I've
here?
used money candles to make hopefully make obviously more money. I had a money tree for a little bit, and then
What's a money tree?
it's literally like a tree that manifests money. I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
Is it a bonsai?
It's a plant.
Yeah, a bonsai tree.
Mm-hmm.
How does it manifest money?
It's like a really popular thing in Korea.
I light a
as well.
candle and I put $100 bill underneath and I let it burn, and kind of just I repeat the number, the amount of money that I want to make that night, so that it manifests it pretty much. I don't know.
Did it work?
It has worked several times. Sometimes I make the exact amount or more.
Really? Mm-hmm. So, do you think that's a better way to make money than taking that 100 and investing it?
Well, I don't burn the 100, but it's just under there
you
to
don't burn it, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just pointing it out. Anyway, what else? What else you got?
And then tarot cards, but I'm not the best at it. But I have dabbled in it here and there. It's not something I really focus on anymore because it can get really toxic. But yeah.
What do you mean?
It can cause paranoia if you keep getting your cards read and or it can cause obsession or anything, obsession with a person and thinking oh my God, they're gonna come back, and things like that. Those TikTok people, like the way they do it, and like how it's like spread like it's just like a reading after reading after reading that can become really toxic for the brain.
Okay. Anybody else? Nobody else has
This
the
isn't
witchcraft stories?
witchcraft. This isn't really witchcraft, I don't think, but I see the same psychic every month.
You see a psychic? Does anybody else see a psychic?
Not anymore.
I've seen one.
Are they across the street from the psychologist?
No, it's my
2-for-1
sister's
deal.
friend from high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was he a psychic in high school?
I think it was like right around the end of high school. So like 10, 15 years ago.
Huh. Well, any good insights there?
Yeah, about my life right now, she's like, quit your job, good things are coming, start the podcast with Darkavia.
Okay. All right, let's move on to a different line
Sounds
of
like she's
questioning
setting you
here.
up.
Nobody else has any witchcraft stories. Very quickly, by a show of hands, raise your hand if you've ever dated a narcissist. Go ahead. Show of hands. Okay, man. So it's a lot of people who've dated a narcissist. All right. Real quick, show of hands. Raise your hand, those of you who've dated a narcissist, where that narcissist was actually diagnosed by somebody who was not you.
Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
It's pretty rare that narcissism is diagnosed because what the disorder is not being able to admit your wrongs. Like, that's part of it. So like if a therapist is only hearing their side where like they're the victim, they're not gonna know that they're a narcissist.
Well, I don't understand.
And most of them probably wouldn't
There
either.
seems to be quite a few people who are more than capable of dating a narcissist. I just saw many of them raise their hands. Quite a few people who seem to be quite capable of saying you're a narcissist or not a narcissist. When you say it doesn't go diagnosed, it doesn't seem to stop you from diagnosing it.
Because the person diagnosing is only hearing the narcissist side, and part of the narcissism is that they're the victim. They're not going to admit like
It's a control
certain
thing.
things.
Yeah, you let down your guard with the person you're dating, and that's how you see people's true colors.
Yeah.
I think it's what you're getting at.
Like, my therapist has said that my mom's a narcissist, but my mom's therapist doesn't say that. But me and all of my sister's therapist does. Because
Perspective.
my
because they
mom's
don't see
therapist
it.
is only hearing her side, not that she physically abused her children.
Yeah, I mean, I do assume that narcissists do have, or who you think is a narcissist, have their side of the story too, right? Like, that's not supposed to just be dismissed because you think they're a narcissist?
Valid, but don't you have to include both sides to get a diagnosis?
Yeah, but if you did include both, in this case, the diagnoser is only including their side, right?
The diagnosee.
No, the diagnoser in this case would be the women who say that they've dated a narcissist. They're only including their side. How could they be including the other person's side?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That
That
makes
makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Did
a
you
good point.
did you have a bit more, Andrew? Otherwise, I'll just finish up on the notes here.
Yeah, well, just the last thing. I just wanted to ask, who here has dated, from their perception, more than one narcissist? Show of hands. Really? Oh, so you like, how do you keep finding so many narcissists? How?
I think it comes when you're like a healer, you want to help other people, and you see these people are damaged, and then they take advantage of you because they see how good and caring you are, and they just don't do that. They don't reciprocate it.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Literally.
happened to me with my last ex. He just
literally.
depleted me so completely. I was like, when we broke up, I was like a shell of everything. Like, it was like all my magic had been just completely drained out when we broke up, and then I had to rebuild.
Oh, she said magic.
They really know how to break your
I am
spirit.
magical.
That's so true.
It is how it feels, though. It literally is.
Okay, last question, and then I'll let Brian move it on. Raise your hand if you think there's a good possibility that Brian Atlas, the host of the show, is a narcissist. The guy who's in the room with you right now.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Just kidding, okay. And then raise your hand if you think I'm a narcissist.
Just kidding.
Know.
Just kidding.
Again, just kidding.
Just kidding.
All right.
What about
Go
misogynist?
ahead,
I think some misogyny is like not bad.
What's she about to say? Okay.
I don't
wait.
think it's the same.
Like,
Like a
certain
low
things-
level of misogyny you're kind of down for?
Yeah.
You're down for the cause?
I don't know why, but yes.
You're down for the misogyny? Okay.
I think narcissism's different
Yeah.
from misogyny, though.
Okay. All right.
I think because sometimes my last relationship, I was the narcissist, so that's why.
Just okay. Let's blast through these notes, then we can get to the juicy stuff in the questionnaire. Nikki, you said that you've had so many crazy dating stories. Your exes, plural, excuse me, tried to kill you.
Yeah, two different bones. The ones that I was in the 2-year relationship,
yeah.
both of them tried to kill me, and both times I got help from other people. So, well, actually, okay. Long story
When you
short,
say they were trying to kill you, go
like
ahead. Go ahead.
one tried to shoot me like twice,
Like
with a Glock.
actually shot.
Yeah, with the Glock. Like he had the
Missed.
gun pointed. Well, no, he literally was going to, and I literally was begging him to stop, and his mom was in the other room, and I was crying, begging him to stop, and then that was the final straw.
Hold on.
Are you okay?
No.
Wait, so two separate guys, two separate occasions.
Well, only
had a
one
gun.
one tried to shoot me. The other one just like strangled me, and then
But
I had
he
to,
had a gun.
Did you
one
say
just one did.
Tried?
Oh, just one had a gun.
Yeah, just
Wait,
one had a
and
gun, and the other one strangled me.
The other one strangled you.
Yeah.
Was it like a one hand or a two?
It was two hands,
Yikes.
but luckily the cops came. The cops found us.
And so with the gun though, he pointed the gun
Yeah.
at your like how close was he?
He was just
this
like
far?
this. He was just like this, like just straight.
How far away?
Like closer than this. Like I was standing like in the middle of the table.
Was the gun touching your
No,
head?
he was just facing it right towards me, and like I didn't know if it was loaded or not, and I just didn't want to take any because I knew he had bullets. His whole family has guns. I knew he had bullets, and he would do it. So I just had to beg for my life and play the part.
Yikes. Okay.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 years ago, right before I moved down to LA. That's why I moved down here, to get far away from him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all. That's horrifying.
So like I've heard a similar story like that, like working in mental health, and like a lot of the times when women are in these horrible, dangerous situations, they're like they've normalized like being in horrible, dangerous situations.
I was used to getting beat.
Yeah,
they made
that's what
me
I wanted
feel
to know.
it was
Like,
normal.
so when you were younger, like one of your parents beat you.
No, it's just my exes that beat me.
Your exes.
Yeah. Both
Okay.
of them.
So when you first realized that they were abusive verbally, emotionally, physically, why didn't you leave? And I'm not victim blaming. It's just that I hear this a lot, and sometimes like girls actually die. So like I'm just curious, like, because there had to be something before the gun,
I felt like I had no support, and I felt like I was alone. I had animals at the time. I lived with both of them, so I feel like that also made me feel tied down to them. And I had 2 pets at the time with them, so not only did I have to escape myself, I had to escape my animals too. So I had to come up with a plan, and it's just I felt like I had no options.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You couldn't leave the abusive relationship because of Fluffy?
I had 2 chinchillas, and like I just I wanted to save them.
Chinchilla? Wait, they were
Yeah.
dog. They were chinchillas.
They were chinchillas, yeah, and I wanted to save them because I couldn't leave them. Like they were my babies. They were all I had left. Like I was.
What's a chinchilla? Is that a type of
It's
rabbit?
one of those.
It's a rodent.
Rat-like.
It looks like it looks like a squirrel
It's
almost.
a rabbit?
No,
Are
it looks
they
like a mix
considered
between
rodents?
a squirrel and a rabbit.
Let me Google this shit.
Yeah,
Chinchilla.
they're really
Looks like
cute.
it looks like a fluffy rat.
Chinchilla.
But anyway.
Yeah.
So you
It's a rodent.
put yourself in harm's way
Can like bite
for a
off
couple
your
of
finger.
fluffy rats.
Yeah, my mom tells me every day like I should have just left those animals, but I can't do that. It's not in my heart.
Wait, what?
Do you
like,
still have them?
No, I had to give them up to move down here because they.
What? I thought
Damn.
you could.
But I'm
separate
glad
yourself from the
I saved
abuser.
them from him. You know what I mean? He probably would have killed them.
Oh yeah.
So he didn't give a fuck about them. So I had to.
I could see a dog or like a cat, but like.
No, I couldn't see that either. But I would at least grant that there could be a bigger emotional bond.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, and also like I was living with him at the time, so he isolated me from my family. Like I wasn't allowed to talk to my mom. I wasn't allowed to talk to my sister. Like, which is insane, even saying that. But I literally just felt trapped in the house.
How long have you been in like dangerous situations? Like
a
this?
lot.
A
Oh,
lot?
Well, I mean, with God,
Yeah.
depending. Like in dangerous situations, even with guys I'm not dating. Like I got chased the other night by some guy, like some random guy.
Okay,
It's
so
just like shit's just always happening.
I'm sorry. It's just I hear this a lot. So when you are and I'm not saying this is no fault of your own, but when you are in dangerous situations for a prolonged period of time, the only one of the only ways you can die is violently, because I've seen girls that like their face is like slashed because they were in a situation that they felt like they couldn't get out of.
I just feel like trauma does a lot to you.
I definitely felt like I couldn't get away, and that's why I had to, for the second one, I had to talk to my work and come up with an escape plan. And ask, his sister worked with me at this job, and I had to tell her about all the abuse, and she helped me come up with an escape plan because she knew how her brother was. She knew he had a history of abusing girls, and so she wanted to help me. Okay. So, she gave me the strength.
Bonding.
Yeah.
This is not where I thought this was going.
For real. It's like summer camp.
You said you...
Church camp.
You said that you found out that one of your exes was doing meth.
Yeah. So this
when you went through his pockets.
This is like the one guy who I went through his phone. I don't do this anymore because I know I'm gonna find shit I don't like. But yeah, he would. Basically, when you're on meth, it puts you in a deep sleep when you finally crash. So he would be in such a deep sleep that I know he wasn't going to wake up. So I'd go through his phone. So I'd reach my hand in his pockets, and then I found a meth pipe. And then, the next day, I confronted him. I broke that shit. And then I confronted him, and he said it was his brother's. So then I went up to his brother, and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, I broke your pipe. I didn't know it was yours. And the brother just looked at me like, okay. And then I found out he was doing meth, and then everything made sense. Why he would steal things from people, why he'd steal from me. He stole money from me to go gambling. And I was the only one working at the time, so he would steal my last dollar to go gambling.
Okay. And then you also said you enjoy speaking on dating sex workers, as you are one. You date male sex workers, is what you're saying, or
no? I just it's hard for
your own experiences dating as a sex worker.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
And then I guess a different one. Moving on, you said with modern dating, I feel like we bring back old traditions, like the man provides and we clean. What do you mean by that?
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom, so I don't mind if a man wants to just work for us, and then I would just stay home and clean. I'm perfectly fine with that, but I'm also been the one to where I'm the only one working, and I've provided for the man. So I've done both, but I prefer to be provided for.
I understand the idea here that you want to stay home while the man works. I get that, but
I would still be open to doing OnlyFans working from home, so I could still be working from home or doing Twitch from home, like YouTube. I would love to just still work from home. You know what I mean?
Well, what is do you think the exchange is? What does he get in exchange for you staying home?
I would just take care of him, take care of the house, do whatever he needs, whatever he asks. I feel like I'd still want it to, whatever he asks, I would do. I want to do my part still. It's not like I want him to just be the only one bringing in the money. That's why I'd still love to just work from home and help, I'm a giver, so I do what I can.
Do you think that the kind of man who would want you just to be a stay-at-home mom would want you to do OnlyFans?
It depends. With this day and age, some guys don't care, some do. But I'm always willing to.
Most men who want to settle down and have a family probably wouldn't want that. Right?
Yeah, and I feel like if I were to have a family, I wouldn't want to do OnlyFans anymore because I feel like and I would stop dancing too if I were to settle down and have a family with somebody.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also in your notes, you said that it's also fun to be the breadwinner. You're used to being the one who provides for the man in the relationship, and you've been seeking a man who will provide. You've been keeping your options open, and that's pretty much it. Do you speak Cambodian?
I don't. No, I was adopted.
You were adopted. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Going to Allie.
Oh goodness.
Allie here. I think your Instagram. There's a tagline that says. Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. That's somebody else. My bad. You describe yourself as a polyamorous, disabled, queer woman who used to run an all-queer honey group.
Indeed, I did.
And you have so many stories. First off, what is a honey group? What is that?
That was what they cumulatively named it. It was just that the girls did not feel safe whenever cis men were in the group, because a lot of them had trauma. I had a bunch of friends that I've never been a dancer like these lovely gals have. Love that.
Yeah.
Could never personally, because I just don't think that I could handle it. But I was a go-go dancer. I met a bunch of girls that wanted like a community of queer women to hang out with, and
It's like a
so
meetup
they just
group.
chose it. Yeah,
Meetup group. You guys had a group. How many people were in the group? Queer Honey Bunny group?
I think
Honey
the
group?
most that were ever in the group was 45.
45.
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned something there that I kind of took a note on. You said that a lot of these women, they had trauma with cis men. So
Yeah.
cis men were not obviously allowed to join the group. That's my understanding. Do you think that this is granting that they had this trauma, these poor experiences with cis men, which, by the way, well, that's a whole nother I'll save the cis conversation for later, I guess. But do you think that this is a sexist position to hold?
I think it could be. I think that just in my position, it was asked of me that cis men were not included because it was to find other queer women to hang out with. Like, I don't think that all spaces need to include everyone.
Yeah, sure. I don't think, I think you could, for example, want to like associate with people of a certain group. You're not necessarily trying to preclude other people, but the justification for precluding other people seems to be, I had 1, 2, or perhaps multiple poor experiences with cis men, ergo.
It wasn't just personal experiences. It was just like the way.
Well, that's the first thing you said. So.
Yes, they've had a lot of them did, but I'm just saying it's not all just personal experience of like a trauma happened to me, but just like movies portray men in dark shadows. Like if you want to go that deep of like not feeling safe in a group, like this group was meant for like women to come and have pool parties, and we hosted going to queer clubs, and I just don't think that number one would have fit in this space anyways, but also with the majority of women in my group, and by majority I mean like everyone but maybe one, stating that they would not have felt safe to fully be themselves in that environment if a cis man was there. That speaks volumes to me, and I didn't need to make a decision.
Would you be fine like with establishments also doing these kind of exclusions, like a business, for example?
I think that's harder. I think like, how do you
like, what about an all-female gym and they're like, hey, we acknowledge that women have had poor experiences with men, so we're going to like exclude men from joining this gym, and it's going to be an all-women gym. Like, would you be okay with that? Or
I don't think it's like any of my business to say whether you can do it or not, but I think if I were the business owner, I don't know how you would pull something like that off and still be inclusive.
Like legally? Not legally,
speaking, just like respectfully on like if someone comes into a gym and you bring in, like you're bringing in all kinds of conversations, like a trans woman comes in, like how do you define who a trans woman is if they say they're a trans woman?
Sure. I work at a woman's gym.
What?
I work at a woman's gym.
Yeah, see, I think it can be done.
Trans women at ours.
Right, so I'm just going to go ahead and grant that if you were to start a business, you'd be allowed to have trans women. I'm speaking about, I personally don't like this term, but cis men.
Oh yeah, I think that's fine. Why would it not be fine?
For the business to exclude cis men?
Yeah.
Okay. So similarly then, I assume you'd be fine with like businesses excluding cis women? Like banning them from being able to enter businesses and establishments?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're like in favor of segregation?
What about gay men?
Say that again?
What about gay men?
Again, you're coming down to like, how are you going to define, like weren't all queer clubs supposed to be just for queer people, but straight men still go in to vet women?
Well, I'll define it pretty easily. If you're a part of a same-sex relationship and you're a male, you can't join our
Thank you
gym.
for mansplaining that to me. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it actually,
You
like
needed it,
so
man.
much.
How do you?
Filled
I don't
my
understand.
soul.
How do you say it depends on your definition, and then when I give you the definition, you call it mansplaining?
No, I'm
Can you
saying
explain
like
that? Can you
I'm
womansplain
saying
that?
as a business owner, when someone's coming to your door, and you're going to turn them away, like based on XYZ, like that's
Did you
just
want the
cornering
definition,
someone
or
into
did you want to
agreeing
keep
that they're
stroking
down
out?
for segregation.
I mean, I'm happy to give you the definition that you asked for. So the definition would be two males who are same sex.
For sure.
And they only have sex with males. You call them homosexuals, and you want to ban them from the business. There you go. There's your definition. I'm sorry that I had to mansplain that for you, giving you the definition that you asked for. But there you go.
If cumulatively, gay men, which I'm not saying they have or will, created an unsafe environment for the other people who wanted to be in that business, then I would agree with it.
So if straight heterosexual cis males said nobody except straight heterosexual cis males can come to this gym, you would agree with that?
Yes, wasn't that what you just asked me?
Well, I'm just clarifying. I just wanted a yes or no. So I mean, as long as you're fine with that, then the inclusivity portion of this, if men wanted to have a gym that was only exclusive to heteronormative behavior, you wouldn't actually have an issue with that. Just want to be clear.
I think that that's cornering someone into an answer that's super controversial. It comes down to what is the cause? What is the reason? Is it for safety?
Because they don't want them there.
Is it for safety? Or is it to be an asshole?
Sure. Just dealing with them could potentially create an unsafe situation for both parties, right? Like if you were a bigot, like just think about this logically. Let's say that they were all just bigots. They just didn't like them because they were homosexuals. How would that not create an unsafe situation by letting them in to begin with?
I just don't think that you can cumulatively have that many people unless you're exclusively asking for it to be invited into a space. You're assuming that every man in a gym is going to be a bigot, or are you just saying that there's a bigot gym?
Well, no, I'm saying that let's say there's a gym which is bigoted on purpose because that's what they want, right?
Yeah, that's
they only
the part
want
that I have an issue.
They only want bigoted people to come to this gym. That's the only thing that they care about is that you're what you would consider to be a bigot. They only want heteronormative, cis, straight men in the gym. And
Sure.
that's it. Okay, so if that was the case and all of the men who are joining that gym have the same type of ideology, wouldn't it necessarily follow that it would be unsafe for somebody who didn't follow that suit, that they would be unsafe just by trying to join it?
Yeah, I hear you. And I mean, if they all want to meet up in one space and have that opinion for themselves, then they can go for it. I don't want to be there, so.
A couple things, a couple clarifying things, I guess. Would you, it sounds like you're kind of okay with people like business owners being able to discriminate. Is that a fair?
To discriminate? No. To create safe environments? Yes.
Okay. So and so this, for gender, you think this is fair play, correct?
Can I ask you a question, a follow-up question? Can I answer your question with a question? Because you seem to do.
How about answer my question, then you can ask me a question, and I'll answer your question.
No? Is there a reason why you're trying to corner me into having a negative answer? Because you did it at the beginning of our conversation too.
How is it cornering you? And what do you mean by negative answer?
Because every time I answer it with a logical standpoint of women should all cumulatively be able to feel safe in an environment, and if we require being only with women, then isn't that just for safety? I don't understand the issue.
Oh, okay, for safety.
He's testing the supposition.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think I'm not sure what you mean by cornering, but.
No, I just mean every time I have a logical answer, there's a follow-up question with
when people
the word segregation put into it.
When people make or have inductive reasoning, which you're using right now, which is fine, right? That's most of the reasoning that most people use is inductive. Most of the time it's not tested, but most inductive reasoning is based around suppositions and suppositions which people hold. So all that's happening when you say, why are you trying to corner me into a negative answer? That's the opposite of what's happening.
I just want to know if there was a reason.
Hang on, almost done. That's the opposite of what's happening. He's trying to corner you into an answer, whether it's negative or positive. It's totally irrelevant. Just trying to see where the inductive reasoning follows.
Great.
But so I think I was asking a question there. It sounded like you didn't want to answer it unless you do.
Am I fine with businesses choosing who they want to do business for? Yes.
Okay, you're fine with that. So for example, and you said for safety reasons, that's enough justification for wanting to preclude people from being able to participate in your business? Can you stop?
Sure.
Okay. So if a cohort or group of white people, for example, felt unsafe around black people because they had anecdotal, they had their own poor experiences that came down to safety when it came to actual experiences with black people, and they said, I don't want to allow black people into my businesses, you'd be okay with that?
Morally okay with it? No. Do I think that it could happen? Law and morals are very different.
Right.
I agree with that. Why would it be immoral, though?
What do you mean?
Why would that be immoral?
I was literally told I was not allowed to say certain words, so.
Oh, well, it's more so there's certain topics we have to avoid, but we can talk about racism. We just don't want you to be racist on the show.
Understood.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Why? Yes. I'm just wondering why.
We don't want you to use slurs or say the N-word or that sort of stuff. So.
For sure. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem. So I understand too, when you have a video link like this, it's difficult sometimes when you have a room full of people to communicate back and forth. So That's actually a problem I have too. But my question was, why would that be actually a moral quandary for you? If you don't have any actual issues with it as a matter of law, let's say, why would it actually stand as a moral quandary?
Because there's a racial issue there.
Well, wouldn't it be like a gender or sex issue then?
For sure, but what you're saying is like, oh, we have quantified proof. We have quantified evidence. I'm putting this evidence in front of you of why black people have made this group of white people feel unsafe, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if you open up your viewpoint and you look at the masses? What if you say, instead of looking at this group of people that chose it, scientifically, you can't just hand pick which group you want to use as a control, right? So if you're looking at everyone in the United States, for example, that's not the popular opinion. So then I would say that's not, I don't morally agree with that.
This would be counter to intersectionality, though, because intersectionality is literally making all of these groups into micro groups as controls, just so that they can test for such offenses. So if that is the case,
yeah, but in this hypothetical, we're referring to people who know each other, right?
As we're having this conversation, I couldn't actually think of a way that you could create controls better than to take micro groups and then apply whatever the idea of social injustice that particular group has, and then follow it to its conclusion, essentially. Like, how else could you even do that as a control?
By choosing controls that don't know each other. Because in the hypothetical is that this group of people got together, which means they know each other.
Well, let's say they didn't get together, right? But they all had kind of something of the same shared experience, and they all wanted to get together. Like, it seems like it's kind of a silly distinction without merit, right?
Not necessarily if you're asking me how to find a control. That's going back to the other conversation, right?
Yeah. But I mean, even this, if we had this as a control, we could just factor in whatever control you wanted to. It still wouldn't really get to the heart of the moral quandary. If one race or another race says that they feel discriminated against based on A, B, C, and D,
it's opinion based. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I totally hear your opinion. I hear you. However, I think like when you're getting down to like morality, I don't think that anything should be separated. I don't think that anyone should fear for their life when they walk or roll down the street. I don't think that, any of this should be a topic of conversation, because nobody should be put in a position where they have to choose. But we have.
Yeah, but what you're going off of isn't even brute facts. It's just feelings, right? So you're going off the idea people feel unsafe. They feel like bad things going to happen, even if there is actually no kind of statistical data to back that up. But that's a double-edged sword. Why couldn't the other group say the exact same thing in opposition?
I didn't say that they couldn't.
This makes us feel unsafe. This makes us feel discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera. It'd be the same exact thing.
For sure. I hear what you're saying. However, again, it comes down to like history and facts. And whenever you add the two together, I create emotion. You create emotion. Emotions don't just fly at you and hit you in the head. Like, they come from a place based in fact, based in history.
But
whether
no,
that's yesterday
don't come from a place based in fact. That's absurd.
No, I'm saying you don't just get an emotion because it whacks you in the head. It comes from somewhere. You have something that influences you, and then you have an emotion. I'm just saying.
Or you have nothing that influences you and you have an emotion, because biology is strange, right? So it's like even that statement in and of itself is kind of silly. But if you were to back it up, right, and look at, because what you're saying is, let's look at the macro versus the micro. I think that's fair. Right. I think that's fair to say. I want to look at kind of the entire picture instead of the micro picture. But the only way to get a clear picture of the macro would be for you to use intersectional logic, right? So you would have to come in and say this group and this group and this group. Even, in fact, when you even reference historical standards, you could only apply them through the prism of the group. That would be like feminist standpoint theory, for instance. Feminists say, well, history should be revised through the lens of women. Otherwise, how could you really know what their lived experience was? But wouldn't that be the same case with any group?
I mean, I guess it could be. It just comes down to when you're asking my opinion, I base it off of supporting what has happened. Again, you can go down to intersectionality and crossover and this and that. And for each and every scenario that you could come up with, I'm going to tell you, if it creates a safe environment where there already was not one, more power to you. Do I want to be a part of all of those situations? Most likely not.
But would you only, my follow-up question to this then is, would you only base that around how people felt, if they felt safe,
No.
versus if there was an objective standard
No,
for
and that's
being
why
safe?
I was saying, like, I understand what you're
So
saying.
then if you were to say, okay, so if that's the case, then if there were such a discriminatory gym, let's say, who only discriminated against people who were LGBTQ in this particular instance, and the LGBTQ people felt unsafe due to that, however, the brute fact was not that they were actually unsafe, then who do we side with there?
I don't think you side with anyone. I think that's
You don't think so?
Listen, to side with one side on any situation you can give me, I don't agree with. I think that you should put yourself in each and everyone's shoes. Not to say I could ever actually know what that person is going through, but the only way we're going to find any kind of unity, any kind of, level common ground, is by trying to start to understand other people's lived experiences.
Yeah, sure, but what if you do understand their lived experience?
I don't
but
think you can truly
even
understand.
Even based on your lived experience and what you're telling me from your emotional standpoint, I still reject it because applied in the real world doesn't make any sense, or it's silly, or I just have a fundamental disagreement with it. The idea that you can just kind of partake in someone's shoes and then through an empathetic link discover that you have more shared in common than not, I think that there's some possibility there. However, I also think that there's good logical refutations that you can make for why you should often ignore the empathetic experience and ignore why it is that people want you to walk a mile in their shoes. It's often detrimental to you to do so, right?
That's your opinion.
You don't think so?
I think that it could be in a scenario if you gave them one I agreed with, but I can't just blanketly agree with a vague scenario.
Well, here's a good example of it. Let's take a principle that you're talking about here, which is a harm principle based around safety. If you were to say, for instance, so I'm an Orthodox Christian, if you were to say that, Andrew, it causes great harm for you to not use a person's gendered pronouns. It causes them harm, causes them some degree of suffering and some degree of discomfort. I could equally counter with, but as an Orthodox Christian, it causes me a great degree of discomfort to lie to them because from my worldview, that's exactly what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. Now, in this case, you have to put yourself in my shoes and empathize with me while I empathize with you. Who do we side with here?
If you're an Orthodox Christian, isn't there something that says that you should love others equally and not judge?
Yeah.
Isn't that the same harm you're doing to yourself?
No, first of all, of course, you can righteously judge. This is a biblical principle. And without righteous judgment, you could never actually do a condemnation of sin ever. So you have to have righteous judgment. But not only that, the idea here is, even if this was the case, that you're supposed to show love, and you are, it's not unloving to tell the truth. And from the prism of the Christian, they believe they're telling the truth and that you're lying and demanding they lie. That's their lived experience. That's their worldview.
Okay,
so
if that's their lived worldview, then I would say for that person to exit the scenario. That's when you walk away. You don't cause any kind of hoopla and you just go. Because you can't change everyone's opinion. You can't change everyone's...
Hang on, see what I mean? Why don't they go?
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, they go. So in the case of you're in a convenience store or something like this.
Okay, well, that's
somebody says, it's ma'am, and you say, no, it's sir. Why are they wrong?
In their own opinion, they're not wrong, and I get what
They're
you're
not
getting
wrong,
at.
right,
I get what you're getting at, but telling them to leave, now you're opening a whole other book.
Who do we side with?
I don't know. I feel like this is such a controversial thing you're trying to get into. That like, as a Christian, how is it more important to you to not lie than to be a kind human and not harm others?
Well, you're asking for a conflict in principle. Why can't
That's
I
what
do
I'm saying.
both? Why can't I say that I think it's the greatest kindness not to lie to individuals, and so I don't? And this upholds the Christian ethics and principles. But from your worldview, you say, but Andrew, this does harm to us because
So
it
can
makes
I
us
pause
feel,
you?
hang on,
I have
hang on,
actually
almost done. Because it makes us feel bad, makes us feel terrible, this type of thing. It's like, that's fair, but I still need to know, how do we decide these threshold breakers exactly?
Okay, I have genuinely a question I would love to hear your answer on. Say your religion again.
Can you answer mine and then I'll answer yours?
That's fine, but
Okay, answer mine and then I'll answer yours. That's fair.
who should I side with? I don't have an answer. I think each person is on their own side, and if I were to walk in personally, myself in that scenario, I would diffuse the situation because neither one is going to change either person's mind. You are entitled to your own opinion.
How do you diffuse it?
Go up and actually be a kind human being and say, hey, I totally get that you guys have differences here, but let's just walk away.
Yeah,
there
and
is
they go,
literally no
but-
point in continuing having confrontation like that other than to cause a scene.
So, so your expectation is that these people are still going to get along well, even though one demands that the other from their worldview lies to them.
I never
And
said
the
you had
other
to get
one-
along.
The other one demand from their worldview that what you need to tell me is what I consider the truth to be.
I
don't
never
know how
said that you had to get
reconcile
along. Hold
this.
on, wait. You wanna cut me off when you're talking? Then if I have space to answer your question, I never said that they had to get along. I said diffuse the situation and separate, because I don't think
Yes.
that every opinion has to mesh with every opinion. You walk away and you let it be.
So then the ultimate logical entailment here is the idea that groups should segregate from each other.
If you choose to not be a part of a group, that's your choice.
Yeah, I know, but the ultimate entailment of your logic here is that groups should actually segregate away from each other
No,
because you
it's
say
not.
there's no answer to these questions.
No, I think that
And it'll
people who
only
have
create
conflict,
if they come into contact.
no, that's not true. Some people are assholes and some people aren't. Some people can turn a blind eye and say, have a nice day,
who's the
and just
asshole
not
in
use
this
a gender.
situation?
You could
Who's
just
the
not use a
asshole in
gender.
this situation?
You could just
Who's the
not
asshole
use
in this situation? Tell
just
me.
not use a gender.
Who's the asshole in this situation?
You know who the asshole is in this situation.
No, I don't. I want you to tell me. Who's the asshole in this situation?
The asshole in the situation is the one who's provoking the person who's literally done nothing wrong.
Well, which one is that?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you don't know, right? This is the whole problem with intersectionality. This is the whole problem with the foolishness of this ideology. The entailment of
What
it
ideology?
is always that it's going to lead to, we can't actually, if we're going to only use empathy as a metric, or even empathy plus brute facts, and you say, well, give me a specific example, Andrew, of where we're going to end up coming into conflict. Well, now I've just given you an example of two different groups who have two different ideologies.
Great, okay.
One.
I will answer your question. In that scenario, the one who continues to provoke is the asshole, even if that is the person who has the different gender and you do not agree with them. If they're coming up to you and they're being a complete piece of shit and causing a scene, then I would tell you that that person is the asshole.
Yeah, but you got a problem with that too, which is that what is considered a provocation cannot be what is true. So if that is the case, both think they're telling the truth. The one says, I'm not provoking.
I'm not referring
you,
to what I think the truth is.
Hang on. I just let you answer. Let me answer. So if the idea here is the one says to him, listen, I'm not provoking. I'm just demanding basic human respect that they don't misgender me. The other one says, I'm not provoking. I'm just demanding that you don't say that I must lie because you're provoking, right? In this particular case, you consider neither of those or both of them to be provocations.
In this scenario, if they're having a calm conversation, they're having a debate about who's right and who's wrong, and
They're
they
not
can
having a
finally...
debate.
Isn't that what you just described? One
No.
saying I'm right and the
No.
other one saying I'm right?
Let's say
Or
that
they're
you're
having a
just-
pissing
let's say you're
fight,
just
whatever
in
you
a
want to call
grocery
it.
Store. Yeah, let's say you're just in a grocery store. And let's say the Orthodox Christian in this case looks over and he says something like this. Hello, sir. You want me to grab that for you? The person they're talking to looks over and says, actually, I'm a woman. Okay? So I'd appreciate if you address me as ma'am. Okay? The Orthodox Christian says, well, I'm not going to do that because I don't believe that you are this thing that you're claiming you are, not from my worldview. And the other one says, but I am from my worldview. Your reconciliation for this situation is separation. If that is the case, then the advocation would ultimately be segregation.
That's a stretch, but my opinion is that...
How is it a stretch?
Okay. Do I get to answer? Like with a full sentence?
Go ahead.
Before you... Okay, great. What you're implying is that someone needs to win in this scenario, right? Like someone needs to come out on top, or we need to segregate them. Yes?
Well, I don't know how you reconcile it. If one feels like they don't have basic human respect or dignity from the one group, and the other group feels like they're not getting the basic respect and dignity due to their group because they're being told they must lie. How exactly do you expect to reconcile that?
I don't think all things need reconciliation, especially in a grocery store when you're just minding your business. It is not segregation when you have free speech and you can just say what you want to say.
Well,
in a
what else
grocery
would
store.
it be? How else would they get on then?
They move on with their lives and they forget about it.
Yeah, okay, but if you're in various communities, you have various communities where you have, various people in them. Mm-hmm. The idea here is that you're saying neither side is wrong. Neither side is wrong. Mm-hmm. Both sides are right.
Because
neither they're both right.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't necessarily, if they're both right, then both of them have a leg to stand on in order to make their case that they deserve to be able to say what is true from their different perspective. That's necessarily going to lead to conflict, and you just said the whole point here is
I just don't think
conflict.
it should always lead to conflict. I think that there's just some things that we have differences about, and instead of creating conflict, you can just have differences.
Yeah, but what if those...
in this scenario, you are the issue. You are persisting on creating conflict when in my scenario, in the same example you're giving me, mm-hmm. if I were the person, if I did identify as something I was not born as, mm-hmm. I would politely just say, thank you for your help, but I actually have to go. And now I've diffused the situation. You asked me how I would diffuse it. Boom, done.
Yeah, sure, but have you had your basic human dignity in some way violated?
If it were me personally, no, because this human being is never going to see me again if I have anything to do with it.
Perhaps not you, but you would say that most people who are in that situation would at least feel that way, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, if they do, then why would they want to subject themselves to that all the time from this group? They clearly wouldn't. They would try to what? Probably, separate themselves from it, yeah?
I'm impressed with the way that you can work around words. However, I still don't believe that it's segregation. I believe that there are differences in all humans. And you want to talk about like the basis of America, we can get real deep into that shit.
All you're doing is changing the argument instead of answering to it.
I did answer. Neither one is wrong, and everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and there is no conflict unless you create it.
Yeah, well, while I appreciate the compliment of me being such a fine wordsmith, I feel like I'm dumbing this down quite a bit. Make sure that we can get the actual answer.
I gave you the answer.
If the idea here is like, but I don't believe that. But when you say, I don't believe that, but at the same time, you feel like almost everybody in that group would feel like they had their basic kind of human dignity violated in some way. So the order of the day, in order to not create conflict, would be to separate themselves from those people.
No.
I don't know. Well, then how exactly would you deal with it then? Without having your human dignity violated? I don't actually get that.
Do you genuinely think that humans as a whole can go throughout life without becoming offended in some way or having their basic dignity violated? Because you're referring to Christianity and their belief system, so you're having your belief system violated. So your dignity, in other words, is you've strung them together.
Yeah, and that necessarily creates conflict when that dignity is
because
violated.
You've created conflict out of it. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think that the two have to coincide.
Conflict out of it. It's that you can't always walk away.
You can, actually.
When your dignity is being violated, right?
Maybe you are incapable of walking away whenever your dignity is violated, but when mine is, because it happens all the time. It comes with the chair, comes with the hair, comes with people calling me it, as they did at the beginning of the show. I take grace and I say have a very nice day. No, I don't. Me personally.
Well, wait, what are you going to do? Hang on. What's your answer? You're going to do what?
I would diffuse that part of the conversation. Now, if you're talking about actually separating, I don't. I spoke in my town.
By walking away, right?
Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah. How would you diffuse it? You would walk away. Yeah.
From that specific situation with that specific conversation and that specific person, yes. From that person as a whole, no.
So then why?
I would also be open to having like wholesome conversations about religion.
If you yourself would want to separate yourself from that situation in order to avoid conflict, it stands to reason that most people in your situation would want to do the same thing. If this is a case that they want to separate themselves, which has been my point the entire time, right? why in the future would they want to engage with the same person who's not going to back off on their laurels of, no, I won't lie to you?
To create change, to create opinionated change. Because I think that, you're running on the basis that, like, it is wrong for you to lie. It is wrong for someone to ask you to lie, right?
Right.
Okay. So if you and I were sitting in a room and having a conversation one-on-one as human beings speaking about the human existence, I think that I would want to open up conversation of like why you feel that way and why you feel the need to present your opinion as the dominant and correct opinion instead of being a kind human person.
Yeah,
I think that creating space between people is only going to create conflict.
But
creating distance. You done? Okay, great. So can I finish? Because you did that to me.
Is it going to take you forever to finish?
It took you forever to finish.
It didn't take me very long. If you want to recap on the conversation, you've had far more speaking time than me. I've been very courteous to you.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
I just think that you
enjoy. Calm down and we can finish the conversation. Go ahead.
Oh dear Lord. I think that you are incapable of not using this scenario without conflict.
No, I'm saying that the entailment of the scenario itself is conflict.
How?
Well, because if you have two ideologies where both believe that their dignity is being violated, just in the form of communicating with each other, just in the form of communication itself, then the only answer to not create conflict in the form of communication would be to not communicate. If you can give me a way to reconcile that, I'm all ears.
Have more open communication, have a more open mind. But other than that, I like literally what you're saying is the assumption. You're assuming that these two ideologies create conflict because they feel like their dignity is being compromised. But that is a very specific scenario. I don't feel like my dignity is being compromised.
A specific scenario, and I gave it to you.
That's fine. I get that.
So that you can understand the distinctions and why it is that necessarily you're going to have two ideologies consistently which come together, which cannot reconcile worldviews together. That ultimately your answer to this is indeed separation, even from yourself. Your idea of diffusing such scenarios would be separation.
Diffuse?
I need you guys to make one final point on this. Go ahead.
I think
I'll just let her point stand. Go ahead.
How kind. I think that if you're
trying, being very courteous.
If you're trying to get to the point of would I leave initially? Yes. Overall, no. I would not separate myself from the person permanently. In other words, segregate myself from this person just because they have different views than me. No.
Except immediately you would. But
to diffuse the. Okay.
That's like the first response is the thing that you would do, but okay.
All right. I'm trying to think if I have any other questions on that. Otherwise, I'll move it on to some of the more different pre-show notes. You mentioned the word mansplaining. You accused Andrew of mansplaining. What is mansplaining?
It's a slang term. I just used it specifically because when I asked, it was very, very, very specific down to like the definition of my word is what he gave me. And it was very, in my opinion, obvious that that's not what I meant.
But why fix man before? It seems like there's a bit of a negative connotation.
Maybe
there.
I shouldn't use that word anymore.
Like she elaborating, do you find this?
I love that word.
You like she elaborating? Okay. Woman-splaining, would you find this objectionable? Or?
I think they're all just words, and sometimes we need to just not be as offended as sometimes we get. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Personally, I don't think that we should hold that much value into the word mansplaining and womansplaining, but people use it in a demonized way, so then it's dickish.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you, but if like the current social climate from the side that would use this word seems to take great issue with the way language is used. So if they were a bit more, I guess, relaxed when it came to choice of words, perhaps they wouldn't get so much pushback when they use words themselves that are that perhaps the group that they often target finds objectionable.
Do you
Didn't
feel
you
like
tell him he was mansplaining?
I did tell him he was mansplaining after.
But she's also saying that just like she was like using it as a term, like we were trying to make it more. We're taking it too seriously.
Anyways,
That's not
you were about to say something.
I misunderstood.
You were about to say something.
Yeah, no, and it was about that. Just that, like, in this scenario, the provoker, from my perspective, and these ladies can speak on that if they want to, if you need it to not just be from me, was that when I said a word, he gave me the literal definition of the word in an extremely sarcastic tone to provoke me.
Okay, hold on.
Which I have an issue
We can
with.
get into that in just a sec, but you were about to say something before.
That's what I was going to say.
That was what you were about to say? Okay. So essentially, he provoked you, and
he used a definition of a word to provoke me, to be sarcastic, to get a literalness.
I don't know if that was his actual intention, but in any case, that's the way you took it, though.
Yes, and that's why I used that word.
So the thing is when you're talking to people, when you're a conversationalist, and I think I would probably reckon myself as being one, because it seems to be part of my primary profession to have conversations. I think it's really important that you're very clear on terms that you use, and people often ask for definitions for things in order to get clarity, and I understand why. It's because in the commons, the way that we think of things is different than the way we think of things academically or for specific instances. So religious speak, for instance, is going to have its own lingo. Things like spiritual is going to mean something different to a Christian than it would be to a Reikiist, for instance. And so precision in language that way, I think, is super important.
Mm-hmm.
And legitimately, when you ask for a definition, I thought you were asking me for one. So
No, and I think that there was another misconception there. I said, how do you define it? And I was referring to the person entering the business, but we can just move forward. It was just a misunderstanding.
I mean, yeah, on your part, you should apologize.
Ogle donated $200. Chair 1, I would not segregate myself from a group of people. Also, Chair 1, I would never date a cis male.
Right. Like,
There's another
hurt
one
my
coming
feelings,
in.
And
Okay.
what about my lived experience? And
Also,
the
I'm
empathy?
sorry, but dating someone and being around them is two different things. I'm in the same room with what I assume to be a cis male. He can correct me if I'm wrong. That's not equivalent to dating them.
What does that
Ogle
have to do with it?
donated $200. Do
Yeah,
I sense
actually, I was gonna
chemistry
ask him out
between
afterwards.
Chair 1 and Andrew?
Is there a little chemistry? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I was going to ask you out afterwards. You've changed my mind about men.
Yeah,
That's Andrew, by the way.
So what about my apology, though? The empathy towards my lived experience of being told that I was a mansplainer just for trying to have precision in language. It wasn't very nice or kind or empathetic of you. And it hurt my feelings. Don't you think you owe me an apology?
If you used a different tone of voice instead of trying to prove your point, maybe. And do you genuinely feel offended by what I've
I
said?
genuinely feel offended.
And then I'm very
I
sorry for
deserve-
offending you.
Ah, gotcha. I'm glad you're fucking so. You deserve to be. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. It was funny. I'm joking. I'm kidding.
We'll go on a date after
this. I wanted there to be a little bit of levity.
Yeah. I look forward to our date.
And just final thing on this, then I'm going to get into the other notes here. The term cis, right? I find this term offensive.
Okay.
Would you be willing to discontinue, knowing perhaps you've never heard this from at least what you would view as a cis male? Let's get split going. Would you consider stopping this use entirely now that you've heard from somebody who actually is cis that they find this term offensive?
Can I answer in two parts?
Sure.
No, I wouldn't. And I think that whenever people decide that words should just be taken away because they are offensive, you don't get to just choose that unless you have other parties coming in and saying, hey, this has, been extremely offensive to this group of people historically, that's much different than being like, I don't like that word and it offended me, so you should just never say it again.
Historically.
And that goes into a bunch of other things. Like, I just don't think that.
How long has the term cis been around?
Oh, no, I was referring to how long has that made people offended.
Well, I mean, if the word has only been around for a finite period of time, a limited period of time,
do you have other people that are offended?
Hold on, you gotta let me finish. That would encompass the history of the word.
I actually personally do not know how long. Would you like to bring up how long it's been around?
It seems like it's maybe less than a decade. It seems like it's been in use in terms of like its common use. It would occur to me that I first heard it coming into use probably in the past 10 years.
Is that maybe because you didn't surround yourself with those who use the word, or would you like to use Google and see how long it's been around?
well, perhaps it's been around longer. But I mean, if a word's been used by 5 people and the population of the United States is over 300 million, like I don't really see how.
Is there data to back that?
I'm not saying it actually was 5 people. I'm just using
You
the
get my
example. Point. No, I don't actually get your point.
But there's plenty more who have used that word. And it's just coming down to a specific, again, that you're saying you only feel like it's been brought up so long ago.
Andrew,
so
do you know what
you should be
the
right.
rates of, I mean, is this not, this is typically a term that relates to like transgender people, right?
Cis?
Yeah, like I don't think cis, right? Like it has to do, like somebody who's cis is not trans. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, cis refers to identifying as the gender that you were born with, I believe.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
how about this? Because I don't.
That's
hold
correct.
on.
Within LGBTQ ideology, that would be correct. So the idea is that if you associate with the gender in their worldview that you were born as, you're cis. From Brian's standpoint, it would be if you associate with the sex you were born as, you're cis. So both sides see it differently.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I genuinely didn't know that, so that's why.
I guess like what percentage of the population is transgender? Like,
I have no
isn't
idea.
it like less than 1%?
I have no idea, but if you want to Google it, that would give you a better answer.
Well, it depends on the classification. So when you're talking about self-identification, it's as many as 1 in 4 Zoomers actually will identify as being trans, but it would depend starkly on how you define what trans is, and that's a whole ball of worms, let me tell you. Whole ball of worms.
But so I guess, look, in any case, like I and many other cis people find this word offensive. Like, given that I've just communicated this to you, would you consider discontinuing its use?
If you and I were to be around each other, would I discontinue its use?
No, just
around
like in
you?
general.
Yes.
No, in general.
No.
Okay, well, for example, like let's say, I'm not going to use the actual word, but like the F word, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure do you find this word offensive?
The 4-letter F word that...
No, the 3-letter F word that's often used in a derogatory way.
If someone's using it in a derogatory way, it's extremely offensive. If it is someone in my community using it as a factual word, I don't think that it's offensive to use it. Like if someone's talking about someone said the word, then
it's
being literal,
like
so I was being literal.
10-year-old boys who are calling their friends...
Is it to cause harm?
No, they're just like... No. What do you mean cause harm?
Are they using it to intentionally cause harm to the person receiving it?
To which group?
To whomever they are calling them.
I mean, if you call your friend stupid, are you
That's
trying
offensive.
to cause harm?
I mean, if you're not, then maybe you should reassess.
But I'm just trying to understand like the scenario.
If you're deliberately saying you're
to.
stupid, F you, then yeah, that's offensive. It just comes down to like conversation.
Right.
Like surround yourself with those who you think you can have that conversation with.
Okay.
Words aren't illegal.
Okay, so you're fine with people like in casual conversation saying the F word, the 3-letter F word.
If everyone there is fine with that word being used in conversation, sure.
Okay, but right now, would you discontinue, now that I'm right here, and Andrew's here, and Damien's here, Desmond's here, I don't know what their specific positions are on this word, but I at least, and I think Andrew does too, we find this term cis offensive. Would you discontinue it for the sake of this conversation?
Would I discontinue it, like in this room, is that what you're referring to? If it was used in a factual based way, so we're discussing like this, probably not, like for reference of the word.
So
but
you're saying
I'm not going to call you anything you don't want to be called.
So if I was using the 3-letter F word in a factual basis,
like we're discussing someone saying that word, it would not offend me and I wouldn't see an issue with it using the word.
If we're having like a conversation about like the word cis, that's fine. But if you were to say that I'm a cis man...
if that offended you, then yeah, I wouldn't say it.
You wouldn't say it.
No.
Interesting.
I just think you should respect human beings. That's all.
Okay. But like, wouldn't you agree that if you had like a bird's eye view of a conversation that was occurring and people were like throwing around that 3-letter F word in like calling each other, they're just calling each other.
I just don't think you can appease everyone. Like throwing around a word for that word or any other word, if someone then brings it up that it's offensive, then maybe you should stop using it.
Okay. Although there does seem to have been a push to like, people should, even in like a private setting, where somebody who identifies as part of this group would not like, who wouldn't even hear it, there's still a push to then like, hey, you guys shouldn't even use that word in private, et cetera, et cetera.
Because it's historically been used to harm people in that community.
Has cis? I think cis has been used to harm
Has it? I
people in the
would love
cis community.
I would genuinely love proof.
Oh, I'm sure there's. I'm trying to think. Perhaps by discriminating people from joining a bunny group. I guess I don't know. Or what is
Well, I
it?
mean,
Honey?
objectively-
You should
honey
just
group?
call it bunny group. That
honey,
was great.
Honey
Fantastic.
Group.
It's bunny
Queer
now.
honey group. Okay.
It's
But
bunny
like,
now.
I mean, objectively, if people just don't like being called it, then it's harmful, right?
Yeah, and so like I would never call you something that was harmful to you if you told me that. If you brought it up to me, then I would no longer address you as such.
Did. Didn't he just do that?
I
Say
don't
again?
know. But how about this? How about this question? If me and Andrew, like after the show, like we just had a 30-minute phone conversation and like I called him the 3-letter F word like 10 times and he called me the 3-letter F word like 20 times.
How about it, man?
You'd be totally cool with that.
Sure.
Okay.
You guys are having a private conversation amongst friends, yes? You and him.
Yes.
No one else is going to know about it in this hypothetical situation.
Nobody else.
Have at it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Going back to your notes here, you said you also started dating your current fiance while he was still married, tried to date his wife, who was a total bitch, while also trying to make things work with your ex-high school sweetheart. Needless to say, your partner and I are the only two in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then further down, I told you, you asked for revisions, and I said that I wouldn't be talking about a lot of that.
Oh, are you sure?
I'm positive.
Hold on. I'll look. Maybe it wasn't included. Well, all right. Then I'll just move on then.
Thank you.
That was the notes collected were collected. You said dating and relationships are two different things. Dating many people is how you decide who you want to be in a committed relationship with. You can't just test one at a time. How would you know which one is right with no comparison? There's someone for everyone, but not everyone is for someone.
Agree. Yeah.
Okay. And let's see here. Okay. All right. Moving on to who do we have? We have... one sec, guys. Trying to get the notes here. We have Jay. I think you're the final one here who we have notes on. Did you submit notes?
No, I don't think I sent it.
Let me just do a little quick check here. No. Okay. That's fine. Jay, your craziest dating experience was when this guy you were talking to on Tinder invited you to his family's lake cabin in Minnesota for the weekend. You were living there at the time, 2-hour drive, and when you got there, he ended up not really liking you, and you barely spent any time together, but his family loved you. You ended up spending most of the weekend with his mom and sister.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was
short on this.
Yeah, that was an interesting experience. It was a long time ago. It was probably like 10 years ago now. It was a long time ago. But yeah, I just remember I was living in Minneapolis, Minnesota at the time. I was right out of college, and I matched with this guy on Tinder, and he just spontaneously, he's like, "Hey, come to my family's lake cabin." And I guess there was like a glitch on his location settings, and that was why he saw me in his matches, even though I was 2 hours away. Like, I think he thought I was a lot closer than I actually was. But he invited me, and I was like, oh, that sounds fun. So I ended up just going and spending the weekend with him. And not knowing him at all, I was like, I had no idea what to expect. I didn't know if he was going to look like his photos or anything like that. And I get there, and we just end up, he wasn't like a bad person or anything. We just kind of didn't really vibe. Like, the chemistry wasn't really there, but his family ended up loving me. Like, his mom and dad loved me, his sister loved me. And they were just a really nice, normal family. Like, nothing bad happened. They were just so nice to me, so normal. I had a really good time, and then I went home and never saw any of them again.
Damn. Okay. And also, just Allie, clarifying here, I just looked at our message history. Mm-hmm. Were you saying, like, earlier on in the show you said this, or you said in the message you said, like, oh, never mind, I don't want to talk about that stuff?
I think I put specifics about what I didn't want to talk about in the messages.
I mean, you're welcome to look back at it. I just looked over the message history because I don't want people to think like, oh, there's nothing in the message history that indicated, oh, I don't want to talk about this, nothing whatsoever.
Is there a reason why you said that you were corrected and that you did find it? Or you
What?
said, oh, sorry, because you said you found it, no? A second ago? Like, genuinely clarifying, I'm not.
No, I said I looked through our message history because you just said that, oh, in the messages, I said I didn't want to talk about that. But there's nothing in the messages whatsoever that pertains to you having carve-outs of what you did or didn't want to talk about.
Okay,
Just
well, I mean, if I can look at it, that's fine, but I don't have my phone.
Right, but just wanted to clear the air there because
If it's not there, it's not there. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to look later.
Sure, totally fine, but it's not there. So, okay, going back to you, Jay, you said that you hooked up with a porn star once who you met on Tinder.
Yeah, I did. It was, I'm not going to say his name, but he
Yeah.
was a popular male OnlyFans creator who I met him on Tinder. I went over to his hotel room in downtown LA and we hooked up. He was really hot, but I think because of his career, I had higher expectations. He was just kind of like this. He was just average, like in bed, but he was very good looking and he was nice.
Okay, and you only hooked up with him once or a couple
Yeah,
times?
only one
night?
time.
Okay. You said another guy you dated briefly, also from Tinder. He used to give you $200 every day because you took off work to hang out with him because that's how much you earned in a work day.
Yeah.
He was very rich, but same age as you.
Yeah, so also met him on Tinder, and I'm not into older men at all. I pretty much only date my age or younger. But yeah, I met this guy on Tinder, and I was working for Instacart at the time. I still work for them, and he just asked me. He was like, I remember being on a date with him, and then he wanted me to sleep over and then spend the next day with him. And I told him, I was like, no, I have to work, so I can't see you tomorrow because I got to work. And then he just asked me, how much money do you make in a typical day working for Instacart if you work a full day? And I told him $200. And so he started just giving me like that same amount of money to not work that day so I could spend more time with him.
Was he lived far away or something? Or?
No, he lived in the Century City, Los Angeles, which is right outside Beverly Hills.
How many times did you hang out with him, would you say?
I only dated him for maybe about a month.
Okay, so maybe you hung out 10 times or something, or?
It was 6 times.
And every time he just paid you $200?
Not every time. It was after the third time.
So 3 times he paid you $200?
Yeah.
And then were you hooking up with him?
Yeah. No, we were hooking up, yeah. Going on dates and hooking up.
Technically prostitution?
Well, he liked me and I liked him too. I wanted to have him be my boyfriend. And I would have dated him even if he weren't giving me money. I totally would have dated him.
But he's so he's paying you for the day, but he's compensating you because he's not because you would have hung out with him for free on a day you
absolutely,
weren't
I would have. I really liked him. He was a really great guy.
Right.
I was sad when it ended. He ended up moving outside of LA. That was why it ended. But if he still lived here and if he didn't have that kind of money and I was just hanging out with him for free like normal, I would totally still date him.
Okay.
But last time I checked, he doesn't live in LA and he has a girlfriend
I guess
in the city he lives in now, so he's not an option anymore.
So I guess, it was just he really wanted to hang out with you, but you're like, oh, I'm so busy, I have to work. And so
yeah, that was
exactly all right, I'll just give you, here, take the day off, whatever.
Yeah, that was exactly it.
Okay. And you would have, if it was a free day for you, you would have hung out with him for free. Basically.
Oh, totally. Yeah, if it happened to be a day that I was going to take off work anyway, I would have hung out with him for free. 1,000%.
Do you girls think that's kind of pathetic though? He's paying her $200 to hang out? I don't know. It's a little.
For me, I think it's I think that if someone did that for me, I'd feel that's dedication that they want to see me okay.
How busy were you?
I told you earlier. I was I work a lot. I love money, so and I would rather make that's why I work so much because I would rather make my own and not depend on a man. So.
Okay. And then you said that you see a lot of stuff on TikTok. Oh wait, hold on. You see a lot of stuff on TikTok about how to marry a rich man and how to be more feminine to attract men, but I think it's best to just be yourself because the right man for you will love it. He's not going to criticize you for being too masculine. I'm not going to criticize you for being. Do you consider yourself too masculine or?
I don't really even know what too masculine is.
Well,
maybe because I work a lot, maybe because I'm athletic, I lift weights at the gym. I don't know. Maybe some guys think that's too masculine, but I don't really care. I'm just going to be myself, and I know whoever, my future husband is, whoever, universe wants me to be with, he's going to love me the way I am. He's not going to be oh, I like her, but I just wish she were a little more feminine. He would never say that. He would just, like me as I am.
Not date you? I guess.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if he were to criticize me, I would just walk away, because I dealt with way too much criticism from my exes, and now if a guy tries that now, I won't even put up with it anymore.
You said that you're a lover girl and you used to think you had to tone down that side of yourself and be more like a bad bitch, but now you're not afraid to show that side of yourself to the right guy?
Yeah, so that was, again, too, just so much, all this really bad dating advice. I was being told this information since I was in middle school, like 20 years ago, reading magazines, like before social media was a thing. And like there would be all this dating advice of like, oh, don't text him back too quickly, you're gonna look too desperate, or like don't make the first move. The guy always has to make the first move because you don't want to look too desperate, and just all shit like that. And it fucked with my head for so long. And I was like, oh, I need to be like, it put this idea into my head that like if I'm too sweet, if I'm too kind, if I treat a guy too well, he's gonna think I'm too easy or like not enough of a challenge, and he's not gonna like me. But it's like, that's just who I am. Like, I'm the same way with with my female friends, like my family. Like, that's just kind of who I am. And it's like, I don't want to have to change that to keep a man. Like, again, too, like the right guy, for me, he's going to appreciate it. Although I have had, particularly with my last ex, the one who was very abusive, like, he really took advantage of my kindness and just really kind of like took everything from me. So now what I do is I'm a lot more discerning about which men.
What did he take from you?
Everything. Like
were you making all the money, or how did
he wouldn't let me work, actually. Like I was working for Instacart, and he didn't want me working, but then he also didn't want to work either, and he would just beg. He would call his mom all the time and just beg his mom to give him money because he didn't want to work. And then he also didn't want me working. So basically he wouldn't let me work. So while I was in that relationship with him, like I lost so much money because I wasn't working. And then I stopped paying my credit card bills because I had no money to pay them. And then I ended up just not paying my credit card for like the whole relationship. And then as soon as we broke up, that was the first thing I did, was I just started busting my ass with Instacart again. I was like I was sad about the breakup, but I was so excited to start working again. He hated that I was into health and fitness, so like he wouldn't let me eat healthy, he wouldn't let me go to the gym. I gained 30 pounds when I was in that relationship. And then after we broke up, I lost all the weight within 4 months after we broke up because I was so motivated by trauma. Like I wanted my old body back so bad. And now, that was 2 years ago, and I've kept the weight off ever since. And like he hated me being blonde, for example. Like he would tell me every day, he was like, I like brunettes, I like girls with brown hair. And he would tell me every day, he'd be like, you should dye your hair, I don't like blonde girls. And I'm like, wait,
are you naturally blonde?
No. But he hated that. He hated that I wasn't.
So you were blonde, he preferred brunettes, and you were naturally brunette? So you're saying I prefer the way you naturally are?
He was like, but I was blonde when he met me, though. That's the thing. So it's like when I met him, I looked, basically the same as I look now.
I could see like a girl who's got like.
But has he ever seen you with your brunette hair?
No.
Okay.
What?
So just don't say
anything. I don't have any on my Instagram. Like I deleted them all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just like he had this thing too. He just hated anything.
Can you
fake.
speak closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. He hated anything that was fake. Was like the big thing. Like he would show me pictures of other girls on Instagram, and he'd be like, "This girl's really pretty, but she wears too much makeup." Or he would like criticize girls for getting like plastic surgery and lip filler and things like that. It was just.
This guy sounds fucking awesome. Fuck yeah. He was a natural body supremacist, right?
Yeah, pretty much. He was
Sorry,
like, it was just, if it was fake in any way, he just automatically hated it. He wanted me to dress
What was his name? First name, just first name.
Eli.
Yo, W's in the chat for Eli. W's in the fucking chat for Eli. This guy sounds like a fucking legend.
But I have a million stories. I have a million stories from that relationship. Great. He also cheated on me too, and that was why we broke up.
Okay, but so going into it, you said as far as marrying a rich man, is this your ex-fiancee?
No.
Or this is a different guy?
No, okay. This is a different guy.
So As for marrying a rich man, my ex-fiancé had a lot of money. This is what in your notes. Your ex-fiancé had a lot of money. He was also same age as me, not older. We dated for 5 years ago, and I was broke and struggling at the time. And I remember when we got engaged, I was so excited to upgrade my lifestyle through him because deep down, I didn't believe I could do it on my own. When we broke up, I thought I just wasn't the type of girl rich men wanted. And now 5 years later, I make a lot more money, and I realized I never needed him to feel successful. I wish him well, but he wasn't a good match for me. So that was your 5... Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago. Yeah, it was 2019.
5 years ago. Okay, gotcha. And so when you say he had a lot of money, how much money did he have?
So he was a software developer. So he was a freelance software developer.
Yeah.
So basically, like, he owned his own business building apps for businesses, like for iPhones.
Yeah, like seven-figure net worth, 8-figure.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, which one?
About 7 figures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I met him on social media. He slid into my DMs on Instagram randomly one day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was with him for 6 months. We got engaged really fast too. That was another thing I went through, because like before I was with him, I was single for 5 years, and like I was convinced, like, my pattern before is I would go on dates and I would date someone for maybe like 2 months or so at a time, but the same thing kept happening where the guy would always be like, I really like you, but I'm just not ready for a relationship, and that was happening to me over and over again. So I thought something was wrong with me, and then when this guy, he finally wanted to commit to me. And then when we got engaged after only dating for 6 months, I was like, oh, I'm finally good enough to be someone's wife. Like, after 5 years of just guys being not ready for me, like, now I'm finally good enough for this. But looking back on it, I mean, I wish him well. You know, he wasn't a bad guy or anything, but we weren't compatible. There were a lot of areas where we just didn't have things in common, and that's something I'm really picky about now, is lifestyle compatibility. Like, that is probably the number one thing I look for in a guy, like in a relationship, is lifestyle compatibility, because I've built up, since my last relationship ended, I've really like come back and rebuilt my life so good, and it's like my life now as a single girl is so amazing that it's like I don't ever want to have to give any of that up for a guy again. So if he doesn't fit into what I already have, like, I don't want him.
Okay. And then you're a cougar?
I did date a younger man earlier this year, for the first time.
You're 33 and he was 25?
Yeah, I was met him on Tinder. Seems to be. Yeah. I have good luck on Tinder. It works for me somehow. But
you said you were open to just hooking up, which is why you had your age filters set.
Yeah, exactly.
The way you had them on Tinder. And you said he planned like a really nice date or something. We won't really get into the details of that, but big contrast from your last ex.
Yeah,
took you on this really nice date.
my last ex, the one who was really abusive, like wouldn't let me work and all that.
Hold on. Pause for just a sec. He was abusive.
Yeah, so he was same age as me.
Was he abusive because he didn't let you work, or were there other things too?
It was just a lot of mental and just criticism all the time, like trying to get me to like make over myself to look more like his type. He was always like, he was talking to other women the whole time I was with him.
He was cheating on you?
Yeah, okay. He never met up with any other women, but he would be talking to them like on Tinder and other apps the whole time I was with them.
Physical abuse or no?
No, only mental and emotional. Thank God.
And he would say stuff like, I wish your hair was a different color, like that.
Yeah,
kind of
stuff like that. He didn't like my clothes. He would like take me shopping, and he would pick out clothes for me, and it was just the ugliest clothes that I hated.
Just curious, what other, like, would he ever like call you names? Like bitch?
Never like that. It was just always just criticizing me. He would be like, you work too hard, like you're a workaholic, you're too obsessed with money, because I wanted to work Instacart to pay my rent and not hang out with them.
Yeah, so, and then he would kind of be critical of how much you worked. Did he want to spend more time with you? Wait, I'm a little confused. He wouldn't let you work, but you worked anyway, or can you clarify?
So he would go to work with me, but then he would always want to leave like way earlier than I wanted to leave.
Oh, you guys did the like Instacart thing together?
Yeah, we tried to, but it was miserable because like he would just be complaining the whole time, and then he would want to leave super early, and I would want to keep working.
But you said he prevented you from working? I'm just a little confused.
He wouldn't let me work by myself. But then he wouldn't let me work by myself. He always wanted to go with me. But then every time he went with me, he would want to leave super early, so I barely made any money.
Wait, how long were you with him?
Like 8 months.
8 months. And this is the ex-fiancee?
No, this is the guy that I met right after. It was right after the pandemic ended. I started dating him.
This isn't the young guy, though.
No, he was same age as me.
Okay, I see. Okay, but he's the guy you met. The young guy's the guy you met after the guy who you're talking about now.
Yeah.
Who was abusive. What was the most abusive thing he did to you?
Probably like there was one point. It was like halfway into our relationship. He got really into Christianity, and he got this idea in his head that he was like, he wanted to stop having sex with me because he saw me as his future wife, and he wanted to save me from marriage going forward. Like he was like, I don't want to have sex with you again until after we're married. But then he would say things like, it's because you're such a good woman, you're so nice, you're so good quality, and have your life together. But then he would talk about wanting to hook up with my roommate. He would be like, I want to have sex with your roommate because he's like a bad girl. He's like a slutty, wild party girl. So I want to have sex with her, but I don't want to have sex with you.
And you have evidence of him cheating? You said he cheated on you, correct?
So that was how it ended. So that was how we broke up, was that he met up with another girl on Tinder and then spent 48 hours with her. And we were living together, so I just kicked him out.
Was there was ongoing conflict, though, it sounds like, in the relationship? Like, was it nearing the end anyways, or?
I mean, I should have never been with him in the first place, but.
And so, because here's the part I'm a little bit confused about is I asked you for a couple examples of this alleged abuse. So you said he became a Christian and stopped wanting to have sex with you. He had like criticisms of how much you worked, maybe criticisms like he wanted your hair to be changed. I don't know if this rises to the level of abuse. Perhaps these are rude things, or
it was more
he could
of
have
just
been rude
like
or a
wanting
jerk.
to. He would argue though, like he would say it in ways that were very argumentative, like a lot of yelling.
Okay, so he was yelling at you.
Yeah, and then I would start. Yeah, he would yell, and then I would start crying, and then he would accuse me of manipulating him. He'd be like, "Oh, you're faking your crying for attention." When I would get sad over him criticizing me.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
It just I don't know if some of the maybe
I guess
there was abuse.
To me, it felt abusive. It was emotional, yeah. To me, it felt abusive. Like maybe other people that might be nothing, but for me, that's how it felt.
Because the initial things that you cited to, like he criticized how much you worked, he wanted you to maybe dress a certain way, or wanted you to change your hair. I don't know if those things are abuse. And it seems to be perhaps like, obviously there's degrees to this sort of thing, but I don't know.
I feel like that's
a pretty
abuse.
intense word.
That's abuse?
I feel like it's abuse to like not let somebody be able to do something.
Yeah,
like, that's
it was just
really?
because that's like controlling and like
yeah.
okay,
I think maybe control. Yeah, maybe controlling may have been a better word. I apologize for that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I maybe
controlling.
I think I maybe didn't know the correct word, but yeah, basically, yeah, he was very controlling, and just all the things that I guess kind of like made me who I am. Like he took that away from me and tried to turn me into a completely different person than what I was.
Yeah, wouldn't that be considered emotional abuse?
Yeah.
What would be?
What, like the situation, like being emotionally abused basically is like someone bringing you down bringing you down. That's
sure.
Yeah, he was bringing me down every single day.
Was he working? Did he have a job?
No, he refused to get a job. He thought he was like too good for it.
He had money?
No.
Was this the one you said that he called his mom for money?
Yeah.
Can I say something? So it sounds like you were a placeholder and then he was trying to change you to be what he wanted you to be.
Exactly.
But
That's exactly what he did.
you were trying to be yourself because you liked him, and he kind of liked you, and then you were trying to, like, you know, when you guys, you know, having sex, you're trying to make love, and he's just trying to fuck, and you guys are not communicating that.
Yeah, it was basically, it was just, I feel like I was probably a placeholder, because I'm pretty sure he just kind of took advantage of me helping him. Because he was homeless when we met, and I let him live with me.
I hear stories like this all the time. All the time.
Hold on. He was homeless?
Yeah.
Like you met him on Skid Row, or what are we talking here?
No, I met him through a mutual friend. He was renting a room at a hostel in LA, whereas like my friend who I met him through at the hostel. My friend was like, it was like a friend that he used to live in LA, but then he moved back to his hometown in Texas, and then he was like on vacation.
Was it a friend is the question.
Friend, he was a gay man, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically this friend, he was on vacation back in LA, and he was like, oh, I met this guy at my hostel who I think you're gonna like, you should come hang out with us. And that was how, but it was like he was staying there because he had no place to live, unlike my friend who was staying there because he was on vacation.
I don't know if this is a hot take.
Oh, no.
I don't know if this is a hot take. How about dating advice, whether you're a man or a woman? Maybe like if somebody's actively homeless, maybe not the best person to date. You know?
Let them
I
get their shit
completely agree.
together. Let them
I will
date
say,
them after they get their shit together, and then that's fine.
I'm pretty sure he still doesn't have his shit together. I don't think he ever will. But
Okay. Well, you kind of invite certain things if you going into a relationship.
Another thing I will
this
say,
guy is a drug dealer and he has face tattoos. This is going to go great
He did have face
for me.
tattoos, actually. He literally did.
Oh my god.
Wait, he has face tattoos?
Yeah.
Bro, how old
single
were,
red
you're
flag.
33. How old were you when you met him?
I was 29.
29?
There's a lot of
Bro.
29 and 30-year-olds that take in good-looking guys that don't really have a place to stay because
That's
they feel
exactly,
lonely.
yeah.
And
The
they
women
feel like,
feel lonely?
yes, the women feel lonely.
Also,
and they
Really?
feel like
You
maybe
can't just get like an average dude with a job?
No,
because they
sleepover
want a
with your
guy
friends.
there that they can fall asleep next to. So they fuck him so that he could fall asleep next to them.
Y'all invite
Dude,
the
I hear
shit
stories
into
like
your
that
own
all
lives.
the time.
All this
Honestly,
shit, bro.
Another thing too.
He had a face tattoo?
Yeah, he
Oh,
did.
hey.
And he was a SoundCloud rapper. That was his career.
Hey, did he used to sell drugs too?
No, no.
Has
but
he ever
wa-
been to prison?
No, but he wasn't. He was an alcoholic. Also,
Wait,
that was another thing.
And how early into the relationship did you know he was alcoholic?
A few months in, not right away.
Did he have an ankle monitor or anything like that?
No.
Or these girls, I'm dating this guy with a fucking face tattoo, blasted in tats, fucking.
Dude,
oh my
another
God.
thing I will say though is
I'm
I think.
surprised you. Look, oh my God. Sorry.
Yo, another thing I want to add though is
Hang
I
on,
think
but did you fix him? Did you fix him?
No, he's
That's
incapable.
because he was trying to fix
Yo,
you.
life advice,
Yeah.
ladies: don't date men with face tattoos. That's another like simple thing you can do. Just avoid the guys with the face tattoos.
Why are you
know?
talking shit about Mike Tyson?
Unless his face
Brian.
tattoo is your name.
What?
Are you saying that Mike Tyson should not be dated by women?
No, look, there are probably guys out there with face tattoos who are great people.
Post Malone,
But
maybe.
It would just be easier, look, there's plenty of fish in the sea. How about you just, just like,
Dude,
just
another
don't date 'em.
thing, another thing can I cut in? Is I think the timing had a lot to do with it, because I met him, it was spring of 2021. Literally, like, pandemic just ended. I got my COVID vaccines. I had been in quarantine. We all had been in quarantine for a long time.
Yeah, you went slumming for
Yeah,
the homeless
and basically
face tattoo.
Yeah.
fucking alcohol.
And honestly, yeah, I just think the timing. I remember getting my COVID vaccines, finally being able to like leave my house and do stuff again and be around people again. And then I met him a few weeks later, and I think the timing definitely
You're lucky
played
he
a part.
didn't get you pregnant.
Wait, so
Sometimes
hold
desperate
that,
measures
like,
get you
are
pregnant.
you just saying you were like
don't think
mad
anyone's that
horny and
stupid.
shit because
Yeah, I
you've been-
was.
Like, I hear it all
Wait,
the
so
time,
you did like
Like,
full
guys trying
blown
to,
for
like,
like you did full blown like stay at home, you didn't fuck for like a year type shit?
Because my roommate who I was living with had a really bad anxiety during the pandemic, and he basically like wouldn't let me leave.
Okay.
Because he was like so scared that if I did anything. I would give them COVID.
So they're like you had to clear out the fucking cobwebs. Too many cobwebs, had to clear them out. And the shit is, a lot of men got very lucky in that period. Like, all the liberal women hadn't fucked in like a year. Need the jab first. Then bam, floodgates are open figuratively and literally. Okay, moving on. Thank you for all that. Appreciate it. And then I think that's it for the notes. We're going to get into the juicy stuff in the questionnaire. But first, good friend Stifler here. Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
Oh gosh, in the public eye, probably a 0, but for me, like a 8. I don't know.
Okay. The public eye is 0.
0 was harsh. Zero is freaking harsh.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
Like a 5. I don't know.
All right, there you go. Okay. So
I was called an it at the beginning of this. Do you recall how this started? Someone referred to me as it.
Oh, the chat. Yeah. Somebody in the chat. Yeah. Okay. What about you?
I'll give myself a 9.
All right.
To be honest.
What about you?
I'd say like a solid 7. That feels comfy.
Okay.
I would say a 1, just because I have a lot of male friends and they're literally just friends. So probably 1.
Okay. What about you?
10.
All right.
7.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a 10 when I'm like done up, like hair and makeup, and then a 9 when I'm right out of bed and haven't not like.
Wait, sorry.
She's at 9.
So wait, sorry, 10?
Yeah, like if I'm done up, like full glam hair and makeup, 10. If I'm right out of bed, then 9.
Right.
Wait. So right out of bed.
Like first thing in the morning when you wake up.
Is your peak.
No, she said 9 out of bed, 10 when she's like done makeup and all that. Yeah, get
like
it right.
when I'm like glammed up.
Get it right, Desmond. What about you?
I would say a 9, just because I'm not where I would want to be at with like body wise.
So we got 9. 9, 10, 10. Oh, we got a very attractive panel tonight. My goodness.
Isn't it, Brian? It's just so amazing.
I'm so good.
Single-handedly, you bring on the most beautiful women anywhere in California. All you have to do is ask them.
That sounds like a lot of fucking sarcasm right there. My feelings are hurt.
What do you mean? No. There's no sarcasm. I'm telling you.
Wow.
The amount of overwhelmingly gorgeous women who come on to whatever, bar none, nothing else like it anywhere in the world. I know because I've asked so many of them this question to rate their looks, and I know that they're the most beautiful women in the world. Just ask them.
You know what you need to do to convince Andrew?
What?
Is you need to do one of those like slow-mo, like, wait, hold on, I gotta put it on there. Like slow-mo, like undo the hair and just like let it shake out, you know? Could you do that? Or is
her gel back hair?
Is your hair not gonna do that?
It,
You know
will,
what I mean?
it
Like,
will, like,
you take it
but
out and just like let it do
my
the-
hair is so nice right now. My
Okay.
Don't do anything for a man, bro.
My hair is
Don't
so
do anything
nice.
for the male gaze. Do it for you.
Yeah, but I can't. But I can. But
What sort of feminist
But you won't.
nonsense is that?
If you don't want to, don't
The
do
male
it.
gaze.
You can't handle this fro. I got
Because
an
you
afro
like the
under here,
male
bro.
gaze. Did you ever think of that?
Ooh.
I didn't hear what he said legitimately.
Repeat
so, like,
it.
I literally said.
I said, what if she's doing things like that because she likes the male gaze? You ever
Oh
think
no,
of
I was
that?
just referring to this one specifically.
Yes, I'm an attention whore.
Wait, you know what I want?
You have a nice body.
Thank you, honey.
Wait, who said that? Oh, Cass? Okay. Are you bi or are you trying to
No,
smash?
I'm envious of perky titties. That's
Thank
what
you.
it is. Because my titties are like down here without a bra.
Oh, word. Okay, thank you.
That's only because I don't have titties.
Dude, I'm wearing a push-up
What
bra,
the
so
Frick.
my ex would hate me.
Who else
You're
has-
wearing a push-up bra. It's fake.
Who else has a sternum tattoo, by the way? Anybody? Sternum tattoo? Is that the one?
Not yet.
She has like a little dagger or some shit?
Yeah, and then like
I felt the not yet. Yeah.
little barbed wire. But I'm getting all of them removed.
What's the history of the dagger or sword or whatever?
I just got it simply because I wanted a tattoo right here. And then this tattoo artist was like, this would look nice. And I was like, bet.
Is it
put
a
there.
dagger or a dirk?
It's a dagger.
Are you sure?
Yes, he said it. Well, the tattoo artist was like, it's a dagger.
Yeah, but what if he did a little trick? He did a little bamboozle and it's actually a dirk.
Well, I don't even know what a dirk is.
You should get with the program and learn about dirks. Because, oh my God, never mind. Dirk, let me Google it, make sure I'm... A short dagger of a kind
So
formerly
it'd still be a
carried by
dagger.
Scottish Highlanders.
So still a dagger.
Dagger.
It is
So
still
it is a dagger.
but there's different kinds of daggers. There's
But
let
she
me
is
Google
sure
the kinds of
that it
okay,
is
whatever. Never
indeed
mind.
a dagger.
A dagger.
It is indeed a dagger.
Great.
So I did for the 9s and 10s at the table. I want you to rate me, rate my looks. Won't be offended. You can give me a 0. Won't be mad. You can give me a 10. I'll call you a fucking liar. Go ahead.
Wait. As a 10.
Oh, wait. Did I not rate myself?
Yeah,
Oh.
as a
I got it,
10,
yeah.
and I know I have to be a 10 because there's this many 10s at the table. Of course, I'm going to be a 10 as well. I would have to rate you, Brian, at I don't know, 3 maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty
your
brutal.
friend.
Yeah,
Okay.
some friend, some pal.
Okay, that was useful. So getting back to this, anyways, I'll give my rating afterwards, I guess. So I need a rating from you, and then you two. Go ahead.
I give you an 8.
Okay, shut up.
I think he's right.
I think you're handsome.
Okay, go ahead. What do you?
I'm
what do
not
you
into
rate?
white men, so I would say like a 5.
She's into white men, but a five.
No, I say I'm not into
Oh,
white men.
you're not into white men.
Yeah.
What are you into? Like his Mexicans?
No.
Hold on. You're definitely into Mexicans.
I've dated a Mexican. That's what I said earlier. He's not my type.
You're not. You're still dating a Mexican and having sex with him.
Yes.
And letting him fuck other women, like multiple other women at the same time, like the same
I don't
date.
care. He's
even.
not my man. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
I mean, she did say he wasn't her type. Like
I
aggressively.
literally said that.
Fair enough. What is your type?
Asians.
Oh, all right then. Cool.
Yes, I love me some. I'm not gonna say it.
Some.
That was a wise choice.
No.
Love you some.
Yeah.
What? Say it. Just say it. Fuck it. Fuck it. YOLO.
No, it's racist.
Send it. Oh, you
It's
can't.
racist, no.
It's racist.
Yeah.
You're
I was gonna say like a racist slur, but
Is
like
it-
I love me some.
the C.
She made the correct
oh,
choice.
yeah. Don't say that. Don't
Yeah,
say that.
yeah.
Don't say that. Okay. I guess rate me on a scale of 1 to 10. No, for you, rate me on. No, her.
I'd say you're like an 8.
Okay. What about you? Go ahead, rate me.
I say 7, but if you put moisturizer on,
Or
it
two.
would go up. It would go up. I'm not trying. I'm just being helpful.
It's true.
I'm
I
being
got.
helpful.
Dude,
I got dry
more
skin.
men.
The way I
I'm being
tried
helpful.
holding my composure.
I'm being helpful though.
Also, more
Fair,
men
fair.
should be into skincare. Like, if a guy is into skincare, it's fucking hot. I
Nobody
love
wants to
that.
date someone
And it keeps
crusty.
you young.
Look. I got dry skin. I got little flakes going. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I take really good care of my skin. I want a guy who does the same.
Anyways, I give myself a 5. So wrong. She was kind
Right.
of on point, I guess.
I said
So
5.
you prefer just Asian, like black guys?
No.
No.
Not my type.
Are you half black, half white?
Yes, I am. I'm black, white, and Native American.
Which is the part of you that doesn't want to date black men?
They all remind me of my father.
That's not the question.
So wouldn't
Wait,
that be
they
all
remind
of her?
you? Wait, black
Yeah,
men
like
remind
I don't
you
know.
of
I
your
think
father?
like for me, I'm also into
What?
like mixing races. So like I don't want to be with a black man because my father's black. I don't want to be with a white man because my mother's white. Like that's the type of thing I want. I want, I think of like more of I like couples that are
I don't understand. So
mixed
isn't
up
that
even
all
more?
you're
Yeah,
mixing?
like mixed up couples. I like biracial couples.
Wait a second.
I like
that makes no
I do.
sense. Anybody that you have
Yeah.
children with is going to be mixed race.
What do you mean?
No matter what. No matter who you have children with, the children are going to be mixed race no matter what.
I think she
Yeah,
just
she
wanted
wants
to
to
add
mix it
another.
more. Yeah, I don't want to
She
be
wants.
with my
Are you 50-50?
race. No, I'm not 50-50.
So you're like 25-50.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So your dad is
My dad is Native American and black.
So he's 25 or 50 Native American, 50 black.
Basically, yeah. And my
And
mother is Native American and white.
Okay, so you want to break down the percentages even more. Like you want to throw in
So
some
I just don't want to be.
Asian?
I just don't want to be with my race at all. Like anything that I am.
You want to know?
Damn, bro. So no white, no Native American.
Mm-hmm.
What about native of a different country? Like indigenous to
No.
Australia, like the Aboriginal.
No.
You wouldn't fucking Aboriginal?
That's why I like. I'm usually
Wow,
with
that's
Mexicans or
fucked
Asians.
up, bro. Huh?
That's why I'm usually with Mexican or Asians.
But aren't like Mexicans native-ish?
But
Kind of like it's native plus the Spanish.
I mean,
I don't
some,
fuck- I don't know. I don't know how it
some,
fucking works.
yeah, some.
That's true. That's mestizos, and mestizos are a mixture. That is most of the country. Yes,
Yeah.
they're a mixture of
But I've only been with one
Spaniards and the native population.
That way. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
no,
yes, my
mansplaining,
ideal is
yeah.
Asians. That's where.
Would you date? What about like? Well, I guess this would be a kind of Asian. Would you date? I don't think they like. What's the appropriate word for Eskimo nowadays? Inuit. Thank you, Andrew. Would you date an Inuit?
What's an Inuit?
An Eskimo.
They're an Eskimo.
What's an Eskimo?
I believe it's
what's-
Native
Well,
Alaskan.
What is an Eskimo?
It's a Native American
It's my favorite
tribe.
kind.
But it's like from
Okay,
Alaska.
hang on. I got a question for you.
That word.
Let us pretend for a second that it was a Native American guy, but he passed himself off as being Hispanic. So you dated him, right? For 2 years, he fell in love with him, and then he came clean and said that he was actually Native American, not Hispanic. Is he getting dumped?
Yes.
Yeah.
Question: What if like they're 75% Asian and 25% white?
Oh, I could do a Asian.
So you could do 50% Asian, 50% white.
Yeah.
75% white, 25%
No.
Asian,
No.
51% white, 49% Asian. Okay, all right.
Like if
So
they
what
have the
if- hang on,
features
so
of
what
an
if-
Asian man, that's all I care about.
What if you were dating the guy?
And if plus,
Right.
plus they have to be bilingual.
Oh.
They have to be bilingual.
Okay. But what if you're dating the guy, and he thought legitimately he was Asian, but then later
If
he
he-
took a DNA. Hang on. Later he took a DNA test, and he found
No.
out he was
no.
actually Hispanic and just really looked Asian.
No.
Is he getting dumped?
Because I usually don't go for. I like.
Taylor?
Yeah.
Wow.
So like
You like what?
Filipinos, I wouldn't go for. More like stuff like that.
Like the Japanese or the
Japanese.
Koreans.
No, not Japanese either.
Would you-
Their heads are too big.
Would you date Nikki over there? Like if you were
If I was a
bi?
male.
Like she's Cambodian.
Yeah.
This is kind
No.
of getting crazy.
Can I
Is
say
she too
something
dark?
slightly
Is that-
racist? Is that okay?
Right? Yeah. So
I
she
don't
had like
know.
yes,
I
the face.
probably don't say something.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, don't say
Under no
something.
circumstances.
Then something else. So I prefer black men, but I can't find like a Stefan Urkel. I keep on getting like Sheldon Coopers, and part of the reason why I identify
Yo,
as a
Desmond.
femcel is because I
Get into
ignore
favorites.
those guys. Like I don't want white guys, Asian guys. Like I want a black dude. So
How tall? You want to
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Let me make sure I got this right, because I think I understand what you're saying. Are you actually saying that? Because you mentioned Steve Urkel Stefan.
yeah, I
right?
would prefer like a Stefan.
The
Urkel.
alter ego. You prefer the Stefan or the Urkel?
I prefer Urkel.
You prefer the Urkel.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So instead, you're getting the really good-looking, suave ladies' man who's awesome.
No,
and
no, no, no. No, no,
Hang on. That's the Stefan, though.
Okay, my bad. When I think of Urkel, I think of young Urkel. But I mean, grown up Steve Urkel, like that's my ideal man. Like high functioning autistic
Yeah,
black dude. Like that's
Yo,
what
Desmond,
I want.
where you at, bro? Desmond.
So less about
Hey, Desmond, get over here, bro. Desmond, get in here,
No.
bro.
Yeah,
What do you
but-
think about Desmond?
You just want to, like...
He's too attractive. I don't like men that
He's
are too
too
attractive.
attractive?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so you just want a guy who breaks all your shit and then says, "Did I do that? Really?"
I think that well
You're
not
gonna
breaks
like
all
walk
my
around
shit.
your apartment and break all your stuff, and then be like, "Yeah, I do that. Really? That's the.
I want
that's the goal.
high functioning autistic black
Oh
male.
my goodness.
And only white dudes are like in my DMs, so I friend zone them and I'm waiting for my man. So that's what I want.
Hey, it's okay to have a type, though. I think we all do on some level.
Me too.
Period.
Wait, would you, Anissa, do you have a brother?
No.
Would you like date her bro? Like she's Asian. Wait, what's the percentage breakdown though?
50-50.
Oh no. Like would that be?
But you're like, what are you? Like, what is your?
I'm Thai.
No.
Thai? You won't do Thai?
No. They have small.
Jack Talk Thai?
Yeah. No.
No Thai. Don't do Thai.
No.
Would
No,
you
you
just
don't
do
do
like
Thai.
Chinese and Korean? Because those are the light-skinned Asians. Like the Southeast ones are the dark
Depends.
ones.
It honestly just depends.
feel
Like,
like
I'm not
she's-
picky. I'm not picky with Asians. Like it could be like
Like
it
Mongolian? Like, do you fuck with Mongolians?
could, I don't know exactly what they
Or are
look
you
like.
more like...
But I'm not picky about it. It's just like it's based, and also I really like personalities. Like I fall for personalities. But if you're like you're,
Are you
For you.
are you gonna like try to go to like Korea or Japan or something?
I'm going to Korea for my birthday.
Whoa, dude, she's like a reverse passport,
speak
bro.
Korean.
She's a passport, bro. She's like, fuck these Western dudes. I'm gonna go get me a nice
America.
Japanese, a based Japanese dude.
Actually, I just want to go to Korea for the skincare.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Nice facial.
Well, right now there's an incel uprising going on in South Korea, so it's a really good time to go.
I know.
Yeah, is the martial law, was that removed or is that still?
Oh no, yeah, they completely resisted it, and it's definitely not going to go into effect.
Well, no,
That'd
the
be
president.
Incels 1, government of South Korea 0.
No, but the president, I don't know about the incel thing, the president put into place martial law. Did you hear about this?
No, he attempted to put into place martial law, and the population summarily rejected it, and Parliament went and said, no way, that's not going to happen. So it's over.
Oh, it's done. Okay. Do you know why? Why? Anyway, well, I don't know if we need
Because
to get
they
into
said that they had a actionable threat from North Korea, and the population didn't buy it. They told them to shut up. And that hasn't really happened before, and nobody really knows how to deal with it.
Okay. Well, anyways, getting back to this question, going back around the table, let's see.
Would you rate me?
Huh?
Will you rate me?
You want me to rate you?
Yeah.
What did you give yourself?
A 10.
Would I rate you? Let me see.
I'm going to stand up.
Sure, why not? If you want to. Go ahead. Okay. You are, you have pretty eyes. I'll give you that.
You?
You're like, I'll give you an 8. Give
That's
you an 8.
good. That's good. That's good.
No?
Andrew, you rate her.
Yeah, what do you rate
No,
her,
wait,
Andrew?
no, not him.
I think that's fair.
No, we're going too far.
What? Andrew. Hey, shut up, Andrew.
All right.
Hey, Andrew.
That's facts. He ain't lying.
Andrew.
You kind of did say that.
As a defender,
I walked into that one.
I am triggered. I am so triggered, Andrew. As a defender of the itty bitty titty committee. I'm part of the itty bitty titty committee. I would prefer.
They're not even itty bitty. They're just not titty. It's not itty bitty titty, no titty.
Hey, she's got a solid
Wait,
A
him or
cup,
her?
okay? Andrew, you are body shaming.
little lump?
You misogynist.
Y'all see that little lump right there?
Can I ask a question?
There-
Come on, she has a good sense of humor about this shit. Hats off to you. That brings your rating up at least 1 point from a 3.4
Boom.
to like a 4.2-ish.
Boom.
Not a full
That's
but
fine.
it's okay.
That's fine.
Go ahead. What's your question?
I have a question for you and Andrew.
Yeah.
Do you guys prefer tits or ass?
Oh, boobies or titties?
Well, you don't. My answer to this. I'm a labia guy.
But that, I just want to know tits or ass.
I'm a labia guy because I
labia.
only date women with large labia.
Oh, okay, interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you got to see it
She
first
just
before you
exposed herself.
even get a chance.
Okay.
What's labia?
You know innies and outies?
Like belly buttons?
No.
A little further south.
Girl.
A little further south.
Oh.
Yeah, like
Like the male version, like the
I thought it was just more like a scientific
So you're
word
like
for
the
a belly
male
button.
version of a size queen.
Yes, I am.
So, like,
it is
yeah.
revenge.
Like, there's different ones,
So you don't
and
have
I
a
never knew
preference
until I started
between-
dancing.
You don't have a preference between those
Okay,
two?
but-
No labia on the table. She's saying like,
Like, no, yeah.
Wait, guys.
So this is like, I don't know.
The labia, it's out.
Like there's
Out.
wings.
There's lips.
Yeah, wings. That's okay.
Wings, son.
So big
wings.
inner, not big outer. Specifically inner.
Well, so yeah, there's the inner and
That's what I'm
outer
saying. Which
labia.
one do you prefer?
Both big.
Oh,
But
Great.
if one or the other, I guess the inner, the lips, that's kind of more so my preference. But like outer, big outer labia, good too.
Okay.
Sign me up. But
More to work with, or
Huh?
more to work with, or Just purely revenge, as you said.
No,
Is that what you said? It was revenge, or
that was banter. It's
Oh,
not.
okay,
I don't
alright.
care. Not revenge. She's asking.
I mean,
if
so
was
was
like,
mine, but
she
I
was
was
asking if
bullshitting.
it was like the reverse of the size queen, or the like.
Yeah,
if I'm the
yeah,
equivalent
yeah.
of it.
Your
no.
revenge, yeah.
No,
I
not
thought it was funny.
revenge.
That's crazy.
It's just like
didn't know that was
I think like aesthetic thing, kind of like, and then there's like a difference. Yeah. So, I mean, you date women, right? Like, do you have a preference, or you don't care?
No preference.
No, you don't care at all.
Whatever's
You
attached to
don't-
the person I like.
Yeah, and look, I'll date a girl with an innie, but like I got a preference, you know.
How about
Can I
it,
add
man?
something?
I'll date a girl. I got a preference. What's up?
I had a girlfriend one time. The one time I had a girlfriend, and she showed me her vagina,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure it was like a labia, like
Big.
you said, and I didn't like it.
It was big.
It
It was-
immediately
yeah.
turned me off from her. Like, not to be fucked up, but I like wasn't attracted to her after
Can
I
I
seen how
show
it
drop?
looked.
Can
which
I
is
mention
fucked up.
another show? Because like y'all should all watch that show, Naked Attraction. You know what I'm talking about?
Love that.
Anyways,
no,
you would
no
love
idea.
it.
I'm
You would
sure.
love it.
Yep. Wait. So hold on. You rejected her because she had a.
Well, we
outie?
were dating for like 6 months, but we never did anything. But then she showed me a picture of hers.
Showed you pictures.
Yeah, of her vagina, and I was
Wow.
turned off.
Is she?
She's white.
She's around. Or?
No, we don't talk. We haven't talked in years, but like we're still like we can still be friends.
Give it to
But I could pass it your way. I got you.
You scratch my back. I
Yeah,
scratch your
I got you.
Wait, you're only into white girls?
No, it's because of the labia. What?
Oh.
No, I date white girls, Asian women, Latino women,
Black women.
sometimes mixed race women, Asians.
Mm-hmm.
I'll date anybody if I like them and their labia is huge. But so, okay, to answer your actual question though, I don't like boobs. More of a butt guy, like of the two options, more of a butt guy than a boob guy. But
I figured most guys prefer butts.
I mean, small boobs, cool. Nice big boobs, cool. I don't like. There's never like if a girl was totally flat, I wouldn't not date her because of that. It's not. I don't really care that much. And then, but it's like if she doesn't have a butt, I don't really care.
That's good.
There's
It's
more.
all about
There's
the
like.
labia.
Yeah, labia is cool, I guess. But yeah, I mean, there's more important things too, I guess. So.
What about
That's
like
good.
the BBL bandits? How do you feel about BBLs?
Oh,
and,
that
like,
would be
boobs?
actually be a situation where I would probably not date a girl if she had a BBL or
Really?
fake boobs. No offense, Nikki.
That's okay.
Just I don't know. I don't really like the plastic thing and
They look
Yeah,
like they're walking around with filled up diapers. It's gross.
the BBL. Does anybody here have a BBL? No.
I
Yeah.
can't even get my teeth fixed. One guy offered to pay for veneers for me.
You should have
And I
taken
said
Girl, you
no.
should have taken that.
You should have taken it.
Because he's not my type. He's not my type.
I would have
Girl,
taken it.
The veneers don't have to be your type.
Well, listen, these things are expensive. Okay, mine fake. Absolutely.
You have veneers?
I don't have veneers. I have 2 bridges. I was born without 2 of my teeth, so like,
Oh.
But yeah.
I didn't really get much.
But yeah, Nikki, just I guess to answer your question totally, small boobs, big boobs, both cool. Big butt, small butt, both cool.
good.
Same. You wanted to ask Andrew this too, or
Yeah,
Andrew,
yeah. I
want to
hear what he
respond?
says. If you prefer ass or tits, which one do you like better?
So is this a question of have to choose? Like,
just your
They either
preference,
have
like
a
if
really nice rear but flat, or they have a really nice rack but like no butt. Is that what the heart of the question is?
I think so, yeah. Like, and like, if you were to have a girlfriend, like, do you have an idea, like, you'd want her to have a good body like that, like a nice ass, or would you be kind of disappointed if she had no ass?
Yeah, that would be a deal breaker for me, I think.
Yeah. I feel like
I'm done.
I respect the honesty.
Okay.
I think another thing,
That would be. I think that like there's something about that. I think for even most men that, and I think that it has to do with there's almost this Disney-esque image that they tried to capture for years of the hourglass figure of a woman, and you can see in that hourglass figure they're looking at kind of big rack, right, with a skinny waist, which moves into kind of a rounded hip area, right? And the reason that this was something of ideal is because all of those things kind of coexist with the idea of childbirth. So it's no wonder that so many men are attracted to that type of figure. because obviously the things that we're attracted to would lead to reproduction. Otherwise, we wouldn't be attracted to them generally, right? So there's no doubt in my mind that Disney tried to capture that image of the shape because it's something that both men like and women aspire to.
You had something?
Oh yeah, I think another thing that kind of comes into play too is that like you can grow your butt by going to the gym and like doing certain exercises to grow your butt, but if you want to grow your boobs, like really the only option is plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Yep. That is true.
Yeah, and like I know there's only so much you can do in the gym, but
or you could get fat.
Yeah. But it's
Or you
really
could
hard
get
to gain the
pregnant.
weight there.
Or get pregnant and have a bunch of kids. So
I just realized that this is going to be on the internet forever.
Forever.
They actually do have this weight gain thing called a pediment, and it helps grow your boobs. And it helps
Does
you.
it also grow
helps
other
you keep-
things?
your penis?
I don't know.
Does it work for penises?
You should try it.
You should try it.
Let us know.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate it. All right. So back to the whole rating thing. I guess, let me see here. Just to be clear, like, so you're 10, I'm an 8. Just you'd be settling for me?
I want someone. Another thing too I'm looking for is lifestyle. I was saying lifestyle compatibility earlier. Like, I'm really into skincare. I'm really into eating healthy, going to the gym. Like, I take really good care of myself. So I want a guy who also does that.
Okay. So anyways, so going around the table, do you guys, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years time? Physical looks, do you think they'll be better in 10 years time? So you're 27. Will you be better looking at 37?
I hope I look better at 37. I just like to continually improve myself for me. But like realistically, I'm probably gonna look like trash. I have a degenerative condition, so.
Okay, and then
I love that.
You're 27. Do you think you were better looking at 18?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I looked like a hobgoblin at 18. I've had the glow up of glow ups.
The glow up of glow ups.
Repulsive.
A hobgoblin.
0 out of 10. Would not recommend.
Hobgoblin. Okay. Nikki, you're 25. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years time at 35?
Yes, because I want to be a MILF by then, and everyone loves a good MILF.
I took some MILF.
I love that there's a button just for that.
There is just a button.
He was like opportunity.
It's a button for everything.
Boom, have it.
Yes.
Okay. What about 20 years time at 45?
Yeah, I would still. I want to keep my, I already have a fast metabolism, and I work out from, my job, so I like staying in shape.
Yeah. What about 30 years time at 55?
I better be looking this good still at 55.
Okay. 40 years time at 65?
I hope I never let myself go. I better, I would hope so.
Okay.
I would
So
hope
better looking at 65 versus now at 25?
No. I don't think I'd look. Nobody's gonna want me at 65. Like you know what I mean? Like everyone.
I don't know. Man, shit.
No, I feel like
It's
I
like
definitely
some
like
100-year-old who'd hit.
Probably in my prime, like now in the next 10 years, and then after that, I think it's.
But just to be clear, the comparison still would be, you will in 10 years time you'll be better looking at 35 than you are now at 25.
Yeah, I feel like I could.
And then
Yeah.
45 still? 45 better than 25?
I feel like I could if I continue to work out.
Rachel, you were 19, better looking in 10 years time at 29.
God, I hope so.
Well, regardless of your hope or God, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years time at 29?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And then 20 years time at 39?
Yeah,
Okay. 30 years time at 49?
probably not.
Okay. And then Cassie, you're 31, better looking in 10 years time at 41?
No.
And then you're 31, were you better looking 10 years ago at 21?
No, I was morbidly obese.
Okay.
So no.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with being morbidly obese, but no.
Make that clear.
Well, your arteries probably disagree, but not yours.
talking about physically
I mean like
attractive.
Anybody obese in general. Okay, whatever. You're 23, better looking in 10 years time at 33.
Better looking than now, probably not, but I'll still look good.
Still look good, fair enough. And then
I want to thank my black side for that.
All right. You're 22, better looking in 10 years time at 32.
I think I'll look better because hopefully I'll have like big old pregnancy titties.
Word.
Okay. What if you're not pregnant though?
I don't know. I think I look like I could still pass as a minor, so I would hope that I would look more like an adult by then.
What?
Second that one.
I agree
Besides
with
the
that.
tattoos, like I feel like I look pretty young.
So in any case, okay, you're 22 now. Do you think you'll be better looking as compared to now in 10 years' time at 32?
I would hope I look more like a woman, so yes.
Okay. What about 20 years' time? 42 versus 22?
No, definitely better now.
All right. You're 33, better looking in 10 years' time at 43.
I mean, I plan on it. Yeah, I want to get better and better every year. That's the goal.
Okay. What about 20 in comparison to 33, better in 20 years' time at 53?
I mean, by then too, it's I feel like by then maybe medical technology and skincare will be a lot more advanced by then, and healthy food will be better. So it's certainly not impossible.
Okay. What about 30 years' time, 63?
Again, same thing. Technology is going to keep getting more and more advanced, and who knows?
Okay, how about this? Let's remove the possibility of you ever having any sort of cosmetic procedure or any sort of you can eat really good, whatever, totally fine, but you can't use any sort of cosmetic intervention. So going back to 10 years' time, 43 versus now 33?
I mean, if I couldn't do that, then yeah, probably not. But I would still look good.
Sure. Okay. And then you're 33 now. Do you think you are better looking now at 33 than you were at 23?
Oh, definitely. Like I make a lot more money now. I was broke when I was 23. Like I still looked good. I still took care of myself as best as I could, but like I didn't have a lot of money to spend on healthy food or good skincare or nice clothes, and I have that money now. So and I've gotten a lot more confidence since then too. I've really kind of found like my style and an aesthetic that I like, and I think I definitely think I look better now, mainly because I love myself more and I have more money.
Okay. But so when you say you're more successful, you mean like you were able to afford certain things that make you look better? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Like healthier food, better quality skincare, like more expensive, nicer clothes, things like that, which I could not afford when I was 23 because I was broke at the time.
Okay. But like, let's say you became a billionaire and absent any cosmetic surgeries. So like at 53, you would be able to buy like the best clothes and eat the best food. Do you think you'll be better looking at 53 as a billionaire than now at 33?
I would say at least the same, probably.
The same?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Do you think 30-year-olds typically look the same as 50-year-olds?
I would say if they're not billionaires, no.
How old is Jeff Bezos? Trying to think. He's like is he almost 60?
Donald Trump.
I was gonna say 80.
No, I think he's late 50s.
Jeff Bezos is 60. Yeah,
He's a billionaire, but he was so
You don't look right. Obviously didn't work out.
Okay, and then you're 26. Better looking in 10 years' time at 36.
I seem to age backwards, so probably. I'm just hoping, like she said, I just hope that I have like a curvier body and all that, more milfy. Other than that, yeah, my face stays the same. I've looked the same since I was like 12.
Okay.
It's
what
weird.
about 20 years' time at 46?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be like Beyonce.
30 years' time, 56?
That might be when I start declining. Like the wrinkles will start showing.
That's the peak, like kind of the peak, the end of the peak. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have the age forward pictures?
Yeah, 2 batches.
We'll do both batches.
Y'all better stop.
We're gonna do both batches. You got all of them?
Did you account pregnancy for me?
No, we did not account for pregnancy, unfortunately. All right.
Oh, good shit.
Babe status. Okay, next.
Oh God, I don't want to see.
Ew.
Oh.
Ew.
Okay.
That's so bad.
Next.
I'm so scared.
Me too.
All right.
That's dirty.
You look like you work at the front desk of a elementary school for some. I don't know.
I feel that.
see that.
Yeah, I'm like a librarian. You could be a good librarian.
DMV lady.
Yeah.
DMV.
I'll take
okay.
it.
Next.
I'll get carded.
DMV. I make ugly faces.
Oh, it's kind of the same. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Cool. Next.
Okay.
Okay, I look normal.
I kind of look
like the same.
Okay. Next.
That's how mine's gonna
Okay.
look.
Next.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Oh God.
Shit. So wait, which one? Just wait. Oh, hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to do this. Can you go back to the first one? I'll get through them quick, but I just realized something I should do. First one? Yeah, and then we'll go through it again. Pull it up. Before you do it, as we're going through, I want you to tell me which one you think is better looking. Okay? Pull it up. Left or right?
Oh yeah, the right is so much. No, yeah, the left one looks
Okay.
more
Next.
youthful.
Obviously the left. I
Make
look
it bigger.
scary in the right one.
Okay.
Ew.
Next.
Yeah, they kind of did you dirty on that one.
did. They really did.
Kind of did you dirty on
Next.
that one, I think.
Why'd your eyes become?
Definitely the left.
Okay, next.
Surprisingly, I like both of them because I don't really look that bad.
There's
Okay,
not much
all
yellow
right,
in it.
next.
Yeah.
Can't really see, but yeah, left.
Okay. Get the scroller prescription. You want some reading glasses or something? I can hook
It's
it up.
legitimately like barely different.
I literally forgot mine.
It's okay. Next.
Definitely the left, bro.
Okay, next.
Oh
You
my
look like your
God.
mom.
Which one? Left or right? Which one do you prefer?
I look rough. I'm gonna make sure I do not look like that.
Okay, good luck, I guess. All right, 20 years time. All right. So left is better.
Yeah,
looking?
yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Go ahead.
Left for sure.
Left. Okay, and then there's a second batch you said you have?
Why did it make my chin bigger?
second.
Next.
What's happening?
Big,
What?
big, big, big,
Is
big,
this
big.
not-
Is that younger?
What is that?
Is that younger?
Bigger?
I mean, I'm
One
here
bigger?
for it, but I think
Yeah.
whatever it may be. But
There we go. Let's do it like that.
Can we do one with
Can
Botox?
I at least know how we're roasting me before we roast me?
No, it's.
Which one, left or right?
Is that backwards?
There's a lot of crow's feet going on in the right picture.
Also, like, have you seen the like weird eye trick where they like turn your eyes upside down and it makes you look funky?
Oh my God, I
eyes
see
kind of
it.
look like
Yeah.
that.
I see it.
Yeah, well, it's AI, so.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Left or right?
Left.
Okay, next.
Ew. The left. Why do they do
What
that?
the hell is going on?
Right. Why don't even?
Why is it? They like changed the camera.
Bigger.
They like changed my race. Like
Hey,
I don't.
She's got a nose
wheel
job
them
in this
bigger.
one. Like, what's going on here?
Bigger. Yeah.
Why did her tattoo just completely?
Okay.
Boobs still look good
Your
though.
necklace is different.
What the fuck?
What the?
It's the upside down eyes thing.
Next.
It's kind of freaky looking.
Oh,
Like a skinwalker.
You know what?
Why did you get blue eyes?
That don't look
Okay,
bad.
next.
Left or right? Oh, definitely right.
Wait, you look cute.
Really?
Yeah, you look really
I
cute.
can't. Maybe, but yeah.
Yo, give her your glasses. Give her. Give her your
Honestly,
glasses.
you're not far. It's not bad.
No, it looks really good actually.
Next.
In comparison to everyone else.
My skin looks
Oh,
shiny.
what the? Hey, glow up.
She said glow up.
Next.
Glow up.
I feel like that's just really
How about this one?
Definitely, you look different.
Yeah, that looks
Actually, better than the other
surprisingly
one.
Yeah.
If I look like that when I'm like 80, that would be good. 80 or 70.
Girl, that's
maybe.
That ain't 80.
What's this filter
Next.
supposed to be?
Yeah, what is it?
AI.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Oh, she likes herself
I
on
like
the
them
right.
both.
Is there more? Did they do me or?
I was just gonna say that one of your eyes is a different color.
That's it?
That's actually my personality.
Is there more?
Felt.
There's another one?
My multiple personalities are showing.
What is it?
I got 12.
Okay.
Is it safe?
Draw a line
No,
on point,
is it?
Luna.
It's not. There's not like TOS, is it?
Me too.
Okay, fuck it, pull it up, bro. It's not like nudity, right? It's not like some fucked up weird shit, right? No. All right. Bro, what the fuck? Yo! Hey, dude!
It's cute. It's a
Is that
cute
fucking
picture.
Ghost who did that shit? Bro.
It's a cute picture. I like it.
You know what?
I thought it was real.
Here's
I thought
the
it was
cra- That's actually a real picture, bro. It's actually a real picture. Yeah, shit. There's an ND. No, just kidding. Okay. Where are we? We need to get through. We're gonna get into the questionnaire finally. Gonna get into the questionnaire. So here's the juicy stuff, right?
I feel like we were all confused for this. I'm excited to see how many I
actually,
accidentally
you know
circled.
what?
Yeah.
Who here wants cold pizza? Anybody?
I mean, I'll eat a slice.
Anybody?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe we do like a little intermission with the roast session. I think could be
Roast
warranted.
session.
Just
Are we
a
being
little roast.
roasted? I want to be roasted.
I want to be
I'm
roasted.
into it. No, it's
Pizza.
my favorite
You
thing ever.
want cold pepperoni pizza?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is anyone gonna be offended if I
thank you,
pick
though.
the pepperoni out?
Huh?
I'm
Yes?
okay. Thank you, though.
No. No. So, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. While I'm gonna go get that all prepped with my servant A-Dog. Servant, assistant. Sorry, I think you said my
Wipe
bad.
that from the stream.
Not my
I kind
servant.
of didn't even hear it.
Servant, lady.
I totally thought
It
it was
sounded
just a joke.
natural.
Andrew, what is you know what, Andrew? Why don't you ask them a really thought-provoking question?
Politics.
While I get this pizza served up. Actually,
Politics.
before I get up though, guys, during this it's going to be a pizza roast session. We're going to do 69. If you guys want to get a roast in, we're going to do a $69 TTS during the pizza intermission. If you want to get it in, It's going to be $69 TTS. Andrew, take it away, good sir.
Yeah, so quick question for the panel. And we can start with chair one moving around. Now I know you guys only compare yourselves to your own standards, but within your own standards, right? Who would be the woman that you would point to as being the set standard for what you would consider all attractive women to be compared against?
Like in the
Whoever
room?
it is.
Like in the room or?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, just in general.
Oh, I legitimately don't have one, and I know you're gonna say that's not the right answer, but it's just
like
purely
anyone, like-
tism.
There's no.
So like I would say like Zendaya.
Yeah, like
Zendaya.
Yeah, hang on. Let's go
like
one at a time.
flawless.
Going
Okay.
around the table. Next.
Ariana Grande.
Oh yeah.
Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
Renee Rapp.
Who's Renee Rapp?
She's like a musician, but she also did like musicals and acting. She kind of does a lot.
Okay. Next.
My first grade teacher.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like a famous person, let's
Oh, a
say.
famous person. Like just based on looks?
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever you would, if you picture this person, this famous person, this would be what you would compare the beauty standard of all women against.
Beyonce.
Like kind of your perfect beauty standard. Go ahead.
Beyonce.
Beyonce, okay. Next.
I said Zendaya.
Zendaya.
Madeline Klein.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, any of the Victoria's Secret angels, all of them.
Like
Okay.
like Bella.
Yeah, or like Elsa Hosk or Adriana Lima.
Kendall.
Yeah, all
Okay.
of them.
Next.
Megan Fox.
Megan.
Oh, good
Really?
one.
Megan Fox?
She's beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like young Megan.
Okay.
Yeah, young Megan.
Gotcha. Okay. So the follow-up question to this is, if you think that you look anything like the women that you just cited, go ahead and raise your hand.
A little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Yeah? So like if we pulled up a picture of her right now,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
you would look a lot like her?
Yeah. I can see it.
Yeah,
I can see
for
it.
sure.
Definitely.
Okay. Gotcha. And then it looks like pizza's being served here.
Like somewhat, I guess.
Somewhat?
Yeah.
A little bit?
Somewhat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Somewhat?
Less confident. Yeah.
Now,
No, because he's being less confident.
Okay, fair enough. The follow-up question to this is, if you consider all of these women to be 10s, and you declared yourself to be a 8, 9, or 10, how could you be an 8, 9, or 10 if these beautiful
No,
women...
I said 10. I said 10.
Yeah, okay, great. How could you be a 10 if the most beautiful woman that you could think of, you're less attractive than her?
No.
I have a point on that. I think there's so many different types of beautiful women.
Well, hang
She
on,
was just
hang
the
on, hang on.
easiest one to
Let's
come
let
up.
her answer, and then we'll move up right over.
Okay,
I promise.
okay.
Go ahead.
Wait, say it again?
Are you more or less attractive than this woman?
I would say, I would say,
Same level.
yeah, I would say same level. Like, because I think I literally personally think I'm really fucking pretty. So I personally think that, but someone else can disagree with me, you know what I mean? And I
Well,
think,
you disagree with you.
No, I
You
don't.
said that she's the standard of all beauty, right?
wait, yeah,
Okay, because I got. Give me this chick's name again.
Zendaya.
With a Z.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you not know who Zendaya is?
Yeah, I don't know.
She played in the movie
Female
Dune.
artist.
Played the movie in Dune with Timothy Chalamet.
You don't look anything like this chick. Like, you look nothing at all like this chick. What are you smoking? You don't look anything
Oh
like
my
this.
god, you
What
a
are talking
hater.
about?
You a hater.
What?
Let me see. Let me see it.
What? Pull up a picture of Zendaya. You gotta
Wait,
pull up a picture.
Andrew, when you
This
say
is
she doesn't,
ridiculous.
when you say she doesn't look like her, like you said, sorry, Zendaya is like really attractive. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you're better looking than her.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're better looking than her.
Why? How
Anyways,
would you hold her to the how would you hold her to the standard of all female beauty?
I think because she is like very like she has a very light skin, and then also she's very tall and her body's slim, and she has amazing hair and amazing skin and amazing eyebrows, and like yes, and that's why.
And she doesn't wear a lot of makeup, so
and she's also very natural with her makeup all the time. Like she doesn't go all the way out. Like she does.
You
Yeah, she's
consider
very
her
natural.
Perfect 10.
Yeah, she's like I like how natural she is. She's all like she's not one like she's all natural. That's why I like her.
Personality too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
really intelligent,
All right. So
too.
going over to the who else said that they were a 10? You. Okay. And who did you say was the beauty standard from which you would compare all women?
But instead of the Victoria's Secret angels.
Yeah. Which one though? Any of them?
All of them really.
Which one?
You have one in mind though?
Probably there's Elsa Hosk or Adriana Lima or Yasmin. Yasmin
Okay.
Tooks.
And do you think you look like any of these women?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Which one?
Probably Elsa, the blonde one.
And it's Elsa Hosk.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a look.
I want to change my answer too.
Now you guys want to change your answer? All right, let's take a look. You look nothing at all like this one, like not even a little bit.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even to say that she's more or less attractive. It's just how do you guys see similarities in features between different women who don't look anything like you?
Wait, the question is a beautiful
You want to give us a lookalike?
Can you do
Yeah, that might be a good
Janae
idea.
Aiko?
Give me a lookalike.
You know
Hang
Janae.
on, guys. I have the audio piece in. I can only hear one at a time. What were you saying?
Do you want to give us a lookalike? Like, tell us who you think we look like?
Please do
Well,
that.
I don't know. I'm not very good with faces, but especially like famous women, because I just don't care that much. But when I look at the picture of who it is that you're saying you look like, and I'm trying to look at it and like, oh, they snapped a picture of her in her glam, and then they snapped a picture of her when she's not. And thus far, you guys really don't look anything like these women you hold to all be nothing. You don't look anything like this woman. Nothing.
Can you look up Janae Aiko?
Is who you're talking about?
Oh yeah, that is.
Okay.
Can you look up Janae Aiko? I feel like she's definitely. I feel like would look similar to me more so than Ariana.
I know. I feel the same way. I only said her because she's the blonde one. Like Adriana Lima and Jasmine aren't blonde.
Who do we think are like? Do we look like them?
Oh, okay. I don't think I look like Beyonce. I think Beyonce's pretty though.
Yeah, that's what the
So-
question was.
Oh, okay. So who? Okay. So I'd like to change. Can I change my answer?
Yeah, but can you tell me what you think the question was?
Yeah.
Like who do we think is pretty? Like a 10.
Yeah, so who would you consider the standard of all female beauty to be compared to? So this is going to be what you consider like kind of the perfect woman that you would compare yourself to.
And then the second question was who do we look like? Was that the second question?
No. My second question was for those of you who are 10s. If you're a 10 and this woman who you stated was the kind of epitome of perfect beauty, do you look like them? And the answer from both 10s was yes. And then when we went and looked, they don't look anything like them. It's just really weird. I like nothing like them.
Yeah. I think I'm a 10 in inner beauty. Like I try to be a good person, but does inner beauty count at all or no? Because
I don't think he cares about that.
yeah.
He really doesn't care.
Okay. So like if you're trying to be a good person, like that doesn't mean anything. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, we're just looking for a physical standard. So, yes, I'm sure that there's wonderful people who have tons of inner beauty, and there's like multiple burn victims at the ER who are just like the most internally beautiful people on planet Earth. But we're just looking for kind of the external physical here.
Because I have girls, and I'm not going to say their name, that like talk to me, and I would say these girls are 10s, but then they go on like boats and they have guys like, they do things with guys, which is fine. And then they get paid like maybe $2,000 or $5,000, and they feel like crap about themselves. And then they're telling me how they feel like crap about themselves. And I would say like, well, if you want to feel good about yourself, then you shouldn't do that. But then those men pay those women to do that stuff. So it's like beauty is good and amazing, but like some people, they feel ugly on the inside for what they do because they have beauty, which is like social currency, I don't know if anything I'm saying is making any sense, but
Well, it makes sense. It just doesn't really have anything to do with the question. So
okay.
The question ultimately, right? So, for instance, why do you guys think we ask the 1 to 10 question? Do you think it's like just to be mean or cruel or horrible? Why do you think we ask the question? Anybody know?
Probably because
I think you want to see how like
shows
out of
self-esteem.
touch each person is, and if they're just like,
Or maybe to see how much we value ourselves.
Yeah,
maybe,
that's what I
to
was
see
Well, you
like,
remember when I asked who had dated a narcissist, and basically everybody raised their hand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, kind of a thing about narcissism is self-aggrandizement, right?
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it interesting to see how many people have beauty standards, especially women, have a beauty standard where they put themselves in the highest echelons of beauty, up there with the most beautiful women who exist on planet Earth? That would be like an 8, 9, or 10. Doesn't that seem slightly narcissistic or
no,
perhaps
but it's
delusional?
also just saying that you consider yourself beautiful doesn't make you a narcissist. It's just your personal opinion, because anyone in this room can have the totally
I don't
opposite
think it
from
makes
me.
you a narcissist to say you're beautiful, but perhaps wouldn't you say it's a narcissistic tendency to say you're among the most beautiful in the world?
But you asked for you asked for our opinion.
Yeah.
We're
So
all
if
gonna
you're
have different
an 8
opinions.
Well, if the beauty threshold can only go up to 10,
Yeah.
and nothing can be higher than that.
But again, that's our opinion.
Hang on. And nothing can be higher than that. Then if you say you're a 10, you put yourself in the threshold with the most beautiful women on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not slightly narcissistic?
But again, I'm not going to argue about the fact that it was my opinion.
I think what she's saying is like, if everyone answered the way I did, then it would be much different.
Yeah, like if we all had the same answer,
It's
yes.
supposed to be your opinion. That's the point. But the point is that when you look at the kind of standard that often women have, where they put themselves up into such a high threshold of, I am amongst the most beautiful on planet Earth, right? But at the same time, they say, well, I've dated a bunch of narcissists. It's like, well, I don't know, it sounds kind of narcissistic to me.
If you say so, yeah. I guess I'm narcissist. I never said I wasn't a narcissist, so.
Are you a narcissist?
Maybe.
Maybe.
In a situation, in a certain situation.
Okay, so last question then,
Like
I
this
guess,
one.
before we turn it over to Brian and the Roast. Can you raise your hand if you think you're a narcissist?
I think I have
In this
narcissistic
situation,
tendencies.
yes,
What
I'm
if
a
someone's told
narcissist.
you that they think you are? Does that?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question too. Has anybody ever said you're a narcissist? Raise your hand for that. Just one?
Yeah, no.
No.
I think I've heard it only once.
All right. Well, let's see here. We have some chats coming through. Thank you, Dylan.
Dylan Joe donated $69. Ho ho ho. I hope St.Nick brings Andrew a new M18 for Christmas and Santa bans labiaplasty for Brian. Hopefully Maddie got a new job in Santa's workshop. The panel misses you. Who at the panel would bang Santa?
Just show of hands, who would bang Santa Claus?
He's too old for me.
He does not identify as a cis male. He's like
Wait a
transgender
second.
Santa Claus.
Hang on. If the Twilight vampire guy can be 600 and all the chicks want to bang him, then if Santa Claus is 1,000, you don't have a leg to stand on here, right?
But I don't want to.
But he looks 1,000.
Oh, he looks. That's fair.
Yeah, that does make a difference.
We'll take care of it.
It does make a difference, I think, yeah.
You guys all done?
Mm-hmm.
Nikki, take your time. That's fine. Thank you, Dylan. Joe. Who would you guys bang Santa Claus though? Did the original?
No, none of us said yeah.
You know, speaking of which,
Roth donated $69. I'm so glad you said eyebrows. #eyebrows matter and natural. Don't pluck or draw eyebrows.
Thank you, Raph.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Andrew. You had something?
well, I was just going to ask very briefly, how come you think that women didn't overwhelmingly come out against Twilight for promoting that like a 400-year-old dude was dating a 16-year-old? How come? Like, wouldn't that be bad for society to promote that?
Yes.
Kind of gross. Kind of gross.
Age gap.
But he is technically
Quite the age
16.
gap, yeah.
But he was just been 16 for a long
His
time.
body.
So
He's not a man though. He's a vampire.
supernatural.
Guess it's a loophole. The laws don't apply for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
There's no laws
and
for
then-
vampires.
Well, and then I do want to just also point out that the love triangle was between that and a guy who turned into a dog. Man, this was overwhelmingly saw by women all over the world, and they just adored it. I just want to point that out.
Lucas donated $100. Hey man hater harpy and Sage.1, can you woman's plain how you like them big ole orange tump nuts juggling in your mouth?
What?
Take her vapid mind via a script and slither off into the dustbin of history.
Damn.
Whoa, what?
Damn.
He copy and pasted that off the internet.
All right, Lucas, thank you, man. That came in, I guess, a little earlier, but we had to wait for it. All right, guys. Well, TTS is back up to 200. If any come through in the next minute or two, I'll let them come through. But the TTS is back up to 200. We're going to get into the questionnaire here. Anissa, could you just start collecting maybe... Is that cup empty? Is that empty?
Yeah, this is empty.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you deal
it's
with that.
empty.
Anissa?
Just put it on top
all
of
right.
that.
Actually, this would be a good time really quick to go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, drop us a follow in the Prime sub over there at twitch.tv/whatever. And guys, it's been an hour since we last got a Prime sub, so if you guys can just see if you have a Prime sub available, drop us a follow in the Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Appreciate it, guys. Yo, Sniper, thank you for the Prime. Red Bull, thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much. And then also, guys, I kind of want to maybe we log into my World of Warcraft account and you guys can like hook me up with some like gold and join the guild or whatever. If you guys are playing on Night Slayer PvP, that'd be super appreciative. We might get that set up a little bit later. All right, let's get into the questionnaire. And reminder, guys, we do have the TTS is set at 200. This show is viewer supported. We couldn't do it without your guys' patronage. So really appreciative of everybody who supports via TTS. All right, so going around the table, we're going to start with the would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest? Your answer?
Bear.
Bear? Okay, what about you?
I said a man.
Man? Okay.
I also said a man.
All right, what about you?
A man.
A man.
A bear.
All right.
Yeah, a man.
Okay.
A bear.
A bear. Wait, so bear, bear, was that it? Is that right? Okay, everybody else
Yeah.
said man. So
Only
why?
exception is if it's Winnie the Pooh.
Uh-huh.
I would love to meet Winnie the Pooh.
Yep. So why do you pick bear and why don't you pick man? Go ahead.
I just feel like I would have like a direct, I don't know, set of tasks to try and do to get away from a bear or beat a bear, but like men are unpredictable, so you never know what you're getting.
Aren't bears unpredictable too?
Oh, they definitely are, girl.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, they tell you, like, I don't know, be bigger than the bear or run from the bear, depending on what kind of bear it is. It's a silly question, so you're going to get a silly answer.
I don't think it's silly, but and you don't pick the man. Is there any further reasoning or?
Purely because they're unpredictable and I don't know what I'm going to get.
Okay.
I don't know how big the man is. I don't know if I can beat this man. I'm in a wheelchair. I don't think the bear's going to pick me, quite frankly.
Okay.
But the bear couldn't push you through the woods either.
No, but I could push me. No man is pushing
Through the
me
woods?
either. I mean, I can get up. Technically, I can walk, so I'm just going to
All
get
right.
out of the chair. Literally.
Why do you pick bear and why don't you pick man?
I think with men, there's a chance of more sexual trauma, and I'd rather a bear eat me and kill me than experience more sexual trauma.
Sure. All right. And then what about you?
Oh, I said man, unless it's Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I'll make somebody else. You said bear, yeah. I mean,
yeah. I would say, honestly, I wouldn't like either. But
you got to pick one, so you pick the bear. Why do you pick the bear? Why don't you pick the man?
Because, I mean, obviously men can have, they could, like she said, the sexual thing, or also, like, they can have a gun. Sure. They could, like, actually, like, do something, like, I don't know, they can have a knife. Like, the bear, it's like, you're going to maul me or not. Like,
I don't think a bear is going to lock me in its basement either, so... Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, and is that a concern for you too, the potential risk of like SA with the men? Okay. So I guess for those of you who said the bear and said that, what do you think, like you've done a risk assessment, what percentage of men do you think would be inclined to SA you?
Well, I feel like 100% of bears are gonna kill me, and not 100% of men randomly wandering in the woods are gonna want to kill me. I'm sure there's a percentage of them that would be, but I feel like a bear is much more dangerous in like a weighing the pros and cons way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I meant just collect the stuff. But
are you done with this?
Oh no.
Okay. I thought it was done. Maybe maybe the napkin over here. Okay, so I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
Those of you who said the bear and you cited to SA, what percentage of men do you think would be inclined to SA you?
I genuinely have zero clue about a percentage. I think it doesn't
need to be exact, but
I genuinely don't have an answer for you. I don't think that it's like a majority. I don't think that it's like, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea.
Right. Maybe like 5 to 10%.
5 to 10%. Okay. What about you?
I was gonna say like 50, 60%.
50, 60%.
Because why? No, there's no other reason a man is in the woods. In my head, like
in your scenario,
like in my scenario, yeah. Unless he's hunting.
I would just like to assure you that almost every man who's ever been in the woods has almost always been in the woods for reasons other than the one that you think that they're in the woods for.
Exactly. They like
in
to light fires.
In fact, I'm going to say right now, on record, that I would be willing to put the number at essentially 100% of men who end up in the woods are there for purposes other than that purpose.
Do you want to respond to that?
I think it's valid.
Not 100%. Maybe like 99.
Well, she's the one who gave the 50.
No, I don't think 1%. No way. Not 1% of men do not go in the woods with the hope of essaying a woman. That's just insane.
I mean,
no, not necessarily that. No, yeah. No.
But would have the capacity to, maybe, but like with the hope of
it.
I think that's a weird odd.
Stop. I have a really good question. You guys are saying, well, what are they doing in the woods? How about this?
Camping.
You guys ever go to nightclubs?
Yes.
You guys ever go to bars?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you think the proportion of men who go to these environments with the intention of actually like, I'm gonna like drug some girl's drink or like do something untoward, you think that's higher at a nightclub or in the woods?
Nightclub
for sure.
Like of the men that go to the woods versus of the men that go to nightclubs, bars, and parties, etc. So why do you guys go to bars, nightclubs, and parties?
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Fair point, but also like no one goes hoping that they get sexually assaulted anywhere.
Well,
so like shouldn't we just be able to go places?
I'm looking at it, I'm not looking at it from the female perspective. I'm looking at it, you guys are saying these men have some intention. Why are they in the woods? They're going there for some reason.
I mean, I go to the woods and I go to the clubs, so.
Yeah, that's kind of evading my question a little bit, but.
No, I'm just, you were saying like, why would you go there? Was it versus the woods?
Well, the idea is that you would risk a bear.
There's predators everywhere.
Spawning into the woods with a bear over spawning into the woods with a man because you're afraid that a man will SA you. If you think that your chances of running into men in the woods and being SA'd are significantly lower than going to a nightclub and being SA'd, then why wouldn't you not go to the nightclub? It just seems like a basic risk assessment analogy that's kind of silly.
I think the question was also phrased in a different way, wasn't it? More men who go to clubs have the intention of, not they're going to sexually assault you in the club?
Yeah, I would say if you spawn into the woods with a random man, very few, if any, would I mean, obviously there would be some, I guess, but almost none would spawn in with the intention of doing anything to you, right?
I'm assuming that I would be alone in the woods, so I would feel safer in a club where there's hopefully at least a few good people that would protect me, including like security, whereas in the woods there's no one to protect me.
Well, wouldn't that be a bad risk assessment? If you say, if you ran into a random man in the woods, your chances of getting SA'd there are probably less likely than getting SA'd in a nightclub. That still would be a bad risk assessment, right?
No, because are you assuming the man is random?
It's more likely in the club.
Yeah, even a random man in the woods.
Yeah, no, that's where I draw the line, because I need a witness.
I think because I don't drink, I feel safer going out.
Huh. Okay. I guess follow-up question then. Does it change anything? Those of you who picked bear, does it change anything if it's 10 bears or 10 men?
They both sound
And they're all
equally
together. It's a group.
Oh,
so there's
God.
10 men all together, like random men. They just spawn into the force randomly, or 10 bears all together.
I don't even like being in elevators with 3 men or 2 men. Like,
So do you still pick bear?
yeah, I think
Still
so.
still pick bear?
I think so.
Still pick bear?
I'll just hide.
No, I think I'd choose men because I would hope there's at least 1 out of the 10 that wouldn't let it happen.
Wait, but you earlier said that like you said the percentage in terms of the risk assessment, you said it was like 5 to 10%. I think those were the percent. So like, wouldn't it be 9 out of the 10 men?
What?
Are the good ones.
You
is what he's
said
saying.
when I asked you like, what's the risk assessment when it comes to SA? How many percent of
9
men
out of 10
would
would
do
be
this? Yeah.
good.
So wouldn't the clear option then be to pick the 10 men because like 9 of those 10 men would like?
And she said men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was like, wait, what are we?
Okay, maybe I misunderstood then. Change anything for you?
Same situation, just because of odds. I think it comes down to like the aloneness more than the woods.
Okay, so you pick the 10 men.
Yeah.
Okay, and
I
then
agree.
quick question coming back to you. You said like 50 to 60% of like men would be inclined to do this. Do you think do you have any brothers?
I have 2 younger brothers.
Can you scoot to the table a little bit?
I have 2 younger brothers.
2 younger brothers, and you have a father?
No, I have 2 moms. They're lesbian. I'm adopted.
Okay. Do you have like male relatives, cousins, uncles, this sort of thing?
I have an uncle and a grandpa, but
Okay.
they don't really like
Yeah.
have an influence over me.
Sure. Do you think like 50% of the men in your family would do this? Like not
Oh no, if you put it that way, then no.
Mine would.
No.
yours
I don't
would?
think so.
And I'm not going to name drop, but mine have. So if you're going to go with those odds, then yes.
Okay.
And that's just the ones that you know about. So
All right. So you're saying like
50% of
Okay, I think 50 was a little exaggerated. I just
no,
am
yeah,
not good
50
with
was pushing it.
percentages.
No, 50 was pushing it, but a large amount of
20.
the
What's-
names
well-
that, huh?
Well, actually, we can divide this percentage very quickly. Just take the amount of male family members that you have, and with the amount of SA that you know about, and then what's the percentage come out to roughly?
I'm not gonna think about that.
Why don't
Thank
just
you.
look it up on Google? The person.
Why? I don't understand. It's not
About
a trick
personal,
question.
family, sexual assault, I would like to no longer think about. Thank you.
I don't know what that has to do with the question.
It has to do with me being uncomfortable thinking about the sexual assault in my family. So I'm.
I think it's just
Good.
being evasive,
Trauma
but
dumping.
okay. If it's too uncomfortable for you, then it's too uncomfortable for you, I guess.
Thank you for that. Being
You're welcome.
sexually assaulted as a child repeatedly is too uncomfortable for me. So I'm tabling
Yeah,
this.
yeah, I know. You know, you want to. So here's what's happening, right? So I ask a benign question just based on logic, and so instead, you want to victim shame, like you want to be like, well, I was a victim of this horrible thing that happened, and you're giving me unnecessary trauma, blah blah blah. The intent of the question was not to bring up childhood trauma that I would have no way of knowing ever.
I know.
But that's fine.
But the respect would just be to end it when I asked you to end it.
Yeah, I did end it. I said that's fine, and you were like, no, that's
Okay, I'm gonna move it on.
Who has donated $100? From a man's
Sorry, it's
point of
below
view,
the
if a man
threshold.
was spawned in the woods and saw a random woman, the only thing on a man's mind is, oh my god, dead weight. Men go to the woods to escape women nagging.
Oh my god.
Literally.
By the way, the TTS, it is still 200. It slipped through though. It's TTS. Who cares? Do appreciate the message though. Thank you very much. Okay, and let's see. We have how tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date? Well,
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
yeah, you just wrote you would not date a cis man. So, what about you?
Either the same height or taller.
So how tall are you? And
I'm
minimum
5'1".
height? Okay.
So he's got to be at least 5'1".
Okay. What about you?
I really don't have a big gauge on height because I'm always like way shorter than everyone. So I feel like it doesn't really matter as much to me.
Sure. Okay. What about you?
Well, I'm 5'3", and I don't think I'd want to date someone that's 5'3", but he doesn't have to be 6 foot. He just has to be taller than me so that I can.
5'4".
Okay. Yeah.
All right. What about you?
It doesn't really matter, but I prefer shorter guys, preferably my height.
You prefer shorter guys?
Yeah.
That's a first. Okay.
I like the comfortability. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely, I would say the tallest I'd probably go is probably 5'9".
The tallest you would go?
Yeah. Like 6 foot if anything, but I probably wouldn't go for some guy over 6 foot.
What about you?
I'm 5'2", and the shortest guy I would go for is like 5'10".
I'm 5'9", so I would go with the same height as me, which that's my preference actually. Is like I would rather be with a guy who's same height as me versus a guy who's like 6'5", like way taller.
Mm-hmm. What about you?
I'm 5'2", and the shortest I would go. Okay, so I had an ex-fiancee that was 5'4". We'll never do that again. 5'10" is now the minimum, and I prefer like over 6 feet, like 6'5".
5.
What? My ex was 6'5".
Wait, so I think you did right. You're 5'2". The minimum is 5'10", but you prefer 6'5". So like less than 1% of men. Okay. All right. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future partner?
I don't care.
Don't care at all? Okay. Do you want kids or anything like that? Or no? Okay.
No, and I've been homeless, so like I just have.
You've been homeless?
Mm-hmm.
Did you date while you were homeless?
I was in the same relationship I'm in now.
Rock and roll. Okay,
Thank you.
cool. All right. What about you?
Wait, I'm sorry. What
would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband or partner?
I mean, at least the same as what I make, if not more. Because I just don't want to be the one making.
You wrote
the
100K here? Is that?
I did, but you know what? I'm fine if it's at least the same amount as me. You know
How much
what I mean? It just changes, because I don't have a set rate because it changes, but at least the same amount that I make.
How much
if
you
not
make
more.
around the Super Bowl?
It just depends. Like I could make like 4K in a month or more. Like it really is just depending on the guys.
But 100K, it sounds like. What about you?
Yeah, I said 100K.
Okay.
I want to be a lawyer. That's the goal, and I want to be comfortable. I like things like wheelchairs and stuff are expensive, and I want to not have to rely on medical insurance and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about you?
I thought I'd be okay with someone making as much as I make, which is low. But honestly, I've been around people that make $1 million, and I've like shaken the hands of an autistic billionaire. So honestly, I think I want a millionaire because there's a lot of people that are millionaires.
What?
I know, dude. I know so many people that are millionaires. They make like $1 million a year,
What
$2 million
percentage of
a year.
people do you think make $1 million a year?
I know 6 dudes in Long Island that make.
Yeah, but what percentage of people?
Well, definitely like less than 1%.
Wait, how many millionaires have you met?
I've met now probably like 12.
And like how many of them date you?
One wants to date me, but I don't like him. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Honestly.
So there's only, as far as I can see, the one thing about billionaires is because they're so rare, they're highly tracked, especially by Forbes. I can only find actually 5 of them who even have autism.
Yeah, I shook the hands of one of them, and I'm not saying I like the dude.
What was his name?
I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not
Why
saying I
not?
like the dude. I think
You
the
shook
dude's-
his hand. You didn't sleep with the guy. Why can't you say his name?
I shook Elon Musk's hand, but like I'm not
She's
really
got a chance,
fan
boys.
of his politics. Not so much.
You don't like his politics?
Not so much.
Oh, okay. So wait, you want to date a millionaire autistic liberal?
Yes.
Okay.
That is black and not
You're
high
fucked.
functioning autistic.
I'm sorry, you're fucked.
I know.
No, like there's very
At least
few.
she's realistic.
I know.
There's very few of those.
No, anything is possible. He's out there. He's out there.
I've only met
Let
white
her have her
dudes and
dream.
Asian dudes
Just let her have her
that
dream.
are like
If
that
anything is
thingy, but
you guys got to understand.
hopefully he is out
Do you
there.
guys know what
Yes.
possible
Hopefully.
really
Stop hitting the
means?
table. Sorry. Sorry.
Do you guys know what you use the word like, oh, it's possible, so I should not settle because I'm aiming for something that's possible.
Yes, I want my Steve Urkel, like, autistic black millionaire.
No, but
That's
I'm talking to you right now, so.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys not like paying attention here? Hello? I'm talking to you. You just said it's possible that she could find this guy.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
So should I not get a job and just it's possible for me to win the lottery so that it's possible, so I shouldn't settle for a job?
Are you equating a job to a person that you're going to spend the rest of your life with?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, no, it's,
no.
it's such a different thing.
No, how about we actually analyze this? So I would argue that the chances of winning the a lottery that awards more than $1 million, the chance of somebody winning that is higher than, I'm not saying this to be mean, is higher than her landing a black, did you say millionaire or billionaire?
Million.
Black millionaire who
Autistic. Mm-hmm.
And you.
Yeah,
Which that part was fine. I was just arguing the point of like
because
them
I'm
being
chilling
just
with
as
dudes
important.
right now that they're paying girls like $1,000 just to have sex, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, I want a black version of that guy that doesn't pay girls. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just.
Would you be like?
You guys got to get out of possibility, and you got to start looking at what's
If
probable.
I could be friends with them, why can't I find one person that is also black? That is also
like,
you know what?
If the other option is like being
Realistically,
single.
that's not possible.
But the number of
I never thought I'd be able to
millionaire
chill with these
autistic
people, and
men
I'm
who
chilling
are
with
out there
them.
range in the hundreds, right? The hundreds. There's like a very slim.
I'm
pool
very
to choose
passionate about this because
Wait, hold on. You said you were a female incel, but you're holding out for a black millionaire.
that has
What?
autism.
She said she can't call herself that
yes.
anymore, right?
Yeah.
Bro. Oh,
Yeah.
Imagine an incel was like, oh, I'm involuntarily celibate, but like I'm holding
I've held out
for
for 31 years.
And imagine an incel saying, I'm an incel. I'm involuntarily celibate. There's all these women who want to fuck me, but I'm waiting for a 10 out of 10 virgin Victoria's Secret model. What? Bro, you ain't an incel. You're not an incel. It's
Well,
crazy.
he doesn't have to be attractive. He just has to like have those qualifications. I've been waiting this long.
Oh my god.
The only
that's
dude that
the
I found that's
opposite of
kind of
being
like that is
involuntary.
like in his 40s, and I don't want to be with a guy that's almost 50, and he's the only one that's showing me any interest. So I don't like, and
You're
he's
not a.
not.
Well, I mean, you
Stop
already
hitting the
agreed that
table.
you're.
Sorry.
You
Oh
are.
my
You
God,
already
sorry.
agreed that
I'm
you're.
so passionate about this.
You already agreed that you're not a female involuntary celibate anymore. But was this your standard when you were a female involuntarily celibate?
I thought I would meet my Steve Urkel in my 20s.
Even before you went on all those shows and got all that male attention, and you thought you were a female incel, you weren't. Even then.
And I thought one of them would have messaged me. I thought
Are you
somebody.
troll? Are you?
No,
fucking
I'm
with
not.
this?
No, I'm not. I've been saying this for years. Like, I've been saying, like, this is what I want. I want like a dude that like is like cool and has autism and has a good job.
I actually know one. You can find him on YouTube. His name is Lyndon Powell, and he is supposedly at least a millionaire with autism.
Is he black?
I actually know one. Yeah, he's black for sure.
Oh, okay. All right, there you go.
I'll Google him.
Make the connect, I guess. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just passionate about this.
Anyways, going around the table, we were talking about a minimum yearly income. I think we were.
Me. I said 150,000.
Posture check.
Like 150.
Okay.
Yeah.
150,000. All right. What
Yeah.
about you?
60K.
60K. Unless I am a full provider.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if I'm like really balling and there's no need for them to work, then sure. But I'd
Right.
prefer that not to be the
Fair
case.
enough. What about you?
Oh, I put at least same as what I make,
How
but
much you make?
I make with Instacart about $60K a year.
Okay.
But a big thing I look for though is because I don't date older men usually. I typically date my age or younger. So I care that he works hard, he's ambitious, like has his life together. Like I care more about like him having those personality traits than him being a millionaire. Like if he's a millionaire but it's all like daddy's money and he doesn't want to work, like I don't want that.
Okay. And what about you?
I said 6 figures just because that's what I'm used to being taken care of. Like,
Okay.
yeah, I just like to be comfortable. I've tried lower, and it really it just messed with me. I was like, okay, if I was making more than him at the time, so I couldn't do that.
All right, there it is. Greta Thanos. And thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I was about to say W's in the chat for Greta, but then I read it. Andrew Wilson is a saint. He's hated like other saints. Benches. Could you, Greta, fucking spell check this shit, bro. Benches. Speaks the truth. One day he will perform a miracle and turn you all celibate and put sour cream on burrito Brian. Okay. L in the chat for Greta. Thank you for the super chat, though. Really appreciate it. That's very kind of you.
L in the chat.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. And then, have you ever had a sugar daddy or sold feed pics? I'm just going to skip ahead to the people who wrote yes. Nikki, you have had a sugar daddy. How many sugar daddies?
Just one.
And then you said you sold pics?
Yeah.
OnlyFans?
Yes.
Yeah. No. Yes. You sold pics. What did you sell?
I sold feet pictures.
What?
Yeah.
To just like one time?
It was actually
one time?
To one person. Like, because I was just moved to California, and I was during COVID, and I literally tried looking for a job, and my roommate, she sold feet pictures, and she put me on. So that's also how I was making my money when I first moved here. But I stopped doing it as soon as I started working.
All right. So you only did it one time? Or
yeah.
To the same guy multiple times?
Yeah.
How much per pic? Or
it depends if it's a video or if it's just a picture.
Break it down.
So a video, I would do it on the scale of, like, if I'm putting my feet in water or stuff like that. And stuff like that is like, I would cost you more, like $50 per video, but then pictures are $5 each, and sometimes I do bundles and stuff like that, so I can get 10 pictures for like this amount.
But it was only one guy you ever sent to?
Yeah, because it was one of my roommates, my old roommate.
The first time you sent, how much did you?
How much did I make?
Yeah.
Like the very first time?
Mm-hmm.
From that guy, since I did videos with my roommate, he just moved on to me. Like, he was just like, yo, make a Snapchat type shit, right? So, and then I would say that first time I would probably say I was like new to it. I didn't know what I was doing. I would say I was like $50 my first time.
Okay. How much did you make total?
Like, I was doing it for until I dated my ex. So I would say, about $4,000.
That's a lot of feed
pics.
And
videos and stuff. But
how long were you doing this for?
Mostly like a whole year.
Damn, this guy was thirsty for fucking feet pics.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool, I guess.
But my rent was like freaking $2,000. So you have to think about how much I was actually making in a year.
All right.
Yeah.
Sugar daddy, no, but you've had a pay pig.
Yeah.
Pay pigs are fun.
And then you also sold pics, but you did OF? Still do OF?
No, I did OF for like 2 months 2 years ago.
Okay. And did you sell feet pics or?
Yeah.
Okay. How much would you charge?
I don't remember. I know that my monthly subscription for OnlyFans was $20, and then like a picture of it would only be pictures of me in lingerie on there, and then they would have to unlock for higher. So it'd usually be like $100 for a tip pic.
All right. We have a couple chats here coming in.
Libertariat donated $200. Lyndon Powell just messaged me and would like to tell Chair for something explicit.
Yeah, he wants to tell you about his mansions. He has mansions.
Oh, Libertariat. Thank you for the TTS. W's in the chat for Libertariat. Thank you, man. And then coming after Libertariat, we have Big Sass Energy. But Libertariat, thank you so much. Who knows? Hey, this could be the start of something. Thank you.
Big Sass Energy donated $200.
Hide it in
Hard
sources.
truth.
Hide it in sources.
None of these maybe 100 men that fit your criteria
Sorry, guys.
will date you. The probability is 0.
Can you fix that? Just minimize it. Yeah, minimize it. Wait, what happened? Are we? Huh?
Hit back.
You hit back?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Hold on. Refresh the page. Hit enter studio. Sorry, guys. Mute. Stop cam. Hit enter studio. Okay. There. Can you pull us back up? All right. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. And Greta Thanos, I just kid around. Love the podcast and all of you. I appreciate this channel. Whenever I type, it's out of love. Can you pull up? You got to show StreamYard again. I just kid around. Love the podcast and all of you. I appreciate this channel. Whenever I type, it's out of love. All of you. It's all for fun. Greta, thank you so much for the soup chat, man. Really appreciate it. I don't know if that's a man or a woman, but W's in the chat, I guess, for Greta. She, her, he, him. I don't know. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the soup chat. And then I'm going to play this one again because it kind of came through while there was a little hiccup.
Big Sass Energy donated $200. Hard truth. None of these maybe 100 men that fit your criteria will date you. The probability is 0.
Is that for me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for you.
Saying out of the very few
No, I don't want...
highly successful millionaire black men with autism that there are, the chances of you actually connecting with one for a romantic relationship, the probability seems
So I have
so
to date
low as to be
interracially
zero.
to have a husband or a boyfriend?
No, that's not what they're saying.
No, that would be the opposite, right? So,
The only
of
dude
course,
that likes
of course,
me
if
is a
you
guy that's not my
shifted your
type.
criteria from must be black millionaire and autistic, your chances would significantly increase of having a husband. But all that's left to you, unfortunately, right now is one lone masked millionaire named Lyndon Powell. I think that's about your only option.
I don't know how to respond. I don't know how to respond to that. We can go on to the next person.
Oh, they're just being a troll. Like, don't take it personally.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not really trolling.
I don't
That's
think it's
actually a
troll.
really good point. If you take the amount of black millionaires with autism and you realize how few of them there are and how many options are available to them of various women, the chances of you being one that marries one of those men is extraordinarily low, the threshold being so low that it could potentially be about 0%. Like, that's how low it is.
So should I just like accept the fact that I'll probably die alone? Is that what you're saying? It's just like,
Or
just accept it.
Or you can just, move some standards around so they're more reasonable.
I have a question on this, actually. Unless, Andrew, did you have a bit more? But it's related to this.
No, go ahead, Brian, sure.
Yeah, so my question is on this. So, hold on, guys. I'm going to get this pulled up here. So, if you got 80% of everything you want in your ideal partner, would you be happy with that?
I would, yeah.
So they're missing 20% of what you want.
I mean, that's, like, I know this is hard to believe, but, like, I have everything I want, so, like, probably not.
Oh, so you want nothing in a partner? Because, I mean, I'm just...
Ouch, thank you for my fiance that I have already. Do you
But-
get what I'm saying? Like, I have everything I want in my partner. Like, I won my own lottery.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat the question.
So, no. I
Yeah,
would not
but-
date them.
Okay, understood.
I would date them because they don't have to have 100% of the qualities because, you accept them for who they are.
Yeah, I would. I feel like dating's really give and take. So 80%, I feel like that's kind of high.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. 80% is high.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
No, I think what's on my list is pretty bare minimum things.
All right.
Like, I would not. Like, I would rather be single than to be with someone who isn't gonna, like, really add to my life.
I forgot the question.
Yeah, it's just if you got 80% of everything you want in your ideal partner, would you be happy with that?
No, I'm too picky.
Okay. And that, I mean, you said that couldn't somebody who only brings 80%, they could still bring to your life?
Like it would still be pretty good, but I feel like there might be that just kind of little voice in the back of my head being like, there's something still kind of missing.
Okay. All right. And then hold on, there's a chat here from Greta. Yo, Greta, on a serious note, Andrew really helped me search for faith. I haven't found it yet, but he has helped me try and find my voice. I was born an atheist, never raised with faith. I'm a dude. Yo, Greta, thank you for the very generous super chat. W's in the chat for Greta. Thanos, really appreciate it. Andrew, you want to do a quick little response to Greta?
You'll find it.
All right, cool. Going around the table, we were talking about the feet pics thing or whatever, I recall it was.
We were on the 80%. The idea of is 80% settling. What are the 100% of the qualities that you would want then?
Me?
No, to those who said 80% would be settling.
Oh, I said it would be settling.
What would 100% be?
Just checking all the boxes that I need. I don't know.
Which are?
Okay, I haven't thought about this deeply. I can.
Well, then how do you know you wouldn't settle for somebody at 80%?
I would say it's only because I only notice when I start getting pet peeves. I only notice when I don't like someone when I start dating them, and I'm like, okay, you're not the one. You're not. I can just tell. I don't know how to explain it. Everyone
you don't go into it
but
with the criteria.
But that's not fair because I don't go into it with a I don't know. I don't go into it with thinking they're gonna be something
you said they don't check the boxes, right?
I don't go into it thinking they're gonna
criteria.
be I mean, I don't know. Come back to me on that. I don't.
I said no because my things are I want them to be spiritual, at least believe in something. I guess looks is the one thing that I would compromise on, is if they didn't look exactly how I wanted them to. But besides that, it's just treating me well, emotional intelligence, able to communicate.
So if they were just they were spiritual but not very spiritual, and they had some emotional intelligence but maybe not a lot of emotional intelligence, let's just say that's 20%, that would be a deal breaker.
No, I think it depends on how emotionally intelligent though.
Okay.
I think we're going around on the have you ever had a sugar daddy thing. You've had a pay pig?
Mm-hmm.
And then you sold the pigs, but when it came to the pay pig, you've had how many pay pigs? Just one? Couple?
Two.
All right. What was I guess the nature of the exchange? They just gave you money and that was it?
They would want me to either text how disgusting and small there was, or send a voice note saying the same thing for more money.
Okay.
But I didn't have to send pictures.
Reenact it right now. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Pay me.
Okay. And so you had these pay pigs. One of them, the first one, I guess, how much total did he pay you?
It would be $100 every time that I would tell him how gross and small it was.
Same with the other guy, $100.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then how much total did you make from each?
I don't know.
More than 1,000?
No, I would say 1,000. I made more on OnlyFans.
Okay. Jay, you said that you did have a sugar daddy. He let you live with him for free.
Yeah, it was
in return?
Yeah, it was one of my old roommates from 6 years ago. It was I hadn't been living in LA very long. I moved there in 2017 from Minnesota. I'd probably been living there about a year at the time. And yeah, I had this old roommate that my friend set me up with, where he let me basically live with him for free, be his roommate for free, and then I would have sex with him once a week.
Was there a contract drafted up? Did you guys lawyers or what was it?
No, it was just kind of for however long I wanted to live there.
How long was this arrangement taking place?
It was like a few months.
A few months?
And then after that, I just moved somewhere else and got a regular, normal roommate and started paying rent again.
If he had not let you live there for free, would you have had sex with him?
No.
So you were a prostitute?
Yeah, I guess. That's okay, though.
Is it? Okay. Is it, chat? What does the table think?
How old were you?
I was 26.
Ah.
But like it also depends on circumstances. Someone's circumstances where it kind of brings them into having to do things like that simply because their situation is difficult.
Yeah,
so,
and I wasn't a bad. I was broke at the time.
But I'm not saying like would I do it? No. But I'm just saying that I won't judge somebody that has done it because I don't know what their situation was for them to get into that situation. You know what I mean? So.
I was broke at the time, and I was trying to save money, so that's what it was. And now I'm not broke anymore, so I would never do that now because I don't need to.
Personally, I'd rather be homeless. I've lived in a car before, and I'd rather do that again.
Honestly, same.
I lived in a car before, and I wouldn't do it again. So I'm very happy to be dancing. It's been such a blessing for me, and I would never
would
go
you guys
back.
Do the whole live with a guy, fuck him once a week, and you get to live rent free?
No, I like paying my rent on my own, and I like not relying on anyone.
No,
for that.
okay, I get it. You guys just fuck once a month.
No,
okay, my bad.
Yeah,
I misread that. Okay, going to you. You said you've had a sugar daddy, and you've sold pics a couple times.
A few times, yeah. I did OnlyFans for like a month,
and then the sugar daddy, like how much money did he give you?
It varies. I had 3 different ones.
Yeah. How about each one, and then total?
Okay, so I had one that I would see for dinners, and he was from Europe, so I would only see him so often, so it would be between 2,000 to 5,000 every time I saw him. And then the other one, I actually had a similar situation like that one when I was 19. I had terrible roommates, and it's just shit went south, so that's why I ended up getting in that situation for a little bit. And so, but he would take me to like all these parties. I was so young, and I was like, he would take me shopping and stuff like that. It wasn't like physical, like he was giving me money all the time. And then,
you said one guy per hangout, he was giving you
2 to 5K.
2 to 5K. How much total did he give you?
I don't remember because he was really a golden calf. He would only come in a few times a year, and it was like, roughly like 4 times, 5 times.
Total? Or
yeah,
per year?
total.
Per year. Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. We're going to get into the some of the more juicy stuff on the questionnaire now. Starting from the top, I guess. Let me just see who responded in the disagreement here. Okay. All right. Allie, you disagree that transgender individuals have a duty to disclose to romantic partners.
Do I think you should? Yeah, but like duty was a strong word, so I just said, that's your choice, but I don't think it's going to get you in a good situation in a relationship.
Okay. But you think they should
disclose? Yeah, but
disclose.
It's not my, like I've never lived that life, so like you
okay.
do you.
All right. Well, I don't know if I really want to dive too deep on that insofar as you're kind of, it seems like you know it's wrong, but suppose we could have a debate on like, should it be a duty? But I don't know. Andrew, anything quick on this, or he's not straight for a man to date a trans woman. To which you disagree.
That it's not.
It is not straight for a man to date a trans woman. So I guess cis man for you, I guess.
Oh, thank you. For clarification.
So not straight for a cis man to date a trans woman. How about that? You disagree?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So you think it would be straight then?
Yes.
And then Jay, you also disagreed, correct?
Oh, that it would be. I think it would be straight for it would be straight for a cis man to date a trans woman.
Okay.
Because they're a woman regardless.
Okay. So my position would be that this would, two males having sex, regardless of your gender identity, that would be a homosexual act. That would be gay. It would not be straight. And
That's your opinion.
as somebody who is straight, I think that is to some degree offensive to my sexuality.
Do we no longer have to discuss that?
Oh, I'm happy to discuss things that I find offensive.
Oh, earlier you said.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was going with the hypothetical. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah. So I guess my question to you guys is, you both say that it would be straight. I suppose first we need to define what is a woman. So what is a woman? Going around the table.
Gender identity or sexual, like, are you talking about what someone's born as, their sex or their gender? Because that's two different things.
How about I'll walk back and we'll come right back to that in just a sec. Is a transgender woman female?
I think if you're looking at definitions, no, but like, don't quote me. I think that's like a sex term.
Yeah,
I'm
sex.
not sure.
Yeah, male, female sex,
No, I'm not-
man, woman, gender. Well, I'm going to grant that for the sake of the conversation. But so transgender woman is female?
Transgender woman
Is male or female?
Again, I don't know if we're talking about identity or parts.
No, sex. I'm talking when I say male, female, I'm talking about sex.
I think in like a medical way, male. When you go to the doctor and you're looking for medical.
Maybe we can just clarify the terms real quick, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. When we associate gender, we're talking about gender, we're talking about a self-set identity which revolves around specifically the idea of describing a phenomenon of males or females who don't associate with the sex they were assigned to at birth.
Correct.
Would that be correct for gender? Okay. And then when we're talking
again, that's
about,
what I think it is going off of, because again, I'm sorry, backwards brain.
But you would agree largely to those terms?
Yes.
That's basically what we're talking about. And then when we're talking about sex, we're talking about the biological association of being able to produce large or small gametes, XX or XY chromosomes, etc.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then now you know you're not speaking past each other.
Yeah, and then going to you, so a transgender woman is male or female?
Oh, they're a woman, yeah.
But so transgender woman, I'll go ahead, just for the sake of the conversation, I'll go ahead and grant that a transgender woman is a woman, but is a transgender woman a female?
Biologically is what you're asking, right?
Well, I'm asking her.
Biologically, no, but identity, yes.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm going to have to disagree with you there. While I'm going to go ahead and grant that a transgender woman can identify as a woman, a transgender woman cannot identify as female.
Sex.
I'm talking about sex.
Great.
Right. So I guess the question again, is a transgender woman a female or a male?
Biologically, they would be male.
Okay. So when we're talking about sexuality, sexual preference has always been intended as referring to what sex you prefer. And so when we say heterosexual or homosexual, when we say homosexual, we mean a same-sex relationship. You would agree then that somebody who's transgender has not changed their sex? To you and to...
I get what you're going at, but I didn't know that fact, so.
Okay. But so, I mean, if homosexual means same-sex relationship, perhaps you can argue they've changed their gender, but you would never argue that they've changed their sex. So if that's the case, then a cis man and a transgender woman would be in a homosexual relationship. Would you guys agree with that?
Like, based off, if you're giving me factual based information and you're giving me the definitions and you've proved me wrong, then sure.
Okay. And then for you, any thoughts on this?
I'd say yeah, because it's sex is your biology, and then gender is your identity.
Okay.
I just genuinely didn't know that, so like that's
sure.
funny.
But so straight is a short form slang for heterosexual. So you both disagreed that it would not be straight for a man to date a trans woman. Would you then agree that it's not straight?
Short form, but like by definition, isn't that the version that talks about identity, not sex?
Well, straight is short.
That's what I'm saying. I know you're saying short form. I'm telling you, like, my understanding was that straight was referring to what you identify as,
Yeah,
not
I thought the same
as your
thing.
sex.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Identity, not sex.
Okay, that's fair. Would it be heterosexual?
I guess not, based off definition, no.
Okay.
Okay.
And if we say straight, we mean heterosexual. That's what we're referring to.
Then I guess not. But like again, when it comes down to like what I thought the definition of was, I'm just telling you that's why I answered that way.
Sure, I understand.
I have like a little question. I don't really, I mean, when it comes to like trans and stuff, so I have a couple actually things to say. So with the whole cis thing, I totally understand that. I like being like a little bit offended by it. Honestly, when I was 18, I was in a homeless shelter and it was LGBTQ, and like I had like a lot of interesting experiences, you know, and I just think that especially when it comes to, it's not every trans woman, but I think I've personally like experienced so many discussions that were like diminishing being a woman, and it makes you feel like, you know, like taking away it takes away like from, I don't know, it takes away from women. I mean, I don't see really so much the people who transition to male really interfere in that area, but I feel like it gets kind of uncomfortable when they like keep telling you like no, like they like undermine like what it is to be a woman. Like I don't know how to explain it, but I just don't understand that because I don't. We change.
Maybe I can help give some words to this because I've listened to this phenomenon for a couple of years. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but if you were to try to describe a sunrise to a blind man, it would be essentially impossible, right? What it actually looks like in the encapsulations, because anytime you try to capture the essence of a thing, you always fall short, right? You can really only understand the perception of a thing, but capturing the essence of it is next to impossible. So when you're talking about the essence of what a woman is, right, you feel like perhaps there's something of a mockery made there because they're not actually capturing that essence. Would that be correct?
Yes, exactly that. Yeah. And then you know, they can sometimes get really mad when you don't use their right terminology for them, or like, you know, what their gender is, and it's like I think it creates so much just stress, and I just don't know. I don't know. It's been really hard the past couple years for me. Like, you know how some people use they them, and like when it comes to things like that, it's just like hard to change your vocabulary of the English you've been taught. You know what I mean? Like I can't refer to someone as a they naturally just because in like English language it just doesn't like fit in my head. Like, you know what I mean?
It's not
like
how you've done it.
Yeah,
personally.
like it's, and then like we're all changing how we speak, and I'm just not trying to offend anyone. And I'm like, I'm all for like if you want to be, or if you're a man and you want to dress like a woman, you want to be a woman, like I just don't see like it can. I just feels like it's so offensive to. So
I feel like
be like I'm a woman too.
Yeah.
Like it's just like it can be really overwhelming.
I think that's what I was trying to get at earlier. Of just like, I'm not here to preach that like everyone's in the right on the trans side or everyone's in the right on the other, like whatever you want to call it. Cis is the only term I have, so I don't really know what you want me to call it.
Yeah.
But like down to the core of it, I just think that like people can be assholes, and as long as you're not an asshole, then great. So like if you're gonna violently correct people, you are the one causing the conflict, and I don't agree with that either. But I just
I do have to move things on unless there's a really important. Andrew, do you have anything on this or?
No, you can move on from there. I was just though I was mansplaining a bit. I thought that perhaps I could capture the kind of the point of what was being said. Do you feel like I gave it pretty
definitely. I think it helped me put it in the right order.
Final thing.
Sometimes mansplaining and that toxic masculinity is good, you know.
Final thing on this. It sounds like you've kind of perhaps accepted our definition, insofar like you accept that that's how we view it. But do you view it that way, or do you?
Sorry.
For the straight thing, is it straight?
Oh no, I just mean like it's always to me been treated as like being a gender identity thing. So if I'm wrong, then I need to go educate myself. Does that make sense? Like I'm not saying like, oh, that's your opinion, you can have it, and mine's different. I'm just saying like I just genuinely believe that those were the two like differentiations.
Yeah.
So like if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'm down to be wrong. That's okay.
Did you, when you said violence, though, when you said violent correction, do you consider words themselves to be violence?
I think that it's not what you say, it's how you say it. She was just referring to like personal experience and like people aggressively, or like I don't really know what else I can
Yeah, but do you
maybe
consider
violent
words
wasn't.
themselves to be violence?
Say that again?
You consider words themselves to be violent?
No. I also don't
No.
think violent was the right word. I was meaning to say aggressive, so.
Oh, aggressive. Okay.
Let's see, Nikki, you disagreed that men are physically stronger than women.
You know, I say that because women give birth, and that's something that men will never be able to do.
Okay.
And that's really tough on our body. And
Different
that's-
version
Well,
of
wouldn't
strength.
that
Yeah, it's a different version of strength.
wouldn't
you
that
know.
be pain tolerance though?
Is it? Well, I feel like it's because, you know, we have
Wouldn't
to
that
carry this
also negate
child.
that trans men can be women? I mean, I'm sorry, trans women could be, yeah, trans women could be women. I'm just saying, but anyway, go ahead.
I mean, that's all I have to say because, I mean, yeah, like
Well,
obviously
so
you
what I'm-
guys like have like different level of strength, and I feel like we
Wait,
have
but
our
hold
own
on.
different-
I think I could probably make this super simple though. But like, you acknowledge that like extremely physically weak women can give birth and be pregnant?
Yeah, like
Right.
like
The weakest woman in the world could get pregnant and give birth.
yeah,
Right. So what does that have to do with physical strength?
because I feel like we have to like carry around that kid for 9 months, and then we have to deal with like, you know, just
Just a
carrying the
different
kids
version.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a different version. Like obviously, like I could never see myself doing construction like how these men do. So they're
Okay.
obviously stronger than me in that aspect. You know.
But men can't give birth, so there wouldn't
Yeah.
really be like anything to compete over. Like there wouldn't really be a comparison there.
Should do a
Like, do
period
you think if
simulator,
men
birth
could,
simulator.
if like men would not, if men could get pregnant and give birth, like they wouldn't be like that's. I'm just confused, I guess. But so you're not when it comes to actual physical strength.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of just like a little 50-50 because obviously I would never be able to do those same work that a man does, like in construction. Like I know I'll never be able to
Okay.
do that same work that they do.
All right.
So
Sure.
yeah.
And then going to Milena, did I say that right this time? You disagree that you can be sexist towards men. Hey guys, quiet back there, please.
I don't think it's okay to be sexist towards men or women.
Oh no, perhaps.
Like, is it a possibility? Yeah, people can. Do I think it's okay? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were having a rough time with these questions.
You.
I guess I
So
probably
it's more so like you can be sexist towards, like, as in some people, for example, say because men are privileged, you can't be sexist towards them because like they're part of the oppressor class.
I disagree.
So you agree that you can be sexist towards men?
Yeah.
Okay, then that was okay. Never mind.
I don't
then.
think it's okay to do. That's what I meant.
All right. Let's see. Allie, you disagree that there is no gender wage gap.
Yeah, I had to think about that, like the double negative thing.
Yeah.
That I think that there is a gender wage gap. But
Yeah,
that's
you
just
think there
based
is
off
a
of-
gender wage
Yes.
gap. Jay, you also think that there is a gender wage gap.
I thought it was pretty well known that there was in a lot of industries.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that, question for you two then, do you guys think that WNBA players should be paid the same as NBA players?
I don't follow any of that, but I mean, I guess sure.
Okay.
Unless you have facts
It looks
to
like you
tell me
agree.
no.
Do you think the...
I think they should be paid the same, but I think it does come down to like who is getting the most views, interaction, brand deals, all of those different things. And I think that's the same when it comes to the jobs that men and women are traditionally doing. I think it's definitely changing, but I mean, throughout history, like women were traditionally in the home, so obviously they weren't making any money. But I think that when it comes to being in industry, men just happen to be in more high-paying jobs just with how the world is. So I don't think that it's necessarily having to do with gender, and more so with what jobs
I was just more focused on the I was more just focused on the WNBA thing. So you said that the WNBA players should be paid the same as the NBA players.
Yeah, I do think so.
But you also said, well, it depends on how much money they bring in, right?
Yeah, like I mean, in a perfect world, I think they should be paid the same. I think that the circumstances make it so that they
Right,
are.
but in a perfect world, there shouldn't be war, and everyone should be pretty, and nobody could be fat, and blah blah blah. Like, but I'm asking this question like as the world currently is. So like, it's kind of pointless to be like, oh, in a perfect world, the world's never going to be perfect.
I like don't think that it's situationally possible for them to be paid the same right now just because of how everything is. So I guess no to that direct question.
Okay, and then WNBA players, should they be paid the same as NBA players?
No, that's literally the exact same standpoint I have.
Okay.
Like, it's just not
And then what
possible.
about you?
I think they deserve to be, but I know the fan base isn't fully there yet, because I think it depends a lot on like viewers, fans, like how much money they bring in, you know, selling tickets for
Okay.
games, like merchandise, brand deals, things like that.
All right, okay. Going to the gender wage gap then, what do you guys think that there is one? What do you guys think that is?
I only know that there is one because I have seen the
TikTok
studies. Yeah, literally.
Oh, okay.
And it was ages ago. So like, I am not one to speak on facts.
Okay. Andrew, you want to quickly do a quick thing on the wage gap?
Well, yeah, I mean, we can dive into it. So the idea here that it's essentially just that for the same work, women should be paid the same as a man. The problem is that when we start actually running studies on this and we start kind of diving into it, we recognize very quickly that there's some offsets that don't really make a lot of sense. For instance, maternity leave and risk association. So if you were to think that you are in charge of a business and you have to hire an employee, you can find a male and a female, and they're perhaps both equally qualified. But the woman will want to offset for family time and will want to offset more for pregnancies and things like this. Makes them a bit of a higher risk, which brings their negotiating power down. Really doesn't have anything to do with sexism. It seems to mostly only have to do with the fact that there's a risk association which occurs with this. And so it's just negotiating leverage.
Also, really quick, who here wants this?
I don't know. Chair one looks like she wants to disagree. I have no brute facts at my hands that you do not have.
I worked in HR and I just saw a lot of things about exactly what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. And like, there's studies in other countries that prove that whenever you give the same amount of paternity leave as maternity leave, like morale and production rates go up. And so like, if you look at it that way, if we had it equal, then wouldn't you have the same risk?
Well, in those countries, in those same countries, they create uniformity laws. So what they do is they say, you simply can't pay a distinct wage. But if left to their own devices, they will pay a distinct wage. But the question is not whether or not they pay this wage based on the fact that they're being sexist, but based on the fact that they're doing a basic risk assessment. So if one sex is more riskier than the other sex to employ, why wouldn't you, as the employer, opt for the sex that had less risk? That's what I don't understand.
Like you said, you have more facts than me.
I don't. No. I have no different facts than you.
Oh, I thought you said you did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have no different facts than you have. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of logical assessment. So in this case, I'm just going to grant that it exists. I'm not even going to crunch the numbers. I'm not going to do the math, right? Many people have done it. It's highly contested, but I don't even think we need to. If you're just looking at it from an employer basis, why wouldn't you take into account risk assessment when it came to hiring men versus women? That seems totally reasonable to me.
I mean, if you're only looking at that risk, then sure. And I know that this can go further and further and further. And so I was just trying to avoid that. But like, there's plenty of other risk factors that I'm sure you could look at that I don't have the facts on. So I'm not one to be argumentative about it.
Okay.
Final question on this, on the wage gap thing. Who here wants a guy to pay for the first date? Show of hands. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, so you want the man to pay for the first date? Maybe just scoot into the table a little bit if you can. I'm going to get it off that angle. There's a lot of reasons one, the wage gap doesn't really exist. When you control for all factors, it shrinks down to something like 99 cents to the dollar, as opposed to the uncontrolled gender wage gap, which doesn't factor in for time, hours worked, location, seniority, type of job, overtime hours worked, these sorts of things. But when it comes to this, couldn't you just argue, like putting all those other things aside, couldn't you just argue, well, okay, let's say 50% of women want men to pay for the first date. Wouldn't this create like enough of a mating and social pressure on men that doesn't exist in women in terms of a motivating factor, that because of this, men just are more motivated and they work harder because of the pressure that women put on men?
I don't even know. I personally wouldn't. I normally have like a way of, I will let a guy pay for the like meal if he insists on it, but I normally always pay for my own because that's only because for like.
Sure. And in addition to that, even though some of the girls didn't say like, oh, I want a guy to pay for the first date, probably I would argue, those of you who, even if you didn't raise your hand, even if you don't want it, you still have the experience of having men pay for the first date anyway. Would that be the case for you?
Yeah, because I always suggest like no, because I don't know if there's gonna be a second date, so I don't see why you should be wasting your money on me type shit. So I normally always pay for my own things, but some men insist on it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. So it occurs to me that there's a good probability, even if only like 50% of women, I think it's more, but even if only 50% of women want a man who's a provider, or want a man to pay for first dates or subsequent dates, that this is going to create a pressure on men, that you don't see this pressure being equally applied to women or even at all applied to women. I for example, I've never gone on a date with a woman with the expectation that she pays the entire bill, but there are plenty of women who go on dates with the expectation that the entire bill be paid for them. And so for this reason, I think just this alone would actually just explain the way the gender wage gap, men are just simply more motivated by women's own pressure on men to be providers and to pay for dates. Moving things on, going over to Laura, you said you disagree that men are the primary victims of war.
I really didn't understand that question, but I think obviously if there's war, everyone's a victim of it.
Yeah, everybody's a victim, but like there could be primary, secondary victims. Like for example, how about this? Do I want to use an extreme example? Like, okay, let's say there's a war and it's just men fighting and 100,000 men die, and like the economy sucks for the women and the children and then the men who aren't fighting. Who's the primary victim of war?
I still think just everybody is
still the
fucked.
women, even though no women died and 100,000 men died. And
yeah,
like
because now what are they gonna? I mean, I'm not one that's like, what are we gonna do without men? But
okay,
like,
sure.
you know, like it's kind
right.
of, it would affect the families.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So like a woman who gets SA'd, and she has male family members. Is she the primary victim of the SA, or is like everybody equally a victim because the male family members are very upset about her being SA'd and feel really bad about it?
Oh, she is. She would be. The girl would be.
Okay,
yeah.
and what about like a woman who's, I don't know if this would make her a victim, but in terms of measuring suffering, how about like a woman who's pregnant and she's going through the pains of pregnancy, and when she's giving birth, there's like, she's not a victim, but she's perhaps suffering physically. Her husband is there seeing her suffer. Is the suffering equal?
No, definitely not.
Okay. So like, is dying worse than, so when bringing it back to war, would you say dying is probably worse than like, I'm sure it's very traumatic to like lose a loved one or something in the war and like have the economy fucked, having to rebuild the country or whatever.
And living with it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
okay.
no, definitely,
right, sure.
definitely losing your life is more intense and
sure.
like.
Yeah, with that question, I literally thought about like people, like
I thought about drafting.
Like like men coming back with the PTSD and stuff like that. That's what I thought of.
Oh, okay.
But now we have women that fight in war, so.
Not as many though.
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really.
They're not really ever in combat.
Yeah, very, very rare.
I have three. Three of my sisters are in the army.
And
so
all three of your sisters were never in combat. So
one of them were.
no, none of them were.
One's in. Yeah.
No, none.
Say it like you act. Like say it. Talk about it like you know me.
Yeah, no, it's not about knowing you. It's about knowing. It's about knowing how it works. And no, they don't send women into frontline combat. It doesn't happen.
No, I don't know what she does, but as obviously the front line is place with people that actually know what they have been doing it for way longer. That's your front
It's a
line.
place that they send male soldiers because they're the only ones who are allowed to fight in frontline combat. That's it. Like it's not a dunk on you. It's not even.
You're just talking now.
Oh,
it's not even resistance to your position. I'm sure that you have three sisters, and all three of them are the bravest military personnel who've ever existed, but they're not in
You're literally
frontline
talking
combat.
to yourself.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
You're talking to yourself now.
Or you just shut down? You can't engage? It's too much for you? Was it too much for me to say that your sisters weren't at the front lines with machine guns gunning down the Soviets? Like that was too much for you? That was too much? Your sisters weren't ninjaing up the enemy? They didn't crawl through the trenches with a dagger in their teeth and take them down?
It was a dirk.
That was too much.
It was a
for you,
dirk,
wasn't it?
Andrew.
That's how I
That
know
was
you're.
just way over the top of
That's how I
Andrew
know
Wilson
your
to
dick
tell
is
you
small because
that
you have to make up for your
all
personality.
aren't in
That's
frontline
how I
fucking
literally
combat.
know.
Wait.
It's ridiculous.
That's how I
Wait,
literally
hold
know.
on, Andrew. I want you to. Can you say it one more time? Because
No.
come on.
Fine. I said I know your dick is small simply because you're trying to make it up for with your personality.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's as small as your chest.
You're so
is.
loud, dude. You're so loud.
As small as your chest
loud.
is
You're trying to
flat.
Hey, Andrew.
She has nice boobs.
He's over
Andrew.
here staring at my boobs.
Where?
Andrew.
everybody's boobs.
Excuse you.
I felt that.
There.
Yeah.
So I see them all.
Excuse you, Andrew.
There. That's where
Excuse
they
you.
are. The nice ones. The ones that she's actually in the room with me and actually can look at them.
Excuse you, Andrew. How dare you attack the itty bitty titty committee member?
Again.
I am upset.
He's offended, actually.
In solidarity, I'm a fucking ally, bro.
My feelings have been hurt.
Fucking Andrew. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Andrew. Can't believe.
I kept him quiet.
Also, I don't think it's very nice, though, to make fun of people with small penises.
And it's not nice to make funs of people with small titties. So we're even.
You started it.
You started it. Oh, well.
No, I didn't. I finished it. Thank you.
Yeah, you did.
No, I
You
didn't.
started it.
Great
You
again.
No, I
hit me
didn't.
with it
I didn't
first.
start
All I did was
anything.
hit you back.
No, I didn't start
What do you
anything.
mean?
I think you're tripping.
You're tripping, Andrew.
Calm
Oh,
down.
I'm tripping?
Calm down.
He's tripping.
Calm down.
What
am I tripping?
quantifies a small
No, I'm not tripping.
penis for those of,
Oh, no, why don't you
of
hold
us
up your
that
hand
don't
and tell
know?
us what you think. What
Sorry.
Do you think?
Well, I can tell you what.
No, just like no, not like you don't have to. I meant like this. Never mind.
What? How many inches is a
Here,
small?
tell me when to stop.
What do you mean? What?
Tell me when to stop.
I think she literally wants to know, like,
Small
what
is 5 and under.
My fingers. So
Tell
like,
me when to stop.
Stop.
Small is 5 and under. Stop.
What?
Yeah.
6.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
6 even.
That's
Okay.
okay.
5 and under.
How dare you talk about Andrew's penis?
Oh my God.
That
I'm
is so rude. That is,
I am so ashamed. Oh my God, Andrew, I'm so
You know what?
sorry.
I want you to apologize.
I
Andrew.
just
I want you to
apologize.
say sorry.
Oh my gosh, I'm so
I
sorry,
think Andrew needs an
Andrew.
apology.
Accepted.
That's beautiful. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Why can't we all be friends here? I like that. All right, it's good. It's an apology. Thank you. I appreciate that, Darkavia.
And it was so sincere.
There you
I
go.
heard it.
I
It was
believe
very
you.
sincere.
You heard it? You
I
heard it
the
in there?
sincerity.
It was very
Felt it in my
it was
little
the
heart.
most
Lot of
sincere.
It's very, moving.
It was in no way dripping with venom.
No way. No way.
No way it's true.
No way.
No way.
You know what though? We got to start making fun of women. Like, oh, this biatch must have had a cavernous vagina.
What does that mean?
I love that
Cavern?
that's the
Do you know
first
what
thing
a
you came up
cavern-
with.
Do you know what a cavern?
Open.
A cavern?
Gosh.
Have you ever been in a cavern?
It's
Like a cave,
Oh, I thought it
but
was
bigger than a cave. A cavern, bruv.
Bruv.
So what would a cavernless?
I just feel like that was the
vagina
first thing
be?
that, that's the first thing that flew into your
Like
head.
it doesn't have a
Look,
hole.
I'm egalitarian.
Like it's cavern. It's like a tunnel.
Cavernous.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying,
usually
y'all
get
be
Like a
talking
tic tac, like a tic tac down a hallway.
A tick.
like a hot dog down a like a Yeah.
That's the one problem I've
Wait,
never
what?
had.
I'm
Hold
so
on.
lost.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. These girls be talking about big dick energy, small dick energy. You got a small dick, you got shrimp dick, whatever. Maybe what I think we gotta start, Andrew. We gotta start saying, like, if we're ever disagreeing with a chick, we gotta be like, bro, you just got a cavernous vagina. Man, we've been disagreeing all night. This is huge pussy. Not the Audi like.
I was gonna say, didn't you say that was like what you preferred? Anyways,
No, Audis can be very. No, hold on. There's difference. Difference. Okay.
Okay.
Difference.
No, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
If you
I hear
love
ya.
someone, why would the size of the penis matter? That's what I want to know. If you love some, if you
got to be able to be satisfied by the person you're
Honestly,
with.
but you can have toys,
or else you're
gonna
care
leave.
about them.
Yeah, like honestly, yeah, she's right.
Word.
I
That's
could be with
beautiful.
someone that
That's
has
beautiful.
a small penis.
That is so beautiful.
I could
I could too. I
That's
could.
beautiful.
I literally.
I
Could.
would end up cheating.
If I really care
That
about
is
them, I could
So
definitely do
beautiful.
it.
That increases your chances a little bit because he's a millionaire black autist, but small PP, micro peen. I think it's improved a little bit.
As long as we have good conversation, then
Yeah.
it's okay.
It's all right. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that.
That's so nice.
I love it.
I don't really have anything but my fingers to compare it to, so as long as it's bigger than
Pump the
this.
brakes there.
Pump
okay?
the brakes.
Pump the brakes. Oh, here we go.
Big Sass Energy
Oh,
donated
shit.
$200. Loose puppy energy.
Oh, he meant to say loose. It changes it now. Big Sass Energy. Loose P word energy. Loose pussy energy. Oh, I just said
No
that.
one needed to
Who
bring
has
puppies
it?
into this.
I don't. Who has that?
Loose puppy energy. Streamlabs automatically changes bad words now to other words, I guess.
Do they know before they send it?
What do you
Probably
mean?
not, huh? Like, does it autocorrect before, or just like when it pops up?
When it pops up, yeah, they send it in and
They don't even know what the autocorrect is. That's
goes
great.
through the bamboozle.
Fantastic.
Going to the next thing, Nikki. You disagree. So the statement is, women are not oppressed in the United States. You disagree.
Okay. Let me start off by saying that I did not answer this right because honestly I don't even really know what oppressed means.
That's okay. Here, you know what I want though? Because you don't know the definition of a word, you need to read a page, any page. I want you to
It's gonna
just
be painful.
randomly. Here,
I'm a
Cornelius Fudge. Cornelius Fudge.
Okay.
You're gonna read this. Okay, read that book from Harry Potter. She's reading Harry Potter.
I'm gonna embarrass myself. I started really bad.
Can you kind of like hold it up so that
You
we
could
can
do
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Wait, this one's shorter.
Cornelius Fudge. Did it get fucked?
Can I do this one?
No, you gotta do.
You did say
Nope.
any page.
Nope, it's that page.
That's
Cornelius Fudge. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm also a little cracked out from the
Okay,
monster
quiet,
bucket.
guys, quiet. Be polite. Be polite.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione had always known that Hagrid had an unfortunate liking for large and monstrous creatures. Me too. During their first year at Hogwarts, he tried to raise a dragon in his little wooden house, and it wouldn't be long before they forgot the giant three-headed he'd christened Fluffy. As if boy Hagrid had heard that a monster was hiding somewhere in the castle. Harry was sure he'd have gone to any lengths for a glimpse of it. He'd probably thought it was a shame that the monster had been cooped up so long and thought it deserved the chance to stretch its many legs. Harry could just imagine the 13-year-old Hagrid trying to fit a leash and collar on it, but he was equally certain that Hagrid would never have meant to kill anybody. Harry half wished he hadn't found out how to work Riddle's diary. Again and again, Ron and Hermione made him recount. That was the best I'd ever done.
He
I was
did
gonna be
that.
honest.
All right, I'll take it back. Thank you very much. Really good job. That was fantastic. Well done. Well done. I don't know. Okay, so disagree though. You disagree. Women are not oppressed in the USA. Riri, you also disagreed. And then that's all for the disagreements. Why do you disagree?
Okay, can you tell me what it means again? Because that might make me change my answer. Because I really don't know what it means.
So I'll Google it just to make sure that we give you the best definition.
I need to go back to school.
Oppression is the unjust or cruel use of power or authority, especially by imposing burdens on a group of people. Also, malicious or unjust treatment of or exercise of power over a group of individuals, often in the form of government authority. Yeah. Is that helpful or not really?
No. Can I have an example?
An example of oppression. You know what? I'll just Google it. Example of oppression.
Because it probably make me change my answer. I really didn't know what I was.
Right? Can I get it in a sentence?
So I think slavery would be an example of oppression.
Oh, okay.
Denial, religious persecution. Like Andrew over here, he's
use it as an adjective.
Yes. Let's see.
I oppressed my wife when I made her cook my dinner.
Oppressed.
Like he forced her to?
W oppression of Rachel Wilson in the chat. W oppression.
There's not as much oppression as I'd like around.
Yeah,
here.
you need to press.
I got to step it up.
Those are rookie numbers, Andrew. Step it up.
Say whatever you want to say. It's okay.
Another example is like, you know how they have in the, I don't want to be wrong with the location, but the Middle East, you know, when the women have to be completely covered. That's like an example of oppression.
Oh, okay. Okay. So then we're
I don't think we are.
Yeah. Okay. No.
We
Then,
are
yeah,
not
we're
oppressed
not,
in
then.
America.
Riri,
My
what about
family's
you?
from a third
You
world
disagree?
country. We're not oppressed here.
I totally agree that the oppression is nowhere near how it is, and I don't believe that all women are necessarily oppressed depending on how they live, what they're doing. But I do think that in a lot of circumstances, when it comes to things like medical oppression, where women are less likely to get appropriate treatment, and the rates that Black women die giving birth, things like that, I do believe are oppression because we just kind of ignore them and brush them under the rug.
Aren't women more likely to go to the doctor?
And
They're more likely
to get
and less
treatment.
less likely to get
proper
treatment.
or proper diagnosis.
Andrew, do you have anything on this?
Well, that one I could give facts on.
Give me the facts.
No, that was it. I was just joking that I was in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It was just a shitty joke.
Yeah.
But legitimately,
I
that
thought
is
you
true.
said you were going to give me facts on the idea of medical care being oppressive towards women.
Yeah.
I totally did, but it was.
Can I provide one counter example to you?
Yeah.
So I think that, I don't know if this is a great argument, but so men are much more likely to be scientifically experimented on consensually, but like this would indicate to me that like men are so desperate for money, they're much more willing than women, for example, to like take experimental drugs, experimental treatments, and to be compensated for money. I think that this would be perhaps a counter example that, at least in the medical field, why is it like more, well, there's a greater proportion of men who are medically experimented on than women. I think if it was the reverse, there would be uproar like, oh my God, why are we like using women as guinea pigs for medical experimentation?
But she used birth as an example.
Wait, what?
She just used giving birth as an example.
Black women. She's talking about
In all first world countries, especially in the United States, this is a phenomenon which has been happening, where the maternal death rate has climbed due to birth. But the reason for this is because of age. Women are giving birth later in life, in their 30s now. And so this has contributed to the idea that, hey, women suffer greatly under some type of medical malpractice, which is associated with them specifically because now they're dying in childbirth in higher numbers than they did even 20 or 30 years ago. But it's just because of the age of the women. They're just getting older. They're literally giving birth older, and so they have more complications.
And as you age, your liver gets worse, and we still do research to figure out how to give an older person a liver. So why is birth different?
Wait, also, I don't know.
Well, because you can only do so many contributing factors towards the science of a thing. It's one thing to make the claim, well, are we stopping the science of trying to figure out how to make these births happen in an easier and safer way for women? And the answer is no. But if you just say, well, because it's happening, there's some sort of medical oppression towards them, that's just silly. Nobody's ever dealt, no country basically ever has dealt with an aging female population which is giving birth in their 30s on average. That's never really happened in history. Mm-hmm. Most women have given birth traditionally in their 20s.
And when you take birth out of it, then what about things like doctors refusing to give women testing based on symptoms that they tell them, or, primarily diagnosing women with some form of hysteria or mental illness before even doing any form of testing and writing that off as okay versus men?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you have a sampling bias here. you have a lot more women who will go to the doctor before they'll go to a psychologist in order to get a reference to a psychologist.
Which I recognize. I'm referring to the ratio.
Yeah, well, I mean, per capita, this is not correct. So per capita, men are misdiagnosed just as much as women are. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They even come in with very different symptoms than women have because the physiology is different. So yeah, I mean, per capita misdiagnosis is it's just as bad. I do admit that more women are misdiagnosed than men, but that's because there's a sampling bias and there's a lot more women who go to get treatment than men for various issues, but per capita, no.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I cannot give you like a direct link. Everything that I've seen that was research-based was ratio-based, percentage-based. Percentage of women that go in versus percentage of men that go in, and the refusal of, getting testing before you even get a misdiagnosis is what I'm referring to. Mental health diagnosis.
The same thing happens. The same thing happens to men for all sorts of various chronic issues that they have too. It's just
I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm just saying
sampling of misdiagnoses.
Yeah, I was misdiagnosed as a psychopath when I just had alexithymia. So I think it is true. I think women are more misdiagnosed
You were never
than men.
diagnosed as a psychopath.
Well, ASPD. I was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, and that was a misdiagnosis. And I think if I was a man, I was
misdiagnoses in the medical community is very common, especially in psychology, because psychology, there is no physical ailment which can be pointed to, only behavioral ailments. That's it. So because that's the case, the way that we would associate whether somebody is suffering from mental illness would be a deviation from what we would consider typical behavior. So we can't look at physical problems to do most diagnoses.
Okay.
I mean, there's just no way to do it. You just sample it off of the pool size and say, okay, if this is non-typical behavior in society, that's how you associate what is mental illness and what isn't. There's really no other way to do it. It's a soft science for that reason.
If someone presented like data to you that proved the other way, would you believe it?
Of course. If there was significant data that you could show that the methodology and the soft sciences, which suffer, by the way, heavily from the replication crisis, meaning that most of these studies, most, by the way, not some, upwards in psychology of 60% plus, in some cases in Canadian psychology, it's been estimated as high as 70%, cannot be replicated, these studies, even with the same exact groups. So they'll get the same doctors, same focal group, same everything, and they cannot replicate these studies. This is known as the replication crisis. For soft science, this is a big, big problem. Hard scientists don't suffer from this because of controls. So we were talking about, you and I were discussing controls earlier. When you're talking about controls in psychology, it's almost impossible because all you're doing is taking non-typical behavior and trying to group it as being something which can be a predictive model, and it's almost impossible to do. So this is why they're just like, well, maybe your brain chemistry is off, and they basically experiment on you. There's no real way to do it other than that. They could take this pill, let's see if this makes you feel a little bit better. How do you feel now? There's really no great way to just talk to you for a few minutes and go, okay, you have A, B, C, and D. There's just no way to do that.
So going back to this, when it comes to women being oppressed, you cited to this treatment when it comes to medicine. Although it did occur to me that when it comes to this differential treatment, when it comes to healthcare, men on average die 5 years earlier than women. Yeah. I mean, that's a massive gap. I mean, and that's probably health related. I mean, it could be risk related too. Men take more risks. They maybe, I don't know.
Or don't go in, like you were saying.
Men suffer in silence. I've heard things that you wouldn't believe. Men, there's a lot of young men that are addicted to pornography, that want a girlfriend, and it's so crazy. And they work a 9 to 5, and they don't tell anybody how they feel. They only tell a therapist or a mental health person, and I don't understand how is it that people are not worried about this, because men in their 30s and 40s, 20s, 30s and 40s, they want things that they don't think they'll ever get, and they're angry. And I've had dudes tell me that they think about essaying women, and then they're like, but I'm not going to do that because I'm a good guy. But then they live alone. When they come home from work, they play video games, they watch pornography, and then they have to like deal with the reality that like they're not where they feel like being in life. Like men are really like suffering, and the only reason I know is because of my job. And I don't know, like I feel like the government should be like more worried, because if like the internet cuts out, like these dudes are gonna like go out and like do some really crazy stuff. Maybe. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know, because the stuff
so-
I hear is like crazy.
Yeah. Going back to this though, you did say that women are oppressed. Do you think you're oppressed?
I don't think that I necessarily experience oppression in the same way. I think I do think about things that other people might not necessarily see as oppression, like how the cost for like a prostate cancer exam. Oh.
Why are you guys laughing?
If the internet cuts out,
They're screwed. They're screwed. If the internet goes out, they're screwed, bro.
Okay.
Like, the world is coming to an end.
Feral. It's like the Adderall shortage, you know?
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So women, are you oppressed?
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily experience
Okay.
it directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
But women are oppressed in the USA.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't believe that all women in the U.S. experience oppression, but I do believe
And
that.
there's like the medical thing, and then it was, what was give me like the two other things I think you said?
I think that medically is really the biggest thing.
That's the big one? Okay.
Yeah, for
All
me.
right. All right, I'm going to move it on then. Let's see. We've got women have equal rights to men in the USA. Allie, you disagreed.
Say it again. I'm so sorry. I was zoned out.
Women have equal rights to men in the USA. You disagree with this statement?
Oh, no. Then I just read it wrong. Sorry.
Oh, my. Come on. You just don't want to argue about it.
No, legitimately. I've argued plenty of things. I think you understand that I can argue a
So
point.
you think then that women do have equal rights in the United States?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Jay, you disagreed, though. You think women do not have equal rights in the United States. Why is that?
I think, as we saw in the like reproductive rights, that's the biggest one. That's the biggest one. I mean, I'm lucky that living here in Los Angeles, it doesn't affect me too much. But I grew up in a red state, and like I know how it is. Like in certain places,
Equal
it's
rights.
a lot worse.
Yeah. Anything else besides that? Besides the abortion stuff?
I mean, that's the biggest one.
Well, what's the smaller one?
I'd say I can't really. That's the main one that I'm aware of. I can't really think of any more.
But I mean, main one would seem to imply that there are other ways in which women don't have equal rights to men in the USA. Are there any more? Or is that the only one
That's the only one I guess I really
that you can think
about.
Yeah. Well, so the prompt is women have equal rights to men in the United States. Given that men don't have any reproductive rights, would it be safe to say that actually women have more rights when it comes to reproduction, and in fact moving closer to equality between men and women would seem to it would either need for, well, it would dictate that women, their right to an abortion is completely walked back entirely. Would that?
I mean, men can't get pregnant, so it's irrelevant to them.
Right, but like, so when we're talking about equal rights, that's a comparison of rights between men and women. So men need to have a certain right that a woman does not. Since men have no rights, like for example, a man can't compel a woman to get an abortion. It would seem to me that equality would dictate that we completely and entirely walk back women's access to abortion in order to get equality.
I think yeah, I'm a bit.
So are all these questions that you typed on here like all the ones you like?
What do you mean?
Like you agree to, or
what
like?
do you mean agree?
Like those questions?
Well, I mean everything I just said now when it came to abortion. That's not my position.
I think she's just asking if you wrote the questions, if you chose the questions.
Yeah, or is it based like
I wrote these, and I do think that women have equal rights to men in the United States.
That's why I specifically didn't disagree with that, because I don't think when it comes to abortion, it's a matter of equal rights, because it doesn't affect men at all. So it's not, you can't really weigh it against anything. So it's not really a matter of equal rights.
That's kind of my perspective on it. It's like, it's not really like an example of like some sort of inequality between men and women. because it's like men can't get pregnant, so it's like
there's nothing to compare it to for men. Like,
yeah. So yeah. And let's see. Moving on. Adult age gap relationships. A couple of you have serious issues with adult age gap relationships, it seems. Or maybe not, actually. Hold on.
I literally I was iffy about that one.
I'm assuming.
Milena
I feel like we're-
and Laura, you guys object to age gap relationships. The example provided, a 30-year-old dating a 19-year-old. Objections? Object. I object, Your Honor.
I mean, obviously it's legal, but I think the maturity level is very different. I can't think of any scenario where like a 19-year-old has the same maturity level and life experience as a 30-year-old.
Word. That's, yeah.
What were you pointing at?
Wait, is Andrew, somebody told me his stream? Oh, no. Somebody said your stream was messed up, but I think it's fine. I'm sorry. So you're saying like the maturity levels or like the life experience, it's different?
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I said that only from a perspective of I've been there, and I would just give anyone the advice not to do that.
Yeah, they're in two different life arenas. A 19-year-old is not in the same arena in life as a 30-year-old man.
But you can't put that in perspective, because some people at young ages do have an older, more of a mature mindset. So which literally just states for them to like older people.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I thought that was me,
You
but
like
then
older
now
men,
that
right?
now that I'm
Simply
older,
why? Because they're mature.
Yeah.
And everything that goes into an older man is maturity.
But is he really mature if he's getting with people that young?
Yes, but some people, you can't not blame it for some.
But I have
girls like older men. Some guys like younger girls. Some women like younger men. It's just, it doesn't just justify it. It's just as a man's perspective, and then like how people just can't be with someone older than them when there's scenarios when younger people like being with older people and older people like being with younger people on both sides, men and women.
I agree with that. I just think 19's too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at
If
too.
it was like 21, I wouldn't say much
Should
about
we,
it.
like,
those years are a big difference.
Do you think we should like raise the voting age for women since they can't like consent to have sex with like men, adult men?
No, the first thing I said is that it's legal.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that part then.
I just don't think it's like
right.
Yeah, I think the maturity levels.
It's totally just a preference thing. Sure, I mean, I would probably. It's weird, but people do it, and as long as no one's getting hurt, like it's not for me. I wouldn't date a 30-year-old. I feel like a majority of 19-year-olds wouldn't date a 30-year-old, but whatever. I don't care.
I'm 30 and I don't want to date a 50-year-old.
I would never date a 19-year-old. I can't imagine.
I mean, you were in an age gap. You were dating a younger guy.
He was 25, not 19.
Yeah, okay. It's not. That's not as much of a.
But younger than that would be pushing it.
When I was 19,
personally.
I was seeing like 45-year-olds, and at the time that was definitely my type. I loved like DILF-looking guys, like silver foxes and stuff like that. But now that I'm like 26, I realized that like most of the time that wasn't really like it personally. It just was like, why? Like that's actually weird.
I think no matter the gender, I think it's weird of the older person.
Yeah, like even the whole Kardashians, they're all like 40 something, and they're all dating like 20-year-olds. I know that's not that big of a difference, but it's like it's such an interesting concept.
But yet, like for me, like if I was 19, would I go for an older man? Probably. I would probably have done it simply just because older men are attractive based on what they know
and their access to resources.
I honestly I would do it.
There you go.
If I was 19.
Yeah.
But I guess I am seeing a 45-year-old right now.
When you were 19.
Huh?
What would be like the age limit of the guy when you're 19?
It depends if I was attracted to them. I definitely would. Like if I was like, damn.
If you found them
Daddy.
attractive, what would the age limit?
The attractiveness is what
do you think
matters.
There's any age where it does
That's
get
what
weird?
matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like there is definitely an age gap where it does get weird. Like maybe like 50. 60
and 19.
Like if you have wrinkles on you and you like you don't like you an old man like
my only option
old
right
man.
now is a 50-year-old, but he got wrinkles and he's not attractive, but he keeps on saying he's a millionaire, and I'm like, I don't want to you know, so it's like, why would I do that? But then again, I'm broke, so I gotta think about it.
I'm 19 and I feel weird about talking about
I have to consider it.
Me with my 50-year-old right now.
But yeah, no, I honestly, like I would say
I get
60
it. I
is
used to
probably-
be broke.
He's worth it, so that's why.
No,
I'm 19 and
definitely-
I feel weird about like 22. Like, I mean, I probably, but like I feel weird talking. Like, it's just weird. It's like a life experience difference. Like, it's just weird.
Yeah. Also, too,
And I feel
it's
like at my age, like it feels a lot bigger than it would if I was older.
Yeah.
I don't date
agree.
younger than 25 at 22.
How about you, Andrew? How do you feel about the topic?
Yeah. Also, in your case, it's like you can't drink legally too.
Exactly.
So it's
It's weird. Like, I'm not going to be going out.
That makes
I had
such a difference.
some technical difficulty on my end. I just got to sort it out. What were you guys talking about?
We're talking about the age gap from 19 to, was it 40?
30.
Like, how do you,
30.
30. How do you feel about that?
Yeah,
like,
I've never heard a compelling moral argument against it ever.
Against it.
like,
I think I just don't care what other
I think
people
physical
do.
wait,
attraction.
Andrew, you're with it?
attraction matters.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I think if you're attracted to the 40 or the 50-year-old, then it wouldn't matter. But if you're not attracted to them, then you get the
hang on.
ick.
What was the question that was asked?
I was like, so you're with it? Like you think it's fine, or you're against it?
Yeah, I've never heard a good compelling argument against it ever.
Yeah. So
I agree that it should be legal. I think it's weird though.
Like,
Yeah, well, I get it. So the number one
I think it's
argument
weird
from
that
women.
you date white men.
Yeah, the number one argument from women on this is that it gives them the ick. It gives me
Preferences.
ick. It's icky. But that's not an argument. It's just an emotional state.
I think
Never
the
actually
ick is
heard it.
also biological.
Hang on. We'll get to you in just a second, I promise. But yeah, I've never actually heard a good, compelling argument against an age gap relationship. So here's a good example of this. If there was some 21-year-old woman that you knew who was madly in love with a 41-year-old man and told you he's the one, and I just adore him, and he treats me great, would any of you say a damn word to her about that?
No.
Yeah. And that's the that's
I would
the
have
thing.
my
is
opinions. I
usually-
wouldn't say it though.
Exactly.
But
Because it's not my life.
What would be your opinions?
Yeah, right. So then the idea here is like it just gives you the ick, but you don't see any moral issue with it, or you would say
It's
something
that I
about it.
think
Now, if she was like,
the older
if she- now-
person
now
does
she
it
came
because
and
they
she went-
can't. Sorry, I interrupted you.
And what if
No,
the
no,
ick is a biological response? Because the person that is interested in me, he looks older, and I want to have kids. So why would I have kids with someone that looks older? I feel like they're not gonna give me the best kids.
Honestly, you talk about this man quite a bit. I think you should go for him.
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of interest. So, the interest and priorities. So, men tend to be mostly attracted to younger women, and this is in all age groups that we see who are asked about this. It's not that they're not attracted to women who are not younger than them, because they are. It's just that when universally asked what is the most attractive age group, it's usually women who are in their 20s.
Yeah, and same goes for women. Like that's why we would have the word cougar. Come on now.
No. Women tend to view attraction differently. They tend to view it around about 5 years or so of their age, universally reported. Whereas men, I'm just telling you what's reported. You can disagree with it. I'm just telling you what people say. So, but yeah, universally, they think attractive women. They're almost all universally attracted to women in their 20s. This makes sense, though, because if you think about it from a biological basis, it's mostly women in their 20s who can have children, right? They have the highest fertility rate. So if that's the case, if the idea of evolution is true and reproduction is the primary edict, then of course the attraction for men is going to be younger women, right? Because they can reproduce. That makes sense.
So
Women,
if a woman,
though, they don't prioritize the same thing. They often prioritize resources over looks. This is why you see tons and tons of really, really ugly dudes with really, really hot chicks. And the kind of presupposition is, well, that dude's obviously rich. And most of the time, you're right. He is rich. And that's why they're with him.
So if a woman is in her 30s, do you think she should just be with someone that wants to be with her, even if she's not attracted to them?
What does this have to do with age? I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with age gap. Unless you can refine your question to relate it to the topic.
Well, there is an age gap within the dynamic.
What?
Forget about it. It's okay.
No.
I don't need advice. It's all
But
good.
I would never date a guy I'm not attracted to. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. And I'm in my 30s. I can't.
It's the idea of what's
It has to do with the age gap.
So, okay, repeat your question.
So women can find things and find qualities in men which are attractive, which are external looks. So let's say the guy's like a 5 or a 4, right? And he's old like me or something like this. Maybe you could compensate for the fact that he's kind of ugly with the fact that he's also really rich, right? You can compensate for these facts. That's depending on the type of woman. It depends on what they're looking at for attraction. Whereas men, it's basically just one thing. If you're physically hot, they really just don't give a shit about much else. It's pretty simple, right? Men are very easy in that regard. They'll really put up with an awful lot of horrible shit from women just because they're hot. Like, that's just the truth.
That's very true.
Does that answer your question, or?
What he said in the first half answered my question, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move on then. Allie's in the bathroom, but I'll get let's see. So, Rachel, the statement is acceptable. It is acceptable for high body count men to prefer to date low body count or virgin women. You disagreed. And then we had...
Where did the wheelchair ladies go?
Well, there's one left, and then she's in the bathroom.
Wait, you're in a wheelchair too?
Yeah,
yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Jay, you also disagree with that. And then Laura, you also disagree with that. So for those of you who are here at the table, Rachel and Jay and Laura.
I don't think for me it necessarily even has to do with it being body count. I think it's the double standard that's unacceptable. Like a man who has a super high body count wanting a low body count woman. I also think it would be wrong if it was a high body count woman wanting a low body count man.
Sure.
So I think that's my issue.
I'll respond first before I let these other give their take. Don't you have a double standard of your own?
I'm sure somewhere I do.
What do you mean? You've already disclosed it on the show. You're in a wheelchair. You would not date somebody who's in a wheelchair. Is this not a double standard?
I think it has to do more with like practicality. There's nothing practical about body
There's
counts.
plenty practical about not wanting to, despite your own high body count, not wanting to date a woman who has a high body count.
What?
What? Well, for example, I mean, I don't know if this would be considered practical, but like the more sexual partners you've had, the greater risk you have an STD. So I think it's pretty practical to not want to date a woman who has herpes, for example. Like, that's pretty practical.
What about the guy? Like, he also has a high body count. Yeah.
Well, let's assume he has a high body count, but he didn't. He rolled the dice with his dick, but he was lucky, didn't get herpes.
I feel like a low body count woman could also have herpes.
Sure, but do you think it's more likely for a high body count woman to have an STD?
Sure.
Right? I mean, it's just, this is based in fact and science.
Yeah.
The more sexual partners you have, it doesn't, look, you could sleep with 100 people and not get anything, but like the chance is way higher.
Well, let's look at
he's just going to invade the
But like just a really basic factor here, which is the revolting factor. So the idea that a person is revolted or has revulsion towards another person, they're not going to be with them, right? We'll stop the show for you.
Wait, did something?
No, she said that Luna said that the STDs are just gonna invade the planet.
Yeah, he's all dirty and he just wants to invade her cleanliness. That's gross. Like if a guy had a high body count, and you just want but what if you have something and you're trying to
yeah, but it's illegal. If they get you something and they know they had it, it's illegal.
No, that's not illegal.
Yeah, you can sue them.
Yeah, you can. You usually lose, right?
And not if they know about it and they didn't mention it to you.
The burden of proof is on you, right, to demonstrate it was never mentioned. So it's very difficult to prove something like that, which would be a good practical reason not to be with somebody who had a high body count, I suppose, which would make kind of the point both ways. But diving into this, I'm just looking at it from the idea of being revolted or not revolted. I don't think that you can help who you're revolted by or activities you're revolted by, right? You just can't really help it. So even if you were a person who yourself had a proclivity towards having sex with a lot of people, you could still have the preference of wanting to be with a person who didn't because you found it revolting. I don't know why that would necessarily be problematic.
Would that be considered a fetish or?
No, not a fetish. You could have reasons outside of a fetish for wanting that. One is just you just find people more attractive than with less people because you're just less revolted by it.
Well, sorry.
Well, I don't see how that's a fetish.
Yeah, from my experience,
hold on.
Sorry.
Okay, let's hear it.
From my experience, guys don't like it when you don't have experience. Like,
wait, what?
Oh, really?
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
Hold on, no. What?
Yeah, like, you don't know how to suck a dick? You don't know how to give a hand job?
What? Hold on. Wait, but you just said from your experience, how much experience do you have as a femcel?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
So of the experiences you do have,
yeah,
the men were like, you suck at.
No. They were. I text, and on Hinge or on Bumble, and they're like, well, like on the second date, would you at least give me a blowjob? And I'm just like, I don't know, like maybe, but I don't know if I'm good at giving blowjobs. And they're like, how do you not know if you're good at sucking dick? And I'm just like, well, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah.
Your own personal.
Sorry, I apologize if I was too explicit, Brian. But
No,
I'm just telling you, I can show you text messages.
That's not the issue.
She wants to show you, Ryan.
If you had sucked, if you had a guy that you were with, let's say,
autistic women give the best blowjobs. I mean, this is obviously the case. That's a compliment. What the fuck? All right. So, okay, going back to you. You mentioned the double. What is it? Did I say something?
You know you said something.
What did I say?
That was just so weird and out of pocket to say.
It was just the back and forth. I was not ready.
No, like, you know how like with autism, right? There's Asperger's.
Hyper-focus. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like with Asperger's,
special interest
like,
is
and
like,
they hyper-focus in on like, and they become really good at like painting, or like if they're an athlete, they're really good at being that. And there's like autistic Asperger women. There's Asperger women who hyper-focus in on just sucking dick. And
So
let me tell you one thing. No, just kidding.
You know? That's good.
You know?
I've fucked an autistic woman before.
That's good. But a lot
proud
of
of
men
you.
I had
won't.
sexual intercourse with an
A
autistic.
lot of men refuse to
You see how
have
she grabbed
sex.
the mic? Yeah,
with-
you know she's good.
Come on now. A lot of men refuse to have sex
With
yeah,
what? With you?
Yes, because they say, "Oh, I don't want to take advantage of you."
Oh, because they think because you're autistic.
Yeah, I don't want to take advantage of you. And I'm like,
No.
No, you're not taking advantage of me. And they're like,
no, but
You're doing them a favor. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
not
That's
like
a
you
joke.
can't-
It's like charity.
I've went on a date with a guy and he literally was like, "So you're a little slow?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'm a little slow. I'm not ashamed of it." And he's like,
"Oh, I don't want to
I
take
like
advantage
slow
of
women.
you."
like men
There's something
truly
hot
think
about a slow.
how they can't run away.
Oh, Andrew, what the hell? Is his internet all fucked? Okay, we're getting him back. I think his internet.
Everything goes over.
No, there's something like, I think there's kind of like, as long as it's legal, you know? Like, because there's a threshold where it's like if they're.
It's like wrong.
It's wrong.
Not someone that has
I
Down
wouldn't do that.
syndrome, obviously.
Yeah.
Well,
Or
hold
someone
on.
that's low functioning
Pump the brakes
autistic.
You said that they do it the best though, so that was your best experience.
Are we still here?
No, we got you, Andrew. We got
Yeah,
you.
but I'm just saying, like, part of
I
my
think he
experience.
froze again. Shit.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I continue?
Yes.
Okay, part of
Continue,
my
please.
experience, part of my lived experience.
Tell me.
Especially with if I do find a black man that's high functioning autistic,
Wait.
he's like high masking. I went on 2 dates with dudes that were like that. They're like high masking, and so they're like, well, how do I know that you're not gonna put my nudes online? And I'm like, well, if you want me to send you a picture of me naked, I need you to send me a picture of you naked. You know,
Period.
like I'm not like. The struggle is real, you know.
The struggle is real. You are so right.
Femcels do exist
Femcels
because
rise up.
there is a lot of women that have trouble finding a man that they're attracted to have
Queen.
sex with.
Go off, Queen.
Like these women, they don't want to have sex with men that they're not attracted to.
Sorry.
Because that gives them like bad sex is a form of trauma, and they watch TikToks
I've
and they
been
watch all
traumatized
videos,
so many times.
and they don't want to do it. And
I've been traumatized.
socially awkward women exist.
Wait, can you tilt your mic down just a little bit? Yeah.
Socially awkward women exist.
Yes.
And they're in all different types of races.
Yes.
And it's very hard. I'm sorry, I'm a little tipsy. It's very hard.
Yeah, you've been cracking open those fucking. She's been cracking that shit open.
I know. I have to go on the plane at like 5 o'clock this morning.
Damn,
I
bro,
just
what?
came from the plane over here.
So you're saying that you think that men would prefer that their women have fucked a bunch of other men before them?
Well, when I'm texting with them, like it's
Hang on. Without the long, elongated anecdote.
Thank you.
Just a simple answer to the question. Do you think that a man would prefer that his woman had sucked 10 dicks before his dick?
A man that's looking for a long-term relationship, no, he would not prefer that. But some men are looking for short-term and they lie and they say that they're looking for long-term.
So are we blasting out body counts or what?
Yeah, well,
You go first.
No, you go first. You go first. Wait, so hold on. I don't even.
Traumatized. So many times.
Okay, that was a lot. But thank you, Cassie. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I appreciate
The honesty.
your honesty and your openness talking about your life experiences.
Yes.
And but were we on age gap? No, we were talking about high body count.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think, honestly, even for a one night stand, I think the dude picks the virgin, assuming she's down to have the one night stand, picks the virgin over the girl with 100 bodies, even for the one night stand. I'm taking the virgin for them.
Okay.
For them, yep. Okay, good talk to Cassie. I'm glad we had that back and forth there. That was good. You're the homie, Cassie. What's up? By the way, you said you only date black guys, or like?
I only date black guys.
Do you date African?
No, he wants to know.
What?
I know you want to know.
I know
you want to know.
Yeah.
Do you
These
date-
socially awkward white dudes, they're like, oh, I've never been with a black girl. And I'm just
not
like,
socially
okay,
awkward.
let's be friends.
What the fuck? Wait, Cassie, question though.
Yeah.
Is it just black dudes or is it also African Americans?
I like Nigerians. I like people from Trinidad and Jamaica and Barbados. I do have a preference for black people that are not
African
American.
Americans.
African Americans is like the fourth on the list.
Fourth.
Yeah.
Okay, because like I'm technically African American.
Bro!
I'm crying. I'm dead.
No, I'll tell you.
I'm dead. He's like, matter of fact. I am Nigerian.
Cassie,
You're
check
playing
this
the Elon Musk card right now. He's like, I'm African American.
shit. That's exactly it. Because so my dad was born in North Africa and my mom was born in America. Technically, I'm African American.
I'm not I'm friends with a bunch of white dudes.
You only date black dudes. I thought you date like African Americans.
I like black so there's a difference.
I'm white.
Yeah.
But I'm African American.
Oh my god.
We all came from somewhere.
Oh, we all came from somewhere.
She's my Caucasian right there. That's my Caucasian.
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
friends
No.
with like all these
You're part white.
She said no.
I don't claim that part of me.
You don't claim that? What the fuck? All right.
Yeah, I like being friends with white
My brother
dudes.
from another mother.
Are you Mike? Can you be my Caucasian? Are you just like, or are you Latina? Are you Latina?
She's white.
I'm
You're white?
Latina.
Oh, okay.
No, liar.
I am, you know that. I'm
Barely, you're like-
Hispanic.
I'm 100% white. I'm
25%.
not mixed with anything.
Okay. Are you my Caucasian?
Yeah, I'm
Hey guys,
100% white.
one mic at a time. Okay, so really quick though, you mentioned the double standard.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure at some point it just cracks out to preference, and
But-
it's a preference that's kind of.
but it's like, I guess my thinking on this whole thing when it comes to double standards is it like, so in order for you to want to be with someone, you need to be exactly the same. Otherwise, it's like, oh, okay, it's unfair or it's a double standard.
I don't think it's unfair. It's just that they are not ignoring their own body count, but
Yeah.
it's a man with a high body count that wants a woman with a lower body count specifically.
It's like, are things you desire in a partner, like, do you need to possess the trait that you desire in a partner?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so I don't think it's wrong. Like in this specific example, a man with a high body count, I think it's fair proposition that it's totally fine for him to prefer to date low body count women or virgins. For example, I mean, there's plenty of, when it comes to, I guess, things that I don't think women really care that much about body count, but like things that women want in men that they don't possess. Like there's plenty of like broke women who would date a rich man. I don't think that's like a double standard or hypocritical. What about like if we're looking at status? So like I'm sure like a woman who's like never been to the gym once, she would love to date a professional athlete. I don't think that makes her a hypocrite. I just think that there are things, traits in men, or well, I suppose there are things that just blanketly make you attractive as a person, and like all people, regardless of if they possess that same trait, they're going to be like, okay, well, I'm attracted to this. How about like I don't know, a nobody chick who has no status who's attracted to like a famous person.
People also get confused on what a hypocrite is. It's not a matter of I listen to, or if you were to say, something like. I listen to rock music, right? But you can't listen to rock music, even though I do. That would be a form of hypocrisy.
Yeah, I don't think it's
the form.
this
Hang on, almost done. Just real quick, I just want to clarify this so that you know. The idea of hypocrisy is to be doing something which you yourself would advocate against. That would be what a hypocrite would be. So you're not advocating that it's not okay for somebody with a high body count to date somebody with a low body count, right? So that wouldn't be hypocrisy.
And then Jay, you had thoughts on this one, and any thoughts on the whole?
On the same one about body counts,
acceptable for high body count man to prefer to date low body count woman?
I mean, I think it's hypocritical. As long as the person's clean, I think too they should definitely get an STD test. But like as long as they're clean, and especially if they've never cheated on any of their exes, like because you don't know people's stories. Maybe someone's in their 30s, but maybe they had a hoe phase when they were in college. So it's like maybe they have a high body count, but it's all from like 10 years ago. But but it's not recent.
I just got done explaining.
I don't think she was listening. Were you listening? Were you listening?
I literally just got done explaining what hypocrisy means.
It's
okay if you weren't, but just say it. It's not possible.
No, I was listening, but I'm just saying that's why.
She still disagrees. It's okay.
I'm saying that's why I circled it because.
Yeah, no, that's fair. She was explaining why she circled it.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's why I circled it.
I see.
Yeah, and I think too, he's got to go with like what. It's going on like a case-by-case basis because like I was saying, maybe someone had a hoe phase in college, but now 10 years later, they've barely been with anyone in the last few years.
Yeah, moving on. Valid. Moving on topics.
Like people can change.
Nikki, so here's the prompt. A woman's career money status does not make her more attractive to men. Nikki, you disagreed. Let's see, there were a couple other disagrees on that. It was Milena, you disagree. Jay, you disagree. Laura, you disagree. Nikki, starting with you, why do you disagree with that?
It was wait.
So okay.
Yeah, can you read it like
so? Okay, for example, like I would say, and this is related to the prompt, most men, like if you're a really high earning woman, he's not going to be like more attracted to you.
I feel like certain ones are though, because I've met plenty of guys in the club who they all like that we have our money up, and they tell me that they don't want to be with their girls because their girls are like, don't get to the bag the same way, which is like not their fault.
So I acknowledge that men will even say this, and I also think it would be like really suboptimal as a guy to like, if you're on a date with a girl and she's kind of career oriented and she's like successful, I think it'd be a really bad move if you're trying to like either sleep with her or even date her to say like, oh yeah, fuck your career. Like, because I'm sure you guys are all going to agree with the following statement. Will men lie to get you into bed?
They lie all the time.
So I'm more interested in looking at like not so much, this is almost, I guess, a criticism of men. Not really interested in looking so much at what men say. This also applies to women, but what they do. So like, for example, like the guy who says, oh yeah, I do that. And I've had like, I remember I had a male friend who he was a software engineer, and he's like, because I make this much money, I really want to date a girl who's kind of on my level. But being a software engineer, that like removed a lot of women from his dating pool. And then like he ended up dating like some dance instructor who's making like $40K a year. And so it's like men say one thing, they'll say it, and some men will say it either because they think it's like the politically correct thing to say, and they don't want to come off as offensive, or you're a career woman and he's either trying to flatter you, well, he's trying to flatter you and he's trying to sleep with you, and saying like, oh, your career, fuck that, don't care at all, probably not going to be very like conducive to getting you into bed or into a relationship.
As a therapist in training,
yes, tell us.
What I will say is that women fall in love with their ears and men fall in love with their eyes.
Yes. Good point, Cassie.
So, like a man, and I've had men tell me this out of confidence, whatever, they will say, I will tell a woman whatever I need to in order to fuck. And that's what they do, because they want to fuck. And if a woman sees a man's actions is not aligning with what he says, then she shouldn't give him sex. But because she gives him sex because he's saying what she wants to hear, because she told him what she wanted out of the relationship, then when he gets access to sex, then he's like, okay, this is great. And after a few times, then he moves on to the next one after it gets boring, because he doesn't really know you as you. He knows you as beautiful, what are you, Thai?
Cambodian.
Beautiful Thai, Cambodian woman, you know? So like after that, after he gets bored, he moves on to the next one. And it's not his fault. It's because he feels like he has to tell you what you want to hear in order to get access to your vagina, you know? And like
the vaginal canal.
Yeah, and like
vaginal hole.
Wait, so
cavern,
okay,
if you will.
I guess
cabinet.
I'm gonna try to blast through these as quick as possible. Yeah, women's career, I think typically, like for example, a man who's an attorney, he's probably like, could be a very high earner. He's probably gonna be like, yeah, I'll date a girl who works at Starbucks. If she's hot, I'll date a girl who works at Starbucks. If she's hot, I'll date a girl who works at Chick-fil-A. I tend to agree with this. I'm doing decently myself. Don't really care at all about. In fact, the more money I started to earn, the less I even care. Like I could see like a guy looking at it pragmatically if he's like, I don't know, he could be thinking like, okay, well, I want to have a family, and I know I'm not going to be able to support this family just off of my income. So it could become like part of the equation, but it's still going to be like really low on the totem pole. I don't think like he's going to ultimately, if some like really hot chick who's maybe not in debt, but like works a, I don't know, minimum wage job, barista, she's probably going to be able, that more attractive Chick-fil-A worker is going to be able to outcompete his potential other partners who are higher earners. Like, so, for shizzle.
I was just thinking like,
she liked it though, whatever.
I just feel like that status stuff matters.
Chill, bro, chill, Darkavia.
I was waiting for a comment to come out your mouth.
Relax.
I was waiting for it.
Chill,
I feel like the status does matter, because like the guy's not gonna want to be with a girl who's a bum, who doesn't have a job and all that.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Well, maybe you don't, but I know a lot of guys, like the guys that come into the club, they literally tell me they don't want to be with like a girl who has no money. Like
they will tell you whatever they need.
They're trying to fuck.
That's the club.
Yeah, true, but like, even outside, like
Cambodian coochie.
I feel like every guy I know just says what you want to hear, because that's how it is for me. Like so many guys tell me that they're not gonna want like a girl who's homeless and doesn't have any money. Like they want a girl who's got her money.
I don't want a homeless.
Yeah, but also, would you also agree?
That's why I
like,
put that as my
that
opinion.
like more like independent women are more attractive.
Yes,
What
that's what I feel like. Like
independent women, like women that make money.
Yeah,
like more attractive.
Yeah,
independent women are more attractive
like, you know,
if they're
like,
attractive. That's how dudes see it.
Wait.
I mean,
pause.
I don't want her life to be a total shit show mess.
Yeah.
But like,
but like independent, like she's confidently knowing what the fuck she's doing with her life. You know, like independent type of like. Would you find that career, anything, like, you know, like she's on her shit.
She's confident about being,
or
with
just
me.
like not relying on you for everything.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, so you would think that was more attractive, right? Like when men usually, because actually I'm not gonna say that.
Like Ariana Grande.
What's
your job?
That is my opinion.
What's your job?
I'm a babysitter.
Okay, you do that like 12 hours a week or something? Or?
Yeah, like well, it's like I babysit 3 different families.
Okay, all right. What were you saying?
That's good money.
That's why I put that as my opinion, because all of my guy friends, they aren't attracted to a girl if they're not independent and like have a passion and
really
like
that's why she creates like new passions like every day.
I mean, I guess they're like the
I'm just kidding.
What is that, the
hobbies,
the hobosexuals who like they're looking to, wait, who had that? Somebody
I'm pretty sure
I
that was
feel
my
like
ex was a homosexual.
He was a homosexual.
I'm pretty
What's a
sure he was.
homosexual?
Oh, it's like a broke guy who's like trying to live with a chick, and she, so it's
Oh,
like,
that's like.
Oh, so he has sex with her to live with her?
yeah, basically.
Oh.
Yep.
I think there's another term for it, but anyways, whatever.
Like squatting or something? Like,
Yeah, one of my close guy friends is in a long-term relationship, and he was telling me the other day, like, I'm not gonna marry this person because she's only making this amount of money annually.
But does he make more than that?
He's rich as fuck, and
Why-
he
then
still
why would he
cares.
care?
Good question.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could think of is like he's thinking, okay, well, if I marry her and she's not making any money, and if the relationship ends, then like in the event of a divorce,
she's taking everything.
But I think that's
I
looking
think for
at
him
it.
it has
but,
to do with drive from the
but I think-
conversation.
What's that?
I feel like if you look at it from that perspective, you're going into a relationship like thinking about.
Yeah.
If you're going to a relationship thinking about the divorce, then like.
Yeah, but I think that has more to. That's not anything to do with attraction. It's more like he's trying to like protect his own finances. But I don't think he would be like more attractive. Like the girl's more attractive because
His words was that she's going nowhere in life.
well, he's in a relationship with her, so he's obviously like
She's so
attracted
hot.
to her.
But
So hot.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But that's kind of fucked up. Did you tell her that he's gonna dump her?
No,
He's gonna just
he had told
keep her
me
around
this
for
like
sex, I
drunk
guess?
in confidence, so I don't feel like it's my place.
He might not even remember telling
I don't want to
you.
get involved.
I would have got involved. Just
All right, I'm gonna-
Something I will say too, I want to add to this is
Sure.
I've spent time around a lot. I've spent time around some men who they're either rich already or they're very ambitious, and it's like a lot of them, they want someone who kind of also just has that drive.
An asset, not someone that's going to spend all their money.
Exactly. Like they want someone who like a woman who like they know isn't going to depend on them for everything.
Yeah.
The other thing too is like when a woman makes more money, it's like she can afford to become hotter because she can afford like nicer clothes, better quality skincare, healthier food, and especially when you get older too, like those things become more important for staying hot.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, to anyone that emails me, I'm not saying your name or information. I'm super scared right now because I'm talking about people's business. But it's okay.
You're not saying any names, so you're okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, Cassie. Okay, Cassie.
She's like, oh wait, I HIPAA violated. She drank a little too much and did a HIPAA violation.
Not a therapist yet. Don't worry.
Not
yet. All right, next one. Okay, Nikki. The statement is women care more about looks than men do. You're 50-50 in terms of disagreeing.
I didn't even read that one.
Darkavia, you disagree. Dark lady. Can I call you Dark Lady?
Dark labia.
Whoa. Have you seen it?
No, sorry.
Okay, wow. Damn.
It was just a play on words. I don't know what it looks like.
You would never know what it looks like.
Is it pink?
Yes, surprisingly.
All right. Inappropriate.
You wanted to know.
Inappropriate. Dark. Can I just call you
He said you were hotter than Rihanna.
DJ? Yo,
yeah.
DJ. DJ, play that back.
Or you can call me Dark.
I feel like that'd be kind of racist.
That's low key. Not on the podcast.
You said, I mean, you're pretty light skinned too.
She's so light skinned. Yes. Go with your mix.
Women care more. Women care more about looks than men do. You disagree. And then Laura, you also disagree. Women care more. I think y'all care more about looks than men do. You know what I mean? Y'all care way more about them looks.
I still think it's 50-50 because I've heard from plenty of men that they definitely care about how a girl looks and all that, and then I've definitely heard from us that we care. So I really think
whether it's body or they're looking for a specific face or whatever, they have their.
Oh shit!
I think it's even.
Look who's back! Fucking Allie.
Honestly,
W's
I think
Allie
from
in
my
the
past
chat.
experience
W's
from
Allie
my
in the
men,
chat. Your past experiences from
men, like the ones I've dated, not good. I know I'm based off
how they look?
personality. Yes, I know I'm based off personality.
She's
Okay.
definitely
Alright.
personality.
I think my only position on this is just like I feel like there's a lot of things that when it comes to looks, women care a decent amount about that are totally out of men's control, but like
Like height.
Yeah, like, okay, so height, hair, and penis size. All three are totally out of the man's control, absent like surgical intervention.
Yeah.
And
some guys care about hair too.
Like a woman.
As someone who has curly hair, some guys are like, no. Just because you have curly hair.
Well, like
that's fair.
Guys care about hair a lot because I have nappy hair and I wore a wig today and I have 11 inches of hair, which is a decent amount of hair for a black girl. And my cousin told me to wear a wig.
Are you wearing a wig?
Of course I'm wearing a wig. You don't see this lace
Can I have it?
Of course, yes, you could have
No,
it.
like, here, I'll put it on right now.
I have to put some water and a comb in my hair.
Oh, you gotta like take the glue off, or?
Yeah.
Is there glue?
You know what you're talking about. You have ever been with
Whoa. Well, yeah.
Another thing I think too is I think for a lot of people it's like the lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I know for me it's like, you know, I want a guy who goes to the gym, eats healthy, like dresses nice, has a skincare routine, but it's like that's lifestyle things. Like he has control over that.
Yes.
Like a guy can control how many days he goes to the gym.
For me, all of my exes were below average down there, and they were just funny, and they were addicts. So.
And I know a lot of guys care about like shaved
addicts in the chat.
shaved vagina.
But men do care about how a woman look.
Hit me
Because when I
up.
was 230 pounds, nobody looked at me.
Do you have a question for you? Since how many addicts have you dated? Drug addicts.
Drug addicts. Slept with or dated?
Dated.
We'll do dated.
No, let's do slept with.
Dated would be
Okay.
3.
3.
Slept with.
I don't even remember some of them.
The numbers are counting.
I'd say like between probably like 10 and like half of them were sober.
They were sober, or you were sober?
Both.
When you had the ex.
Yeah, just
Like-
all.
Oh, yeah.
All
Do you
who have ever put the P to the V, right?
I would say
All of
10
those.
total, and like half of them were before I got sober,
And you said-
and they weren't sober,
said
and then half we were both sober.
3
but we were
relationships.
addicts.
You said 3 relationships with
3.
them. Do you like going in? Do you have a preference for either, like when you were dating current addicts? Like, do you have a preference for the drug of choice, and then also like their ex drug of choice, like the ex heroin addicts? Like yes, but ex meth no, or
The
You know what I mean?
last 4 years of dating addicts, so
Yeah.
out of the addicts I've dated,
Like, did you go for a
they
specific-
were sober and then relapsed, but what their drug of choice was before sobriety was like heroin, crack, meth.
in that order,
First boyfriend was crack. Second one was fentanyl, actually.
Oh.
And third was meth and heroin. And the guy I'm seeing right now used
What's
to
his
do
choice?
heroin.
Give me
Okay.
cotton mouth thinking about it.
But he's 2 years sober.
So what I've gathered from tonight's panel from you two is that one, if you show up to do a photo shoot without a camera, you're
Whoa,
likely
whoa, whoa,
going to
whoa,
get a
whoa. Why are we running it back?
long-term
Why are we running it back?
You're likely, hang on, chill out.
Yeah,
chill
take
out.
us
You're likely
both
gonna
down.
get a
If I'm going down,
long-term
she's going down with.
relationship from a woman, even if you cheat on her like 17 times. And then I also gathered from this panel that if you do a whole shitload of drugs, you're probably also going to get a chick. I think that we have established that basically being a complete and total piece of shit, if you're a man, pays off.
For
in
me,
spades.
dating them
Dark
had to
triad
do with the fact that I
traits
was
pays
sober and they were sober also, because it's really hard for me to date people that aren't sober.
Wait, but how about, would you date somebody though that
Is
sober?
actively-
No, is sober but never had a drug problem? Or do you
Yeah.
prefer to date
I would
like
love
ex
that, but I
addicts,
think
I
it
guess,
also I would prefer, and my therapist said I should stop dating ex addicts, but I like it because they get why I'm sober, and I hate having to explain
Oh.
to people. So I think I like feeling understood.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Okay, so
Did we ever get that number?
You want the
Brian?
guy to have the same,
The
like,
number?
deep lore?
We didn't get the number.
Which
Like
number?
deep lore. He
Which
understands.
number? Which number?
Well, you were you put up the little math thing for her. What,
Oh, no, yeah,
what
she-
was-
I
She
said
said
like 10 and
10.
half were probably we were both
10,
on
okay.
drugs and half
Yeah,
we were
buddy.
both sober.
All right. Let's see. Okay, I'll move it on then. We have anything for 8? No. Okay. A lot of you disagreed, though, Allie. So statement is, dating is easier for women, to which, Allie, you disagreed. Rachel disagreed. DJ agreed. Milena agreed. Jay, you disagreed. Laura, you disagreed. Dating easier for you guys think?
Dating's easier for who?
Women.
Women?
For women.
It's hard for everyone. It's rough for all of us.
The one thing I
All the big
learned
ones are
from
gone.
stripping is guys will take anything that's pretty and has a
Yeah.
pulse. So like for me, I'm like 99% of guys would have sex with me, but there's a very low amount that would date me.
I mean, there's
And
a lot of it.
so-
Seems like a lot of addicts are lining up.
They're lining up.
Yeah, the addicts, man.
It's out the door with the addicts.
But I think for guys, it's a lot harder. Like, there's less options, especially with sex.
Mm-hmm.
I personally
Girls
find
are
it way
pickier
too
with
easy
sex.
to date. I have like every like guy that I'm with wants to be in like this long term, like they always want to like date, and I have that opposite problem, and I'm just like, I'm here for fun, bro.
Yeah, I just think that I honestly think that why it's easier for women to date is because they can get anything. Like they can get any man simply just because they have what they have in between their legs. But men, it's harder because women are picky about who they go for, and like because they're so keen on the public eye, and like like do they make me look good, and just like they're so picky when it comes to men and shit. But men, that's why it's harder for men to freaking
Yeah.
Yeah.
Women
Well,
are picky for
it
what they
was-
go for. That's why the birth rates are declining.
No, that's not why the birth
that's-
rates are declining.
I don't know, but
Their
it's part of the
birth rates
reason.
are
You have too many kids.
the birth rates are declining because of the valuation of education over fertile years. That's the only reason they're declining. But that aside,
yeah.
to the panel, very happy to have met all of you. My heart out here at 3 o'clock Eastern time. I don't hold any ill will, though we've had some contentiousness in the conversation. That is my job here, is to give necessary pushback to your positions. And I did enjoy the various conversations, and I hope you guys all have a great night.
Yo, Andrew, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah,
Do
thank you.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you for having us.
Send us over the Crucible and send
we
us over
got you.
Red. And we will welcome them with open arms. Thank you so much, Andrew. Hope you have a
Yeah,
a
a
good
little
night.
less tonight. We had for some reason the stream crashed. I don't know why. And it automatically started a new stream. I've never seen that before.
That's strange. Yeah, your signal gave out to us briefly, so maybe it was just a. Did you ever get that Verizon thing I told you about?
I did.
Yeah.
I haven't set it up yet, though.
Oh, get you got it. Hey, Andrew.
Yeah, I'll
Get
set it up.
Get it set up. Get it. It's a lifesaver. Anyways,
All right, guys.
good night,
Well, have a
man.
great night. Thank you for this
Have a good night.
conversation.
And we're
Have a good night. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
having
Andrew.
us.
and we're pretty close to being finished with everything. Then we're gonna do a roast session, then wrap up the show. This is kind of similar to this. A lot of you disagreed also with men put in more effort than women when it comes to dating.
I don't think they put enough effort.
I think I disagree
Men-
to that.
Men,
Sometimes, depending, because I've met plenty of
well,
guys
it could
who
be
don't
the
put
case that
enough.
men don't put in enough effort, but I
Maybe
think
it's not the effort we're looking for.
I think it's fair to say men put in more effort than women.
Depends, because in my
way more
relationship,
effort
I've been
in
putting
all of
in
my
the most.
relationships.
In my
You
relationships,
put
I
in all the effort.
I do too.
Not
me
all of
too.
it, but more for
Definitely.
sure.
I have
For
to
sure.
say, like,
Crazy.
yeah, I'm just the
It's
opposite
crazy.
again.
Men put in more effort than women.
I need to start putting in more effort.
DJ disagrees
Yeah, I
with that
disagree.
statement. Milena disagrees. I don't know, man. Y'all
Y'all.
You saw
Y'all-
my track record. You're not surprised that I put more effort.
do you though?
They be like,
I do. I am confident that when I'm sober, I'm a really good partner.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, unless really, just ultimately, my position is that on that one, it seems to me that certainly during the initial stages, men are putting in like orders of magnitude more effort because there is like not all women, but typically there's going to be an expectation on the guy, like he's got to make the first move, and like the first move entails like a lot of individual steps. Like for example, either let's say even if it's on a dating app, he's got to send the first message, but if it's in person, he's probably going to be the one who has to approach you. He's got to kind of carry the conversation initially. If he is approaching you, he's got to sort of make the overture to like get your number. He's got to like follow up with you, text you, etc., ask for the date, plan the date, pay for the date.
I paid for every dinner the first 6 months of my last relationship.
Bro, just kidding.
I have no problem approaching the guy first.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Approaches the guy first?
I definitely
Me. No, okay. I mean, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you the reason why I always, because I believe that men love women that are more assertive, that will take action.
Yeah.
Literally.
They like that.
I promise you, I could pull any freaking man.
Yeah.
Any man.
They love
just
the
by going up
confidence.
by a first.
Well, so, but you said you can pull any guy?
Yeah.
But the
no,
thing
no,
is,
not like that. Like, I mean, like, ones I'm like.
when you do approach, it's always successful, though, right?
The confidence.
Like, no, it's not that. It's not always successful because sometimes they're not into your type.
Here, how about this? Who faces more rejection romantically in general, men or women?
Men.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, so like, yeah, I'm dating harder for.
But imagine a
thing that you
girl
mentioned
coming up
earlier,
to you.
though?
It's a what?
You mentioned earlier, just like there's more men that approach women,
Heart
so
pounding.
of course they're going to get rejected more.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say even if women, at least when it comes to like sort of how the gender dynamics are currently, yes, more men do approach. It's probably a 99% differential, but I would argue that even if we were to equalize the rates at which men and women approach, women are going to be like just way more successful. Although perhaps you could argue like you would see some changes if you truly equalized it, but as a woman, if you do approach in the current status quo, your success rate is going to be really high compared to a
because
guy.
of the gap, right?
Yeah, really high. And then also I would add on top of that, even if the guy has like a girlfriend or he's not interested, he's likely to take this as super flattering and he's going to probably respectfully let you down. Whereas like women can respectfully like let down men, but they're much more likely to get like creepy guy factor, creep, and they're going to like, I don't know.
Then they start cussing you out saying you're not hot. I don't even like you.
You're not hot.
I don't even like you anyways.
Yeah, I mean.
Retaliation.
But, wait, I'm trying to think what I was, with the men put in more effort. But at all these points, and even like, so I think I left off at they have to ask for the first date, plan for the first date. When they're on the date, I feel like men have to lead there. Well, it's not that I feel, I know. Men have to lead there. And then from there, if we want to move things forward, we have to kind of initiate from there. Want to come back to my place, at my place, go for the first kiss, move things forward from there sexually, move things forward physically, and then if that doesn't happen that night, there's going to be second, third, fourth, fifth date where like you have to basically repeat some of those steps until.
That's because men are the gatekeepers of relationships and women are the gatekeepers of sex. So
you sound drunk too.
I am drunk. Yeah.
Why who's been? Oh my god. We don't like people.
Someone to make an edit of how many times you cracked one under the table.
It's okay. It's okay, Cassie. I accept your apology.
No, I took
you
a
alcoholic. You.
You didn't
Okay.
Join the club, sis.
I rarely drink. I just drink because I came to California.
And then moving on to the next one, we only have like 3 more of these. DJ, you said it's, here's the prompt, acceptable for a man to refuse to date a woman because she is overweight. You disagree.
Like, yes, like if he has every right to refuse.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. So you agree with the prompt. It's a bit of some of these are kind of like double negative.
Oh, okay, so yeah, because like in my eyes, like how do I put it? Like,
it's a preference.
Yeah, like it's a preference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. The next prompt is, it's fine to ask a woman her body count on a first date. You disagree, DJ. I think you're the only... No, Laura also disagrees. Wrong to ask a woman her body count on the first date?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be like the perfect time to ask it?
No, because
like, let me save you
honestly,
time.
we are all grown. We are all grown. I don't know why nobody is actually giving a shit about how many people I fuck and how many people they fuck. We are all grown. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit.
I mean,
if a guy cares,
like,
I would rather them leave. I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
dude. Like, you want to know my body count? It's me leaving out the door. Like, that's my body count. Like, I will not. Like, if you ask me about my body count, I'm like, I will look at them dumbfounded because we are grown people, bro.
Especially the first date.
I mean, that's why I
especially the first date.
Yeah, like
Go ahead and ask.
Dude,
Yeah,
and
like,
I don't think you're
especially
gonna
at
get a
my
positive
age,
response.
too. It's like
Yeah, no.
when you're older, of course you're gonna have more experience in most cases.
I think it's okay for them to care, so I'd rather them ask me right away, so then I know that they're the type to care, and I don't waste my time.
Nah.
Yep.
Exactly. If they care, I'd
Yeah, I
rather
agree
be
with
upfront
that.
about
Why are we
it.
talking
I would
about
just
this?
assume that he just wanted to have sex and I'd leave.
Are we all like, let me talk or what? I said, why? I said, why are we bringing up the
Sassy.
past though? Like,
Agreed.
Why,
I'm
What do you
saying,
mean?
We're
why are
saying
we
that we would rather them.
why are we talking about the like
agree
how
with
many people other people I fucked? Aren't you just worried about if I'm gonna fuck you? Like,
We agree with
We're
that. We're
saying,
saying
yeah.
if the guy is the type to care, I would rather find out that he's a piece of shit that cares before he wastes a month of my time.
I have
So go
never,
ahead and ask, but
I have never ever went on a date and a guy have ever asked my body count.
Yeah, no.
Never.
Good.
Yeah, I never have either.
As it should be.
If I'm dating you, you have every right to know because you don't even have a right to know then. But still, if I'm dating you and you ask me, sure, I'll tell you. I won't lie to you.
You were saying something like a minute ago. You wanted to jump.
It was the
in.
same thing that she was saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like
I
my
think
past
it's-
is my
I think
past.
it's
Why are we digging
valid.
it up? Why are we digging up my past? Like, it's not really
I
that
don't know,
important.
Wouldn't you want to know, like, if?
No, I would not want to know what he's been
hold on.
through.
What about if he was a cheater? Oh well, you don't care.
But how?
about that.
But why would I? But why would? Because if he was a past cheater, doesn't mean he's a cheater now. Like, but people do say if once a cheater, always a cheater. But I don't believe that.
Do you believe in that?
Do you
Brian?
believe that, Brian?
No,
Did you
I mean,
have you
no,
cheated? Have you cheated, Brian?
So I'll answer your question. So, calm down, chill out, bro. Chill out, bro.
I think we want a body count and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
these details.
No, look. Could somebody have cheated in the past, and then could they then move on to future relationships and never cheat? Sure, absolutely. But like, if somebody has like a pattern of behavior, like it is something to consider. And like,
But how
I wouldn't fault somebody like if they discovered that the person they're going on the first date with, they find out, oh, this person cheated on their last 3 relationships. I don't think it'd be wrong for them to be like, oh, that's your past. I'm gonna not date you because of your past.
But like, how would you find that out unless you really start digging? And why are you digging like about something you don't want to know about?
Yeah, that's actually
Like
just
that's literally
That's
mental.
like ignorance is
But
bliss,
yeah,
though.
yeah, but that's
I mean,
that's
I
mentally
want the
self harm. You're just hurting yourself digging that
No,
information
but
up.
wait, hold on.
Because how else would you have known that?
Wait, are you running on the pretense that like you would rather a woman have a lower body count?
Well, I'll come to that in just a
Okay.
sec. I do want to respond to your thing though. Wouldn't it be? You're saying like protect your mind,
like-
right? But wouldn't it be like if you found out something about somebody that was like, ooh, okay, because of X, I don't want to date them. That would be like moving more towards wanting to protect your peace of mind or
Yeah.
whatever, because like, oh, they're gonna cheat on, for example, with the cheating thing. Oh, I guess I really liked this person, but now I don't want to date them because they're a cheater. Yeah, that sucks. But I think it'd be worse to get into a relationship with them, not knowing they're a cheater, and then they cheat on you.
Yes.
And then you just got cheated.
So, but how would you find out they're a cheater?
Because you care.
I mean, like you
care too much. But it's like you.
But a lot of people aren't
honest. You literally
could
said that you don't like going through your man's phone. Why?
Because I know I'll find something
Exactly.
I don't like. So I
That's
don't.
exactly why
Ignorance
you
is
don't
bliss,
you
though.
don't dig. You don't dig unless you want to find something you don't want to
I
see.
want the truth. I want the truth, even if the truth sucks.
I
or
am
is
the same
uncomfortable.
freaking way. But I used to
wait.
be like that.
I want the truth, but I'm not going to
I
go
used to
through
be
a
like
phone.
that, but some things you just don't want to find out anymore.
You had a question for me?
Yeah, are you saying that you'd rather have a lower body count?
You mean
A woman to have
yes.
a lower. Okay, so then
Yes.
you guys were also talking about how like men just want to fuck, and that the first thing that they want is to fuck. So wouldn't the ratio kind of like for all women be higher because like all of these men want to fuck them?
So wait, hold on. Let me wrap my head around this. So you're saying that there's a pool of men that are tainting all the women
For
maybe
each
you
other, right? Because like you all want a lower body count, but you all want to fuck a bunch of women.
Yeah.
So you're
Sorry,
saying,
just,
okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying like, okay, men,
Hypocrite, right?
you're saying men, they want these low body count women, but they're contributing to this very problem by fucking a lot of women.
For game, literally just to fuck
Because
them.
it takes two to tango.
Sure, but like as women, you're the gatekeepers, right? So like nothing is compelling you as a woman to sleep with a guy.
So we all need to say.
So like
Didn't you
even
just say a man would say anything he wants to say to fuck a woman?
Some men, not all men, but yeah, some men lie.
But it's your.
So wouldn't they be contributing?
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree with you that men, some, not all men, some men are contributing.
Yeah, that's all I mean. I'm not
to
saying women aren't the problem. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying you're admitting you're causing a problem for your own wants and needs. That's all.
Sure.
All women just need to say no to sex.
But that's never gonna happen.
Just cut it all
not
off.
me, but
All
you know,
women
y'all.
say no to sex with
Well, you're
men.
free. You're free. You
Get
like
somebody
women.
else to do it.
You're safe. You're safe.
each other out.
Yeah. You're
Join the
safe.
dark side, boo.
So, and you were gone. I'm going to jump back a little bit just because you were gone, but there's one that you disagreed with. Acceptable for high body count men to prefer to date low body count virgin women. This is kind of tying into this one. You disagree with that.
Can you phrase it in? Because the
Yeah.
double negatives are killing me.
Sure. Acceptable for high body count men, so a guy with a high body count, to prefer to date low body count virgin women. You disagree with this prompt.
I mean, I think I literally just explained that I think it's crap that they want to go and say, well, I want a low body count, but I'm going to rank up a bunch of women's body count because I have a higher one. I think it's crap. Do I think it's like in the terms of acceptable? Do I think they are allowed? Men are allowed to do what they want. Clearly they do.
Okay.
Do what they want.
So you object to their past conduct and then them wanting, after contributing to the very problem of women with high body counts, it's kind of like, well, you contributed to the problem and you want a low body count woman, but there's all these high body count women out there because of your very own conduct.
Correct.
But isn't that...
That's I suppose that's fair to say insofar as they contributed to it. But again, I don't think we disagree though. You said they're allowed to want that. So
They're allowed to want whatever they want, but I think it's a little bullshit.
Yeah, but men are the same exact way. Men can
totally.
literally not sleep around.
You literally just agreed though. You said like they are contributing to the problem that they want.
I agree that they're contributing to it, but I don't think it's bullshit for them to, despite this, want a woman with a low body count. I don't think that's bullshit.
What would you think it is? Give me a word.
Preference.
Okay,
yes.
so girls have preference too.
Yeah, women have preferences.
Is every
Your
woman...
friend over here is in a wheelchair. She doesn't want to date a guy in a wheelchair. Is that double
I mean,
standard?
at least hers was based in practicality of reaching the back burner. Yours is just like, I want it. So there, I get it.
Well, hold on. There's plenty of reasons to prefer to date somebody with a low body count.
Give me a practical reason.
Is every person you're sleeping
You don't want them to
with?
know that you're below average.
Look, STDs.
You don't want them to know you're below average.
Okay, they get a test.
Yeah, sure, but like this is a consideration to have, and the thing is, like, yes, they can get a test, but like a lot of people could lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could lie.
But also, majority of STDs now can either be cured or treated so that they are so low that they are not detectable and can't be passed on.
Well,
then maybe just take that as an argument.
What if you got the STD on your having fun?
There's herpes,
for sure.
HPV. These things are can't get rid of them.
But you can get a test.
Exactly. You just eliminate that by asking for a test.
You could, but like, here, how about this? Practically speaking, do you think most people who engage in a sexual encounter are getting both partners are getting tested prior?
I never said that, but I'm basing off of your preference.
But
do you think that Rachel
like
can
in
just
reality,
stand?
we can talk about like ST.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, but like. Yeah, we can talk about like STD testing, but like practically speaking, living in reality, most people are not getting full panel STD tests before
I'm
they have
saying
sex.
if you want to find someone with a low body count,
Sure, I agree
due
with that.
to the fact that you don't want to catch an STD, you
Sure.
may eliminate that issue by
Sure.
just getting testing.
Yeah, so I can give you some other reasons too why men care about body count. So, okay, first off, there's just this. I don't know if you'll even find this compelling, but this is, I think, the biggest basis for why men care about this. It's just evolutionary. It's just biological for men. So it comes down to paternity certainty or paternity uncertainty. So, for example, if a woman is sleeping with multiple men and they're all blasting inside or whatever, or even if there's infidelity, she's cheating, if a woman gets pregnant, right? And again, I know there's like DNA tests and
Abortion.
Abort.
Or birth control
no,
that men created.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on. So,
And force upon
so
them.
this is why it's important, though. So, and this is, it's like there's an evolutionary disgust response for men when it comes to promiscuity in women. This is one of the reasons, aside from like STDs and just kind of like the fact that it'd be gross to like, I don't know, if some dude just fucked a girl and then you fuck her like right after, there's still like comments that's just gross on its face. But evolutionarily speaking, detail, right? Evolutionarily speaking, so if a woman is sleeping with 10 men, right? Who's the father?
Okay, so then let's back up to the actual question, because you're referring to the fact that you don't want to date women who's actively having sex with other men at the same time as you. We're referring to body count. Past.
Right, but so that could be proxy for body count, and so
that's a different conversation, though. I mean, we can just
right. Okay, so
agree that that's different.
Woman who's been celibate for a year and she's previously had, let's say she previously was promiscuous. Past one of the major principles in psychology is past behavior is a major predictor for future behavior. So somebody who's promiscuous is probably, and they've actually done studies on that. There's
like cheaters that you just said that cheaters can change, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then can't women change?
Yeah, they can. Yes, a cheater can change, but I would still preclude a past cheater in terms of dating. Just because somebody can do something doesn't mean I have to accept dating them.
Okay.
But in any case, I do want to finish off on the paternity uncertainty thing. This is hardwired in. So even if it's just due to body count, a woman who has a promiscuous past, right, again, it could relate and it could be proxy for like a simultaneous degree of promiscuity, right? And so for this reason, if a woman is promiscuous, we can't make a determination when it comes to paternity if she's been sleeping with a bunch of men.
I still don't think that has anything to do with the body count conversation.
Absolutely.
So let's say a woman has a body count, a higher body count than you would like, but she's not currently sleeping with any men and she hasn't for a year. Now that's kind of where you started this. Now how do you feel?
Well, so what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, I know, but you're avoiding the question just like you told me I was doing.
Sure, I'll answer the question. But you're trying to say like, but body count, she's not currently, like if it can be provable that she's not sleeping with anybody, it doesn't matter, because in terms of why it's evolutionarily hardwired into men, it doesn't, whether you can intellectualize it away or not is totally irrelevant, right? So here's how. So if a woman is sleeping with a bunch of men, right, you cannot determine paternity in that situation, right?
Without a
what does paternity mean in that
test?
Sentence?
If they're
okay,
the
but
father.
so DNA, being able to test for DNA came around in the 1980s. That doesn't undo hundreds or tens of thousands.
So you're
hundreds
saying
of
you can't
thousands of
undo
years.
hardwiring of men's brains?
No, it's hardwired.
Would you call the man promiscuous?
What do you mean?
Because he's already had his body count up and now he wants the virgin.
Well, here's
and
the
to taint
difference,
her?
right? So as a woman,
Tainted.
Here's the difference. So if a man has 10 wives and he sleeps with all of them, you know who the father is in each instance. You know who the mother is in each instance. If a woman has 10 husbands and she's sleeping with all of them, so who's the father?
So the
You don't
argument
know.
you're saying is you're hardwired to just have sex to produce
Yes.
a baby. But a minute ago you were referring to the fact that all you want to
That's
do
why humans have
is
sex.
fuck women with zero responsibility. Like you don't
Yeah,
actually
that's
always
a poor-
want the
that
baby.
Your argument fails. So, why do you think people have sex drives? Like, what's the evolutionary reason?
I wasn't referring to that. No, I'm talking about what they want.
What's the what's the evolutionary
in
reason?
the forefront of your brain,
Yes.
why are you having sex? Not in your subconscious, not in your hardwiring. Why do you crave sex? The feeling,
I'm actually, this is an interesting conversation. I think that what occurs, I guess, in your subconscious actually has massive influence on, like, even if a man has no intention. Here, let me explain it like this. Let's say a 19-year-old frat boy, he just wants to fuck a bunch of bitches, right? He doesn't want to get any of them pregnant. Why does he want to fuck a bunch of women?
Because
Why?
it's in his hard wiring to
why?
procreate.
Like, why are people sexually attracted? Like, why do people have sex drives? Why are people sexually attracted to somebody else? It's because of procreation. Now, I agree with you that, for example, you can want to have sex for fun, for pleasure, and you could have no intention of wanting to get her pregnant. In fact, that's how most people when they have sex probably don't want to get pregnant. Want to get them pregnant, right? But why do they want to have sex?
Hardwiring. I'm not disagreeing
Sure.
with that, but I'm referring to like why do they want to actually have sex in that moment? That's what I was referring to, not the hardwiring, not where it comes back to, because what you're saying is like you're as men, you're only capable of behaving in a way that refers back to your hardwiring.
Yes.
So you're saying that your behavior is excusable based on hardwiring.
That's like all those people you were talking about.
Men's behavior.
What do you mean men's behavior?
Well, let's say fucking a bunch of women, even though they want women to have a low body count, is excusable because that's just because they're hardwiring.
Well,
but women control access to sex. If a woman says no,
this
then
is
the man's
your
not going to
premise.
fuck.
Your understanding of my position or your premise is false. I'm not in favor of male promiscuity. I'm simply stating that if a man does have a high body count, there's nothing actually wrong with him preferring to date a low body count or virgin woman, despite him, I suppose, contributing to a lack of women that he would find more desirable. There's not anything, I don't think it's hypocritical. I don't think there's actually anything wrong with it.
So then women preferring to have like specific things they want in a man, but you were saying earlier, like they should broaden their horizons so that they're not single forever. So like this is the same scenario of like you've lowered your amount of people, your fish in the sea, and that's acceptable. But earlier you were both telling us all that it's kind of baffling to you that women would have high standards for men and that they would want them to follow
that earlier. Yes, he was.
Yeah, so Andrew was saying it, I believe I said it. That's not really.
You laughed out loud, actually, and made a mockery.
Right, but that's not really an argument. So what would be fair for you to bring that up would be
your face right now. Exactly what I mean. No matter what, I'm going to lose in his eyes.
Well, we're having a disagreement.
Discussion.
Unless you want me, I'm not going to just cede the conversation because you want me to.
You just keep telling me that I'm wrong, so that's what I'm referring to. Like you've decided that I am wrong.
So if I'm a promiscuous girl and I want a virgin guy, that's okay.
Hold on. You got to let me address her point. So those things were said previously in the conversation, but it's almost a total non sequitur. You guys got to be quiet, okay? It's a total non sequitur. Total non sequitur.
Because they don't equate. They're not the same thing.
Well, so if, for example, the man with a high body count, his desire to have a low body count woman, he was severely struggling, perhaps even because of his own high body count. If he was severely struggling to find or procure a low body count woman or a virgin woman, then we can have a conversation of, well, you're failing to get these women, you should then lower your standards. But it's just totally different.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So you don't believe
evolutionary psychology. That's what it is.
No, so we were having a discussion of like her standards were like really high, and
that it was
really
laughable
high.
that women don't lower their standards when they can't find the person they're looking for.
But that's why men need to have a sex
drive
drive so that the
Stop.
My bad, I was in the bathroom.
Okay, let me have the back and forth. So, I don't think high body count men have trouble finding low body count women to date. I genuinely don't. Because high body count men, typically, in order for them to have gotten the high body count, they typically have to be attractive in one or more verticals. So either good looking, funny, status, rich, good personality, etc. And women overwhelmingly seem to care not so much. Like they're much more forgiving of male promiscuity than the reverse. So I don't really find it to be a situation where low body count women or women in general disqualify men on the basis of having a high body count or past promiscuity.
No, but there would like statistically be much less women, right, available. So you're telling me that it's not hard to find them because they're easy to find, which means there's a lot of them, but that wouldn't add up to your other argument.
No, I don't think. I don't really think necessarily. I think there's while there, I suppose, in modern day, there's fewer or less low body count women. I mean, this is also, I think, defeated like a man could just continue to date like 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds. And like, this is going to just be a way for him to like keep searching for low body count women. If he's capable of getting them, of course.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
How much? Like, what's the limit for low body count? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What is low body count?
What's
Like,
your
is that
definition?
like 5? Is it 2?
It depends on age.
Yeah, but what's your definition?
Give
us examples.
Like to give you a number.
Mm-hmm.
I would say over 10 is getting into high body count territory.
Okay.
Maybe like medium.
That's reasonable.
Medium. Definitely over 20. I think most men would tend to agree. Like over 20, certainly. There's no arguments there. But it depends on age too. Like a woman who's 30, her body count being 10 versus like a woman who's 18, her body count being 10.
Well, yeah. And earlier we were talking about just like any sexual act, you want it to go towards body count, right?
Andrew said that. Yeah. I wouldn't like. I mean, I think a woman who's like given like 100 blowjobs but had sex with 2 guys, like that's probably different than a woman who's just had any kind of sex with 2 men, including oral sex. So like it would.
She could have oral herpes.
Yeah,
sure.
That's true.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm getting to that, but like, so I mean, giving a bunch of dudes BJs but not like fucking them, like that's still within the realm of promiscuity. So like,
I know someone like that.
yeah, so I mean that's a fair point. Maybe men need to ask BJ count too. Thank you. I'm gonna add that to my question.
Andrew counted it.
Okay, body count and BJ count. You know.
Andrew counted it.
And well, how about this?
I can't wait for the story times that end up on the internet due to the men asking this on the first date. That's gonna give me joy.
I think it's valid. Totally valid. Okay, hold on. So going around the table, do you guys think? Do you think, or well, hold on. I'll just skip to, it's already in the prompt. The statement is, men are not insecure for caring about a woman's body count. You disagree, Allie. Rachel disagrees.
I think I disagree too.
DJ disagrees.
I forget how this is worded.
And yeah, that's it. So, okay, you think men are insecure for caring about a woman's body count? Why is that?
I don't think that it's like all men who want a lower body count. It's due to insecurities, but I think that like statistically in studies I've seen, that is usually the reason in therapy that they uncover that it's an insecurity about wanting to be the one that the woman wants.
Why would that actually be insecure? Isn't that kind of like wholesome and beautiful?
I mean, I hear you. I didn't do the study, so I can't give you exactly where it came from. But I'm just saying, like, I think that.
Like, don't you want to be special to your partner?
No, I get what you're saying. Like, but what they're saying is like you're incapable. Like the man is insinuating that he's not special because she's been with more women.
Because he's not. Because she's been with more women.
Yeah, he's not special though. Like, let me ask you. You date women, right? And I don't know if this is different for like people who are bisexual or bisexual or lesbians, but. Like, for example, for you, and you don't care about body count at all. Like, if a woman had sexual, how about would it matter if a woman had sex with 1,000 people? Not an issue. She's clean.
I mean, I'd be curious. I mean, there's lots of questions that follow that. Like, I have follow-up questions.
You'd be curious, but say she's totally clean. Like, it wouldn't even present like any issues.
I think that like when you get to a grand, I want to know how old she is, and I want to like ask questions about the reason why.
You're 27. She's 30. How about that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I would ask her like what the reasoning was. If the reasoning was just because you're reckless, then I probably wouldn't want to date you due to recklessness, not because of your body count.
Yeah, but like sexual recklessness.
What do you mean? Did you say sexual recklessness?
Sexual recklessness, yeah.
Yeah,
that's a trauma response.
What if they were like yeah, that's true.
Like if she chose to have sex with 1,000 people just to do it, or she was doing it for money, like I have personal preferences that would make me not want to date the person, not because of the number, but because of the reasoning for the number.
Fair enough. Guys, we're going to lower the TTS to $20 if you guys want to get them in. We're going to do the roast session, then we're going to wrap up. I will respond to you, though. Going around, how about show of hands? Who here thinks body count shouldn't matter? Shouldn't matter. Show of hands, going around the table, shouldn't matter.
Obviously, to a reasonable degree, right? Like what you were saying, like 1,000 is...
To a reasonable number.
But like, really quick on the 1,000 example.
But okay, when I say when I think I'm sorry. Well, when women say that body count shouldn't change, men think immediately go to their head is, oh, you're worried about your body count, or you don't want to say about your body count.
And you shared yours, so like
when I say
I don't think she did.
Did you not?
No, he shared his.
Oh, I thought someone else did. I thought you did at the beginning. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't.
But like, if with this woman hypothetical who does have slept with 1,000 people before you, wouldn't you feel like a little less special if you knew you were 1,001?
No,
I think
There's
you're getting
definitely
into
a
like
limit.
no, because I'm right now. I'm living in the present. That's how I know I'm special. I'm here. Y'all
She
ain't.
can have it.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I feel like if he's with me now, that's all
Like,
that
well,
matters.
that's all that matters. That's literally. I'm the president. Y'all are all in his past. Why? I am not worried about any of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Relevancy.
That is
relevancy.
Confidence.
So I guess once she's back, I'm gonna ask a question, but I'm gonna let a couple chats come through. Guys, TTS is now 20, but these came in a little bit earlier.
Michael Smith donated $99.99.
Thanks, Simon.
CH4, you could be happily married today if you didn't judge men the way you seem to judge yourself. CH7 Mythomaniac.
What is CH?
Don't you all want a gender wage gap if you want men to make more than you?
What did I say?
He said that you would have been married by now. He's saying.
Thank you, Michael Smith.
You would have been married by now if you didn't look down on yourself like you do.
Facts. I used to be morbidly obese and I did have a low self-worth, and now that I lost weight, I'm trying to get better, but it's hard, you know, because I still see myself as being close to 300 pounds, you know, but I gotta realize that I'm 165.
You should like lay on a large, like huge piece of paper and like trace yourself.
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. Because I tell women, you're beautiful just the way you are, and I'm looking in the mirror and I'm looking at my stretch marks and I'm like, I hate my body. Yeah, I gotta love myself.
But stretch marks are also it's also like a trophy. Like you gotta look at those stretch marks like that's an achievement. Like those are proof that like you've done it. Like you made it. So don't look at those stretch marks as a problem.
Bro,
it's
I've had
honestly
stretch
it's really
marks since I
just
was 100 pounds.
everyone has stretch marks, bro.
I am 100 pounds and I have stretch marks.
Same. Yes. Thighs, boobs. People have them arms. Like
nice.
Yeah. I know that I have low.
We're so good people, huh?
And I'm working on it. I gotta work on it. I know.
All right. I'm going to let a couple more chats get through, guys. $20 TTS. Roast session.
Donated
Yo, Vector.
$100.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
If
it.
every woman in the US said that women are being oppressed, yet every single one of them said they personally were not oppressed, would that mean women are still being oppressed? Q for the panel.
That seems like basic math. So
Would that mean they're still being... Wait.
No, but we're not interviewing all women. So.
Vector, I do appreciate the TTS, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have Michael Smith. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Smith donated $99.99. Make more money, but I hate the gender pay gap. I can't find a man, but no one is good enough. I want XYZ, but how dare you want ABC? Who's the oppressed? Nothing but mythomaniacs with victim mindsets.
Nymphomaniacs with victim mindsets.
I mean, those are all things that I didn't agree with, so I can't say much.
Oh, I don't think I was here when y'all talked about that because I don't remember that word.
What does that mean?
Your voice
Someone that likes
has
sex.
kind of changed throughout the show.
Because I'm comfortable now.
Oh, you're comfortable.
Same.
Yeah.
I just can't take the trolls seriously. These are the troll comments. I can't take any of y'all serious.
Michael Smith, is it a troll comment? I don't know. All right. So let's see here, guys. $20 TTS. I'm pretty sure it's all set up to go. We'll get those coming in here in just a sec. I have a question for her once she's back. We'll come back to the body count here in just a minute. Nikki, so the final prompt: marriage is a bad deal for men. You disagree. You might be the only one who disagrees on this. No, Milena disagreed.
I disagreed.
Did I say it
I think I
right?
did.
Yeah.
Sweet. Finally got it right.
What was the question?
Marriage is a bad deal for men. You disagree. You disagree.
Because I feel like
what do you mean by that?
The divorce laws need to be changed.
Just terrible.
Like they shouldn't?
Yeah, I don't think men should get married, to be honest.
I don't think
Well, then why should
then
maybe same for women, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
I just feel like it's even. Like I don't know.
I feel like even for like a man that's traditional, like why would it be bad if they
Well, yeah,
got
signing
someone
up for.
cooking and cleaning and fucking and
But so,
Having out babies.
so I think marriage is fine for like people who are religious because I mean that's part of their religious values. But even if you're a traditional man but you're not religious, although some people would argue, well, if you're not religious, are you really traditional? But that's another conversation. You said like, oh, the woman cooking, cleaning, what was the sucking, fucking? I don't know. You said some shit.
I said fucking.
But like all that stuff, like pretty much.
I do when I date, yeah.
Yeah, you can get
I
all
what you're
that outside
saying.
of marriage. So.
Yeah, you so do you believe in like long-term relationships but not married?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer long-term relationships. I prefer relationships. I'm not interested in like having a bunch of casual sex with women. So.
Would you get married yourself?
No.
Is it
marriage doesn't benefit
So
men in the modern age.
Sorry, what was your question?
Is it just that you think like there's no point in it, or?
I don't know what I can get out of marriage that I can't get out of like
dating.
a monogamous long-term relationship.
That makes sense.
In fact, there's a lot of like negatives too. Like
yeah, I kind of agree,
money.
Honestly.
Like just to, even if you stay with them the entire time, and you never get divorced, I mean, it just you have to get the marriage license. It's just like
and it's more expensive to get divorced than it is to get married. So
and then if you get divorced, there's a lot of
when you
really
change your last name, you have to like change your passport and your ID.
It's for some people.
I think
but
it's more
just not
risky
for
for
a
a
lot of people.
successful man.
I don't see why a piece of paper has to define
that on your end because they could take everything off
I mean, look,
or try.
Let's say even if you both make the same amount of money, there's still going to be like there could be some like disagreements over assets, or even if you make the exact same amount of money, it could be like I forgot the exact term, like friendly, amicable. It could be amicable, and you guys kind of just like, okay, we just want to get divorced. We're not going to dispute really anything. But even if you do make the same money and it is amicable, you still need like you're both gonna have to pay an attorney, and that's gonna cost a lot of money.
You can technically do without, but it's still money.
Nope.
You can.
Well, like you can go like through the court, but it still costs money. I'm agreeing with you.
It's also like you can do it yourself, but it's a complicated procedure. So like most legal procedures, there are some things like it's usually better to have an attorney involved.
I just want a cute
It's like marriage is a contract.
I just want a cute wedding, but I guess you could do that without legally married.
Yeah.
I'll be your pastor.
I agree with what you're saying. It's kind of pointless.
Yeah, the marriage laws need to change because if one party benefits out of like what is it called? Out of
divorce?
Sorry, I'm drunk right now. Yeah, out of breaking the contract, then that's not right.
Cassie,
I don't think.
Like, do you drink on the regular?
No.
Like, when's the last
She
time
said she was only drinking because she was in California.
Oh, okay.
She said she's only drinking because she's in California.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Whenever it comes to California, I drink.
California crazy.
Going back to the body count thing, going around the table, a lot of you said if body count doesn't matter, shouldn't matter, past doesn't matter. What's your body count?
I'm not telling you what my body count is. Thank you.
That's crazy and suspicious.
Get after it.
Who's
higher than you
gonna
think it is.
body count?
I honestly don't keep track, but I would say it's probably like 15.
15?
Yeah.
BJ count?
We're doing BJ count?
We're doing BJ count too. Because somebody gave me a good idea for that.
I mean, yeah, I
Let me
feel like I
write
would
that
definitely like suck more than I'd fuck. So
Wow,
I
you're
would
so
say, like,
romantic.
I know how to please a man, but I feel like maybe that would be like 20.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm a giver.
Oh.
It depends on who you would ask because like
What?
it depends on your definition of sex.
If I asked your father.
0 in his viewpoint.
In his eye, he's like,
oh, in his eye,
Jeez.
nothing.
Make sure that
She's clean slate.
Hasn't even dated a guy or a
father. Exactly. Oh no, he doesn't. He probably wouldn't consider that to be the act. So that's what I mean. It depends.
So how about your own sense of what is the body count?
We expose
8?
Yes.
My dad walked in on me once.
All women?
Yes.
Okay.
Carl.
Cass.
She can go.
Cass, what about no?
Come on, Cass.
Cass, come on, you got that liquid
Consensual
courage.
body count.
Yes, consensual.
Wait,
0. Oh my God.
0, but BJ count 7.
Good job. Congratulations, girl.
Good for you.
Wait, 0?
Body count 0, BJ count 7.
Okay, all right.
In case I needed to add my
I didn't
BJ
know
count.
that we were doing BJ
0.
count.
Indeed.
What's your cunnilingus count?
Oh.
I like that word.
Wait, we have to do that
What'd you
too?
say? I would have considered that in the 8 because like the lines kind of blur in lesbianism.
Blurred
lines. Yeah.
When you buy your dick, it
there's
gets
not
a little
really
complicated.
Exactly. You get to choose your own adventure.
Okay, all right. DJ, what's up? Body count.
Mine is 12.
Okay. BJ count.
12.
I can't believe we're doing BJ count.
Everyone I slept with, it always started that way. So it's the same.
You're a fucking liar! You're a fucking liar!
No, I'm not.
Milena.
I don't feel comfortable.
Come, Milena.
I honestly don't count. Especially because I was blacked out on Xanax for a lot.
Didn't you just raise your hand and say body count doesn't matter?
Wait, are we talking about different
me
people or with the
personally.
same person?
Who
I don't
didn't
care
raise
what
their
a guy's
hand?
body count is.
But she doesn't feel the need to
That's
disclose hers.
Different people.
I don't want
It's
the
different
people.
people.
Yes.
Okay,
Also,
so
like hers
less
is
than
related to like trauma and shit. So.
Oh. Wait, you're.
I'm not worried about
Okay, yeah. it was-
BJ count.
No, it's not the number of times
Thank you.
Yeah.
Given a BJ.
With different people.
With different people.
Yeah.
3 times.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. So, how about, do you want to do range? Range?
No thanks.
Give us a range.
No. Give you
10?
the satisfaction?
10 to
Absolutely
20?
not.
It's not for my satisfaction.
It totally is. We're
I'm not going to be, satisfied. Oh, I'm so satisfied.
No, you'd be satisfied.
I simply only said it because body counts do not matter. You're gonna be attracted to me, or you're not gonna be attracted to me.
Yeah.
So if you don't attracted to me because without my body count,
Like that's sad. I'll tell a
What
partner
about,
they care
what about you? What about you?
I don't keep track. I know mine's high, but most of it's from many years ago, not recent.
Track.
Which I know some people are gonna say like, oh, that doesn't make a difference. I think it makes a difference.
That is a fair. So you lost track?
Yeah, I lost track.
How about an estimate?
A lot. But again, most of it's from years ago.
And the BJs were people that I was dating.
Cass, chill out.
I love her.
Cass.
Wait, Cass, I love you.
Cass.
She's trying to clear her name.
This whole time.
it all happened. I was taken.
She's just been thinking about the BJs. Like, oh my God, the BJs. I gotta tell them about all the BJs. I gotta tell them.
That's what she's hyper fixating on.
She's got Asperger's, remember? That's your thing. Like you hyper fixate.
You, Brian. No, because like honestly, yes. If you're gonna do a job, you have to do it well.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
give it your all.
on to the next
You gotta
one.
give it your all.
She's like, moving on.
She's an F
Give
you,
it your all.
Brian.
Over 50?
I don't think that high.
Okay. But how about 40?
I don't even know. Like I said, I don't keep track. Like I've never kept track.
I keep a list on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never kept track.
You have a list?
Yeah.
Do you have someone who's like designated to get rid of that list when you die?
No.
You should do that.
Someone post it. If I die, post it.
I got
Post
you.
it.
What about you?
Names, addresses.
I have not kept track, and I do not know.
More than 10?
Yes.
More than 20?
Probably.
More than 30?
No.
More than
probably at least like 30, 35.
Okay.
I don't know. There's a lot of times that I also, as well, I went through addiction in 2022. And so that's when I was like crazy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think people go through phases too. It's like someone who maybe had like a hoe phase years ago. Like someone
Guys,
who maybe
stop laughing. Bro.
Yeah.
Why does your security laugh every time she talks?
Because
I feel like we should get. Did you tell us what your body count is yet? Because we're going around. And
Hey, we are going around.
He's next. He's next.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
going
he's
around.
gonna leave us hanging.
We're going around. I'm going around.
Going back.
Around the question.
Real smooth.
So, sorry, please excuse my very rude security guard and producer for cracking up at. They're just jokesters, okay? They're little giggly schoolgirls back there. Disregard. They're laughing. What were you saying before they so rudely interrupted you, Damien, and the double D's back there?
Yeah, I was saying that I think it's different if someone maybe went through a phase when they were going through something, but it was a long time ago, versus if they're still doing it now. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the people that are like experienced college and stuff, I know what you guys are laughing.
Oh no, you guys keep. She looks at me and
I know, because yes, I know what you're laughing
She
at.
keeps fucking. What? Chill out, bro. Chill.
But like when people experience college, I feel like that's when people like their body counts go crazy. Like when people experience college.
You've
college?
been to a couple colleges, right?
No, I've never been to
Oh, my
college.
bad. Okay.
But I've been to college parties. I've seen some shit.
She's seen some shit.
I think we're all waiting for your answer.
Oh yeah, I'm gone.
Wait.
around
So
the
hold on. Well, hold on. You didn't answer. Go ahead, answer.
I wanted to see if you were willing. If you answer, I will.
Yeah. It's reasonable.
Well, did you answer?
I want to make it clear that I don't sleep around now that I'm sober.
Sure.
Well, not
Brian.
Jay.
love a girl now.
What is it? Give us the number.
I don't know. I don't
50
keep track.
Is
Just
it
say
50
a
plus?
random. Just say a number.
1 million. 1 million and
She gave a number. Your turn.
Yeah. You said just say a number. I'm gonna go with 1 million.
Okay.
Damn, girl.
It's definitely not
I mean,
that.
she's a 10. She's a 10 after all. So I mean, like, it's
Yeah.
easy.
Right.
Like,
It's yes.
When you're 10, like, yeah.
And I'm also the oldest one on here, so
I'm agreeing with you.
I'm the oldest one on here. Of course, mine will be the highest, maybe.
Yeah.
I was trying to make a joke.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. And that's why I was like, no,
Of
no, no, no.
course. So, I don't reveal my body count. Sorry. Okay. But I will make.
Can I guess it?
I will make you and you a deal. If you do reveal your true body count,
$2
I will give you
$2
$2 bill.
I can go just
$2 bill.
exchange my money at a bank for a bunch of $2 bills, so I will I'll pass politely.
What?
I'll politely pass.
You did what? Milena, do you accept? You'll pass. Do you know how much this is worth?
Yes, do you guys not know? Like
It has
my
a
mom
green-
collects those. I know those.
Do you know
it
how much
has
this
a
is
green
worth?
stamp, not a red one. It's
$2?
not worth shit. $2.
Do you know how much this is
Well, yeah,
worth?
they cost $2. The $2 bill in general costs something.
Y'all
But
crazy.
if the stamps, yes, it means something.
Yeah.
It can cost more.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
bait.
You
Ridiculous.
could get that for like, what is it, like 60?
We're gonna
80
let
bucks?
some of the
For a $2 bill?
No, that one.
What look, whatever the body counts are.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
That's the real number. Okay. All right. Gonna let some of the roast come through. Roast session, boys. $20 TTS.
Vesta donated $20. I once opened my third eye and saw Humpty Dumpty on a wall and his face looked like Brian Atlas. I tried to tell him he would fall, but it was too late. He fell. Never opening that crap again.
Wait, what?
The Broski donated $20.
What?
Brian, you mentioned that one girl who wanted to smash hundreds of dudes in one day was gonna go on the show.
Yeah.
What happened to that?
Remember that girl?
She was gonna come on, I think, on that like the episode with Bevo's girlfriend, but she flaked. There's like two or three different Australian girls who, I think it's a act. I don't actually think maybe they did it, but I think they're just doing it like for clicks. Like it's people just say outlandish shit that's not true, just like for whatever. But I don't think she's coming on. No.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair 1 is a rolling contradiction. Thank God she's a rug muncher. She shouldn't reproduce.
What the fuck, bro?
No.
Which one?
To her chair.
Oh my goodness! Chill
I think
out.
it's a good thing all I do is munch carpet because I shouldn't reproduce.
This
That's
is
fucked
hey, it's the
up.
roast.
On you, boo. I don't want to
It's-
reproduce
It
anyways,
is the
so-
roast. It's the roast section, you know.
My DNA is ass. I don't need to be making itty babies. I'm good.
Itty bitties.
Itty babies.
Here we go. Here. Oh, ready for this one? Share 5.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair number 5. We're still wondering about Mexican men. Is it they're like Speedy Gonzales? You need a Puerto Rican baby. I can fix you.
We're forgetting about that. We're just gonna like leave it alone. It was not a true story.
Lulu donated $20. Chair 1 admitted that her family are rapists but won't disclose her body count. Make it make sense.
Oh no!
Dude,
Just
that's
like
irrelevant.
If it's not consensual, you don't. It doesn't count.
OJ Simpson donated $20. Raise your right hand if you have tried a knoll. Now raise your left hand if you enjoyed it. Thank you in advance.
Wait, what? Wait,
What is a knoll?
Yeah. Oh.
I did not enjoy it.
No.
What is it?
Oh.
Us, the only ones
my hands up.
Raise the roof.
Some girls prefer it.
I don't
When
prefer
I'm
it.
really messed up.
I enjoy it, but I don't prefer it.
Only when I'm very drunk.
Anal.
This is for you.
Jack_M donated $20. Chair number 1. In all seriousness, most men take offense to being called cis male but won't say it unless pressed, especially closer friends. Try to get outside of your close friend zone and ask around.
I mean, I don't typically go around calling people cis just to call them cis. So.
Yeah. Sis.
Deeply hurt by
Sis.
this. We have Daniel here. This one's kind of funky, but chill out, Daniel.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. These chicks are masters at opening the third eye. By third eye, I mean men's rainbows hold blasting spunk all over their foreheads.
What?
Oh, it changed penis to rainbow. Sorry, it changes it now.
It's creative.
I'm still confused.
Otis Stratwood donated $20. Chair 1, did you roll out of bed with that hair or did it take tireless seconds to color?
It's a condition. It's fake. I'm kidding. I believe that.
Nice. Okay, here's what we have to do. We have to do a segment called Taking Off All Your Makeup. So we have
yay! Yay!
I don't mind.
end of the show. You
I
guys gotta
literally
take- you guys
came
gotta
here
take off
after
down.
the
all your
airport.
makeup.
Y'all
I'm
go
so
inside.
tired.
True beauty.
On your
Why would I have?
Right through that screen, y'all.
If you can pass some of these around, if you're gonna take your makeup off.
This is so funny.
Any makeup?
I'm
you wearing
not-
makeup?
I will go take it off in the bathroom, but I know you.
Yeah.
I'll just get roasted
But I
for
don't
this
like
now.
using
I
this
am
to
allergic
take
to
off
those. So unless you want me to
After
have,
this, I'm gonna go hang out with some peoples. I can't take off my makeup right now.
they also
Oh,
like I
and
don't
you
really
gotta
have.
leave the fake lashes on the table.
I can't. No, these are eyelash extensions. I can't take them
okay.
off. Yeah.
Sure.
Are you wearing? Are you wearing?
Yeah, a little bit. It's just really mascara. So
Same.
I have on Dollar Tree
Oh,
makeup.
wait, I have contacts on. I'm gotta be careful.
They're the same.
Yeah, but
you're
people's
like
hands.
tiny
are
amount of mascara, just pinch.
Yeah. Thank you.
The goal Wait, is this like?
I'll take it back.
Is it like
Yeah,
a,
I'll take
yeah,
it
I've
back.
got some
Do it.
concealer on, but.
All right, boys, they're taking off the makeup. Back by popular demand.
Do you want me to start singing
Should we-
my makeup?
Hey, should we do
I
it?
want a mirror.
Anissa,
so I can see it.
Do it.
Oh, it's not her preferred brand of. She's
I
very
don't like
picky.
using these either.
She's very picky when it
I
comes
know.
to
I have better ones at home.
Neutrogena.
I just
is
kinda want
enough
Foundation
to-
is like some
I know.
bullshit.
Your
so I guess
standards.
I should take
Okay.
that
All
off.
right. All right, Anissa. Do you want to do it?
Oh, let's see. To makeup white companies, they should smell better. Just saying.
I
also
literally
smell
left
like-
this morning
okay.
to come
Yeah.
to California.
Yeah,
like I've been just
$20
on a
GTS
plane
ones.
all day, and then I came from the plane here.
You got money?
I probably look tired.
John
a little bit of money,
Veliquette
Are we doing like zoom-ins?
says.
It's like, oh, my friends are here.
Hold on. John Veliquette
Well,
says,
no, I
calling it a hoe phase will not be a good justification on the day of judgment. It's giving into the nature we received from Adam. Turn to Jesus Christ for remission of sin. Be born again. The
Me and
time
Jesus are really
to
close,
repent
actually.
is
Same.
almost over.
I actually just called out to him the other night.
I mean, it's been a while
Thank you, John. Appreciate
for
it.
anything.
Thank you, John.
for
Thank you,
me,
thank you.
So.
W's in the chat for John. Appreciate it, guys.
Okay, I need
Guys, last call on the $20 TTS if you want to get it in. Final call if you guys want to get one in. Thank you guys for watching.
Oh my God,
Appreciate
dude.
it.
I exposed myself.
Oh, we need to do the bow
much.
video, and then that's the
This
last
is definitely
thing.
gonna catch up to me in the future.
Oh, my contacts coming out.
If you want to
It's
get that
fucking
pulled. Oh, before the bow video, can
Girl,
you
your
pull
eye is
Twitch?
so red.
Always.
Really?
But not
Yeah,
color
your left
contacts,
eye
just
like.
Oh no, just like so I can see.
Yeah.
It like hurts like.
What's
like
your,
my eyes like that. Yeah, it's.
coconut oil.
what you
Yeah, I
looking
use
for?
oil.
What you looking for in there?
Makeup's off.
I want my mirror because I have to go somewhere after this, so I take out my foundation. But
Okay, just don't do it. It's fine. It's
Okay.
okay. It's all right. I'll give you the pass. Okay, Cass?
thank you.
I'll give Cass the pass.
I'm wearing Dollar Tree makeup that I put on on the plane, so it's probably not even that. It's like a shade. It's not even my right shade, so whatever.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Who the hell cares? Nobody.
All right, guys, go to
I care.
twitch.tv, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a Prime sub and a follow. If you have, guys, before the end of the stream, there's 1,000 of you on Twitch. There's 5,000 of you still watching on YouTube. Guys, we're like 35 followers away. Get us to 97,500 followers. Drop us a follow, guys. Also, check if you have a Prime sub available. If you link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, you can support the show for free, essentially for free. Because you already have the Prime. Every single month, drop us a Prime sub. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Guys, final call on the TTS. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Appreciate all the support, guys. And then we're going to let these come in. Then we'll do the bow video.
Big Atlas donated $20.
Thank you, man.
Peter Pan Hobgoblin looking for SS Chair 1. How does it feel to roll or walk about in the livillyhood that male privilege affords you feel? Oppressed much?
Literally, it jumbled the words so hard. Now I have to reread it. This voice thing is rough. Can you put it up again?
You
Or if
want
me
it
to
again?
answer,
You want it again?
I mean, sure, have at
There
it.
you go.
Big Atlas donated $20. Peter Pan Hobgoblin looking for SS Chair 1. How does it feel to roll or walk about in the livillyhood that male privilege affords you feel? Oppressed much?
Oppressed much?
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
I don't
Big
think I
Atlas.
said anything about
I appreciate
being oppressed,
it.
but
Really quick before we get into the rest of them, can I have all of you? You're all done with the makeup stuff. Can I have? Wait, did you?
No, I'm not. No,
Hey,
I'm doing it when I get home.
Hey, take it off. You're a 10.
I want to.
Yeah, you're a 10. You're a 10. Take it off.
Take it off. Take it off.
I want to use my mirror when I get home so I don't miss anything.
All I'm
We'll tell
hiding
you if you
are
miss
dark
something.
circles under my eyes from
without-
not sleeping.
Yeah.
No, she said when she wakes up, she's 9.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you took it off. You look so good.
Thank you.
Oh, here's what I want you guys to do. Those of you who took your makeup off, just like hold it up to the camera so we can see the damage.
Wait.
I have great skin because I don't wear a
I like
Hold
wiped
it
my
up.
neck.
Hold it up. Hold it
I
up.
don't
There it
know.
is. There it is. Okay.
Just
All right.
mascara.
There you go. Wow, that's good. All right. I mean, you left a little bit on, but you know, whatever. It's.
Is it bad?
I mean,
You're beautiful. You don't need makeup.
Is there more on? Where?
Did I miss a spot?
I don't think so.
Maybe it's a bit of a.
No, she has really great skin.
Yeah.
Oh no, I meant like whatever. No, it's good. You're good. You're good. You're chilling. It's all good.
If I didn't have
It's all
Brian,
good.
if I didn't have anywhere to go after this, I would take off my makeup. But I have to
What
go
you got-
somewhere
what you
after
got?
this.
Hot date?
Oh no,
You're gonna
I'm gonna go hang out with this chick that was on this show called Instant Star.
I hope you have a good time. Okay, cool. Let's see. We have a few chats coming through here.
Big Sass Energy donated
Sass,
$20.
thank you, bro. Good to see you in
if
the
a
chat.
time portal opened above Seattle and time warped the entire populace back to the medieval times, Chair 1 is the aggregated caricature of the result.
Whoa.
Thank you.
That was like some Shakespeare. Yo, Big Sass Energy, guys.
That was Shakespearean.
Yes. Oh, did you say that
I
again?
want to be roasted.
Oh, please roast me.
Me
also.
too.
Yeah, I
wanna get roasted.
Raise your hand if you want to be roasted.
I would like to be roasted, please.
Why not?
Shaka, boys.
I'd like to be
Shaka.
roasted.
Let's go, boys. Okay. Yo, W's in the chat for Big Sass. We have, what? Oh, this is an interesting one.
Brian's huge dumpy donated $20.
What?
Chair 1, Final Boss Flowers. Chair 2, 304 Lady Boy.
I'll fix it.
Chair 3, Temu Emma Watson.
I'll take
Chair
that.
4,
Wait,
Steve
well,
Urkel.
wait,
Chair
Chair
5,
4,
Illegal
Steve. Oh, that's me.
304.
Oh, love
Chair
that.
6, Ran Through Thought. Chair 7, Bootleg Bitties Tarzan. 8,
Bootleg Bitties?
Walmart Zen Ship.
Walmart?
Zendaya. It said Zendaya.
It said
I'm a
Zendaya.
Walmart Zendaya. That's not the first time someone said that.
The first-
Okay, I'm Steve Urkel.
The first
Love
one,
that.
I'll play the first part again.
You're your own husband.
Brian's huge dumpy donated $20.
It meant-
Chair 1, Final Boss Rainbow.
Rainbows. It meant to, it says,
Oh, I'm chair 4,
it gets
okay.
filtered, but it was lesbian.
what
You're the
was my
final
roast?
boss.
I ran through because I
lesbian.
won't say the number.
I think that could
apparently.
be-
Thank you.
Maybe that's kind of a compliment.
But like, what was mine?
You were
They're
right.
coming. Oh, they're coming.
You said if we don't say the number, they'll say we're ran through.
Donated $20. Chair 4, trust me, it's not only your weight why you're single. I'm from NYC and we're tired of the fake eyelashes.
I don't
It's
have
a
fake
nasty
eyelashes.
Attitude. Stop Brian, she's still ugly with or without makeup.
Okay. Well, I'm ugly, but I'm there
What's
for
up?
people that I care about.
You
And
don't
like,
have
I have mad friends, and I don't have fake eyelashes. My eyelashes are not fake at
Damn,
all.
Frank, chill, man.
She wanted to get roasted.
Someone roasted.
No, I love that though, but I want them to like say something that is actually real though.
Laughist donated $20. Chair 6, You are so freaking hot. I would crawl naked across broken glass just to suck the cock of the last guy to fuck you.
So can someone like hook you up with getting another pay pig? Because it sounds like you have one.
Just
Yikes.
suck the clock.
I don't know about
What is the clock?
That's insane.
You're really
Clock.
close to the mic.
Love that. Next time, if I come on again, I will not wear a wig, and I won't wear makeup either.
Thank you, Cassie.
You're welcome. You can Google pictures of me without a wig and makeup.
I will do that. I will do that after
microphone
the
is like you
show
wanna
when
see
I'm
in it.
touching myself.
Brian, you're one of the dudes
Ryan.
that I would consider a friend. Like, I like hanging out with dudes
No,
that
we
tell
are
me
Brian's
that they
friend
fuck other
zoned.
girls. I'm like, okay, how'd you fuck her? Condom or no condom?
Yeah, that would
Brian
talking
just
like
got
that.
friend zoned.
Oh, he's so sad. He's gonna cry tonight.
I'm not gonna cry.
3323 donated $20. Why does Chair 1 look like Napoleon Dynamite just went through a bad breakup? So he dyed his hair and grew some teats.
I'm sorry, but that was actually really fucking funny.
They're funny. They're funny.
I love a good roast.
They're fun. Wait, can I ask you guys, how do you feel about wheelchair jokes?
I love wheelchair
How
jokes.
about it?
They're
Fair
fucking
game?
hilarious.
Fair
These
chat?
are
they've
baddies
been
in
flying at
wheelchairs,
me.
so they're not going to
Do
get
you know any
offended.
tricks? Can you do any
Oh,
tricks?
yeah, we
Can we
can do
see?
wheelies,
them
we can
earlier.
spin and
I saw you.
wheelies.
Can we
Oh,
see?
yeah.
Can I see a little spin right here at the table? Or?
I don't think
You
so.
have
Not enough room.
Is there room? Oh, oh, careful there,
I
boys.
have shorts on.
Careful there, boys.
I'm
Oh, she's
waiting
got
for the
shorts.
joke.
Hey, yo! Oh, look at that! Let's go fucking wheelie.
Let's go! Oh, yeah.
Oh,
No,
what?
that was one of the wigs that I was going to put on. Wait, is it one?
Oh my
She has
god.
another one?
You have another one?
Yeah, I have a few because I didn't know what
Do
to
you
do
want
with
to?
my hair. My hair's
do you have,
braided
You're
underneath
gonna do
this.
more tricks, or?
Wait, this?
Oh, were you?
Oh,
Gonna
yes. Not her.
They can kind of see. What are you gonna do?
What do you mean, what am I doing? I've been sitting
doing
Oh,
it
you're
right
just
now.
gonna.
Yeah, she's doing it right now.
Wait, let me see if we can.
Like, how do you
It's a little-
balance?
Oh, wow. Right? I'd be scared.
She is
Takes a lot of balance.
mindset.
It is.
It is.
Dude, like,
I have a
oh,
question.
shoot.
I actually, the only viral video I have ever had is me eating shit out of my chair.
It's
on
Do you
top.
guys have like?
What happens when you eat shit?
Do you have?
Well, me personally, I
Can you just
dislocated,
get
like,
up?
every bone in my body. I mean, I still got up and got back in the chair, but yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Do you have a really
Like,
strong core? Because that looks like it was a total core workout.
Yeah,
It's
doesn't
more
it?
balancing than it is core.
Okay.
I have no
well,
core.
core is
Yeah,
balanced.
this bitch can't control her
half my
core.
core is paralyzed.
So how the fuck did you do it?
Just
Your guys' legs.
What?
What?
the strongest part of my body, but like relative to other people.
That was a wheelchair joke.
Oh,
They're weak.
we're all like,
Good job. Good job, Desmond.
we're all like, what?
I'm proud of you, Desmond. I'm proud of you. I'm actually changing it to this now. So
Phenomenal.
Pedro Sade Flores. Yo, Nikki, can I have you read this because you did such a good job with the Harry Potter book?
Yeah, I want to first start off by saying my dad's dead. Girls know what they want because dad pays for everything. Women, don't forget to be girls. You can pay for things now. You're not a little girl no more. Well, my dad's dead, so I never had him do that.
I never had a dad.
I never had a father. I had lesbian mothers.
Word.
I want a father.
Okay, we have this one. Can you read this one from Shieldheart?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Me?
Yeah.
Brian, BLM, and Big Clito for oral. 2 ladies, would you prefer to be virgin for a man you admire and want to marry? 3, giving women oral is masculine. It's not about a man emotionally needing sex. Men masturbate for self-control.
That's nice. Those are a lot of
That's a lot going
How
on
much
there.
self-control do they have?
What?
Because I don't know how much self-control they have.
I don't know what you said, but thank you for whatever it was.
Oh,
I think there's for
bullshit
1,
was. There's
2,
a
3,
question
4.
though.
I
They
feel like
said,
I'm not
ladies, would you
masculine at
prefer to
all.
be a virgin
Sure,
for the man you marry?
Yeah, we'll just do that one.
Yeah, I wish I was.
I wish I was.
I wish I. No, actually, I don't care.
I wish
Yeah,
I
I don't care either.
You don't regret any of the.
I would love if me and the person I married were
No,
both virgins. but
everyone I
it's a
slept with,
little
I've
late.
known personally, like through like my like growing up, or I've went to school with them for a long time. Like I have never actually like had a actual hookup. Like I've never hooked up with someone off Tinder or Hinge. I've never done that. Everyone I hooked up with is purely someone I've known for a while.
So you don't regret them?
No.
That makes sense.
Morse donated $20.
Thank you, man.
Women shouldn't wear makeup, it's gross, makes them look like clowns, and it's a lie. I absolutely hope the makeup industry fails.
Hater.
It'll never fail.
He sounds like my ex.
It's just getting better.
W's in the chat for B Moores. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We have this one is a little. Okay, fuck it, whatever.
Thomas Common donated $19.99. Pixie queer were normal, not tainted like her rainbow cult. Put labels, cis is made up, fake ass and disgusting. Leave us alone. Go pay for more therapy. End it all.
Hey,
I use government money for my therapy,
I
so
didn't
it's all good.
understand that. What was that?
Okay, thank you.
Therapy in this.
Magic Mike donated $20. Brian, get your fat butterfly in the gym, you stupid fat love.
Oh, fat
Bro,
ass.
he's not even fat.
I can be your savior.
His belly doesn't hang over his dick. Like,
you can
I
fix him, but
prefer a
he's the
man
savior.
I can fix, actually.
Oh,
Wait.
wow.
fat. I
Sorry,
was told that
Magic
fat
Mike.
is when your belly
Yeah, I
hangs
gotta
over
lose some weight,
your.
boys.
Is
Gotta
it?
lose some weight, man.
You can just get roasted.
It was
I
fat
can
ass.
fix him. I don't.
What did it change it to?
I can fix him.
Rainbow? Get your fat rainbow, I think it said, but it was ass.
Is rainbow just like
Wait,
default?
let me see what it does.
Magic Mike donated
butterfly.
$20. Brian, get your fat butterfly in the gym, you stupid fat butterfly. Chess, I can be your savior.
Thank you, Magic Mike. Appreciate it, man.
God is my savior.
Oh, the bow video.
Shut up. I really mean
Let's
that.
do that. Okay, guys, this is I took this like a year ago. This is my ex-girlfriend, and this is what I expect.
Let's see your type.
This is what I expect in a relationship. Go ahead and play it. Boom! Huge bow. Did you see the bow? She's got.
Oh
a bow.
my God.
She's got the bow, and then
She's Japanese, isn't she?
Wait, that's really your ex-girlfriend?
that is my ex-girlfriend. Yeah. Yeah.
From Okasawa, something like that.
Something like that.
Was
Yeah.
this taken while you were together?
Yeah, it was like after a date podcast. So it was like coming home super late. She had my dinner ready, like cracked open
She
a
is
beer
so
for me.
freaking cute.
She's adorable.
Why'd you? What did you do?
Yeah.
What did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I broke up with her.
Why? Oh, why?
Yeah. Look,
She's so
the labia was too
cute.
small. I just couldn't do it.
She literally gives you everything you
Bow.
want and more.
Hit
Yeah,
the
she's
bow.
Asian.
Is that really why?
Boom, huge bow. Look at that technique. Amazing.
Did you literally told her to do that, huh?
No,
she
they
did
do that. They do
But
that.
I've
But
ever
not
since,
their significant
even
other.
if I'm like
I
dating
know,
a white
I know.
girl,
They don't
like
do.
she has to bow.
How long were you guys together?
Like 69 weeks.
Yeah.
So like a year and like a couple months.
Did she speak English? No. You could tell.
Which I liked, so we didn't have to
That's
talk.
the best type of relationship,
It
honestly.
was so good. Like I could just like chill. And
He's like, I just
would,
fuck,
like-
and we just don't talk about
She's like
it.
crying to you, and you're like not understanding.
no, it's good. Like
you're just
she
patting
would like
her
try to
back.
push
With this
it.
technology,
Yeah.
so.
She would try to push it in the translator, but I'd be like, babe, we don't need that. Just like put it
You're like,
on.
I don't care.
Let's just watch TV and it's all good.
Just watch my TV and suck my
Yeah.
dick.
Put that away.
But so going around the table,
Put
would
it
you
away.
bow for your boyfriend or your partner?
Bow?
I gotta just do that
girlfriend?
anyways.
Yes.
Like when I
Would
think
you, would you?
I'm too submissive.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question to. Can you bow?
She
Wait.
just did it.
Well, you can get out of the chair, I guess, right? But
no, you can bow sitting down.
It was just your like genuine confusion of like, fuck, maybe I should back out of this question.
yeah, well, I don't know. Like,
Am I capable of bowing?
people in wheelchairs can bow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It just
but
looks
also
stupid.
just like
It's like you're already sitting. You
Can't get
know,
much lower.
like it just looks like
know
you're
those-
looking for something on the ground.
You know those pendulum birds that just like dip into water?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
yeah. That's like
Yeah.
literally all I can see when you did.
Would you bow for your boyfriend?
Yeah, I do it naturally. I bow when I think people.
Dope.
It's just normal.
Nice. What about? Would you hit a bow
I feel like
for a girl?
probably not.
Would you bow for Leonardo DiCaprio?
100%.
Titanic. Okay.
Yeah.
fine.
Johnny
Cass, would you
Depp.
bow for
I'm bound for Johnny Depp.
autistic billionaire black guy?
Yeah, I identify submissive, so if he wants that, I would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you bow for?
No, I'm too dominant.
Have you ever pegged a guy?
I want to. Who's down?
Open up the apps.
Open up,
Get
boy.
on Tinder.
I only want to do it because I've never done it, and I like to experience new
That's what you
things.
should open a Tinder for. Just put looking for men to peg.
Yeah, and you just like you're just fully
you bow?
clothed.
I'm very
Just do it.
submissive, so if it was like in the bedroom, sure.
No, it was like he's
Just
walking home
walking
and
in.
you're greeting him.
As a joke, but no.
Serious.
No.
Okay. What
Yeah,
about
it's
you,
not giving.
homegirl?
Probably not.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with it, just not my thing.
Not in my culture.
Just not her thing.
Yeah, not in my culture.
Would you?
I mean, on the initial, I don't know. It depends.
If an Asian
man,
man,
you would, yeah, I think I would.
she totally
if
would.
he was the right guy, though. It just have to like I'd be selective. It wasn't just be everybody.
You guys would.
I would.
I would.
I would. For, like I would if like it was like
If it was like a king.
If I was with an Asian man and they said that like you have to do it, I'll
like
be
his
like,
culture?
okay, yeah. If it's about their culture,
you like
I'm
Asian
down.
guys.
I'll do it.
You'll do it.
Yeah.
I guess I would too if it was the guy's culture, but
Yeah, I would do it.
Yeah, I'm white. It's definitely not my culture.
yeah.
Would you do it?
I'm very white.
Would
It's
I
not
bow?
mine either.
Yeah, would you bow?
No. No. Unless.
Oh my god.
Unless she's a billionaire.
Yeah.
If she's a billionaire.
If she's
then-
Taylor
She can get you on your
Swift.
knees, huh? She could.
I would need to reciprocate it at some point. I worship you. You worship me.
She said, "I'm a switch."
Also, my expectation on the first date. That's my expectation on the first date. The bow. Yeah.
You gotta go back to
Stand up,
Japan,
let's see it.
Brian.
Go ahead. Come on.
You
stand
want to
up.
see my bow?
Yeah, let's see it.
I
There we
can
go.
see my back. I can't bow.
Base.
Is that your wheelchair bow?
Yeah.
That you just did?
No, for real.
All right. Let's see what she's got.
Like
No, that
that.
was pretty good. That was good.
Asian
Good
men
job.
hit her up.
Congrats.
For
There you go.
real. You want my IG?
I got you.
No, stop it.
All right. We have this.
You Ghost 9 donated $20. Chair 3. You're so nice and wholesome. When I see you, I think of Megan Trainor. I mean Trainer.
That's
Chair
actually
6.
so sweet.
Up her standards. Beautiful and deserves so much better. Better dudes will come along.
Wow.
That
Wholesome.
was really sweet. I'm working on it in therapy.
Aww.
You're doing great.
That was really sweet.
Double Agent donated $20. A lot of sad truckers in empty Walmart parking lots tonight with the street team busy doing the show tonight. Brian, we're making America great again. The street team here works Greyhound bathrooms.
Oh, he said that. Well, you guys can figure it out. Is anybody here down to just for like the memes, like not actually seriously? Just show of hands, like who here voted for Kamala?
I don't vote.
I didn't vote.
Yeah, I didn't
Or
vote.
I voted for her.
I think they're.
Yeah, I voted for Kamala.
I didn't
I'm
vote.
gonna just not say
I don't,
anything.
I don't care.
Cassie?
I didn't vote.
I literally didn't get my vote in time.
I think.
But-
they
So
both
who would you
suck.
vote
would
for?
You would have voted.
You
would've
look
voted
like
for
you a
Kamala?
Trump supporter.
No, not
That-
in any way.
That's not what
I don't
meant.
think she
That's
does.
not
You never know.
That's what. That's how look how it's
Wait.
supposed to come out, but it didn't come out that way, y'all. Like.
Would
That's the first time anyone's ever told me
is
that.
would you put on a "Make America Great Again" hat?
I don't. Sure.
Really?
For the meme.
For the meme.
I wouldn't.
A lot of guys in
Would
STEM
I
are Trump
right now-
supporters.
Oh
I would
God!
not
You
wear
should
a
have said
Trump
nothing.
or
retract my
Kamala hat.
statement.
I would never.
No, I retract
Absolutely
my
not.
statement. I thought it was a hypothetical.
Legally
so
binding.
for-
Legally
no, it's
binding.
not.
I will sue you.
He got
Go
the
for it.
hat.
I have a
Sue
lawyer.
you. I will sue the shit out of you if you
Oh
don't
my
put this on right now.
God.
Have at it.
Will you put it on? Will you put it on?
Yeah.
Based.
I can't reach it.
Cassie, you also have to.
Just because I didn't vote for Kamala?
Put it on.
No,
I have a
absolutely
bow
not.
on in the back. It's not gonna fit.
No, she will.
She tried to
She
put it
will.
on.
She tried to put it on.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, guys.
I didn't
took it
vote for
away.
Kamala because I was shaking
give a
Elon
fuck.
Right?
Musk hand. Like,
Oh shit, my bad.
you can
It looks a little silly
I'm good.
with my
Thank
bow.
you.
So she's a Camilla
Here,
fan.
I will give you a $2 bill if you put on.
Sorry.
What the fuck? Bro, damn, tweaking, bro.
For real, she really hates
she got
Trump.
rid of the fucking pills, bro.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Hey, now you have to put it on because you fucked my shit up, bro.
What's the pills for?
the red and the blue. It's like a symbolics of the
Hey,
Matrix.
don't touch. Oh, okay. Here, put. Here, give me
Symbolic
that.
of the
Give me that. Give me
Matrix.
that.
Sorry, I just disagree with both. I wouldn't.
Oh, so you
I don't
what
wanna
are
be
they called?
caught-
Like, what are those people
Yeah.
called?
Independent.
Independent.
Hey, yo, chat.
Cancel me.
If we do a champagne pop right now, she'll put on the hat, and I'll give her part of the champagne pop.
What is the champagne?
It's
pop?
$1,000 for a
I'll
champagne
take the
pop.
grand and then I'll put.
And
the
I'll
hat
give
on.
you $50.
the grand.
I'll give you 50.
Then I'm not doing it.
Dude, it's a
I'll
hat
do
for
it
like
for a
5
grand.
seconds. You better take that $50,
I'll totally do
bro.
it for a grand.
No, it's for you. I get 950. You
I'll
get
split
50.
I get how much?
You get
50.
$50.
Oh fuck no! Are you
Dude,
kidding me?
it's just a
I'll wear
hat.
it for $50. I don't
Who's gonna
care.
put on the
It
Make
doesn't say
America
"I love
Great
Trump"
Again?
on it.
Not
Like,
I don't know if
Either
they.
you're
It's not like
gonna
this hat
get
even
it,
says
or
Trump
you're not
on
gonna
it.
have
It doesn't even say
Oh,
it. Literally
it's like
just
the
says
prisoner's
that.
dilemma.
I
It's
would
like the
say the
prisoner's-
same thing to you
prisoner's
about a
dilemma.
Kamala hat, though.
I've got a fucking Camilla shirt right there.
No,
Put
I'm
it
saying I
on.
wouldn't wear it.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm saying.
So, yes, you'd
I feel
split
this
it?
way
I
about
wore
both.
any
Sure,
politician's
I'll
hat.
split it. You have to put
It's
on.
crazy that
Hold on.
politicians have
I need to add a couple
You agreed
additionals.
it was binding, right?
Hold on.
I want to hear the additions.
Hold on.
I'm excited.
So, if there's a champagne pop, I'll split it 50-50 with you. I'll give you $500. And in fact, I'm taking a loss because there's PayPal fees. So it's not you get more than I even get.
Great.
I'll pay you $500 champagne pop. Actually, wait, hold on. But like,
Kind of like agreed.
nah, never mind. Never mind, because somebody could like troll that shit. So, anyways, whatever.
Did
fuck
you
it.
vote for Trump?
Yes, I did vote for Trump.
No. Yeah.
I know mad people that
happened.
voted for Trump.
I
It's
think
crazy.
he's the lesser evil.
It's just
Yeah.
like not. I don't think it's as serious.
Honestly, I just don't care. I think we shouldn't just have a president.
People
He can
are
only be
literally-
president for 4 more years.
Literally.
No, we should just not have a president. Like we should just like do our own
Anarchy.
shit.
I
But,
think
I mean,
people
like, here's
are
the
really
crazy thing.
pressed about the abortion
I used
issue,
to
and it's
be-
not gonna become banned that easily.
Yeah.
Like they don't realize.
But I used to be Democrat. I used to be like liberal. And then like started becoming more moderate, and then like all the craziness. I don't think I
Yeah.
changed that much. I think just like
The country
liberals,
changed.
like I voted for Obama
Fire.
twice.
Respect.
And then I'm trying to remember. I don't think I wrote in as a joke. This is before Kanye went off the deep end. For 2020,
I love
think I
Kanye.
voted for Kanye before he went all crazy. I just vote as a meme vote, and then in 2016, I don't think I voted. So
I would vote Kanye now.
I would vote Kanye.
Whoa,
I just feel like
that's
vote
a-
Kanye now.
that's a
I would
hot
vote
take.
Kanye.
I feel like you
all
got
right.
enough
Anyways,
memes
moving
out of
on.
me, so.
Moving on.
Vote Kanye
But-
2025.
But I mean, then I'll just say they fucked over Bernie Sanders.
They
and then-
did fuck over Bernie Sanders. I loved Bernie
Anyways,
Sanders.
so-
I went to his rally.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
he was a little crazy for me.
I love Bernie
Daryl
Sanders.
_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair one's trauma must have been with a black guy. Reminds me the movie White Chicks. Once you go black, you're gonna need a wheelchair. Hashtag
is
send
not
the
What
document.
stuff?
The sisterhood is serious on this panel.
Oh, that was a thing from that movie. I remember that scene in the movie.
Anyways,
Oh my god.
Termayat Ops 4 donated $20.
I think I'm drunk.
Chair 5, your depends as is gonna break a military man's heart. Chair 6, you're a star on Prison Baddies. Chair 7, you were awesome till you said T women are woman.
Wait, can we?
Chair 8,
I'm still
can I take
awesome.
you to the VIP?
Wait, can we watch that one more time? I wasn't listening.
I've never been arrested or gotten a ticket, so you're a liar.
Wait, can we listen to that one more time? I didn't listen to my part.
All right.
Please.
Go ahead.
Termayat Ops 4 donated $20. Chair 5, your depends as is gonna break a military man's heart. Chair 6, your
Depends.
Wait, what did you say?
Old people?
Aren't those diapers?
Old people?
Yeah,
Are you
that's what
wearing a
depends
diaper?
is.
Am I?
Are you wearing a diaper?
No. I mean, does it look
Okay.
like it?
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna stand up.
Do
and
I
check.
look like I've been to prison?
You're good.
Wait,
Yes.
what did it say?
Morris donated $20. While I have the chance and TTS is on, brain anytime some Asian chick is arguing saying white people unalive people because they are colonizers like there was the other night, remind them of Genghis Khan.
Oh, that's an interesting.
That's an interesting thing to say.
That's interesting. Yo, B Morris. I guess W's in the chat for B Morris. Thank you for the TTS.
Blarfist donated $20. Chair 6, if you like men you can fix. We can take turns fixing and breaking each other all day and night.
Oh no.
What did you jib yourself
It's
out
the
of 10?
tattoos.
But I would definitely give you one so many times.
What the fuck?
Yo, Blod. Thank
I
you,
gave
man.
myself a 7 out of 10 to answer the
Nice.
question.
Too many women are rehab for broken men.
Oh boy, this one's
Katie
interesting.
donated $20. I hope that the next time Brian patronizes Chair 4 she jumps across the table and savagely attacks Brian out of pure blind
That's you.
autistic rage.
No,
Brian
I'm not the
just
type to
feels
jump across the
inferior around a
table.
much superior autism.
Y'all need a bitch from
she's
Brooklyn.
definitely
I'm
the
not from
superior.
Brooklyn.
She's definitely the superior autist. Yeah. I was not patronizing. I was teasing her.
You maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Oh, she feels.
She seems unbothered.
But that's okay. I can't be bothered
It's all
because
love.
Java
my
donated
amygdala is fucked, so
$19.99.
nothing bothers me.
Brian, is Desiree coming back? Love watching I'm here every week. What is it better watch on your Twitch? Change your Discord, not trying to paper Terran. Happy holidays.
Happy
Also, I'm not
holidays.
rude. That's this shit kitten moth.
Yeah, Desiree not coming back. She was like threatening legal shit, just
Oh,
being
no.
annoying, like super annoying. And then I just blocked her on Instagram. It was just getting annoying. So yeah.
No, I'm gonna definitely be back because I feel like this is gonna get good views.
This wasn't about you. This wasn't even about
I'm
you.
so drunk. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I gotta stop drinking.
better to watch.
Oh my god.
I mean, either one's good. Twitch actually has
No, I'm not
better streaming quality. Like the video quality is better on Twitch. There's I don't know. Either one's they're both fine though.
Wait, how many?
Master Malvolient donated $20. Brian, you want the bow, but if you cannot make her kneel, you are not truly a dominant.
What is that? I don't
are they
even know what that
talking
means.
about?
Wait, what did it say?
I don't even know what that means.
Like talking about making the bow.
You want the bow.
But you can't make
You
it
are not
kneel.
truly a dominant. I don't even know what that means, but like.
I mean,
So if I do get the bow, what does
No,
what
the
does that
kneel.
even
Then
mean?
you're
dominant.
Huh?
The kneel. If you can't get them to kneel, then you're not
If
truly
you
a
cannot
dominant.
make her, you want the bow, but if you cannot make her kneel, what?
Like on the
It's like
knees.
suck your dick.
Yeah, like,
Get on
yeah.
your knees and then-
I don't know if that's what.
Like if you
No, like kneel, like.
Yeah, like kneel, like get down on her knees.
Towley donated $20.69.
We're gonna wrap after.
In my experience, high body count equals emotional baggage / damage. Lots of transference from past relationships. Oh, you're just like mentality. W at whatever for being ADA compliant.
Hey man, yo, we did some accommodations here. We made it work. You know, I'm very. This was a very diverse panel, and we're very. Yeah. So thank you, appreciate it.
diverse.
Was that your
Seven has the full
Yeah.
touch of the tits.
Deal breaker.
I mean,
Dariel
you're not wrong. I
Frank Castle
do.
512 donated $20. Brian, Cardi B S Lil Reddit sisters in chair 5 and 8 most definitely voted for abortions. I liked chair 5 till she stood up and saw she has no at SS. She's having a long rainbows day.
A long what day?
Do you want to respond to? He said no ass.
You've been wanting
I wanna
your
know what the
butt to get
rainbows mean.
smaller.
Oh yeah, so I like the Asian look, so I'm actually on Ozempic to lose weight and lose my butt
Wait,
and my
you're-
titties.
You're,
So
are you actually on Ozempic?
yes, I'm on
I
my
gave it to
7th
her.
week. So yes, that's why I don't have
Wait,
a
what?
butt. I lost my
You're
butt.
on Ozempic.
Yes.
You're fucking with me?
No. Yeah, no. I weigh 125. I'm trying to get to 100. So
What? Why are you on Ozempic?
because I want to lose this and this
Why?
because I don't like it. I want to be flat.
Is she fucking with? Is she-
No, she's not joking. I give her her Ozempic every Thursday.
Are you guys roommates or housemates?
Yeah, she lives with me.
Oh, all three of you?
No.
They are. We just have a podcast together.
Oh, okay. But why are you on Ozempic, lady?
Because I want to lose my
said the
butt and my
same thing.
titties. That's why.
Oh my god. Chat, what do you think about that, chat?
Little
That's wild.
booties matter.
Yeah, and that's why I want one.
Wild,
And it's
man.
your body.
We're
You're
trying to
free to do
switch
whatever
weights
you
right
want.
now.
Yeah, she's trying to.
I'm trying to gain.
You're free
She's
to.
trying
It's
to
your
lose.
body. You're free to do whatever you
Nikki,
want with
can I have
it.
you read this one for me?
From personal experience, young girls love unconditionally, women don't. So whether you've had a father or mother, don't forget to love unconditionally. You never know when a prince will get his money and tell his side of life. I always love unconditionally.
I don't think the money matters, but I agree
we all
with the
know I
first
do.
sentence.
You know I'll do.
Yo, Pedro, thank you for the super chat. W's in the chat for Pedro. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. And then Seven has a full touch of the tism.
I do. You're not wrong. Thanks for the $20.
Yo, Rock, thank you for the super chat. W's in the chat for Rock, man. Thank you so much, man. You're a legend. All right, guys, we're gonna if there's any wait, hold on. Girl to the right? Don't you mean the left?
Happy J donated $20. Girl to the right of Brian, let me Uber you to OC and put you onto some real game, mamas.
It's on the screen. It's to the right.
Oh.
Oh, right. Yeah, duh.
Wait, who's
Where
on
in
the
OC?
right?
All right, yo, thank you guys so much for all those. Okay, we're going to wrap up the show. If any messages come through, I'll get those in, but we're going to wrap. So before I do, though, final call to action. You do sex work. You used to do sex work.
Years ago.
And then you do sex work. Oh, you're totally done with sex work?
I did it for 2 months 2 years ago.
Okay.
If someone wants to get me out of it, that'd be great.
Would you guys be willing? I'd like to see if we can use this moment as a call to action. Would you consider, both of you, stopping sex work entirely tonight?
I would stop it for a man that I got with, but I would only do it for like somebody that I want to pursue, like, because otherwise, there's no point.
Get the bag. Yeah, I would only do it if you could take care of me.
Okay, I tried. So anyways, GG.
Well played.
To the panel, last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We couldn't do the show without your guys' patronage. Your generosity is very much appreciated. W in the chat to everybody who supported the show tonight and previous shows, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, we are fan funded. We're not like doing crazy sponsorships and all that stuff. So appreciate all you guys who support the show. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, we're going to do a Twitch raid. Let me see who we're going to raid. Oh, we got 1 sec, guys. I'll get that. We're going to get the Twitch raid going.
Whatever simp donated $20 Australian. Brian and Andrew are the OG.
Yo, thank you so much for the Australian $20. W's in the chat for whatever simp. Thank you so much, man. I do really appreciate it. Thank you. We have any final thoughts or any final things from any of the panelists here before we wrap up?
Thank you for having me on the podcast.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It was such a good time.
Thanks for the cold pizza.
You are so welcome. It was probably the best cold pizza you ever had.
It actually was really good.
It was good. Pizza is good cold.
I like
Do you guys
cold.
prefer pizza? How about disregarding the cold thing? Do you prefer like fresh pizza, or do you prefer pizza that's been refrigerated like a day and then microwaved?
I think microwaved. You put it either in the oven or the air fryer.
I kind of sometimes feel like pizza can taste better after it's been I don't know.
I like thin, crunchy, fresh pizza.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Ampy, we're going to do a raid for Ampy if you can get him pulled up. Let's do that over there on Twitch. Guys, thank you for watching on Twitch. Really appreciate it. Ampy, holy shit, he's got a face cam. I've never seen him with a fucking face cam. This is insane, dude. What level is he? He's 55. Guys, so
Is this World of Warcraft?
What is this game?
55. Okay, so this is crazy, guys. So Ampy, he's playing hardcore. He's not sleeping until he gets to level 60.
Edition, mostly.
He's never had face cam. That's wild. So Ampy, he's like great player, top tier player. And he unfortunately, World of Warcraft, the new realms just launched, and they launched hardcore. Could you lower it just a little bit? They launched hardcore realms, and he was going to be world first 60 on hardcore, and he was like grinding on his mage. He slept like something like just a few hours over the course of, I don't know, a couple days. And then he died at, I think at 54, 55. He's right back where he was before he died. And so what happens is if you die in hardcore, that's it. Like if you die on the character, you can't respawn. Like it's over.
That's about as scary as it gets.
And he put in, I don't know how much time he played.
Can I be a part of his guild?
Sure.
Okay.
What level is he at right now?
He's at 55. The max level is 60. He's speed running it. So, guys, he is playing hardcore on, I don't know the realm name, but he's playing hardcore World of Warcraft Classic, playing an undead mage. Go show him some love, guys. Go tell him if he
in this field.
Should we donate to tell him to like die and we'll donate $1,000? How much should we do?
Crazy. Imagine.
Yo, chat, what should we? I don't think he probably wouldn't do it. I don't think he would do it for $1,000.
He's pretty close too.
No,
It's probably making
Nah, just tell him.
He'll get his dick sucked.
I don't know, whatever.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, he has a girlfriend, bro.
Well,
No,
she'll
actually, he's
Then she'll do it. Yeah.
I think he's engaged. He just got engaged to his girlfriend.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Does
okay,
gaming
guys.
make good money?
Congrats.
Yes.
What's that?
Yes, it
Gaming
does.
makes good
Really
money?
good money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
All
you're
right, guys.
good.
I'm gonna send the raid over here. It's going in 10 seconds.
Dude.
Look at that. AOE farming. Cone of Cold. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Let's see.
I don't even know.
Arcane Explosion. Boom. Oh, clear casting. Boom. Cone of Cold. Arcane Explosion. Ooh, he's low. He's below 50% health. Imagine he gets one tapped while we're watching him.
Oh my god.
He disconnected. He died. It was when he died the first time. Okay. Look at all that loot. Sweet. Okay, guys. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm going to send the raid over right now. Hope you guys have a good night. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. All right. Boom. Sent.
Okay.
And then...
Wait, Brian, are you a nerd?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We could be friends
Oh,
then.
he probably has notifications turned off, I think.
Dude.
I would assume he has
Brian, you have a
notifications.
chance.
Oh, there it is. Whatever's rating.
No, I just
Brian
like
has a
playing
chance.
video games.
Okay, he's doing another pull.
Yo, give it the raid, bro.
He's locked in, boys. He's locked in.
How
Big
long
pull.
does one level usually take?
Well, it
Is
depends.
Asmongold
As you get
also
higher
on
level,
right
it
now?
takes longer. He's also like AoE farming as a mage, so that's like pretty quick. But it depends on your class.
I'm not dying.
Your knowledge.
Nobody's dying.
About how long will it
how
take
fast
him to
he-
get to
How long is
60?
this gonna take?
Oh no, we're not gonna watch it.
No, I was wondering how long.
She
You
thought-
said he's not sleeping until level 60.
He's probably
How
going to
long
be
do you
up. I
think?
want to say it's going to take. It's for him at this point 2 hours per level, so he's probably
Wow.
going to be playing for another 10 hours.
Wow.
Wait, poor boy.
Probably
I've
another
literally
10
never
hours.
played a video game.
Do you know how
besides,
long
like,
it's been
Just
playing?
I play with Zachary, which is Asmongold on YouTube.
I've never played. I've never
All
played
right,
video games.
we're literally about 10.
It's
All right,
honestly
yo.
you're not gonna like it. You're
All right, no, there's no other chats. Okay, cool. All right, guys, like the video, please, on your way out. Let me just see it. Nope. That's it. Everything done. Okay, guys.
And please
07s.
follow me on YouTube at Chocolate Autism at youtube.com.
Chocolate Autism, that's so cute.
That's her name.
I love it. That is cute.
All right, guys. 07s in the chat. Good night, guys. We will see you Sunday. Good night, guys.
Bye bye.